The campus belle, Su Shui, firmly believes that Yangjin is Salist Princi of the imperial lineage. Over Thepis 3 years, she has gone at great lengths to in his favor, even willing to for her own self. Fede of Tess soul awakening has finally arrived, and Suggs, you successfully awakened Sans rank martial soul, the Ilfin holy staff Wiley Angian Kanan La Mustern Frank martial soul, the Black Cloud banner. Coming to terms with really, Suzu feels deceived and, in her fury, resolve esto in her relationship with Yangjin. However, fate seems to have their plans for Yangjin. Inadvertently activates a system known as the Supreme, Invincible, Unique, Divine Soul Master of Heaven and Earth, and a Salt, he quiri sagad level martial soul 10,000 souls banner. With his martial soul, Yangjin recessed to fame, quickly becoming the focal point of Jiangnan City, with various powerful factions extending alive Brinkistohim. Event the Imperial Familiak knowledge shis brins least to Taisan Sensequay sis ain't powerhouse shis protector. On the playground of Jiangnan City's no. 7 Middle School, the Principal Pasinate lid liver sass speech, wishin' for all students stow or waken thyroideal martial souls. In this world where a martial souls reign supreme, every individual has the opportunity to awaken their martial soul upon turn in 18. Martial souls are categorized into combatant lifestyle types, with the former for their divide and tout putan support types. Support type soulmaster Sarthar stand hold the highest status, followed by formidably out putty p soulmasters, warathi backbone often a team, while lifestyle type soulmaster Secupathello is in social hierarchy. The ranks of martial souls are classified from highest to lowest as S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. To qualify for admission to Soulmaster University, Anna must to account at least to drink martial soul, Wiley and trying to more prestigious institutions necessitates of in higher rank head martial souls. Su Shui, the belly off no. 7 Middle School in the cherished Tatiro of the century-old Su family of Jiangnan City, is convinced that Yangjin will awaken its rank martial soul. Shiner twines her arm with ease, leanings wheat lie against this shoulder, resembling a couple depline love. Yet, unbeknownst to Theon Lucas, this engagement conceals Su Sui Sai Ernan for the identity of an imperial prince. Confronted with Suzu's unwavering trust, Yangjin feels uncertain. Hesitative like question share regarding the possibility of awakening in frank martial soul, but Sus were resolute libelivis the talentus at least rank. Her confidence systems from the sight of te bronzering in Yangjin's finger, a symbolo fis royal lineage. Just as they converse, a brilliant light suddenly erupts in the playground. A massive bird, the phoenix off fire, with awing span exceeding twin timeters, soars forth from Thikram Zonglo, its piercing shriek instilling dread and evil present. This rank martial soul awakened be Mayao. Mayao, Suzu's former suitor, has long sought opportunities to approach her. Notha that has Sawakins rank martial soul, high brimming with confidence, believing that unless worthy of Sushui. A provocative life flies towards Yangjin, attempting to intimidate him with the claws of Phoenix. However, Yangjin remains composed, certain that Mayao not dare to act against them. Indeed, Theklasov phonics Marilis skim past Yangjin's scalp, severing a few strands off hair. Mayao feigns concern, asking Yangjin if is frightened. His eye is fled with provocation. Enraged, Suzu rebukes Maya for his excessive behavior, but Mayao arrogantly declares himself the strongest prodigy in the Shiland of Enthesity. In response to Mayao's stance, Yangjian boldly asserts Tatanti awakenshes, martial soul, he will effortless lie crush Mayao. Maya deliberately propose an unrestricted duel, hoping to provoke Yangjin further. Yet, Yangjian fearlessly accepts the challenge. Meanwhile, the awakening ceremony continues. The majority can only awakened ranker crank martial souls, with the rank martial souls being exceptionally rare. A soft no, only Mayo has a candidate's rank martial soul. However, when Ida Suzu Western Tokethestige, she successfully awakens rank support type martial soul, Delphin Holy Staff. This revelation leaves the Prince of Paylandel present an astat Tofsakond excitement. Yet, for Yangjian, Thysis merely thebigening. High spoys town Valish true prowess, ensuring that Tever Yona recognizes him as the genuine prodigy.
Chapter 2. The Divine Level Martial Soul. The Wanhun Banner. Gasp. The entire venue erupted in astonishment, profoundly shaken. ANS rank Auxiliary Soul Master, whose rarity surpasses that of some ordinary SS rank offensive Soul Masters. It is not an exaggeration to say that from the moment Su Shui awakened, she would become a strategically vital talent deserving of focused cultivation. The scarcity of Auxiliary Soul Masters is staggering, and S-rank Auxiliary Soul Masters are a mere handful. Has the value of S-rank diminished so greatly? Another one has emerged. Su Shui truly lives up to her title as the campus beauty of the 7th Academy. Apart from exclamations of disbelief, I find myself at a loss for words to express my current emotions. The hearts of numerous boys on the playground shattered at once. Originally, Su Shui was an unattainable existence. Now, with the awakening of her S-rank auxiliary martial soul, she has become even more beyond reach. Such a girl is akin to a goddess, soaring high above in the firmament. The only option is to kneel and worship, daring not even to entertain thoughts of desecration. Su Shui skipped down from the stage, her joy radiating beyond words. She had initially worried that her awakened martial soul would be inadequate, unworthy of the imperial prince. Now, she is entirely qualified to become the imperial consort. The fiancé awakens an S-rank auxiliary soul while her rival awakens an S-rank offensive soul. If Yang Jin fails to awaken an S-rank, he will be nothing but a fool, a good-for-nothing orphan. If he were to awaken an S-rank, I would eat excrement while standing on my head. How dare he challenge Brother Yao to an unrestricted battle? It is akin to courting death. In the face of the crowd's jeers and discussions, Yang Jin remained composed. With a heavenly, unparalleled, and uniquely supreme divine-level soul master system. What is there to be flustered about? Go for it. Su Shui seemingly envisioned herself adorned with a phoenix hairpin, becoming the imperial consort. Yang Jin nodded and stepped onto the stage, entering the formation. After a long moment, a faint black glow flickered and vanished. A black banner quietly hovered before him. The commotion of this awakening was worlds apart from that of Ma Yao and Su Shui. Yang Jin, F-rank martial soul, black cloud banner. The principal shook his head in disappointment. As his words fell, the crowd gazed at the black cloud banner in Yang Jin's hand, laughing without restraint. Ha ha ha, an F-rank martial soul. I told you Yang Jin was a waste. He is utterly unworthy of Su, the campus beauty. Though the black cloud banner is a battle-type martial soul, it can merely create some mist, utterly useless. Yang Jin doesn't even compare to a single hair on Brother Yao's leg. Indeed, Brother Yao and Su are a match made in heaven. The disparity in martial souls signifies the disparity in life paths. This also validates their prior statement, a flower blooming amidst cow dung. Schwer, do you see? He has only awakened an F-rank martial soul. He is a complete waste. Ma Yao laughed with glee. He anticipated that Yang Jin's martial soul would be weaker than his, but he never expected it to be this weak. It is simply like heaven and earth. During an unrestricted battle, a single finger could crush him. Ding. Awakening successful. The heavenly, unparalleled, and uniquely supreme divine-level soul master system has been activated. Activation rewards. The black cloud banner automatically evolves into the Wanhun banner. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine-level martial soul. Wanhun banner. Host. Yang Jin. Realm. First grade junior soul master. Martial soul. Wanhun banner. 0-10,000. Martial soul skill 1. Soul erosion. Puppets can ignore any physical defenses and directly attack the target soul. Martial soul skill 2. Soul refinement. At the same realm, can forcibly refine the target into a soul puppet. Martial soul skill 3. Weakening domain. Within the attack range, the attack power, defense power, and recovery power of all targets are reduced by 10%. The longer the target remains within the attack range of the Wanhun banner, the reduction can reach up to 100%. Martial soul skill 4. Soul enhancement. For each additional soul puppet, the overall power of all puppets increases by 1%, up to a maximum of 1,000%. The heavenly, unparalleled, and uniquely supreme divine-level soul master system kindly reminds. Capturing 10,000 soul puppets with the Wanhun banner or reaching the intermediate soul master level can activate a new martial soul. With a maximum of 10 divine-level martial souls that can be activated, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Yang Jin's mind, and then a property panel appeared before him, visible only to him. After reading it, Yang Jin gasped, exclaiming it to be monstrous. Soul erosion, soul refinement, weakening domain. These 3 martial soul skills are already incredibly formidable. I never expected there to be something even more outrageous. Soul enhancement. An increase of 1% in power for each puppet means that with 10,000 puppets, the enhancement reaches 1,000%, a 100-fold increase in strength. It is worth noting that Su Shui's S-rank auxiliary martial soul only provides a 50% boost. What is most terrifying is that a maximum of 10 divine-level martial souls can be activated. The birth of a twin martial soul genius is exceedingly rare. What concept does having 10 martial souls represent? Unprecedented in history, it would shock the world for 10,000 years, and they are all divine level. Merely contemplating it sends shivers down the spine. With such a formidable start, what could lead to defeat? Truly, the heavenly, unparalleled, and uniquely supreme divine-level soul master system lives up to its lengthy name. At this moment, a profound disbelief and incredulity washed over Su Shui's stunning visage. Was he not the imperial prince? How could he possibly have only awakened an F-rank martial soul? The family's investigation could not be mistaken. That bronze ring symbolizes the identity of the imperial prince. Could it be that the ring does not belong to him but was picked up from somewhere? Indeed, that must be it. If so, it would explain why the prince has been wandering outside for so long without the imperial family sending someone to bring him back. Su Shui suddenly realized. Her teeth clenched in anger, a sense of betrayal welling up within her. For the past 3 years, she had treated Yang Jian as a prince. She had gone to great lengths to please him. Even giving herself, she had thought she could marry into the imperial family, but it turned out to be a futile endeavor. He deceived me. He deceived me. A torrent of resentment and reluctance surged within her heart. She wished to kill Yang Jian to vent her fury. At this moment, Yang Jian stepped down from the stage, eye in the face of the crowd's taunts. He disdainfully refrained from saying much. Soon, the unrestricted battle with Ma Yao would render them all speechless. Schwerer. Yang Jian concealed the truth about the Wanhun banner, wanting to gauge Su Shui's attitude first. Don't call me that. It disgusts me. At this moment, Su Shui was akin to a gas canister, ready to explode at any moment. 3 years. The best 3 years of her youth, all wasted on a waste. An S-rank auxiliary genius, demeaning herself before an F-rank good-for-nothing, would forever stain her life. Even if she eventually enrolled in a top Soul Master University, she would still be ridiculed for it. The only way to reclaim her reputation is to kill Yang Jian. Indeed. Yang Jian laughed instead of getting angry. She approached with ulterior motives. Once she discovered he was not the imperial prince, her true colors would be revealed. Indeed. What? You are merely an F-rank waste, while I am an S-rank auxiliary genius. We are destined to exist in 2 separate worlds, Su Shui proclaimed from her lofty height. In truth, I awakened a divine-level martial soul. Do you believe it? Out of the kindness of their 3 years together, Yang Jian wanted to give her one last chance. Yang Jian, I see you are mad. Concocting such a crude lie to retain me, Su Shui scoffed, her eyes filled with indifference and hatred. Chapter 3. The terrifying second soul skill. Schwerer, you are absolutely right. He has indeed lost his mind. We all see clearly that he is merely a waste who awakened an F-rank martial soul. Ma Yao approached Su Shui with an air of triumph, resting a hand on her shoulder. This time, Su Shui did not resist. She was merely an auxiliary soul master. To eliminate Yang Jian, she would need to rely on Ma Yao's strength. Allowing him to gain some advantage was inconsequential. You are not set to engage in an unrestricted battle. Since the martial souls have awakened, let us commence. Su Shui eagerly wished for Yang Jian's demise. Ma Yao understood her implication and asked, Schwerer, how would you like me to deal with him? Just kill him. That would save the trouble of breaking off the engagement. Su Shui's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. All right, just as I had in mind. Ma Yao smiled slightly, summoning his martial soul, the flaming bird. With the backing of the Ma family, killing an orphan would not stir a ripple. Is it necessary to be so merciless? Yang Jian anticipated that she would likely turn against him. But he did not expect such ruthlessness. Your existence signifies the shameful past of my life. You must die, Su Shui resolutely declared, signaling Ma Yao to prepare for action. Okay, understood. Yang Jian was not one to cling desperately. The opportunity had been given. If it was not cherished, then there was nothing more to be done. Everyone, step back. Ma Yao commanded the flaming bird to circle above the playground, sending the crowd scurrying away in fear. Before long, only Yang Jian and Ma Yao remained in the center of the playground. The latter had a flamewing bird with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters hovering above him, while Yang Jian stood before a palm-sized banner. In terms of both martial soul rank and visual impact, the disparity between the two was like heaven and earth. Such a vast gap in strength, yet they were to engage in an unrestricted battle. Was there any difference from seeking death? Principal, should we not intervene? Though Yang Jian was merely an F-rank student, a fatal incident would not be good. A teacher voiced her concerns. Her name was Lu Yu. Yang Jian's homeroom teacher, in her 30s, she was exceptionally well-maintained, appearing to be in her 20s. Her figure was alluringly voluptuous, enhanced further by a pair of black-framed glasses, exuding both purity and desire. The principal chuckled and shook his head, confidently asserting, rest assured, I have my own measures. The realms are divided into Junior Soul Master, Intermediate Soul Master, Advanced Soul Master, each further divided into 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the strongest. Beyond advanced soul masters, there are extraordinary soul masters and saintly soul masters, with extraordinary further categorized into marquis level and king level extraordinary. The saintly realm is divided into quasi-saint and saint. With his formidable prowess as a 9th-tier advanced soul master, it was a mere trifle for him to thwart 2 first-tier junior soul masters at a critical moment. Upon hearing the principal's words, the other teachers and leaders fell silent. They too were eager to witness the immense strength of the S-rank phoenix bird. Yang Jin, if you kneel and crawl through my legs right now, I might consider granting you a swifter death, Ma Yao proclaimed, exuding arrogance. For 3 long years, the goddess he yearned for had been with a useless fool. Now, reveling in his moment of triumph, he could not allow Yang Jin to die so easily. First, he would humiliate him thoroughly, shatter his dignity and pride, and then watch him breathe his last in despair. Are you delighted to pick up the worn shoes I've discarded? Yang Jin retorted calmly, Meow. What are you waiting for? Attack! Su Shui erupted, as if struck at a vulnerable point. Fool, you're so eager for death. Allow me to fulfill your wish. First soul skill, fiery meteor. Ma Yao's expression darkened ominously. As his voice fell, the phoenix bird let out an enraged shriek, sending terrifying sound waves that caused some students to wince in pain, as if their eardrums might shatter. Immediately, the phoenix bird flapped its wings, sending forth fiery feathers that cascaded like meteors from the heavens towards Yang Jin. Hundreds of blazing feathers blotted out the sky, their extreme heat warping the very air around them. Heavens! Such power from just the first soul skill. Among the myriad of S-rank offensive spirit souls, the phoenix bird undoubtedly ranked among the elite. That student named Yang Jin was doomed. Even an F-rank black cloud banner could only withstand this onslaught at the cost of heavy injuries and bloodshed. The teachers and leaders on the platform exchanged incredulous glances. The principal nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze to Yang Jin. If Yang Jin displayed any signs of fear, or if he chose to fight to uphold his dignity, the principal would intervene to save him. Yet, he observed Yang Jin's expression remained remarkably serene, which surprised him. It was not the forced calmness of someone attempting to mask their fear, nor the indifference towards life and death. Rather, it was a tranquil confidence that seemed to look down upon everything, indicative of his absolute faith in his own strength. As hundreds of fiery meteors descended, Yang Jin unfazedly unfurled the 10,000 souls banner, silently invoking third soul skill, weakened domain. With a hum, the 10,000 souls banner surged in size, nearly matching the phoenix bird in proportion. A chilling, eerie black mist billowed forth from the banner. Centered around the 10,000 souls banner, the black mist enveloped a 10-meter radius. This was his domain. As his level increased, the range of his domain expanded exponentially. Soon, the entire playground echoed with the mournful wails of tormented souls, as if countless vengeful spirits lurked within the black mist. In stark contrast to the phoenix bird's searing heat, the 10,000 souls banner exuded an aura of chilling dread. In a moment of disorientation, it felt as if they had plunged into the depths of hell. The 2 opposing atmospheres, one hot, the other cold, clashed violently, with the latter gaining overwhelming dominance. Doubts began to stir among the onlookers. Was it truly possible for an F-rank spirit soul to emanate such an aura? Merely bluster. Watch me shatter it in one strike. Ma Yao declared confidently, a mere F-rank spirit soul could never withstand the phoenix bird's soul skill. He envisioned the fiery meteors obliterating the black cloud banner, reducing Yang Jin to a mere puddle of flesh. Second soul skill, soul refinement. Yang Jin's lips curled into a slight smirk as he gently flicked his fingers. With the number of souls within the 10,000 souls banner at 0, he could only utilize the second and third soul skills. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by the anguished wails resonating through the air. Countless desiccated bones emerged from the 10,000 souls banner, surging towards the phoenix bird in the sky. The blazing feathers scorched the bones upon contact, turning them to ash in an instant. Each fiery feather that fell claimed a multitude of bones. Yet, the bones appeared endless, unyielding to death. The crowd watched in awe as countless bones braved the barrage of fiery feathers, reaching the phoenix bird. With their razor-sharp bone fangs, they inflicted pain upon the phoenix bird, which let out a cry of agony. The phoenix bird sought to shake off the bones, but their claws had already sunk deep into its flesh. You are but a worthless F-rank. How could you harm the phoenix bird? Ma Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Not just him, but everyone present was equally stunned. An F-rank spirit soul suppressing an S-rank spirit soul. Such a precedent had never existed throughout history. It was akin to a small-caliber bullet delivering the force of a nuclear bomb. Utterly implausible. This kid's spirit soul is peculiar, the principal mused, his eyes gleaming. Yao. You useless fool. You can't even handle an F-rank waste? If that is all you can do, then don't even dream of becoming my man. Su Shui shouted in exasperation. Today, without fail, Yang Jin must die. Ma Yao's countenance darkened, desperately trying to salvage his reputation as an S-rank genius. It was a momentary lapse that allowed you, a waste, to gain an advantage. But this ends here. Second soul skill, fiery ray. With a shriek, the phoenix bird soared high, unleashing a torrent of high-temperature flames upon the 10,000 souls banner. The flame, thick as a pillar, scorched the grass of the playground to a crisp. Below, the students felt as though they were trapped in a confined sauna, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Wherever the fiery column passed, the bones melted away like snow in the sun. Ha ha ha, Yang Jin, to die at my hands is the greatest honor of your life. Ma Yao reveled in his apparent success. Is that so? Yang Jin's lips curled into a playful smile. Kikik. An endless stream of bones poured forth from the 10,000 souls banner, densely packed like a vast ocean. They obscured the sky. Surrounding the phoenix bird, the onlookers could only hear the phoenix bird's heart-wrenching cries as fragments of fiery feathers plummeted from the sky. Witnessing this scene, everyone was astonished. An F-rank spirit soul could suppress an S-rank spirit soul to this extent. A testament to Yang Jin's extraordinary capabilities. Even in defeat, he would emerge with honor. Ma Yao's smile froze, disbelief etched on his face as he bellowed defiantly, third soul skill, true flame of the phoenix. A terrifying blaze, multiple times more potent than before, surged forth, vaporizing the surrounding bones. Yet, the phoenix bird found itself ensnared in a vortex, unable to escape as the relentless tide of bones surged forth, consuming its strength. This cannot be happening, my illustrious S-rank spirit soul. I will not lose to a mere waste. Ma Yao shrieked in despair, his visage a mask of rejection and hopelessness. He had exerted every ounce of power. Yet even his most formidable third soul skill could not break free from the confines. In this clash, he had lost, utterly and completely. This cannot be an F-rank spirit soul, can it? Could it be a flaw in the formation? Where is that brother who just said I'd eat shit while standing on my head? Come out and show yourself. It must be a flaw in the formation, to suppress the S-rank phoenix bird. Yang Jin must have awakened at least an S-rank spirit soul. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes shifting towards Yang Jin, their perceptions of him beginning to alter. Strength spoke volumes. None dared to call him a waste any longer. Principal? What is happening? The myriad leaders on the platform were equally bewildered. Was it truly a flaw in the formation? After the battle concludes, we shall have him tested again, the principal pondered, uncertain. Just as everyone believed the battle was approaching its climax, a burst of radiant colors erupted forth. First soul skill, Elven Holy Light. Second soul skill, Elven Blessing. Third soul skill, Elven Guardian. Buzz. 3 beams of 7-colored light descended upon the phoenix bird. In an instant, the phoenix bird, once on the brink of collapse, regained its peak condition, flames blazing around it. With the Elven Holy Staff's enhancement, its powers soared to new heights. Not only that, a circular protective barrier formed around it, capable of nullifying all physical damage for a limited time. The sudden strike came from Su Shui. Words once spoken could not be taken back. A simple breakup or cancellation of an engagement still held room for reconciliation. However, having just declared her intent to kill Yang Jin, any possibility of mending their relationship had vanished. Regardless of whether Yang Jin's talent was a result of a flawed test, the situation had escalated to a point where he must die. I recall the 3 soul skills of the Elven Holy Staff. One restores to full status, another enhances attributes by 50% for half an hour, and the last grants complete physical immunity for half an hour. Correct? You are indeed correct. With the aid of the Elven Holy Staff, the phoenix bird's strength approaches that of an SS rank spirit soul. Yang Jin is undoubtedly doomed. Auxiliary soul masters are indeed formidable, capable of turning the tide of battle single-handedly, while Yang Jian, left with no options, would likely have to concede defeat. Listening to the array of analyses from the teachers, the principal merely smiled faintly. He saw no hint of fear or panic on Yang Jian's face. He remained composed and confident. This indicated that Yang Jian still possessed a stronger trump card yet to be revealed. An assured S-rank spirit soul, perhaps even an SS rank. This time, the academy had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Ha ha ha. With Shui Er's assistance, your demise is inevitable. Ma Yao, shaking off his earlier despondency, rallied his spirits once more. Even the heavenly king himself could not save you. For my spirit, refined for me, Yang Jian pointed, and countless bones surged forth, as if invigorated, striving to drag the phoenix bird into the 10,000 souls banner. Regardless of whether it was an S-rank phoenix bird or an SS-rank Tai Su ancient dragon, as long as they were of the same realm, they could be forcibly refined, unyielding and without explanation. Even with the auxiliary support, it would make no difference. This is impossible. The Elven Guardian grants the phoenix bird half an hour of physical immunity. How can this still be? Miao was left in a daze. Moreover, he noticed that the enhancement effect of the Elven blessing had vanished. Simultaneously, the recently revived phoenix bird began to weaken at an alarming rate. What on earth is happening? Have we encountered a ghost? Ma Yao, you useless waste. Counterattack. Su Shui watched anxiously, her heart racing. Schwer. Ma Yao felt a deep anguish. The current phoenix bird resembled a creature ensnared in a horrific quagmire, with only half its head protruding. No matter how it struggled, it was merely a futile endeavor before its demise. A profound despair surged within him as Ma Yao helplessly observed the phoenix bird being gradually pulled into the soul banner. With a final unwilling shriek, the phoenix bird was completely drawn into the soul banner. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, with everyone staring in disbelief. The two S-rank prodigies had been utterly crushed by an F-rank. It was simply explosive. A mere mortal stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Yang Shan is incredible. Su University's Belle must be regretting her decisions. Yang Shan, I want to be your girlfriend. If that's not possible, I'd settle for being your lover. The students on the playground erupted in excitement. Yao felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he murmured in a daze. What is happening? Why can I no longer sense the existence of my martial soul? Truly a useless waste. Su Shui looked at him with disdain before turning her gaze to Yang Jian. This moment, she was certain that Yang Jian's talent had been severely underestimated. He was at least an S-rank, and quite possibly an SS rank. A wave of regret surged from the depths of her heart, escalating uncontrollably. How wonderful it would have been if she hadn't turned against him earlier and hadn't uttered those heartless words. Even if he hadn't awakened the unique primordial golden dragon of the imperial clan. The identity of an imperial prince might be false, but having an SS-rank genius as a son-in-law would have been a tremendous boon for the Su family. Moreover, Yang Jian was an orphan, devoid of any backing, making him easier for the Su family to control. Unfortunately, by intervening to assist Ma Yao, she had effectively severed the last thread of reconciliation. My martial soul has vanished. Where have you taken my martial soul? Ma Yao, in a frenzy, rushed forward and grasped Yang Jian's shoulders, shaking him desperately. Martial souls do not simply vanish, they merely transfer. Yang Jian snapped his fingers. With a piercing cry, the phoenix bird burst forth from the soul banner. However, it was no longer engulfed in red flames, but instead surrounded by icy blue flames, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. The first soul captured was an S-rank martial soul. This was a massive windfall. It could serve as the primary soul for the soul banner. Give it back to me. Return my martial soul. I beg you. Please, return it. I will bow down to you. Ma Yao knelt at Yang Jian's feet, repeatedly banging his head against the ground until blood flowed, not ceasing even then. The Ma family's foundation was not as profound as that of the Su family. The family had expended tremendous effort and resources to cultivate their only S-rank genius. This S-rank martial soul was Ma Yao's everything, the very hope for the rise of the Ma family. Want my martial soul? Fine. I shall send you to reunite with the phoenix bird. Yang Jian sneered as countless bones surged toward Ma Yao. At the critical moment, the principal intervened, commanding, "Stop. This is merely a sparring session among classmates. There is no need for lethal force. return the martial soul. Principle. Once it is refined by the soul banner, it will forever become a puppet. It's not that I do not wish to return it. It is simply impossible. Yang Jian spread his hands, shrugging helplessly. A martial soul capable of refining others. The principal's pupils widened in shock. There are countless types of martial souls, encompassing all things under heaven. Some awaken a mere blade of grass, while others can awaken ancient divine beasts. Yet, he had never heard of a martial soul that could refine others. Chapter 5. Various forces compete for Yang Jian. Try measuring your martial soul once more. All right. Yang Jian followed the principal and stepped back onto the stage to stand within the formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A brilliant light erupted abruptly, growing increasingly intense. The stronger the light, the higher the martial soul's rank. This radiance was on par with those of Ma Yao and Su Shui. It was indeed S rank. No, it is far beyond that. Principal, SS rank. It might even be SSS rank. Wait, how did the weather change so suddenly from clear skies? The many teachers and leaders present felt their hearts racing, breaths quickening. Witnessing the birth of an SS rank genius was akin to witnessing history. A talent of this caliber. It is exceedingly rare to find one in ordinary schools over the course of decades or even centuries. Even those powerful families with millennia of heritage must expend countless resources to potentially cultivate one. Given time, he would undoubtedly become one of the most formidable figures in the Great Xia. And the 7th Middle School of Jiangnan City, having nurtured such a genius, would be remembered in history. The principal gazed up at the sky, his expression one of shock as he declared, "No. The weather has not changed suddenly. It is the martial soul that has invoked a phenomenon in heaven and earth." Boom. Thunder roared, and dark clouds gathered. Shadows loomed over much of Jiangnan City. Eerie and chilling screams emanated from the stormy clouds. As countless ghastly bones protruded, the soul banner hovered in the sky, with the phoenix bird, engulfed in icy blue flames, circling and shrieking. The scene was profoundly eerie, as if hell were inverted. Fu Shui was rendered speechless by the sight. Crack, crack. The formation could not withstand the tremendous power of the soul banner, gradually fracturing and revealing cracks. Moments later, it exploded with a deafening roar, sending clouds of dust into the air, a phenomenon in heaven and earth. The terrifying force was beyond what the awakening formation could endure. Could it be divine level? Is there truly such a level of talent in this world? Principal, you are well versed in many matters. What do you think? Many teachers turned their gazes toward the principal. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time before responding. The awakening formation can at most withstand the power of an SSS rank talent, whether it is divine level. I have never encountered such a thing and cannot hastily conclude. However, one thing is certain. Even if it is not divine level, it is still a top-tier SSS rank talent, rivaling the primordial golden dragon of the imperial clan. Hiss! At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Most people in the playground had little understanding of what a top-tier SSS rank martial soul entailed. They merely knew it was impressive, but not to what extent. However, when it was said to rival the primordial golden dragon of the imperial clan, they understood. The imperial clan is the oldest family in this land, having experienced many ups and downs, ultimately uniting the realm over 1,000 years ago and founding the Great Xia. The current emperor of Xia possesses the primordial golden dragon as his martial soul. He is the only person in the world capable of confronting a saint with quasi-saint strength. Thus, the terror of the primordial golden dragon is evident. And if the soul banner can rival it, how impressive is that? Yang Shun has awakened such a powerful martial soul. Su University's belle must be regretting her choices. That goes without saying. I bet she wishes she could slap herself twice right now. Who asked her to be so materialistic? She deserves it. These voices reached Su Shui's ears, igniting her fury. Yet they spoke the truth. Su Shui was indeed filled with deep regret. Such a powerful martial soul, capable of rivaling the primordial golden dragon. What pride, dignity, or self-respect could compare? If only Yang Jian would grant her another chance, she would willingly kneel and apologize. At that moment, the principal sensed multiple presences approaching, promptly stating, "Yang Jian, withdraw your martial soul." "Oh, all right." With a wave of his hand, Yang Jian made the soul banner vanish, and the phenomenon in heaven and earth dissipated accordingly. Old Huang, such a significant phenomenon in the sky has been visible for a long time. The entire Jiangnan city is aware of it. You only just now want to withdraw the martial soul. It may be too late. You 7th middle school lacks any noteworthy talent. It would be a waste to keep such a fine seedling. Why not let us 3rd middle school have him? Name your conditions. What is the 3rd middle school worth? I haven't even spoken from 1st middle school yet. Old Huang, how about 3S rank students for Yang Jian? 3S rank students can't compare to 1S rank genius. If you can't bear to part with it, then return to where you came from. A multitude of powerful figures descended from the sky. A dense throng of 20 to 30 silhouettes hovering above the playground. A formidable and terrifying aura permeated the air, causing the students below to hold their breaths in fear. Flying through the air. So many extraordinary beings. 1st middle school, 2nd middle school, 3rd middle school. Goodness, all the principals from the other 24 middle schools in Jiangnan City have arrived. Not only the principals, the Department of Education, the Soul Master Association, and various forces have all come. Yang Shun's awakened martial soul is surely worth competing for among all factions. Numerous students whispered amongst themselves. The Soul Master ranks are divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, followed by extraordinary and quasi-saint levels. The extraordinary level is further divided into marquis level and king level. The quasi-saint level is divided into quasi-saint and saint. Suddenly, dozens of gazes converged on Yang Jian. An exceptional SSS rank genius is far more alluring than a naked beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, Yang Jian is a student of the 7th middle school. You are all so brazenly attempting to seize him. This is utterly outrageous. The principal's voice boomed, filled with anger. He was merely a 9th grade advanced soul master. Inferior to these extraordinary beings, however, if anyone dared to act with open aggression, he would fight with all his might to stop them. All the teachers of the 7th middle school stood together, glaring fiercely. The audacity of such a blatant attempt to seize a student was intolerable. Old Huang, we've known each other for decades. Why call it stealing? This should be termed a transaction. As long as you agree, I promise you won't suffer any loss. An elderly man with a white beard chuckled. Get lost? I advise all of you to give up this thought. The principal flatly refused. Seeing that he could not persuade the principal, the white-bearded man turned his gaze to Yang Jian, enticingly saying, Yang Jian, is it? As long as you are willing to come to our 1st middle school, our institution will spare no resources in nurturing you. With less than 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination, the principal of our school confidently pledged to cultivate you into at least a 9th grade soul master. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd erupted in outrage, vehemently berating the principal of the 1st high school. You shameless old fool. Are you hoping for a free ride? With Yang Jian's talent, achieving the status of a 9th grade soul master within 3 months is hardly a challenge. Yang Jian, come to our school. Not only can you attain the level of a 9th grade soul master, but we will also guarantee your admission to a prestigious soul master university. Join us, and aside from the conditions they offer, if you desire a house, a car, or money, we will arrange it all for you. If you seek a wife, I shall offer you my daughter. Such enticing conditions would have swayed most individuals. The principal's heart raced with anxiety as he turned his gaze toward Yang Jian. Feeling a tension he had not experienced in decades, as the saying goes, people strive for higher ground while water flows downward. No matter how Yang Jian chooses, he cannot go wrong. Yet, soon there would be a significant ranking competition among the 25 high schools in Jiangnan City. Whether they would once again be trampled by other schools or rise triumphantly depended entirely on Yang Jian. Thus, Yang Jian was of utmost importance to the 7th high school. Just when everyone assumed Yang Jian would have no reason to refuse such generous offers, he shook his head, expressing his gratitude but declining, stating that the principal and teachers had treated him well, and he would not leave the 7th high school. You old scoundrels, did you hear that? He will not leave the 7th high school. Ha ha ha. The principal's anxious heart finally settled, elated like a child at 60. At that moment, a furious voice rang out from a distance, Su Shui, look at the mess you've created. Hurry and kneel before Yang Jian to apologize. Thud. Before Su Shui could react, a powerful force struck her, compelling her to kneel. Immediately, Su Zhengxiong descended from the air, filled with righteous indignation, saying, I just heard someone say you intend to abandon Yang Jian for Ma Yao. Have you lost your mind? What has Yang Jian ever done to you, Dad? Su Shui attempted to explain. What more is there to explain? Even if Yang Jian possesses only F-grade talent, So what? He remains the son-in-law that I, Su Zhengxiong, have chosen. Kneel and apologize. Su Zhengxiong's words were resolute and unwavering. Chapter 6. The investment of the city leader. Just moments ago, Yang Jian was indifferent to her. Now, Yang Jian seemed utterly out of her league. Su Shui knelt before the entire faculty and student body, biting her lip as she bowed 3 times. She had once thought she would do anything to retain Yang Jian's presence. Yet, as she knelt, a wave of humiliation surged within her. Even with her gaze fixed on the ground, she could feel countless mocking and derisive stares bearing down upon her. In that instant, she was no longer the esteemed young lady of the Su family, but rather a pitiable jester. Yang Jian, I was wrong. I was blinded by my foolishness. I am sorry. Can you forgive me? After completing her bows, Su Shui looked at Yang Jian with tear-filled eyes. You just attempted to harm me, and now you think a simple apology will suffice. It is not Yang Jian's nature to repay kindness with kindness. He believes in tit for tat, as long as you can quell your anger. Feel free to punish me however you wish. I will not complain, Su Shui stated earnestly. You said it yourself. Yang Jian's lips curled into a smirk as he slowly approached Su Shui. Slap! A resounding slap struck her left cheek with precision. Slap! Another slap landed accurately on her right cheek. The 2 slaps left Su Shui's face swollen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Dazed, Su Shui knelt on the ground, taken aback by Yang Jian's lack of regard for their past, publicly striking her. How brazen! Yang Jian alternated between slapping her, his palms growing numb, switching to the back of his hands to continue the blows. The crisp sounds of slaps echoed through the air as Su Shui, determined to allow Yang Jian to vent his anger, remained silent. Her delicate cheeks were bruised and bloodied, barely recognizable, yet she did not plead for mercy. Su Zhengxiong stood nearby, watching without a hint of intervention. Though he felt deeply unsettled, the first 2 slaps could be interpreted as retribution, but the numerous subsequent slaps were purely for public humiliation. Hiss! The onlookers on the playground gasped in shock, marveling at Yang Jian's ruthless tactics. Showing no mercy, as if intent on utterly defeating Su Shui. After slapping her for over 10 minutes, Yang Jian finally paused, exhausted. Yang Jian, I understand that Xiao Shui has made a grave mistake, and I know you are still not satisfied. But I hope you can, for my sake, grant Xiao Shui another chance. Surely, after 3 years of affection, you must feel some reluctance to sever ties. Su Zhengxiong, appealing to emotions, quickly shifted his tone, saying, If you are willing to forgive Xiao Shui and become my son-in-law, I will immediately allow you to take my place as the head of the Su family. At that point, the wealth, personnel, and resources of the Su family will be at your disposal. Many in the crowd were moved by Su Zhengxiong's actions. Moreover, the Su family boasted a heritage spanning over a century, even older than some schools. Such terms were undeniably alluring. However, only Yang Jian was aware that Su Zhengxiong's extensive rhetoric was merely a fade. The matter of the bronze ring symbolizing imperial lineage was something Su Zhengxiong had investigated, leading him to orchestrate Su Shui's deliberate approach. The father and daughter were cut from the same cloth. This excessive flattery stemmed solely from Yang Jian's recent awakening of a powerful martial soul. Yang Jian scoffed, coldly rejecting, stating that he had no interest in Su Shui and even less in the Su family. A flicker of barely perceptible anger flashed within Su Zhengxiong's eyes, yet he quickly masked it, lowering his voice to say, Yang Jian, you have crippled Ma Yao. The Ma family will undoubtedly seek revenge. In all of Jiangnan City, only my Su family can protect you. Of course, I do not intend to threaten you, merely to remind you to consider the consequences. Very well, very well. You're still angry now? So let us discuss this later when you have calmed down. Su Zhengxiong cradled the unconscious Su Shui, preparing to depart when a formidable presence surged from the distance. The strong among them felt their expressions tighten as they turned to face the source of the energy. A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit descended from the air. The city leader, who is perpetually busy, has even graced us with his presence. It has been rumored that the city leader has a daughter with an SS-grade martial soul, whose beauty and figure rival that of Su Shui. Could it be that he is here to find a suitor for his daughter? It is not entirely implausible. After all, Yang Jian is an exceedingly rare top-tier S-grade martial soul. The crowd buzzed with speculation, instinctively parting to make way for the city leader. Jiangnan City's sole royal level extraordinary, power and status coexist. So you are Yang Jian? The city leader scrutinized Yang Jian. Yang Jian responded with neither humility nor arrogance, saying, "Good day, city leader. You are quite impressive." The city leader readily offered praise. In the face of temptations from other schools, maintaining composure shows that you are a person of deep feelings. When confronted by those with greater power and status, your refusal to fawn and your dignified demeanor reveal your character. Coupled with your exceptional SSS-grade martial soul, you are indeed a rare find. City leader, you are not here to steal someone away. Are you? The principal inquired, utterly dumbfounded. What nonsense! I am the city leader, a royal-level extraordinary. Why would I, like these old codgers, rush into a school to snatch someone away? The city leader stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Then, what brings you here? The principal pressed further, asked the city leader of Jiangnan City. When such a talent emerges in my jurisdiction, I must extend my congratulations. Here is a vial of soul liquid, a personal reward from me to you. The city leader tossed a bottle of dark green soul liquid. Wow! A gram of soul liquid is worth several tens of thousands. This bottle is worth at least 10 million. Truly, the city leader is generous. After consuming it, can I lick the bottle? The students on the playground gazed at each other with envy. That is soul liquid, capable of enhancing a soul master's internal soul power, greatly benefiting cultivation, especially a bottle of this size. It conservatively estimates that it could elevate Yang Jian directly from a first-grade soul master to a third-grade soul master. Thank you, city leader. Yang Jian gratefully accepted the soul liquid. Furthermore, I would like to announce another matter. If anyone in Jiangnan City dares to harm Yang Jian, they shall be executed without mercy. The city leader's expression turned stern as he cast a glance at Ma Yao, then fixed his gaze on Su Zhengxiong. How infuriating! Ma Yao gritted his teeth in resentment. I never anticipated that even the city leader would intervene. Su Zhengxiong's face darkened. With Yang Jian now backed by the city leader, he no longer feared the Ma family's retaliation. Thus, his carefully laid plans were on the verge of collapse. Focus on your training. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, come directly to the city leader's residence to find me. The city leader clapped Yang Jian on the shoulder before departing. This series of maneuvers left the other principals utterly astonished. Compared to their blatant attempts at recruitment, the city leader's approach was several stories higher in sophistication. That being said, they could not offer anything comparable to the 10 million worth of soul liquid to lure Yang Jian. The extraordinary figure sighed in resignation before taking their leave. After a considerable time, the 7th high school finally returned to tranquility. The awakening of martial souls continued, yet Yang Jian departed early to his dormitory, preparing to refine the soul liquid. This moment, the dormitory was empty, and he sat on his bed, uncapping the vial and downing the soul liquid in one go. It had a slightly sweet taste, reminiscent of yogurt jelly. Immediately, a vast torrent of soul power surged within him, crashing against his meridians. Under the onslaught of this soul power, his meridians gradually widened. His bones and flesh were cleansed of many impurities and blemishes through the baptism of soul power. In an instant, his soul power surged, propelling him into the 2nd-grade realm. Yet the ascent did not cease there. His realm continued to climb at an astonishing pace, 3rd grade, peak 3rd grade. Until this moment, the power of the soul liquid had gradually been consumed. 10 million just vanished like that. Yang Jian smacked his lips, feeling a bit complicated. Young mastered, that moment, a hoarse and weathered voice echoed within the dormitory. Who is speaking? Yang Jian jolted, unleashing his martial soul in a defensive posture. Disturbing the young master, the old servant is doomed. From the shadows, a hunched old man draped in a black robe and wearing a faceless mask emerged, kneeling with a thud on the ground. Yang Jian observed him with vigilance, unable to discern his realm. It was akin to a bottomless abyss, unfathomable. Who exactly are you? Yang Jian demanded. Old servant Huang Sanjian, servant to your father. Servant to my father? Young master? Then what is my identity? The current Emperor Xia is your father, and you are the prince of the imperial clan. Chapter 7. The Emperor's servant, a quasi-saint. Boom. Yang Jian felt as though struck by 5 thunderbolts. His heart shaken and unable to calm for a long time. The Emperor Xia, the monarch of the great Xia kingdom, one of the most formidable beings in the world, possessing supreme power and an exalted status. And such a person is his father. If the young master truly doubts, you may drop a drop of blood onto the bronze ring. Is that so? Then I shall try. Yang Jin bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the bronze ring. Instantly, a golden light burst forth, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Soul power infused within revealed a vast storage space. Indeed, it turns out the investigation by the Su family was not mistaken. He truly is the prince of the imperial clan. Yang Jin was overwhelmed with excitement, his heart blooming with joy. With the imperial clan as his backing, what are the Ma and Su families to him? Moreover, his support is not just any ordinary imperial clan, but the royal family within the imperial clan. Since I am a prince, why was I lost among the common people? Why has the imperial clan remained indifferent all these years? Yang Jin inquired further. Alas, this matter dates back 20 years, and the old servant cannot explain it all at once. However, the master has ordered that if the young master awakens a weak martial soul, he may live leisurely as a wealthy gentleman. If he awakens a powerful martial soul, the old servant shall act as a protector, secretly guarding the young master. Protector? That is a privilege reserved for the prodigies of great families. Yang Jin's eyes brightened, his heart igniting with fervor as he asked, Old Huang, what realm do you currently possess? Are you a marquis extraordinary or a king extraordinary? The old servant reached the quasi-saint realm 200 years ago. The old man hunched over replied, Quasi-saint? Yang Jin's eyes widened in shock. The extraordinary realm allows one to transcend mortality, soaring through the skies and cleaving mountains and seas. Entering the saint realm would enable one to rival the immortals and sages. Capable of withstanding nuclear explosions unscathed, a single individual able to destroy an entire nation. Such a level of strength belongs to the pinnacle of combatants worldwide, revered as esteemed guests wherever they go. Yang Jin shifted his line of questioning, Old Huang, there are many prodigies within the imperial clan, and several possess protectors behind them, but there should not be many protectors at the quasi-saint realm. Right? Not many, only me, Old Huang answered. It seems this unseen emperor father possesses some conscience after all. When can I return to the imperial clan? Yang Jin mused with quiet pride. The time is not yet ripe. But if the young master can shine brilliantly in this year's National College Entrance Examination competition, perhaps he may return to the imperial clan ahead of schedule. Excellent. This year's National College Entrance Examination competition, I shall take first place, Yang Jin declared with full confidence and fervor. Young master, the National College Entrance Examination competition gathers the talents of the world. Achieving first place is no easy feat. The old servant suggests you focus all your energy on the upcoming ranking competition among the 25 schools. Only by securing first place in the regional battle can you qualify for the top 300 in the National College Entrance Examination competition, Old Huang respectfully advised. Yang Jin felt dazed, incredulously asking, so if I secure first place in the ranking competition, I am merely qualified to compete for the top 300? Not even the top 100? But I possess divine-level talent. Young master, the Great Xia Kingdom is larger than you imagine, especially those great families that possess the best resources, essentially monopolizing the top 100 every year. Additionally, talent can only determine a soul master's ceiling. While resources can break through that ceiling, Old Huang patiently explained, Fine, then I shall first secure first place in the ranking competition. Yang Jin resolved. Very well, if the young master has no further matters. The old servant will take his leave. How will I contact you in the future? Should I add you on WeChat? As long as the young master calls out the old servant's name, the old servant will appear immediately. Oh. Yang Jin nodded, witnessing Old Huang mysteriously merge into the shadows. After he vanished, Yang Jin shouted, Old Huang, the old servant is here. What command does the young master have? Old Huang instantly materialized from the shadows. Oh, nothing much, just wanted to see if it works. You may leave now. Yang Jin grinned broadly, a quasi-saint powerhouse, truly terrifying. By evening, the martial soul awakening ceremony concluded. The principal summoned all the teachers for a meeting to discuss Yang Jin's training plan collectively. No school in Jiangnan City had ever treated a student so ceremoniously. But Yang Jin was different. He possessed a top-tier SSS-level martial soul, the entirety of 7 middle schools' hope for resurgence. More importantly, faced with the temptations of so many schools, he chose to remain at 7 middle school. Given this, 7 middle school surely could not let Yang Jin down. In addition to providing the necessary training resources, They also needed to formulate a perfect training plan tailored to Yang Jian's martial soul. To devise a perfect training plan, they first needed to understand Yang Jian's martial soul attributes. Thus, Yang Jian also attended this meeting. Yang Jian, please introduce your martial soul, the principal said kindly. Yang Jian hesitated. The martial soul attribute is crucial for every soul master. If revealed, others could devise targeted attack strategies against him. Therefore, maintaining the mystery of his martial soul was especially important. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, we will not leak even a word to the outside. Even if it costs us our lives, we will take every word you say today to our graves. The principal vowed earnestly. I swear on my life. I swear on my life as well. The other teachers stood up one after another, raising their hands to the heavens, swearing, but they would never know. Today's words would become a prophecy. All right then. Yang Jian contemplated for a moment and agreed. First, he was clear about the principal and teacher's characters after 3 years at 7 middle school. Secondly, whether it was to activate his second martial soul faster or to enhance his strength to achieve better results in the college entrance examination. He needed the school's cultivation assistance. Thus, Yang Jian summoned his martial soul and briefly introduced, "My martial soul is the 10,000 souls flag, primarily focused on refining souls. Please also introduce your soul skills." The principal continued, "First soul skill, soul erosion, which can ignore any physical defenses and directly attack the target soul. Second soul skill, soul refinement, which allows direct refinement of the target into a soul puppet at the same realm. Third soul skill, weakening domain. Within the attack range, all targets' attack power, defense power, and recovery power are reduced by 10%, with the maximum reduction reaching 100% the longer the target remains within the 10,000 souls flag's attack range." After hearing Yang Jian's introduction, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence. What kind of hellish skills are these? Too abnormal? Ordinary S-level soul skills are nothing but a joke in front of the 10,000 souls flag. Especially the second soul skill. Refining directly at the same realm is completely unreasonable. No matter which realm he cultivates to in the future, he would be invincible at that realm. This is also why, even though the Fire Phoenix bird possessed the Spirit Saint Staff's boost, it was still refined by the 10,000 souls flag. They had already overestimated Yang Jian's martial soul, but it turned out they had still underestimated him. This seminar meeting was indeed necessary. Fourth soul skill. Their SA fourth soul skill. For S-level and above martial souls, do they not typically possess only 3 soul skills? Unless it is not an SSS-level martial soul, but a divine-level martial soul. Hiss. The entire room gasped in shock, faces filled with astonishment. It turns out there truly are divine-level martial souls in this world. Chapter 8. The Hope of 7 Middle School Yang Jian. Quickly tell us. What is your fourth soul skill? The principal urged impatiently. Fourth soul skill. Soul enhancement. For every additional soul puppet, the overall strength of all puppets increases by 1%, up to a maximum of 1,000%. Yang Jian replied. As soon as the words fell, a chorus of curses erupted in the meeting room. A 100-fold increase in strength. This soul skill is utterly shameless. Is this a support-type martial soul or an output-type martial soul? This one soul skill surpasses the combined power of the previous 3 soul skills. Truly worthy of being a divine-level martial soul. The difference between ordinary martial souls and this is like heaven and earth. Observing the teachers before him in a frenzy, Yang Jian remained calm. A divine-level martial soul elicited such a reaction from them. What would happen if he were to awaken 10 divine-level martial souls in the future? Would they not die on the spot from shock? Bang! Just then, the principal slammed the table, decisively stating, "There is no need to devise overly complicated training plans. We should directly take Yang Jian into the wild zone to hunt exotic beasts. Increasing the quantity of souls for the 10,000 souls flag, which is the fastest way to enhance strength. Exactly. I am Yang Jian's homeroom teacher. It is my duty to lead him to the wild zone. Yang Jian is not just the Yang Jian of your class 5. He is the Yang Jian of all 7 middle school, and all teachers have the responsibility to protect his growth. What can be achieved through mere words? Why don't we have a contest? Whoever is stronger in strength shall have the right to lead Yang Jian to the wild zone." The dozens of teachers in the meeting room gradually began to bicker. Each one turned red in the face, nearly unable to suppress their desires to resort to blows. Esteemed teachers, in truth, I can venture into the wasteland district alone. Yang Jian interjected. No? The teachers exclaimed in unison. their refusal resolute and unyielding. The wasteland district is fraught with peril. One must contend not only with the unpredictable emergence of monstrous beasts, but also with the intricacies of human nature. Allowing an ungraduated high school student to brave it alone renders the likelihood of survival nearly infinitesimal. Most importantly, Yang Jian embodies the future of Qizhong. For decades, Qizhong has been overshadowed by other schools in Jiangnan City, with various principals brazenly poaching students, which has left them seething with resentment. The forthcoming ranking competition represents the paramount opportunity for Qizhong to reclaim its dignity, and all of this hinges on Yang Jian. Amidst the fervent debate, the principal announced, "Very well, let teacher Lu lead the expedition, as she is Yang Jian's homeroom teacher and thus more familiar with him. Additionally, we shall assign 2 more teachers to assist, ensuring Yang Jian's safety at all costs. Rest assured, principal, even if we perish in the wasteland district, we will ensure Yang Jian returns alive," teacher Lu vowed with unwavering conviction. The principal nodded in satisfaction before addressing Yang Jian. "Yang Jian, though you will have teachers safeguarding you, you must not let your guard down, nor allow complacency to take root. You are now the sole hope of Qizhong. The success of Qizhong in the upcoming ranking competition rests entirely upon your shoulders. Please rest assured, principal and esteemed teachers, Yang Jian shall not disappoint." Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with determination, his fighting spirit ignited. The annual ranking competition among the 25 schools in Jiangnan City is a significant event. The higher the school's rank, the more resources the education department allocates. Conversely, the lower the rank, the fewer resources are provided. This creates a cycle where the strong grow stronger and the weak remain weak. Schools not only poach students from Qizhong but have also lured away numerous teachers. Thus, the entire Qizhong community is burdened with a sense of indignation, and Yang Jian is no exception. However, Yang Jian does not perceive the ranking competition as his ultimate goal. Rather, he views it as a mere trial. His true ambition is to return to the imperial clan. What transpired 20 years ago remains a mystery to him. However, one thing is certain. Formidable strength is the prerequisite for achieving anything. When his power reaches a level that even the imperial clan cannot dismiss, he will seek to rejoin the clan, acknowledge his roots, and even vie for the position of crown prince without anyone daring to obstruct him. After the meeting concluded, everyone returned to gather their belongings, preparing to depart that very night. Meanwhile, at the Ma family villa, Ma Yao knelt in the center of the living room, tears streaming down his face as he accused Yang Jian of his malevolent deeds. Seated above him was Ma Hong, the head of the Ma family, flanked by a dozen elders of the clan. Upon hearing his accusations, each elder seethed with anger. To Yang Jian, he had merely refined Ma Yao's martial soul. Yet for the Ma family, what they had lost was the future of their entire lineage. Years of dedication, a gamble of everything the Ma family possessed, had now dissipated into thin air. Ma Yao's S-class martial soul was the hope for the Ma family's rise. And now it lay in ruins due to Yang Jian's actions. They could not let this transgression go unpunished. Kill him. He must be killed. If it were that easy to eliminate him, it would be too merciful. It would be best to capture him first, subject him to the most excruciating tortures imaginable, leaving him to wish for death. The crowd's eyes blazed with fury, their anger palpable, in contrast to the collective rage. Ma Hong remained composed, knowing that Yang Jian had the support of the city's mayor. It would be difficult for their family alone to succeed. "Father, the mayor is indeed powerful, but he is not a deity. As long as we act without leaving evidence, the mayor can do nothing against us," Ma Yao retorted. "Fool! Silence yourself." Ma Hong glared at him, reprimanding him fiercely. The resources the family has expended over the years to cultivate talent have undoubtedly enhanced his abilities. Yet they have utterly failed to sharpen his wits. He was easily swayed by a few words from Su Shui, and with a little sweet talk, he can no longer discern east from west. After all, the first wave of attacks was effortlessly neutralized. He should have recognized something was amiss and ceased immediately. Truly foolish, beyond comprehension. Then, what should we do now? Are we to passively watch as Yang Jian roams freely? Ma Yao's heart seethed with resentment and discontent. We shall await the response from the Su family. Ma Hong closed his eyes, waiting in silence. The Ma family's strength was insufficient to withstand the mayor's wrath. If they could enlist the support of the well-established Su family, their chances would significantly improve. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, Su Zhengxiong sat at the head of the table, his gaze scrutinizing the man before him. Yang Jian is my daughter's fiancé, a prized son-in-law of the Su family. You expect me to kill him? Su family head, do not harbor delusions. Everyone can see that Yang Jian has no interest in your daughter. The man replied emphatically, it was merely a trivial quarrel between the couple. They will reconcile in due time. It is nothing of consequence. Conversely, should you dare to lay a finger on Yang Jian, I shall not let you go unpunished, Su Zhengxiong declared, slamming his palm down, causing the nearby table to splinter into pieces as he unleashed the unrestrained pressure of a transcendent being. Humph! If you are unwilling, then so be it. I take my leave, the man huffed in dissatisfaction, turning to depart. The Ma family's resources are limited. To confront Yang Jian, they have but one path. The Soul Pursuit Hall. If we can rescue Yang Jian from the Soul Pursuit Hall, all grievances and grudges will naturally be resolved. Relay my orders. Dispatch someone to closely monitor the movements of the Soul Pursuit Hall. Su Zhengxiong envisioned a grand scheme, using both the Ma family and the Soul Pursuit Hall as pawns in a melodramatic narrative of a beautiful maiden rescuing a hero. When one finds themselves in dire straits, they are often at their most vulnerable and desperate. At such a moment, should Su Shui arrive with her entourage, it would surely garner Yang Jian's eternal gratitude. Chapter 9. Soul Pursuit Hall. After departing from the Ma family, Ma Heng donned a disguise and cautiously approached a traditional Chinese residence. It was now night, and the estate was adorned with crimson lanterns. Casting an eerie and oppressive atmosphere, Ma Heng turned his head warily, murmuring to himself, with my strength as a high-level soul master, I should not be unable to detect if I am being followed. It seems I am safe. Ma Heng of the Ma family seeks an audience with the soul pursuer. The gates of the estate swung open, and Ma Heng halted at the entrance, hesitant to intrude. The Soul Pursuit Hall is scattered across various locations and boasts hundreds of thousands of members. Each Soul Pursuit sub-hall is overseen by a soul pursuer, the weakest among them being at the level of a Marquis-level Transcendent. Above the Soul Pursuers are the King-level Transcendent Soul Pursuers. Ascending further, there are the 8 Protectors at the Quasi-Saint level. The most formidable is the Hall Master of the Soul Pursuit Hall. Rumored to be a saint-level powerhouse who has lived for over 5 centuries, given the strength of the Soul Pursuit Hall, eliminating Yang Jian would be a trivial task. Moreover, the Soul Pursuit Hall conducts its operations without leaving a trace. Should their actions be exposed, they would instantly commit suicide, ensuring no further repercussions. Even if the mayor harbors suspicions later, without evidence, he would be powerless against the Ma family. The only discomfort for Ma Heng is the exorbitant fees charged by the Soul Pursuit Hall. This time, it would likely result in a significant financial loss. Come I in, at that moment, a hauntingly serene voice echoed from within the estate, as if emanating from all directions. The thought of soon encountering the legendary Soul Pursuer made Ma Heng somewhat anxious. His heart racing, upon entering the estate and following the flickering red lanterns, he arrived at a pavilion within the premises. Seated inside was a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a faceless mask that revealed only their eyes. Rendering their gender indiscernible, I pay my respects to the Soul Pursuer. Heng bowed deeply, exhibiting utmost reverence. Speak, who do you wish to kill? The figure in black asked, their voice crisp, hinting at femininity. Yang Jian from Class 5. Senior Year, Qizhong. Ma Heng replied with unwavering certainty, a top-tier SSS class martial soul possessor, a prodigy of Qizhong, and favored by the mayor, the black-robed woman mused. The Soul Pursuit Hall dares not kill him? Ma Heng exclaimed in astonishment. There is no one in this world that the Soul Pursuit Hall dares not eliminate, not even a prince of the imperial clan. However, it requires additional payment. Payment is not an issue. Name your price. 30 million. How much? 30 million. Ma Heng could hardly believe his ears, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the black-robed woman. A price of 30 million could buy the life of a high-level soul master. Yet Yang Jian is merely a lowly beginner soul master. Logically, a sum of tens of thousands would suffice, at most a couple of 100,000. If you find it too expensive, then seek someone else. The black-robed woman waved her hand, dismissing him. Fine, 30 million it is, but you must ensure that it is handled discreetly. It cannot be traced back to me. Ma Heng gritted his teeth, making a firm decision. With the support of the mayor behind Yang Jian, even the deeply rooted Su family would not dare to act recklessly. Looking across all of Jiangnan City, aside from the Soul Pursuit Hall, no other force would dare to take on such a contract. As long as they can eliminate Yang Jian and relieve this grievance, it would be worth it. The Soul Pursuit Hall is known for its meticulousness. Once the payment is received, they will act immediately. The black-robed woman promised with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and the other two teachers had already gathered at the foot of the boys' dormitory. They had prepared all the necessary supplies for their venture into the Wasteland District, ensuring that everything was in place. With one high-level Soul Master and two intermediate-level Soul Masters, this configuration was more than sufficient to sweep through the Wasteland District, which was classified into tiers: Beast General, Lord, King, and Monarch. The lower tiers consist only of beginner and intermediate-level beasts, presenting a relatively lower danger level. At long last, Yang Jian completed his preparations and descended the stairs. From a distance, he spotted Lu Yu and the other two waiting at the entrance, prompting him to wave in greeting. Teacher Lu, Teacher Wang, Teacher Zhang. Yang Jian, this is a storage ring specially approved by the principal for you. When you enter the Wasteland District to slay the beasts, it can be used to store their remains, Lu Yu said as she produced a ring from her pocket. Thank you, Teacher Lu, but I already possess a storage ring. Yang Jian waved the bronze ring on his hand. This is a purple-grade soul artifact, with a significantly larger storage capacity, certainly superior to what you currently have. Not even the top 10 high schools can afford such generosity. The principal truly values you. So do accept it. The one I have is a yellow-grade storage ring. Yang Jian infused his soul power, causing the bronze ring to radiate with a brilliant glow, revealing an endless storage space within. Hiss! The three teachers gasped in astonishment. Soul artifacts are categorized into white, blue, purple, red, and yellow levels. Above these are the heritage and epic levels, though these two types of soul artifacts are exceedingly rare, regarded as treasures of clans. Typically, a purple-level soul artifact is valued at over 5 million, with the finest reaching tens of millions. In contrast, yellow-level soul artifacts start at 30 million, with the top-tier ones exceeding 100 million. Who could have gifted such a thing? The city authorities, the military, the education department, the Soul Master Association, the Soul Merchant Guild, the Adventurers Association? The three stood entranced, their faces reflecting shocked. Is this the allure of a divine genius? All factions vie for his favor, even offering soul liquids worth millions and yellow-level soul artifacts valued at over 30 million. Lu Yu, regaining her composure from the shock, earnestly advised, Yang Jian, do not flaunt your wealth. During your time at school, surrounded by students, it was normal for them not to recognize a yellow-level soul artifact. However, in the chaotic Sunset Town, where many possess profound capabilities, wearing a yellow-level soul artifact could easily attract envy. No worries. If anyone dares to provoke me, they will learn what it means to hit a steel plate. Yang Jian replied confidently. Well, all right then. Lu Yu hesitated, her words trailing off. Sunset Town, located on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, borders the desolate area of Beast Generals. The indigenous inhabitants of this town have long since relocated, leaving behind only the adventurers who frequently enter the wasteland to hunt exotic beasts, along with various trades spawned by their presence, such as merchants selling potions and soul artifacts, and those purchasing the blood, flesh, and hides of exotic beasts. After several hours, they finally arrived at Sunset Town. They found a hotel to register and decided to rest for the night before setting off in the morning. Yang Jian, return to your room early and rest to avoid any unforeseen complications, Lu Yu instructed. All right, Yang Jian nodded and returned to his room. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside, a group of people conspired clandestinely. Can you confirm that the kid is wearing a yellow-level soul artifact? A burly man inquired. Brother Gao Hu, when have my eyes ever deceived me? That is undoubtedly a top-tier yellow-level storage ring. It could fetch at least 50 million on the black market. A portly middle-aged man exclaimed, greed evident on his face. He was the hotel owner, having noticed the ring on Yang Jian's hand during registration. Upon hearing this, the others were filled with excitement, eagerly preparing to take action. A yellow-level soul artifact worth 50 million. A sure target. It's practically served on a platter. We can't let it go to waste. Brother Hu, what are you hesitating for? Let's do it. A seductive woman urged. Who else came with that kid? Gao Hu asked cautiously. 1 third-tier high-level soul master, 2 intermediate soul masters, the hotel owner explained. Brother Hu is a 5th-tier high-level soul master. And with all of us, the yellow-level soul artifact is within our grasp. The alluring woman laughed triumphantly. Gao Hu smirked and waved his hand, commanding, let's move. Chapter 10. The immortal dances above my head upon hearing this. The seductive woman swayed her slender waist, stepping forward. She stood at Yang Jin's door, deliberately adjusting her clothing to reveal more of her chest before knocking. Who is it? Handsome, would you like a massage? Not interested. The long night can be so lonely when alone. Let me keep you company. The seductive woman produced a special room key from her pocket, effortlessly unlocking the door and stepping inside. Yang Jin, just finished showering and preparing to sleep, was startled upright. How do you have the key to my room? The seductive woman immediately spotted the yellow-level soul artifact, a strong greed flickering in her eyes. She approached Yang Jin, swaying her enchanting figure closer. Brother, you're so handsome and well-built. I won't even charge you. Answer my question, Yang Jin said in a deep voice. Oh, why are you being so fierce? The seductive woman suddenly stumbled and fell into Yang Jin's embrace. Her expression shifting dramatically, she began tearing at her own clothing while loudly crying out, "Help! Someone! Assault!" In the next moment, a group of burly men burst into the room, surrounding Yang Jin. Each of them exuded formidable energy, the weakest among them being an intermediate soul master. Leading them was Gao Hu. Brother, you arrived just in time. This guy just tried to assault me. The seductive woman feigned great distress, collapsing into the arms of the high-level soul master. Yang Jin, you little brat. How dare you bully my sister? If you don't provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, you won't leave this room. Gao Hu unleashed a powerful aura, enveloping the entire suite. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Upon seeing Gao Hu at the forefront, everyone instinctively stepped back. This young man has caught the attention of Gao Hu. He is surely in for a disastrous night. Gao Hu and the hotel owner were in cahoots, preying on young men staying alone. It was utterly despicable. Everyone in Sunset Town knew that Gao Hu had the backing of the president of the Adventurers Association. But what could they do? Who could stand against him? As the crowd murmured, Gao Hu held his head high, reveling in his perceived superiority. In terms of strength, he was a high-level soul master, one of the powerful figures in Sunset Town. In terms of backing, the president of the Adventurers Association was his own brother, a true extraordinary soul master. Any plump target he set his sights on would either be bled dry or meet a grim fate. After all, this area was near the wasteland, making it easy to dispose of bodies without leaving a trace. Sunset Town was indeed a den of iniquity, but if you think of me as a mere sheep, you have truly chosen the wrong target. I am a kind-hearted person. As long as you self-inflict an injury, I will treat this as if nothing happened. Otherwise, both your arms will be forfeit. Yang Jin's tone grew colder as he spoke. Faced with the encirclement of so many powerful figures, he remained calm and collected, a hint of mockery playing at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Then, Gao Hu and his companions erupted into laughter. Brother Hu, did I hear that right? This kid just said for us to self-inflict an injury? I get it now. This kid must be out of his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such foolishness. In Sunset Town, it has always been the case that we threaten others. No one has ever dared to threaten us. Gao Hu took a few steps forward, contemptuously poking Yang Jin's chest with his finger, taunting, "A mere third-tier beginner soul master dares to be arrogant in front of me? Come, I want to see how you will make me self-inflict an injury. If you can't make me self-inflict an injury, I will break all your limbs, old." Before Yang Jin could finish his retort, Lu Yu and the others rushed in. What happened? What is going on, Yang Jin? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Yang Jin replied with a smile. Is this your backup? One high-level soul master and 2 intermediate soul masters? Is there anyone else? Bring more people, Gao Hu mocked provocatively, having anticipated the arrival of the 3. He disdainfully scanned them, and when he saw Lu Yu, he was instantly captivated by her beauty and figure. Brother, why are you looking at that wench? The seductive woman seethed with jealousy. Get out of the way. Gao Hu roughly shoved the seductive woman aside, greedily licking his lips as he unabashedly admired Lu Yu's stunning figure. Lu Yu glanced at the disheveled seductive woman, then at Yang Jin in his sleepwear, and immediately understood everything. This was a meticulously planned trap, however. If the prey does not take the bait, it cannot fall into the trap. I am Lu Yu, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 at Jiangnan City's 7th middle school. What do you intend to do? Lu Yu introduced herself, hoping to defuse the crisis. Even the principal is just a useless high-level soul master from the 7th middle school. Do you think you can intimidate me with that? ILL put it this way. Either you use that ring to compensate my sister for her emotional distress, or that you spend the night with me. Heh, Gao Hu boasted arrogantly, his greedy eyes practically devouring Lu Yu. This is outrageous. The two teachers erupted in anger. What of it? I have changed my mind. I want both the ring and the person. Close the door. Attack. Gao Hu's face twisted in a feral grin. Brutishly domineering. Chapter 11. I changed my mind too. Not a single one left with his command. The door to the room was locked shut. Several intermediate soul masters spread out, thoroughly surrounding Yang Jian and his companions. Gao Hu grinned lewdly, unleashing his martial soul and aura, declaring, "Kill all the men. The woman is for me, a fifth-tier high-level soul master." Lu Yu's eyes widened in shock. This is it. The two teachers were filled with despair. One was a fifth-tier intermediate soul master, and the other was a sixth-tier intermediate soul master, while Lu Yu only possessed the strength of a third-tier high-level soul master. In terms of top-tier combat power and numbers, the enemy had a crushing advantage. Escaping the encirclement with Yang Jian safely would be a monumental challenge. If they abandoned Yang Jian to flee alone, it would not be difficult, but they could not do that. Yang Jian was the hope for the rise of the 7th middle school. They needed him to help elevate their status in the upcoming ranking competition. Actually, you don't need to be so anxious. A few ants can easily be crushed, Yang Jian interjected calmly as they prepared to call for help. Playing the fool and putting on a show is pointless. With the guardian of an exalted saint level like Lao Huang, encountering such blind ants, just trample over them. You call them ants? Lu Yu was astonished. You call us ants? Gao Hu laughed contemptuously. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The ground is overrun with weeds, littered with abandoned vehicles and the ruins of destroyed buildings. Moss and vines are rampant, and corpses lay strewn about, some of exotic beasts, others of humans. This place once teemed with human life, yet it could not withstand the onslaught of the monstrous tide. Ultimately succumbing to despair, a sudden sound interrupts the stillness. As they walk, Lu Yu abruptly halts. She closes her eyes, attentively sensing the direction of the noise. To the northwest, she detects over 100 low-level exotic beasts known as gold-eating mice. An ideal opportunity for you to hone your skills. Yang Jian, shortly we three will block the escape route of the gold-eating mice. You shall be responsible for their extermination. Understood. Yang Jian nods, instantly following Lu Yu as they set off. After traversing several kilometers, they indeed encounter a horde of gold-eating mice, the strongest among them at the initial stage of the 4th rank, while the weakest are merely at the 1st. The prowess of a high-ranking soul master is truly formidable. Capable of sensing such a distance, Yang Jian is inwardly astonished. Quite clever. Upon sensing our formidable aura, their first instinct is to flee, but they shall not escape. Attack. At Lu Yu's command, the other two instructors unleash their overwhelming soul power. 3 streams of soul energy coalesce into a completely enclosed space, trapping the fleeing gold-eating mice within. The latter screech in panic, desperately ramming their heads against the barrier and clawing at it in futility. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. Yang Jian, unleash your martial spirit. Lu Yu calls out loudly. Understood. With a flick of his hand, the soul banner appears out of thin air, expanding 100-fold in the wind. With a piercing cry, an ice-blue phoenix emerges, circling overhead with an eerie, chilling aura that sends the horde of gold-eating mice trembling in fear. Then, the phoenix unleashes a torrent of icy flames, sweeping down upon them. This group of gold-eating mice possesses no capacity for resistance, rolling on the ground and wailing as they are scorched by the flames. 3rd soul skill, weakening field. 2nd soul skill, soul refinement. Yang Jian points a finger, and an endless tide of white bones surges forth from the soul banner. With the strength of the gold-eating mice diminished, the subsequent refinement becomes significantly easier. Yang Jian has rapidly advanced to the 4th rank. How astonishing! With an ample supply of soul liquid and a dozen beast cores, is it any wonder he has progressed so swiftly? Nevertheless, Yang Jian's martial spirit is indeed extraordinary. Any other output-type soul master of the same rank would find it impossible to match his ease. Perhaps this is the reason the military values him so highly. Otherwise, they would not have bestowed a yellow-grade soul tool upon him, nor assigned a top-tier extraordinary being as his protector. Lu Yu and the others witnessed the entirety of Yang Jian's battle. Utterly awestruck, The experience of hearing the explanations of soul skills in the conference room and witnessing their might firsthand is a world apart. On the battlefield, one person could rival 1,000. If he were to step into the realm of saints, he would become truly invincible. Just the thought sends shivers down one's spine. Chapter 13. Azure Water Spirit Herb in a mere moment. The entire horde of gold-eating mice has been refined. The souls merge into the soul banner, leaving behind a multitude of cold corpses on the ground. Host, Yang Jin. Rank, initial stage of 4th rank Soul Master. Martial Spirit, Soul Banner, 117,000. Unfortunately, no beast cores were obtained. Yet the sheer number of gold-eating mice corpses is worth a considerable sum. Let us continue deeper. This trial's objective is to assist you in capturing 1,000 soul puppets. Agreed.in the following days, the 4 of them scoured much of the beast general level desolate area. Whenever they encountered low-level exotic beasts, they allowed Yang Jian to handle them. When faced with beasts stronger than Yang Jian, Lu Yu and the others would first weaken them to the brink of collapse before Yang Jian delivered the final blow to refine them. With their assistance, the number of puppets derived from the soul banner surged past 500. Once he activates his 4th soul skill, he will gain a 500% increase in strength, equivalent to a 5-fold enhancement within a limited time frame. Coupled with the 1st soul skill, Soul Erosion, which specifically targets the enemy's weakest point, his true combat potential is truly terrifying. Moreover, this method of enhancing power is immensely gratifying. For Yang Jin, this period feels akin to a vacation. Every matter is meticulously arranged by Lu Yu and her companions, leaving him free to focus on wielding his martial spirit. Occasionally, at night, he even enjoys Lu Yu's mental math tutoring. It must be said, Lu Yu's aptitude is indeed remarkable. After several rounds of exploration, her skills have improved qualitatively. At that moment, a few adventurer teams pass by Yang Jin. Damn, what a nightmare. It's been 2 whole days in the desolate area without a single exotic beast in sight. You've only gone 2 days without encountering an exotic beast. I've gone half a month without seeing one. I'm beginning to suspect they might be extinct. The news reports daily about exotic beasts invading here and there. Yet I can't even catch a glimpse of one. What a joke. Hey, look over there. There's a pure and desirable beauty. The group suddenly halts, casting admiring glances at Lu Yu, who is offering Yang Jian some roasted exotic beast meat. Eat something, she says. Sister Lu, those people have been staring at you. After several rounds of interaction, Yang Jian has begun to address her as Sister Lu instead of Teacher Lu. Get lost? Lu Yu, irritated by the stares, erupts with the aura of a high-level 3rd rank Soul Master. What the hell? A high-level Soul Master? No wonder we haven't encountered any exotic beasts for so long. They've likely been wiped out by this group. 3 protectors. One of them is a high-level Soul Master. What is the background of this kid? We should leave quickly. Offending a high-level Soul Master in the desolate area is akin to courting death. Witnessing Lu Yu's might, the group smiles reluctantly, swiftly dispersing like birds and beasts. Sister Lu, why do I feel like there are more and more Soul Masters entering the desolate area? Yang Jian, with his keen insight, observes, when we first entered, it would take several days to encounter anyone. Recently, we've been meeting 3 or 4 different groups in a single day. Clearly, there is something drawing these individuals into this beast general level desolate area. The desolate region is rich in spiritual energy, increasing the likelihood of producing various rare materials. Perhaps this is related. Liu has also noticed this trend. The lower the rank of the exotic beast, the faster its reproduction rate. Although this beast general level desolate area is not vast, encountering only over 500 exotic beasts in half a month seems implausible, unless there exists a location drawing a multitude of beasts together. This is also the reason for the continuous influx of Soul Masters. Shall we go take a look? Yang Jian suggests that of course. Rare materials are unclaimed treasures. Whoever seizes them, they belong to, Lu Yu replies. After a brief rest, the 4 of them head towards the gathering crowd. After about 2 hours, they arrive at a natural lake. Surrounding the lake are Soul Masters, roughly estimated to number in the thousands. It seems that the entirety of Sunset Town Soul Masters have gathered here. Furthermore, the lake has been stained a deep crimson. Floating atop it are countless corpses of exotic beasts. In the center of the lake, several hundred stronger exotic beasts are locked in fierce combat. As if vying for something, as Yang Jian steps into this area, he feels as though he is drawn by some mysterious force. When he tries to calm his mind and delve deeper, he finds nothing tangible. What has happened here? Yang Jian casually inquires of a passerby. You must be new here. Beneath the lake, a rare azure water spirit herb has emerged, attracting countless exotic beasts to fight over it. Now, all factions in Sunset Town have converged, fixated on the azure water spirit herb, and no one dares to take the lead. A kindly-looking middle-aged man explains. Azure water spirit herb? Upon hearing this phrase, Lu Yu and her companion's eyes widen in shock. Such an incredibly rare treasure. It is no wonder it can incite such carnage among the beasts. Sister Lu, is this herb truly that remarkable? Yang Jian inquires. Bewildered. To be ranked among the top 100 of rare materials. What do you think? Lu Yu counters. Only the top 100. It seems rather ordinary. Yang Jian pouts in response. Passerby. Two teachers. Lu Yu. To date. Over 50,000 varieties of herbs have been recorded among rare materials, and only those within the top 100 are considered premier herbs. Just look at this lake. Countless exotic beasts are fighting until the waters run red, demonstrating the immense allure of the azure water spirit herb. Lu Yu patiently elucidates. She is determined to obtain this herb. Other schools possess abundant resources, soul liquids, beast cores, and a plethora of various herbs in ample supply. While 7th High also has these items, their quality pales in comparison to those of other institutions. Since they have stumbled upon such an enormous opportunity today, they must seize it. Lu teachers, while there are no high-level soul masters or extraordinary beings currently present, we should act swiftly. Indeed, we must seize the initiative and not let this opportunity slip away. The two teachers advise earnestly. Why thoughts align with yours. You two remain here to protect Yang Jian. I shall go seize the azure water spirit herb. With that, Lu Yu kicks aside a broken plank from the nearby ruins. The plank soars over the heads of the crowd, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing into the lake, splashing blood everywhere. Immediately following, Lu Yu leaps onto the plank, gliding towards the center of the lake. Observing the scene, the surrounding soul masters merely sneer, as if mocking Lu Yu's audacity. The first to enter the water must breach the melee of hundreds of exotic beasts. Even if she manages to obtain the herb, how will she escape the encirclement of thousands? It would merely serve to provide the spoils to another. However, their laughter soon faded into silence before them. Lu Yu unleashed her martial spirit, a jade sword of pure emerald hue. The sword, dancing in the wind, multiplied into hundreds, cascading down like a net of blades toward the surface of the lake. Even the mightiest beast of the desolate region, a mere 9th-tier creature, stood no chance against Lu Yu's onslaught. With each sword that fell, a beast's life was snuffed out, accompanied by splashes of crimson that showered the air. In an instant, the hundreds of beasts in the lake met their demise, leaving Lu Yu seemingly standing amidst a sea of blood. The heavy stench of gore wafted through the air, and the aura of a high-ranking soul master emanated from her, instilling dread in all those on the shore. No-one expected that what arrived was not a mere challenger, but a formidable figure. Chapter 14. 1v4, the advantage is mine. Teacher Lu, it has been a while. I didn't expect to see you here. A youth from the crowd recognized Lu Yu and stepped forward to greet her. Lu Fan from 2nd High? Lu Yu responded, slightly taken aback. I can't believe you remember me. I am truly honored. Lu Fan chuckled heartily. We can catch up later. Lu Yu saw through his intentions. It was merely a ploy to buy time until the teachers from 2nd High arrived. Teacher Lu, treasures such as the spirit of the clear water should be shared among those who witness them. We will not obstruct your acquisition of the clear water spirit, but we hope you will allow us a share. Lu Fan stated, with several youths stepping out behind him. This group, a mix of boys and girls, were all prodigies from 2nd High, with the weakest among them being 4th tier, while Lu Fan had astonishingly reached the 5th tier. Those who are capable of acquiring treasures should do so. What do you mean by sharing? Lu Yu retorted, diving into the depths of the lake. Brother Fan, what do we do now? Should we just watch as the spirit is taken? One of the prodigies expressed his discontent. Humph. The teacher is already on her way. Even if she obtains the clear water spirit first, she won't be able to leave the desolate region, Lu Fan sneered. Meanwhile, after a thorough search underwater, Lu Yu indeed found the clear water spirit. It resembled a typical spirit mushroom, save for its striking emerald coloration. As she drew closer, she noticed a fragment of a steel beside it. Wiping away the sediment, she revealed its original form, inscribed with a character of profound strength, its strokes vigorous and imposing. This steel seemed to bear a resemblance to the one in Yang Jian's possession. Lu Yu murmured to herself and attempted to extract the steel. Despite expending all her strength, it remained stubbornly embedded in the silt, refusing to budge. Even after clearing the muck from its base, it felt as though it were rooted in the lakebed. Strange. How can I not pull out a mere steel with my strength? Regardless, I should first secure the clear water spirit, Lu Yu thought. Shifting her gaze back to the spirit when suddenly a ray of sword light descended from the heavens, piercing the water's surface towards her. Lu Yu's delicate face paled in shock as she hastily evaded. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. The surging tide swept Lu Yu far away. Her heart raced. Had she not reacted in time, that unexpected strike could have claimed her life. Just then, a resonant voice echoed across the lake. Stop hiding and come out. Lu Yu broke the surface, standing on a wooden plank. Following her gaze, she saw a bald-headed high-ranking soul master before her. From the badge on his chest, he appeared to be a teacher from second high. What do you mean by that? Lu Yu inquired, her voice steady. The treasures should belong to those capable of obtaining them. As you yourself stated, the bald teacher taunted. Resource competition is understandable, but as fellow educators, why resort to lethal force? Lu Yu demanded angrily. Teacher Lu, you have misunderstood me. That was merely a casual strike, if there is blame. It lies in your lack of strength, the bald teacher shrugged, his words dripping with disdain and provocation. Onlookers from 7th High clenched their fists in outrage. Yet aside from their anger, they were powerless to act. For the disparity in power was unmistakable. Teacher Lu, do you still desire the clear water spirit? Lu Fan challenged, brimming with confidence. Humph. If I cannot obtain it, do you think you can? Lu Yu retorted, swinging her sword to unleash a torrent of sword energy that revealed the clear water spirit beneath the lake surface. The bald teacher's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. With his 4th-tier high-ranking soul master prowess, he could likely defeat Lu Yu in combat. However, should Lu Yu eschew fair play and destroy the clear water spirit at the lake's bottom, he had no assurance he could stop her. With this thought, the bald teacher's demeanor softened as he donned a feigned smile. Teacher Lu, why the sudden anger? Since we are all vying for the spirit for our students, let us have Lu Fan and Yang Jian compete. The victor takes the spirit, preventing any rifts between our schools. What do you think? Teacher, if the students from 7th High had such courage, would they still be at the bottom year after year? Precisely. From the principal to the students, 7th High is filled with cowards. Begone. You are unworthy to covet the clear water spirit. Lu Fan and his companions fervently stoked the flames, aiming to provoke Yang Jian into a hasty agreement. Once he acquiesced, the clear water spirit would be theirs. Yang Jian smirked disdainfully, nodding in agreement with Lu Yu's silent understanding. Is this truly what you wish? If so, I will hold you to your word. Lu Yu stated firmly. With so many witnesses, would I dare to lie? The bald teacher laughed. Very well. Let it be as you say. Lu Yu consented. The bald teacher's grin widened. He had previously worried Lu Yu might refuse. For Lu Fan was a 5th-tier soul master while Yang Jian was merely a 4th tier. The vast difference in ranks made it difficult for most martial spirits to bridge the gap. Furthermore, Lu Fan wielded a top-tier S-rank martial spirit, the Mighty Elephant, which surpassed most SS-rank spirits in terms of sheer power. This competition was a near certainty for victory. Yang Jian, I am not like that useless Ma Yao. You better pray your life is resilient enough not to be crushed by my fist. Lu Fan stepped forward, brimming with challenge. In 2nd High, he was not the top prodigy, but should he defeat the illustrious Yang Jian today, he would ascend to the pinnacle. Young master, do you require my assistance? At that moment, Yang Jian heard the hoarse voice of Huang Sanjian whispering in his ear. If I have to rely on you for everything, what significance does awakening a divine-level martial spirit hold? Yang Jian replied confidently. Last night at the hotel, Huang Sanjian had already made a grand display. Today, it was Yang Jian's turn to shine. Moreover, after spending over half a month in the desolate region, he was in dire need of a battle to test his true strength. One person is insufficient. Let all of you come at me, Yang Jian declared, his gaze sweeping over Lu Fan and the students behind him. Do you look down on me? Lu Fan challenged. Indeed, Yang Jian nodded. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by fury. As a prodigy himself, he bore the pride of one, and Yang Jin's blatant contempt left him feeling deeply unsettled. The bald teacher placed a reassuring hand on Lu Fan's shoulder. Calm down, don't act rashly. When the time comes, you will have ample opportunity to vent your frustrations. Then, the bald teacher turned to Lu Yu with a smile. Teacher Lu, since your student insists on this challenge, we must oblige. Everyone, step forward. From second high, Zheng Pei, a fourth-tier junior soul master with an A-rank martial spirit, the dominant blade. From second high, Zhang Kai, a fourth-tier junior soul master with an A-rank dark moon demon wolf. From second high, Su Fei, a fourth-tier junior soul master with an A-rank mystic sound drum. 3 young individuals stepped forward. Standing beside Lu Fan in succession. 2 were offensive types, while one served as support. Such a formidable lineup could stand against even a 6th-tier junior soul master, let alone Yang Jin, who was merely 4th tier. Those who are reckless shall face calamity, no matter how exceptional one's level martial spirit may be. Such arrogance guarantees a short journey. Indeed, they are truly from second high. Merely selecting a few yields A-rank martial spirits. Lu Fan's martial spirit is no ordinary one. Even at the 5th tier, he is among the elite. This Yang Jin fellow is far too arrogant. He will undoubtedly suffer a great loss. The clear water spirit shall likely fall into second high's hands. As the crowd murmured, the emergence of a high-ranking soul master rendered the clear water spirit irrelevant to them. They could only stand by and watch the spectacle unfold. Hearing the chatter around him, Lu Fan smirked, once more provoking, Yang Jin. Since you are so confident in your abilities, be sure not to beg for mercy when the fight begins. Chapter 15. An unilateral crush. That is precisely what I wish to convey to you. Yang Jin snapped his fingers, and the 10,000 souls banner materialized in midair. It swelled to an enormous size. Standing like a divine pillar amidst the sky, emanating a chilling aura, punctuated by eerie cries that sent shivers down spines. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits, Lu Fan roared defiantly. All right. The 3 responded in unison. In the next moment, 4 distinct martial spirits soared into the sky. Though the true battle had yet to commence, the air crackled with tension as their martial spirits clashed in an intense standoff, an explosive encounter akin to fire meeting water. However, the anticipated overwhelming advantage of second high did not materialize. Instead, the 10,000 souls banner withstood the might of 4 formidable martial spirits without faltering. What an astonishing martial spirit! It can contend against 4 adversaries simultaneously. Look closely. Yang Jin is not merely facing 4 opponents. He is crushing the 4 prodigies of second high single-handedly. As this revelation unfolded, the crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. The Wanhun banner, with a momentum akin to that of a tiger swallowing its prey, pressed the other 4 martial souls into a relentless retreat, leaving them unable to stand upright. The sheer force of its presence was so formidable. One could only imagine the terror it would unleash when its soul skills were activated. Lu Yu and her companions had evidently anticipated this scenario. Wearing expressions of ease, they sprang into action immediately. Su Fei provided her utmost support. Zheng Pei and Zhang opened their defenses against the Wanhun banner. Lu Fan targeted Yang Jin's true form with unbridled ferocity, sparing no mercy. The bald man had surmised that Yang Jin possessed a formidable martial soul. Yet he was taken aback by its extraordinary prowess. Even in a state of insufficient cultivation, Yang Jin could hold his ground against 4 opponents. Should he be allowed to grow stronger, who could possibly suppress him in the upcoming rankings? It was better to strike hard now and severely weaken him. Lu Fan was resolutely confident. What if his martial soul was powerful? With inadequate cultivation and numerical disadvantage, defeat was inevitable. Soon, he would have Yang Jin beneath his feet. Demonstrating to all who the true genius was, first soul skill, Taishin Qinin, second soul skill, Xianhua drum sound. Su Fei was the first to unleash her soul skills. Martial souls rated S and above possess 3 innate soul skills, while those rated below S possess only 2. C-rated souls have but a single skill. Her first soul skill enhanced the range, boosting her allies' combat power by 10%. If all power were concentrated on a single individual, it could elevate their strength by as much as 50%. The second soul skill was a range debuff, capable of diminishing the enemy's combat power by up to 30%. Among the numerous A-rated support martial souls, the Xianin Guqin belonged to the elite tier, surpassing those that could only provide single-target enhancements or attribute boosts. Su Fei, splendid work. Lu Fan felt a noticeable surge in strength and cast a look of approval towards Su Fei before signaling Zheng Pei and Zhang with his eyes. The two understood immediately and unleashed their soul skills against the Wanhun banner. Second soul skill, Splitting Mountain. Second soul skill, Wolf Devours. With the amplification, the duo's second soul skills were even more potent. They unleashed their full power without granting Yang Jian a moment's respite. Within 3 minutes, the battle would be concluded. Lu Fan joined in, commanding the mighty giant elephant to charge at Yang Jian. Boom, boom, boom. With each step the mighty giant elephant took, its terrifying strength caused the ground to tremble as if a minor earthquake had struck. Should it collide, even leaving a whole corpse would be a challenge. Yet, in the face of this menacing onslaught, Yang Jian leisurely retrieved a chair from his storage ring. The Xianhua drum sound took effect, leaving him slightly dazed, necessitating a seat. Thus, amidst the bewildered gazes of all present, he sat down comfortably, crossing his legs. First soul skill, Soul Erosion. A piercing shriek erupted as the Qi Huang bird soared from within the Wanhun banner, unleashing icy blue flames in a sweeping arc. You believe a mere first soul skill can thwart our combined assault? A delusion, Lu Fan scoffed. Yet, he soon found no reason to smile. The icy blue flames struck the mighty giant elephant, not scorching its flesh and skin, but searing its very soul. This flame was exceptionally difficult to extinguish and effortlessly nullified the three's attacks. Fan Gu, this flame is terrifying. I can feel the soul power of the dark moon wolf waning rapidly. If this continues, it may dissipate entirely. With Su Fei amplifying from the rear, he had confidence against a top-tier 4th-grade warrior. Yet now facing Yang Jian, a sliver of fear crept in. Zheng Pei and Zhang exchanged apprehensive glances with Lu Fan. Physical injuries could gradually heal with rest, but soul injuries required rare and precious materials. Without these, the damage to the soul would only worsen. The moment a martial soul dissipated, it meant no longer being a soul master. Just as Lu Fan racked his brain for a countermeasure, Yang Jian's mocking voice echoed from afar. In less than 3 minutes, I could finish this in a minute. As his words faded, Yang Jian snapped his fingers. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted from within the Wanhun banner, followed by a relentless surge of puppets emerging in droves. Each puppet radiated a formidable aura, equating to that of a 4th-grade junior soul master. This was yet another testament to the Wanhun banner's might. The souls refined into puppets would grow stronger alongside Yang Jian. Once Yang Jian attained the Saint Realm, every puppet within the Wanhun banner would also reach that pinnacle. Over 500 puppets standing in formation exuded an overwhelming pressure. Some of the more timid onlookers collapsed in fear. By the heavens, it's an exceedingly rare summoning-type martial soul, and he summoned 500 at once. The tides have turned. It was no wonder Yang Jian dared to challenge 4 alone. If I possessed such a martial soul, I could outshine him 100-fold. 4 against 1 had its advantages. 500 against 4 was an absolute certainty. Witnessing this spectacle, the gathered crowd was left dumbfounded. Lu Fan, too, was rendered speechless. If he had merely felt it was a troublesome situation before, now it was utter despair. Over 500 4th-grade puppets, and even a single slap from one could obliterate their martial souls. In retrospect, all those arrogant boasts seemed nothing more than the antics of a clown. Though all were labeled as geniuses, the chasm between them could be unfathomably vast. A divine martial soul, indeed, was terrifying beyond measure. I doubt we concede. Lu Fan's face flushed crimson as he uttered these words, filled with shame. Conceding was acceptable, but leaving their martial souls intact was another matter. Second soul skill, Soul Refinement. At Yang Jian's command, an endless tide of white bones surged forth from the Wanhun banner. They coated the dark moon wolf and the mighty giant elephant like parasitic maggots, creating a grotesque scene. Despite their desperate resistance, they could not escape the encirclement of over 500 puppets. Lu Fan and Zhang were instantly thrown into a panic. They both knew that once Ma Yao's martial soul was refined, he had been reduced to a mere shell of his former self. After all the effort to awaken such a powerful martial soul, they were unwilling to meet the same fate as Ma Yao. Please don't refine my martial soul. I concede. Is that not enough? Lu Fan pleaded incessantly. You just sought to kill me, and now you think a mere concession will spare you. It won't be so easy. Yang Jin showed no mercy to his foes. Moreover, both the Dark Moon Wolf and the mighty giant elephant were formidable martial souls. Refining them would yield an even greater strength than the ordinary puppets within the Wanhun banner. Such a golden opportunity for power enhancement could not be missed. Chapter 16. A sudden turn of events at this critical juncture. The bald man charged forth, roaring, "Stop! Cease this at once! Teacher! Save me!" Lu Fan clung to his last hope, shouting desperately. Yang Jin cast a sidelong glance at him, his intentions unyielding. "Kid, you've forced my hand." Qingyun's sword. Slash! The bald man, consumed by rage, summoned his martial soul. A colossal sword descended, aimed not at the Wanhun banner, but directly at Yang Jin below. "With me here, you shall not harm a single hair on Yang Jin." First soul skill, Jade Sword Multiplicity. Lu Yu, sensing the impending danger, promptly activated her soul skill. The jade swords multiplied exponentially, transforming into thousands, momentarily darkening the sky. "A mere third grade dares to obstruct me." Seeking death. The bald man had murder in his heart. His soul power surging forth relentlessly. "Do you wish to incite conflict between the 7th and 2nd classes? Can you bear this responsibility?" Lu Yu demanded angrily. Yang Jin refined martial souls first. "I did nothing wrong in protecting my student." The bald man commanded the colossal sword to descend, shattering countless jade swords with overwhelming force. The terrifying shockwave split the lake in two, revealing the remnants of stone and the verdant spirit grass beneath. The onlookers gathered by the lakeside were sent reeling, thrown off balance by the force. The battle between high-level soul masters was so potent that even the residual waves were beyond the capacity of low-level soul masters to withstand. "Yang Jin, do not escalate this. Release them." Lu Yu struggled to hold her ground, turning back to beseech Yang Jin. "Escalate? Their martial souls are mine to claim. Not even Jesus can save them. Mark my words." Third soul skill, Weakening Domain. Yang Jin uttered a low command, and a rolling black mist enveloped the area. Having ascended to the 4th grade, the domain extended to a radius of 100 meters. Within this range, Yang Jin could weaken any foe at will. The most terrifying aspect was that the Wanhun banner's weakening ability was nearly imperceptible, making it difficult for the target to notice any change in their strength. Unlike Su Fei's Xianing Guqin, whose effects were evidently negative, Yang Jin's influence was insidious. "Teacher, hurry, act now. My martial soul cannot withstand much longer." Lu Fan was frantic, powerless to do anything but watch as his martial soul was drawn into the Wanhun banner. His only hope rested with his bald teacher. Such brazen cruelty. If left unchecked, he would surely become a tyrant in the future. It was better to eliminate him today. Time was of the essence. The bald man no longer held back. Boom! The colossal sword trembled violently, its immense power shattering the myriad jade swords. All onlookers near the lake were flung away by the aftershock. Weaker individuals coughed up blood and fainted. What immense strength! Lu Yu's lip bled as she staggered back several steps. "Lu teacher, we will assist you." The other two teachers rushed forward. "Our cultivation levels differ too greatly. Your involvement will be futile." Lu Yu raised her hand to stop them, charging forward with her sword. Soon, the two found themselves embroiled in fierce combat. Lu Yu, lacking sufficient cultivation, was repeatedly injured and coughed up blood, barely managing to restrain the bald man. If this stalemate continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. However, as time passed, both sides sensed something amiss. Why has his attack suddenly weakened so much? Lu Yu wondered, astonished. Strange. Has she suddenly become stronger? No, it seems my own power has been diminished. The bald man suddenly realized, glancing around at the ominous black mist enveloping him. It is the third soul skill of Yang Jin. Lu Yu, caught off guard, also noticed the black mist. However, she never imagined that Yang Jin, with the strength of a rank 4 junior soul master, could weaken a rank 5 senior soul master. The disparity between them could easily be described as that of heaven and earth. Truly, a divine martial soul is terrifying in its might. At that moment, a desperate and unwilling scream echoed from afar. "Teacher, my martial soul has vanished." Upon closer inspection, his Dark Moon Demon Wolf martial soul had been completely drawn into the soul banner of 10,000 souls. Lu Fan, possessing rank 5 strength, could barely struggle with his monstrous power, but it wouldn't last long. an A-grade genius, an S-grade genius. Even though the second high school was deeply rooted, it could not withstand such a tremendous loss. You forced my hand, the bald man thundered in rage, unleashing the full pressure of a rank 5 senior soul master without reservation. The towering giant sword hovering in the air radiated a blinding light. Accompanied by the sound of ringing swords, a formidable and terrifying energy brewed quietly in an instant. Everyone's nerves were highly strung, and they broke into a sweat from the tension. The full power strike of a rank 5 senior soul master was no trivial matter. Lu Yu stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yang Jian. Even if it meant death, she would block this strike. Not only her, but the other 2 teachers also rushed forward, displaying a demeanor that suggested they were unafraid of death. Second soul skill, sword that breaks mountains and rivers. The colossal sword erupted with unprecedented power, causing the waters of the entire lake to rise and evaporate under its might. The surrounding black mist was instantly shattered. The terrifying sense of oppression forced the 2 teachers to kneel on the ground with a thud, their bones creaking as if they might fall apart. Lu Yu gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on, as the jade sword in her hand seemed on the verge of breaking. After stepping into the realm of senior soul masters, the disparity of one rank truly was as profound as a chasm. Once the bald man went all out, the gap between rank 3 and rank 5 would be insurmountable. Ha ha ha. You're finished. You're all finished. Lu Fan, fully aware of the bald man's strength, laughed triumphantly. A mere waste from the 7th high school dares to provoke the 2nd high school? This is the consequence. To think they would covet the azure water spirit grass, truly overestimating themselves. Old Huang. Yang Jian remained unfazed. The old servant is here. Though Huang Sanjian had not yet appeared, his voice clearly reached Yang Jian's ears. Make your move, kill that bald man. Yang Jian did not wish to take a life, but that did not mean he was afraid to do so. Yes, young master. Huang Sanjian nodded, and no sooner had he spoken than a blade of pure soul power shot forth. Striking the colossal sword, crack, bang! The enormous sword immediately bore several cracks. The bald man was sent flying several dozen meters away by this force, blood spurting from his mouth. Old Huang, why did you hold back? Yang Jian's tone carried an accusatory edge. Young master, 3 extraordinary beings are on their way. It was one of them who intervened, not the old servant, Huang Sanjian explained. The fact that extraordinary powerhouses were coming for this azure water spirit grass indeed indicated its exceptional value. Yang Jian chuckled softly to himself. Who dares to launch a sneak attack from the shadows? If you have the courage, come forth for a fair duel. The bald man struggled to rise from the ground. Roaring in anger, the protector has finally made a move. Lu Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You wish for a fair duel? I fear you lack the courage. A crisp and melodious voice came from the distance. Soon after, 2 figures stepped through the air simultaneously. One was Su Shui, and the other was a protector from the Su family, also an extraordinary being. They had initially planned to wait for the pursuit hall to make a move before stepping in to assist. Unexpectedly, a bald man had appeared out of nowhere, flying through the air. An extraordinary being. The bald man's pupils constricted sharply, his previous arrogance vanishing, replaced by sheer terror. Below the extraordinary, all are but ants. Even a mere rank 1 extraordinary could easily crush him. That last strike had clearly been a show of mercy from his opponent. Otherwise, he would now be a corpse. Look, there are several streaks of light approaching from behind. They seem to be extraordinary beings as well. Someone in the crowd shouted, pointing towards the distance. Upon closer inspection, indeed, 3 more figures were stepping through the air. The aura emanating from 2 of them was extraordinarily menacing, surpassing that of Su Shui's protector by several levels. Just standing before these 2 evoked an impulse deep within to kneel and worship. Heavens! 3 extraordinary beings have appeared all at once. It appears they are all here to contend for the azure water spirit grass. President Jiang of the Soul Master Association, President Gao of the Adventurers Association. These 2 are top-tier extraordinary beings. After so long of contention between the 2nd and 7th high schools, it seems they will leave empty-handed. Ha ha ha! The crowd buzzed with excitement, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. The more intense the battle, the better. Yes, I killed him. Yang Jian, brother, are you all right? Su Shui smiled as she jogged over. Yang Jian cast her a cold glance. Disinterested in engaging, Su Shui continued to flatter him. Brother Yang Jian, I've brought an extraordinary being to assist you. The azure water spirit grass belongs to you alone, and no one shall dare to snatch it. Not needed. Yang Jian's expression remained stern. He held no fondness for this green tea BTCH. Brother Yang Jian, are you still angry with me? Su Shui flattered him, completely shedding her pride as a daughter of the Su family. Get lost. Yang Jian impatiently pointed into the distance. All right, I'll stand aside. If you need me, just call. Su Shui obediently moved aside. Observing Su Shui's sycophantic behavior towards Yang Jian, the crowd was filled with envy. However, they all understood that Yang Jian indeed had the qualifications to be adored by Su Shui. As a rank 4 soul master, he had single-handedly dominated 4 geniuses from the second high school. By that measure, there were few worthy of being his partner. At that moment, everyone's attention was captivated by the suddenly arrived extraordinary beings, leaving no one to notice Lu Fan struggling in the crowd. Despite his desperate efforts, he was already in despair, kneeling on the ground. Ultimately, the monstrous power giant elephant was refined and dragged into the soul banner of 10,000 souls, severing all connection. Unable to withstand such a crushing blow, Lu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Damn it! The bald man's eyes bulged with rage, murderous intent surging. Lu Fan and Zhang Kai were among the most outstanding geniuses of his class. He had invested considerable effort and resources in their training. Yet, now, Lu Fan had been rendered a waste by Yang Jian's refinement of his martial soul. Such a great enmity could only be avenged by killing Yang Jian. The bald man's gaze shifted to the other 2 extraordinary beings. Point 1 was Jiang Chao, the president of the Soul Master Association, and the other was Gao Zhan, the president of the Adventurers Association. The former had no grievances with Yang Jian, and persuading him to slay a divine genius was utterly impossible. The latter, however, was the older brother of Gao Hu. Before entering the wasteland zone, he had heard in Sunset Town that Gao Hu had perished at the hands of the 7th high school. It might not be impossible to instigate Gao Zhan to act. The bald teacher wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, and ingratiatingly turned to Gao Zhan. President Gao, hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Today, I finally see the real deal. And indeed, your aura is extraordinary. I've heard you became a rank 9 extraordinary before turning 50. With your talent and this azure water spirit grass from the lakebed, breaking through to a king-level extraordinary should be a walk in the park. Flattery flowed freely from the bald man, eagerly awaiting Gao Zhan's response. Only if Gao Zhan engaged could he continue. However, Gao Zhan merely cast him a glance, expressionless, before returning his gaze elsewhere. The bald man stood awkwardly. Having not anticipated such a complete lack of regard, at that moment, a lecherous fat man beside Gao Zhan pointed at Lu Yu, and then at Yang Jian and the other 2 on the shore, exclaiming, President Gao, they are the ones who killed brother Gao Hu. He was the hotel owner who had witnessed Gao Hu's death with his own eyes that day. After the incident, he had immediately called Gao Zhan. The 2 then entered the wasteland zone seeking revenge, but unfortunately, they had never encountered Yang Jian and the others. How could a rank 3 senior soul master, 2 intermediate soul masters, and a waste of a novice soul master possibly kill my brother? Gao Zhan furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed. The higher the rank, the more difficult it is to improve, and the larger the disparity in strength. From the intermediate soul master level onward, each rank becomes a watershed. Once one steps into the realm of senior soul masters, the difference becomes a chasm. Given Gao Hu's strength, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could easily escape from their encirclement. That day, only the 4 of them and brother Gao Hu were in the room, and when they came out, Gao Hu was dead. I saw it with my own eyes, the hotel owner explained. Perhaps Gao Hu was not killed by them, but he was undoubtedly involved. Gao Zhan's expression darkened, filled with murderous intent. At that moment, the bald man seized the opportunity to stoke the flames, saying, President Gao, even an S-grade genius like Su Shui has a protector. Could it be that Yang Jian has no protector? A protector? Gao Zhan's expression turned contemplative. Indeed, in my opinion, it must have been Yang Jian who ordered his protector to slay your brother. The bald man fabricated lies. Shifting the blame to it was not entirely implausible, for Yang Jian possessed a rare divine-grade talent. The hotel owner echoed, given the resources of the 7th high school, they could only afford an ordinary extraordinary being at most. Yet you are a rank 9 extraordinary, coupled with your S-grade martial soul, the abyssal poison spike. You could be deemed the strongest beneath the kings, and there is no need for any concerns. The bald man continuously fanned the flames. As long as he could shift the hatred onto Yang Jian, he would have succeeded in a large part of his scheme. Even if they could not kill Yang Jian today, he would not escape Gao Zhan's grasp. After all, the city's chief would not offend a powerful figure comparable to a king for the sake of an undeveloped genius, nor the adventurers' association behind him. Gao Zhan saw through the bald man's little scheme but had to admit that he made some valid points. Yang Jian, is your brother Gao Hu's death related to you? Gao Zhan's imposing inquiry sent an immediate chill through the atmosphere, plunging it into an icy silence. Lu Yu's heart raced, suspended at the brink of her throat. The day she had dreaded most had finally arrived. Humph! The bald man scoffed coldly, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Miss, what shall we do now? Do you require assistance? The guardian of the Su family inquired in a low voice. Su Shui furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Assist. The Su family bears no personal grudge against the Adventurers Association. Even if a conflict ensues, Gao Zhan would not dare to strike us lethally. However, from Yang Jian's perspective, we are shielding him with our lives. Perhaps this opportunity might allow us to atone for past mistakes. Concern etched on the guardian's face. What if Gao Zhan kills Yang Jian? Then we shall dismember his corpse and feed it to the dogs. Su Shui's heart seethed with a profound hatred for Yang Jian. As the esteemed daughter of the Su family and an S-rank auxiliary genius, she had been the center of attention. Yet, on the day she awakened her martial soul, she found herself kneeling before Yang Jian. Publicly humiliated by a slap, this disgrace lingered in her memory like a festering wound. It was I who killed Gao Hu, Yang Jian boldly admitted. Indeed, it was you? Gao Zhan's eyes glinted with bloodlust, an overwhelming desire for vengeance washing over him like a tidal wave. Lu Yu's heart sank. She had not anticipated Yang Jian's unyielding admission. Was he deliberately walking into the line of fire? Faced with this situation, she could only invoke the name of the 7th High School. President Gao, this incident began with Gao Hu's robbery. We acted solely in self-defense. Regardless of the reason, murder demands retribution. It is the natural order, but Yang Jian is from the 7th High School. What of the 7th High School? If the city head comes, I will still kill him without hesitation, Gao Zhan sneered, his face a mask of disdain. When had the 7th High School become a deterrent to him? Lu Yu shifted her gaze to Jiang Chao, the president of the Soul Master Association, and implored. President Jiang. I came for the Bai Shui Lingji. Your personal vendetta has nothing to do with me. Jiang Chao immediately interjected. A so-called genius merely signifies great potential, someone who may become a formidable force in the future. But Gao Zhan is already a powerhouse. Moreover, with billions of people in the world, countless geniuses are born each year. Yet, among these geniuses, only a minuscule fraction will truly become strong. Talent may define one's ceiling, but whether one becomes a true powerhouse requires luck and relentless effort, rife with uncertainties. Under normal circumstances, I would go to great lengths to recruit Yang Jian into the Soul Master Association. However, to offend a formidable individual for the sake of a genius is simply not worth it. Old Jiang, as long as you do not interfere in this matter, I will not contest you for the Bai Shui Lingji. Gao Zhan promised. Deal. Jiang Chao's lips curled into a smile, eagerly awaiting this confirmation, before hastily diving into the lake's depths. Chapter 18. Su Shui's regret at this moment. The two factions present were starkly divided. The air was thick with tension, and the specter of battle loomed ominously. Brother Yang Jian, you should leave first. We will hold the rear, Su Shui urged as she stepped forward with the guardians. While her intention was to secure an escape for Yang Jian, she would never allow the guardians to sacrifice themselves. Firstly, they could not possibly withstand a 9th-rank extraordinary being, and secondly, it was not worth risking the life of an extraordinary powerhouse for a mere sliver of hope for Yang Jian's survival. Yang Jian's awakening of a divine-grade talent merely indicated his potential to become strong in the future, while extraordinary beings were already formidable. The Su family, with its centuries of heritage, counted only 2 extraordinary beings. Including Su Zhangxiang, they could not afford to falter here. It's futile. The disparity in strength is too great, unless your guardians are willing to intervene. Lu Yu shook her head, placing all her hopes on that guardian. Yet, would the military truly offend Gao Zhan for the sake of a divine-grade genius? It was important to note that Gao Zhan was not only a top-tier extraordinary being, but also the president of the Adventurers Association. The Adventurers Association, akin to mercenary organizations abroad, accepted various tasks commissioned by clients, delegating them to adventurer teams to execute for a fee. Over 5 million registered adventurers in Jiangnan City alone vastly outnumber the military. Guardians? Su Shui's delicate face paled in shock. Old Huang, step forward, Yang Jian commanded with a snap of his fingers. Old servant at your service. Huang Sanjian emerged from the shadows like a wraith, leaving everyone present utterly astounded. Second uncle, how formidable is this elder? Su Shui whispered. Immeasurable. The Su family's guardian succinctly assessed. Ah! Su Shui gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Tio elicits such a high evaluation from a first-rank extraordinary being. This elder must be at least a 5th rank or higher. But how could the principal of the 7th high school possibly have secured the allegiance of such a powerful figure? Could it be the city head? If so, the city head must have invested significantly. You indeed have guardians, Gao Zhen scoffed coldly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Huang Sanjian. When his gaze fell upon Huang Sanjian, it was as if he had plunged into an abyss. The aura was unfathomable. This individual's strength might very well rival his own. President Gao, in Jiangnan City, the number of 9th-rank extraordinary beings can be counted on one hand. This person is undoubtedly just posturing. Moreover, you possess the S-rank martial soul abyssal poison spike. Even king-level powerhouses would hesitate to challenge you, so there is no need to fear a mere blusterer. The bald man, fearing Gao Zhan might waver, instantly stoked the flames. If you miss this opportunity today, once Yang Jian returns to school with the city head's backing, it will be far more difficult for you to avenge your brother. Get lost. I can handle my own affairs without your guidance. Gao Zhen barked, his anger flaring as he swatted the man aside. Having served as the president of the Adventurers Association for so many years, he had encountered countless cunning individuals. He could see through the bald man's petty schemes with ease. Yet, despite understanding, the bald man's words rang true. If he let Yang Jian return to school, with the city head's support, he would lose this golden opportunity for vengeance. I am Gao Zhan, president of the Jiangnan City branch of the Adventurers Association. May I ask for your esteemed name? Gao Zhen inquired warily. You are not worthy to know my name, Huang Sanjian replied, his voice gravelly yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Arrogant. President Gao is the foremost individual beneath the king in Jiangnan City. What do you even amount to? Before the hotel owner could finish, a mere glance from Huang Sanjian caused his head to explode. Blood sprayed forth, and his body crumpled to the ground in an instant. The scene was plunged into an eerie silence. Who is this mysterious elder? A single glance was enough to obliterate a mid-level soul master. To dare confront President Gao, he must surely be a top-tier extraordinary being. At least an 8th rank. This Yang Jian fellow is truly fortunate. Not only did he awaken a powerful martial soul, but he also has beauties flocking to him, and now, a formidable guardian has emerged. Geniuses have always been the most sought-after investment globally. If only you could awaken a powerful martial soul, you too could enjoy the same fortune. The crowd buzzed with whispers, their gazes towards Yang Jian filled with envy and admiration. Unlike the debauched scions of noble families, Yang Jian possessed genuine skill. The image of him effortlessly overpowering the 4 geniuses of the 2nd high school lingered vividly in their minds. Such a prodigious talent deserved a guardian of equal strength. Second uncle, based on the aura he displayed earlier, what rank do you estimate him to be? Su Shui inquired again. At least above 7th rank. He could very well be a 9th rank, the Su family's guardian replied. Ah, a 9th rank extraordinary being. Su Shui's pupils constricted, her eyes wide with disbelief. In the entirety of Jiangnan City, only 3 9th rank extraordinary beings existed. The president of the Adventurers Association, the leader of the Pursuit Hall, and the president of the Soul Master Association. When did a 4th one emerge? Su Shui racked her brain, unable to comprehend. Yet one thing was undeniable. The ability to assign such a powerful guardian to Yang Jian indicated the presence of a colossal force behind him. As this realization dawned upon her, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within her once more. After dedicating 3 whole years, why could she not endure just one more day? A single misstep not only rendered 3 years of effort futile, but also shattered the opportunity for the Su family to rise. Every time she contemplated this, her heart ached as if it were being torn apart, wishing desperately to slap herself. The only silver lining was that she had not chosen to abandon Yang Jian. which might have salvaged a modicum of goodwill in his eyes. At this moment, Gao Zhan's eyes blazed with fury, his wrath like a storm. To have his subordinates slain before him was an affront he could not swallow. How could he retain his dignity as president? This was a deliberate provocation to force his hand. Then let us fight. Old fool. I care not who you are. Today, you must die, Gao Zhan roared, unleashing his martial soul to assault Huang Sanjian. Predecessor, be careful. Gao Zhan's martial soul is the abyssal poison spike. There is no antidote for this poison. You must not allow it to strike you. Lu Yu warned anxiously. Yang Jian harbored unwavering confidence in Huang Sanjian's strength. Thus he paid little heed to the impending conflict. Instead, he gazed at the blood-stained lake, feeling an even stronger pull from that mysterious power. It felt incredibly profound, ineffable, and enigmatic. Could it be an illusion? Old fool, you do possess some skill. I underestimated you before, but now I shall get serious. Second soul technique. Soul-devouring poison spike. With a sweeping gesture, Gao Zhan transformed the poison spikes into the size of silver needles. Dense and myriad, they formed a circular net, ensnaring Huang Sanjian within. Each needle glowed green, intermittently dripping a corrosive liquid that, upon contact with the ground, eroded everything in its path, leaving deep pits in the earth. Predecessor, do not be deceived by the appearance of the poison spikes. The true terror of the soul-devouring poison spike lies in its ability to corrode the soul. Lu Yu warned once more. You seek death, Gao Zhan retaliated, sending Lu Yu flying several meters with a wave of his hand. Huang Sanjian shifted his gaze from Gao Zhan, turning to Yang Jian, and coldly remarked, after hiding for so long. Are you finally unable to restrain yourself from making a move? Chapter 19. Annihilate them all. What an opportune moment. As Gao Zhan observed Huang Sanjian's distraction, a surge of delight welled within him, prompting him to strike with fervor. In an instant, a torrential barrage of poison needles shot forth at an alarming velocity from all directions, encircling Huang Sanjian. The needle net was so densely packed that not even a mouse could find passage through it, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat for Huang Sanjian. These venomous needles could pierce him like a hedgehog, with the toxic liquid gradually corroding both his flesh and soul, ultimately leaving not a trace behind. Panic gripped Lu Yu's heart, rising to her throat. Excellent. First, eliminate the guardian. Then, Yang Jian shall follow. The bald man clenched his fists, a secret thrill coursing through him. Just then, an eerie aura erupted from the distance, materializing behind Yang Jian in the blink of an eye. With a hum, the sound of a sword echoed as a blade, forged from soul energy, appeared out of thin air, lunging toward Yang Jian's back. In a life-or-death moment, Yang Jian's sixth sense magnified exponentially, allowing him to vaguely perceive the lethal intent approaching from behind. There was no escape. Lu Yu and the others were entirely focused on Huang Sanjian, oblivious to the sword's sudden emergence. The mission was complete. The assassin from the Pursuit Soul Hall smirked, his lips curving into a sinister arc. In truth, he had been preparing to strike since the moment he arrived in Sunset Town. But Gao, whose foolishness had drawn out the hidden Huang Sanjian. Forced to endure Huang Sanjian's might, he had to bide his time for over half a month, until just now, when Gao Zhan had occupied Huang Sanjian, granting him the perfect opportunity for assassination. With a resounding boom, just a mere centimeter from Yang Jian's back, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, akin to a mountain plummeting from the sky. The sword, composed of soul energy, shattered and dissipated, while the assassin from the Pursuit Soul Hall felt his bones snap, crashing to the ground and sinking deeply into it. The earth rumbled violently, kicking up clouds of dust. Almost simultaneously, Huang Sanjian waved his hand, causing the myriad poison needles to dissolve like snow. What transpired? Did the ground just quake? When did a massive pit appear here? No, there's someone in the pit. When did he fall asleep here? The crowd murmured in confusion. Everything unfolded too swiftly for the naked eye to capture. Even Lu Yu was late to realize that there was another person in the pit. You are not a ninth-tier extraordinary being. Who on earth are you? The attention of the others was drawn to the figure in the pit, while Gao Zhan was consumed by terror at Huang Sanjian's presence. In a surprise attack, he unleashed his second soul skill. Even the mayor would suffer greatly, yet the hunched, mysterious elder before him effortlessly neutralized the soul-piercing needles. What was more terrifying was that throughout this entire confrontation, the Elder had not even summoned his martial soul. The Elder's power exceeded anything Gao Jun could comprehend. A tempest of fear surged within Gao Jun as he glanced back at Huang Sanjian's weathered, profound eyes, suddenly feeling as insignificant as an antit was as if with a mere thought, the Elder could obliterate him as easily as exterminating a hotel owner. Huang Sanjian ignored Gao Jian and moved directly to the edge of the pit, looking down upon the person inside. When did you notice me? The assassin from the Pursuit Soul Hall gasped, barely clinging to life. The moment you entered Sunset Town, I became aware of your presence. Huang Sanjian replied with indifference. Impossible. My shadow cloak is perfected. Even a king-level extraordinary being could not detect me. The assassin from the Pursuit Soul Hall could hardly believe it. The shadow cloak was a technique created by the Hall Master of the Pursuit Soul Hall, specifically designed to conceal one's presence and physical form, making it ideal for assassination. When perfected, it could fuse with the very essence of the world. Indeed, I could sense your existence, but I could not discern your exact location. So, your battle with Gao Zhan was a ploy to draw me out? Huang Sanjian nodded, then stated, I have answered your question. Now it is your turn to respond to mine. You shall glean nothing from my lips. The assassin from the Pursuit Soul Hall bit down on a poison pill hidden beneath his tongue, instantly succumbing to death. Go invoke the services of an extraordinary assassin from the Pursuit Soul Hall would cost no less than 10 million. Few could afford such a sum in Jiangnan City. Lu Yu suspected the Ma family, yet lacked substantial evidence to voice her thoughts. Brother Yang Jian, it must be the Ma family, Su Shui asserted with gravity. How do you know? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his expression. The Ma family once visited the Su family, aiming to negotiate an assassination on you, Brother Yang Jian, but we declined their proposal. Su Shui recounted truthfully. With Ma Yao reduced to a mere shell of his former self, the Ma family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Yet the Su family's grievances were merely a matter of lost face. It hardly warranted a life-or-death struggle with you. Yang Jian.it is indeed the Ma family. Lu Yu exclaimed in indignation. Young master, what would you have your loyal servant do? Huang Sanjian bowed slightly, awaiting Yang Jian's response. Eliminate them, Yang Jian replied decisively, the glimmer of approval shone in Huang Sanjian's eyes. Only with sufficient ruthlessness could one secure a foothold within the imperial family. He then turned his gaze toward Gao Zhan and inquired. Young master, how shall we deal with this man? Let him die as well, Yang Jian stated flatly, as if deciding the fate of an ant rather than a human life. Lu Yu gasped in disbelief. Killing the Ma family posed no threat, for their strongest member was merely a high-level soul master. However, Gao Zhan was different. He was the president of the Adventurers Association, and the intricate web of power behind him was formidable. To slay him would mean incurring the wrath of the Adventurers Association. Even if the military and the mayor joined forces, they might not be able to protect us. Yang Jian, do not act impulsively. If you kill Gao Zhan, Lu Jie cautioned, do not advise me, Lu Jie. I am a person who distinguishes clearly between gratitude and vengeance, and I shall repay every wrong. Yang Jian interrupted her, fully aware of her intentions. Huang Sanjian stepped forward, treading upon the void as he approached Gao Zhan. The latter, realizing his peril, lost the earlier confidence he had displayed. What do you intend to do? I warn you. I am the president of the Adventurers Association's Jiangnan City branch. If you kill me, you will be openly declaring war against the Adventurers Association. Do you comprehend the consequences? Our president is a saint-level soul master. Silence. With a flick of his wrist, Huang Sanjian unleashed a black sword forged from soul energy. Piercing through Gao Zhan's chest, blood spewed forth, and a gaping wound appeared where his heart once resided. Gao Zhan reached for the blood pooling at his chest, his face contorted with disbelief and resentment as he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. Having already slain so many, it was only fitting to eliminate him as well. Yang Jian's gaze shifted toward the bald man who had hidden among the crowd. Yes, young master. Huang Sanjian continued his advance toward the bald man. Thud. With the death of even a top-tier extraordinary being, the bald man realized escape was futile. He knelt on the ground, fervently banging his head in submission, pleading, I was wrong. I truly see my error now. I was blinded by foolishness. I apologize. If you forgive me, I am willing to do anything for you. I can be your servant, a slave even. Just spare my life. As Huang Sanjian approached, the bald man's heart raced, nearly causing him to faint from anxiety. Bang! With a mere wave of his hand, Huang Sanjian's power exploded, obliterating the bald man's head. The remaining four, Lu Fan and his companions, were left in a state of shock. Frozen in place, their minds blank. Chapter 20. Leave the blue water spiritual herb, and you may depart in an instant. It felt as though time had frozen, the space around them suspended. Everyone was so tense they forgot to breathe, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. The Adventurers Association was one of the largest organizations in the country, boasting tens of millions of members, with its president being a saint-level soul master. Who exactly was this young man named Yang Jian? Did he not realize he was tearing apart the very fabric of Jiangnan City? What was more alarming was that he now had enmity with both Jiangnan City No. 2 High School and the Pursuit Soul Hall. At such a young age, he had made enemies on all sides. Unless he had an extraordinarily strong backing, he would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate in Jiangnan City. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, filled with astonishment. I remember now. I remember. His name is Yang Jian. He is the super genius from Jiangnan City No. 7 High School who awakened the top-tier SSS-level martial soul. Even a divine-level martial soul. So it was him. I heard that on the day of his awakening, all factions in Jiangnan City scrambled to win him over, and even the mayor personally visited. The mayor is the only king-level extraordinary being, with him backing Yang Jian, who would dare to provoke him in Jiangnan City? Everyone, it seems you have overlooked something crucial. This guardian behind Yang Jian is also a king-level extraordinary being. It is likely that he has even more formidable forces supporting him. Gasp! At this revelation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. What kind of terrifying power could command a king-level extraordinary being to serve as a guardian? Such forces were virtually non-existent in the small Jiangnan city, and even across the province, only a handful could be found, and no wonder he dared to act so brazenly, disregarding Jiangnan City No. 2 High School, the Pursuit Soul Hall, and the Adventurers Association. He indeed possessed the qualifications and audacity to do so. Second uncle, do you think I still have a chance? Su Shui asked, filled with self-doubt. With sincerity and dedication, one can break through even the hardest stone. As long as you remain true to your heart, there may still be hope, responded the Su family's guardian. Su Shui hesitated, her eyes filled with resignation. The current Yang Jian shone like a brilliant star, a super genius supported by numerous powerful figures. In contrast, she, despite being the daughter of the Su family and possessing an S-level support-type martial soul, felt utterly ordinary in his presence. The stronger Yang Jian became, the heavier her feelings of inferiority and regret weighed upon her. Bang! Just then, the tranquil surface of the lake erupted, releasing a towering column of blood that soared dozens of meters high. Jiang Chao, in a state of panic, flew out from within, his face pale. The moment he extracted the blue water spiritual herb, he realized it had grown within a great formation. Once uprooted, the formation would shatter, and whatever had been sealed beneath the lake would regain its freedom. What exactly had been sealed, he did not know, but judging by the aura emanating from it, it was likely a top-tier king-level extraordinary being. Or perhaps even a saint. Run, flee quickly. If you wish to avoid death, leave the desolate area immediately, Jiang Chao shouted loudly while running along the riverbank. What could have happened to cause President Jiang such panic? Could there be something terrifying hidden beneath the lake? Unthinkable, right? The crowd was astonished, gathering around to witness the spectacle. That moment, Yang Jian exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Sanjian, who instantly understood. Raising his hand, a torrent of soul energy transformed into a sword formation, sealing off Jiang Chao's escape route, and commanded, hand over the Bihue Lingji, and I shall spare your life. The expertise of a practitioner reveals their capabilities. Jiang Chao felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Huang Sanjian, then shifted his gaze to search for Gao Zhan's whereabouts. If the two joined forces, perhaps they could mount a fight and no need to search. He is already dead. Yang Jian pointed to Gao Zhan's corpse not far away. How could this be possible? Jiang Chao's pupils trembled. The strongest individual beneath the king level, this was not a jest. Crucially, he had been at the lake's bottom for so long without sensing the fierce battle taking place above. This meant Gao Zhan had been eliminated in an instant, in 3 breaths. If you do not surrender the Bihue Lingji, You too shall perish. Yang Jian threatened coldly. Lu Yuren felt numb. Although backed by the military and city officials, with a king-level protector, they could not afford to be so arrogant and dismissive. The Adventurers Association, the Soul Pursuit Hall, the Soul Master Association, and the Soul Master Commerce. Incurring the ire of 3 out of 4 major civilian forces was tantamount to seeking death. The principle that a tall tree attracts the wind was too simple to ignore. Wasn't it? Jiang Chao gazed long at Gao Zhen's corpse, then at the roiling surface of the lake, unwilling to waste any more time, ultimately yielding and throwing out the Bihue Lingji. Here, Yang Jian accepted the Bihue Lingji. Inhaling deeply, as the purest spiritual energy surged into his body, bringing immense relief in comparison to beast cores or soul liquids. This spiritual herb was utterly insignificant. It was indeed worthy of the fierce competition among the top extraordinary beings. Yet, what realm could it elevate him to upon consumption? Yang Jian placed the Bihue Lingji into his storage ring, and when he looked up again, Jiang Chao had vanished without a trace. Young master. It seems a presence is awakening beneath the lake. Is there a treasure? It cannot be confirmed yet. Huang Sanjian shook his head, and no sooner had he spoken than a terrifying scene unfolded. The earth trembled, and a massive fissure split open at the lake's bottom. The fissure, like a gaping maw, devoured the lake's water, revealing the skeletal remains beneath. Remnant steel. Yang Jian squinted, noting the fragment in the lake's center. The inexplicable aura of mysterious power becoming increasingly compelling. Creak, creak. Just as everyone curiously gazed towards the fissure at the lake's bottom, a skeletal figure crawled out. Soon after came a second, a third. Within mere minutes, hundreds had emerged, continuously pouring forth. These skeletal figures, appearing starved for ages, lunged at the soul masters present with clawing hands. What in the world is this? Keep away from me. One soul master summoned his martial spirit and struck the skeletal figure with a powerful blow. With a clang, the skeleton remained unscathed. Seizing the moment of attack, the skeleton pounced, pinning the soul master to the ground. 10 bony fingers pierced into the soul master's body, draining his blood at a visible pace, leaving him withered. Run! Quick, run! These ghastly creatures cannot be killed. Even if shattered to bone fragments, they can regenerate. Save me. Who can save me? I don't want to die. I want to escape from here. Witnessing the terror of this horde of skeletal figures, chaos erupted on the scene. Everyone scrambled to flee, terrified of being too slow and ending up like the others, drained of life. These beings are too bizarre. We should run too. Lu Yu, with a single strike, could obliterate a dozen skeletal figures, but they would quickly reform. Even with her advanced soul master strength, being trapped was extremely perilous. Young master, it may be best to let them leave first, Huang Sanjian communicated telepathically. Why? Yang Jian inquired, puzzled. The lake conceals a powerful soul that is sealed. Given the uniqueness of the young master's martial spirit, it could bind and refine the soul. I wish to assist the young master in subjugating it. However, this process may take a long time, and keeping them here would serve no purpose. Huang Sanjian explained. Old Huang, my wandering soul's banner can indeed bind and refine souls, but once refined, regardless of the soul's realm, it will be reduced to my level. You mean to say there is a saint sealed below? To be precise, a quasi-saint. Hiss, another quasi-saint. If I could subdue it and make it the primary soul of my wandering soul's banner, the potential would be unimaginable. Yang Jian inhaled sharply and immediately turned to Lu Yu and the others, saying, Teacher Lu, you all should return first. Old Huang and I have matters to attend to. But the principal instructed us to protect. Trust Yang Jian. With the protector present, our staying here would only hinder him. Lu Yu interrupted decisively. The two, realizing their relative weakness, exchanged glances and ceased to insist. Take care. We will wait for you back at the school. 3 teachers. Take care and travel safely. Yang Jian waved, watching Lu Yu and the others disappear from view. The remaining soul masters were either dead or fleeing, and soon only the 2 of them were left. Observing the thousands of skeletal figures before him, Yang Jian felt no trepidation, even harboring a sense of anticipation. Old Huang, what are the odds you can assist me in subjugating it? 30%. Such a low chance? Young master, I am but a first-grade quasi-saint, and the presence below should be a 9th-grade quasi-saint. A 9th-grade quasi-saint. Yang Jian gasped, his entire body prickling with sweat. For a brief moment, he considered retreating. The distinction between realms for advanced soul masters is a watershed, while for extraordinary soul masters, it is a chasm. The gap between a ninth-grade quasi-saint and a first-grade quasi-saint is akin to that between an extraordinary soul master and a novice soul master. Huang Sanjian noticed the concern in Yang Jin's expression and clarified. Young master, this seal has endured for at least 1,000 years, continuously wearing down the strength of that soul, compounded by natural degradation over the millennia. Its power has diminished significantly. A 30% chance is still too low. What if something unexpected occurs? A centipede that dies but does not curl, let alone a soul that has yet to perish, still gives Yang Jin cause for concern. Rest assured, young master, should any unforeseen circumstance arise, I will risk my life to ensure your safe departure. Huang Sanjian pledged earnestly. In truth, there was something he had not disclosed to Yang Jin. After slaying Gao Zhan, the Adventurers Association headquarters would undoubtedly conduct a severe investigation into the matter, and his identity would inevitably be revealed. It was not fear of the Adventurers Association, but rather that the imperial family would not permit one of their quasi-saints to become a protector for an outsider. After all, those legitimate princes and princesses do not possess quasi-saint level protectors, let alone an outsider who cannot even enter the imperial family's ancestral hall. Under the immense pressure from the imperial family, Emperor Xia had no choice but to compromise. Hence, he decided to take the risk to help Yang Jin subjugate this ninth-grade quasi-saint soul, so that once he was gone, this soul could protect the young master and, of course, before being forced to leave Jiangnan City. He would eliminate all factors detrimental to Yang Jin. Young master, just wait here. The rest is up to me. Huang Sanjian waved his frail hand, encasing Yang Jin in a square barrier. As the surrounding skeletal figures touched the barrier, they instantly vanished like melting ice and snow. An extraordinary barrier. Yang Jin marveled inwardly. The hallmark ability of a marquis-level extraordinary being is flight, while that of a king-level extraordinary being is the extraordinary barrier. Such a barrier can isolate all external energies, including the erosion of soul power. Its defensive capability is contingent upon the user's strength and is typically difficult to destroy. The hallmark ability of a quasi-saint is the martial spirit's true form, signifying the integration of oneself with their martial spirit, unleashing maximum power. The third soul skill, the weakening domain. Yang Jin once again unleashed his soul skill. With his junior soul master strength, attempting to weaken a ninth-grade quasi-saint was akin to an ant shaking the heavens. Yet, this was the only way he could assist Huang Sanjian at present. Blood-crying sword. Appear. Huang Sanjian roared, and 3 blood-red long swords manifested out of thin air. All 3 swords were identical, slender in shape. With long blood grooves on either side of the blade, razor-sharp, it seemed that with the slightest stroke, one could cleave the sky in two. A torrent of scarlet blood energy swirled, and a chilling aura permeated the air. Yang Jin stood below, acutely aware of his own insignificance, feeling less than an ant, merely a speck of inconsequential dust. This was merely a wisp of energy released by the martial spirit. If Huang Sanjian unleashed his full strength, the scene would be unimaginable. Friend, we have no enmity. Must we battle? At that moment, an ancient, resonant voice emanated from the depths of the fissure. Come to fight. Huang Sanjian's gaze was resolute. If you seek the spiritual herb, I can offer you another Bihue Lingji. The voice echoed again. Ridiculous. I will take you. The spiritual herb can be obtained regardless. Stop lurking in the shadows. Come out. Huang Sanjian flicked his fingers, and the 3 blood-crying swords surged forward. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the ground shook violently, resembling an earthquake. The point of impact. A radius of 500 meters of land collapsed. The surrounding earth cracked, resembling a spider web spreading outwards. A terrifying shockwave, accompanied by clouds of dust, surged in all directions, flattening trees and buildings alike. Hiss! Merely a casual strike possessed such formidable power. Yang Jin was profoundly shaken, suddenly realizing that he had previously underestimated the power of the quasi-saint. With such a formidable protector, not only could one walk unchallenged in Jiangnan City, but one could dominate across the entire Xia nation and even the globe. How naive and arrogant. Did he truly believe that I would fear him? A furious roar echoed from beneath the ground. If you are not afraid, then come out and fight. Huang Sanjian stood suspended in the air, his 3 blood-weeping swords floating behind him like a bloodthirsty god of slaughter. "Very well. If you seek death so eagerly, I shall grant you your wish." As his voice fell, countless skeletal remains began to climb and pile up, forming a colossal bone claw that obscured the sky. As it descended, an oppressive aura surged forth, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. First, soul skill. Sword shatters the firmament. Huang Sanjian flicked his finger, unleashing a torrent of soul power. The sound of swords ringing filled the air as the 3 blood-weeping swords spun at an astonishing speed, generating a fierce whirlwind. Everything in the path of this tempest was shattered to pieces. Clang! The blood-weeping swords struck the enormous bone claw, shattering countless skeletal remains, yet their own power was being continuously depleted. Remarkable! Huang Sanjian silently marveled, realizing he had somewhat underestimated the strength of this soul. "Old Huang, watch out behind you!" Yang Jian shouted loudly. Huang Sanjian also sensed the chilling intent to kill from behind and thus unleashed his soul skill once more. Second soul skill. Sword shatters all techniques. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 blood-weeping swords erupted in crimson light. Their might intensified in an instant. They shattered the first bone claw and swiftly dodged the attack from the rear claw, cackling, "Arrogant fool. I shall claim your soul." After the probing was complete, that voice erupted in wild laughter, evidently confident in its grasp of the battle. "You are indeed strong, but only the strong deserve to be servants of the young master." Martial soul true body. Huang Sanjian's expression turned grave as he shouted loudly in the next moment. He transformed into a streak of light, merging with the sword body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 blood-weeping swords radiated an unprecedented brilliance, their blades swelling hundreds of times in size. A torrent of crimson blood energy enveloped the entire realm, resembling a hellish battlefield. As far as the eye could see, everything turned a deep scarlet. The blood-weeping swords slashed horizontally, obliterating all skeletal remains. The terrifying energy ripples spread through the air, easily dispersing Yang Jian's weakened domain. Chapter 22. Jiangnan City in turmoil. The 3 great swords soared through the skies, their terrifying power seemingly capable of cleaving the very heavens asunder. This scene delivered a profound visual impact to Yang Jian. Is this the prowess of a quasi-saint? A tempest of emotions surged within Yang Jian, igniting a fervent desire for strength. The ranking competition among the 25 schools in Jiangnan City was merely a diversion for him. Only the National College entrance examination, gathering the nation's talents, warranted his serious attention. Following that, he would amass strength and return to the imperial clan, vying for the esteemed position of the crown prince, standing above all others. All of this required formidable power as its foundation. In the face of absolute strength, even risking one's life would not alter the outcome. As that voice echoed, the scattered bones on the ground rose into the air, swiftly forming a towering skeletal giant standing 100 meters tall. The giant skeleton wielded a bone sword in its left hand and a bone shield in its right, exuding an aura as robust as Huang Sanjian's, a mere dying struggle. "How dare you be so arrogant?" Huang Sanjian bellowed as he charged forward. If he wished to subdue this soul for the young master, he would have to fight with his utmost might. A surge of soul power erupted as the 3 blood-weeping swords howled forth. The sound of their destructive force echoed like sonic booms in his ears. Were it not for the protective barrier, Yang Jian would have been reduced to a mere puddle of blood by this power. The giant skeleton assumed a defensive stance, positioning its bone shield before itself. The 3 swords converged at a single point, unleashing immense power. With a resounding crash, the giant skeleton was sent flying like a cannonball. Hurtling thousands of meters away in its wake, the ground was laid to waste, leaving a massive trench behind. Clouds of dust billowed as the giant skeleton slowly emerged, seemingly unscathed, save for its bone shield which bore severe cracks. Yet in the next moment, the cracks began to mend at a visible speed, quickly restoring it to its former glory. Again, Huang Sanjian charged forward once more. This is bad. Old Huang may not prevail. Yang Jian, witnessing the unfolding battle from within the barrier, grew increasingly concerned as his mentor had failed to gain the upper hand after several exchanges. However, the battle raged on, gradually reaching a fever pitch. The clash between the 2 quasi-saints could only be described as cataclysmic. The earth trembled, skyscrapers toppled, rivers ran dry, and mountains crumbled. Everything in sight was laid to waste. Fortunately, this was a desolate area. Had the two quasi-saints fought in a human city? The residual shockwaves alone could easily claim the lives of tens or even hundreds of thousands. Time ticked by, and the battle continued from day to night without a clear victor emerging. Due to Huang Sanjian's use of the martial soul true body, it was impossible to discern his current mental state. However, judging by the increasingly weakened aura of the blood-weeping swords, he must have sustained grave injuries. "Old Huang, are you all right?" Yang Jin asked with concern. "Rest assured, young master. This old bone of mine can still fight." Huang Sanjian gritted his teeth, although in reality, he was nearing his limit. His advanced age left him with dwindling vitality, and prolonged combat took a significant toll on his body. Yet, that soul was not faring much better. Huang Sanjian could distinctly sense the weakening of the giant skeleton's power, indicating that the soul had also reached its limit. Having said that, Huang Sanjian charged into battle once more. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, news of Lu Fan and Zhang Kai's martial souls being refined, the murder of the second high school teacher, the assassination of the pursuit hall's assassin, and the death of Gao Zhun had spread like wildfire. Everyone believed that Yang Jin had gone mad and that his life was now on borrowed time. Even with the protection of a king-level powerhouse, he could not last much longer. The Su family, fearing retaliation from the Pursuit Hall and the Adventurers Association, publicly declared that they had severed ties with Yang Jin, declaring no further association. The second high school, seeking vengeance, secretly contacted various top schools to form an alliance, determined to target the seventh high school, especially Yang Jin, during this ranking competition. Within the city hall, a young girl with flowing blonde waves turned to the mayor and said, "Father, I understand your desire to invest in Yang Jin due to his talent, but offering something worth millions of soul liquid seems excessively generous. Winning him over is just one aspect. I have a second consideration." The mayor replied, "A second consideration? Father, you can't possibly mean you want me to marry him." The young girl shook her head vigorously in refusal. The mayor sighed, shaking his head as he gazed towards the direction of Sunset Town. With his king-level extraordinary strength, he could barely sense the energy fluctuations of the battle hundreds of kilometers away. Judging by the intensity of the energy, it was at least top-tier king-level, if not quasi-saint. In all of Xia, there were very few forces capable of having a quasi-saint as a protector, each possessing at least 1,000 years of heritage. The mayor held considerable power in Jiangnan City. Yet in the face of these ancient forces, he felt as insignificant as a small fish, and to think of marrying Yang Jin. Such aspirations were utterly out of reach. "Father, speak up. Stop keeping me in suspense." The young girl pouted, playfully tugging at the mayor's arm. "Do you remember the mysterious secret realm I discovered in Jiangnan City years ago?" The mayor inquired. "I remember. You said that secret realm was protected by a barrier and could not be breached, right? I later learned that the secret realm can only be accessed by talents of SSS rank or higher." Upon hearing this, the young girl's face lit up with realization, her eyes brimming with anticipation. So-called secret realms are set up by powerful individuals during their lifetimes. They contain vast treasures, and with a stroke of luck, one might even obtain a legacy and soar to greatness. However, the treasures and legacies within secret realms are not as easily acquired as one might imagine, often accompanied by difficult trials, with many losing their lives in the process. Even so, countless soul masters around the world still flock to secret realms. A secret realm that can only be accessed by SSS-ranked geniuses must at least be tied to a quasi-saint, right? The young girl's eyes sparkled with eagerness, her impatience evident. "It could also be linked to a holy soul master," the mayor stated seriously. "A holy soul master?" The young girl was left speechless, utterly astonished. The greater the strength of the individual who set up the secret realm, the more precious the treasures inside. If one were to obtain the legacy of a holy soul master, it would be beyond imagination. "Remember to keep this a secret. Do not let it slip," the mayor advised. The daughter nodded earnestly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Should news of the holy soul master's secret realm leak, all the major forces within the country would flock to Jiangnan City. At that point, a bloody storm would be inevitable. With more competitors, her chances of obtaining the treasures would dwindle. Within the pursuit hall, a woman clad in a black robe and wearing a faceless mask sat beneath a pavilion. Looking at the subordinate kneeling beside her and inquiring, "Is it confirmed?" The subordinate has just returned from the Soul Master Association. According to President Zhang's description, Yang Jin's protector is a king-level extraordinary being, even stronger than the mayor. When did Jiangnan City produce a second king-level extraordinary being? It seems Yang Jin is not only extraordinarily talented but also possesses an impressive background. What should we do now? Shall we continue to send assassins? Upon hearing this, the black-robed woman's gaze turned frigid, laced with murderous intent as she scolded. Are you a fool? Even the entire branch hall cannot contend with a king-level powerhouse. But we have accepted the Ma family's money, and according to the rules of the pursuit hall, rules? In the branch hall, my rules are the only rules. The black-robed woman sneered coldly and declared ruthlessly, relay my orders. All assassins in the branch hall, mobilize tonight. I want to leave no one alive from the Ma family. Since they dared to kill even Gao Zhan, they would not hesitate to eliminate the branch hall's leader. The only option now was to wipe out the Ma family to silence them, then firmly assert that the assassination of Yang Jin was the personal act of an individual and had nothing to do with the pursuit hall. Chapter 23. Bone Xian, the holy soul master of 1,000 years ago. Puff. With a powerful collision, Huang Sanjian was forced to revert from his martial soul true body state. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his breath had grown exceedingly feeble. He swayed in the air, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. The extraordinary barrier surrounding Yang Jin had also become as fragile as a gossamer veil. As if it would shatter with the slightest touch. Young master, run! Huang Sanjian shouted in a state of frantic desperation. Run? Can you truly escape? Countless desiccated bones transformed into sharp bone spikes, sealing off all possible avenues of retreat for both Yang Jin and Huang Sanjian. You! How has your aura grown stronger? Huang Sanjian exclaimed, taken aback. Just now, I only exerted half my strength to counter the seal. Now that it has been completely lifted, you are witnessing my true power. A chilling laughter emanated from beneath the crevice, followed by tendrils of dark mist wafting forth. An overwhelming pressure descended from above, effortlessly shattering the extraordinary barrier. In that moment of critical peril, Huang Sanjian appeared before Yang Jin in an instant. Bracing against the oncoming force, biffed. Huang Sanjian spewed another mouthful of blood, unable to maintain his stance, relying solely on his sword for support. It's over. We must restart. Yang Jin pressed his lips together, accepting his fate with calm composure. Do not worry, young master. Although this old servant underestimated his strength and could not defeat him, buying you time to escape is not beyond my capacity, Huang Sanjian reassured earnestly, faced with the young master's life. How could he engage in a battle without certainty? The odds of subduing this soul were merely 30%, yet the chance of ensuring Yang Jin's safe departure was a full 100. Of course, the price would be his own life. Soon, the dark mist thickened, gradually coalescing into an illusory figure. Ha ha ha! A millennium! A millennium! At last, I am free once more. Bone Xian, open your eyes and behold. The seal you arranged at the cost of your life has ultimately failed to extinguish me. This time, I shall annihilate your descendants and refine them into bone soldiers to torment for eternity. The illusory figure laughed maniacally, its pent-up rage from 1,000 years unleashed in that moment. Then, its gaze shifted to Huang Sanjian, akin to a predator eyeing a delectable prey, a quasi-saint soul. Just what I need to restore my vitality. Kekekek. Upon hearing this, Huang Sanjian was struck with shock and dread. You are the evil soul master sealed by Bone Xian 1,000 years ago? Oh, I did not expect that even after a millennium, someone would still recognize me, the illusory figure replied with a smug smile. An evil soul master? Yang Jin's pupils constricted, having heard this term for the second time. The first mention was in school, during a lecture where the teacher briefly touched upon it. Evil soul masters possess bizarre and strange martial souls, acting without restraint and killing on a whim, notorious throughout the world. There had been cases of evil soul masters slaughtering entire cities, extinguishing millions of lives solely to augment their power. This was an exceedingly rare group, dwelling in the shadows of society, largely unknown. Indeed, every evil soul master possesses extraordinary power. Do not be deceived by his mere status as a 9-rank quasi-saint. Ordinary saint soul masters are no match for him. Even Bone Xian, a 3-rank saint soul master of that era, could only seal him at the cost of his life, attempting to obliterate his soul. Huang Sanjian explained gravely. Hiss! Yang Jin inhaled sharply, realizing that the teacher's lessons had been far too conservative. The might of evil soul masters surpassed all expectations. Wait a moment, you just mentioned Saint Soul Master Bone Xian? Hearing that name for the second time jolted Yang Jian. Do you see that broken steel? The seal was shattered, allowing the evil soul master to escape. Huang Sanjian pointed out, then shifted his tone to caution. Young master, when the battle commences, you must flee without looking back. This old servant will buy you sufficient time. Old Huang, can the seal be repaired? Yang Jian asked unexpectedly. The steel at the center of the lake bore the character for mystery, while the one in his hand bore the character for bone. Together, they formed Bone Xian. Moreover, from the moment he arrived, he had felt a mysterious force calling to him. It was highly likely that the two steel were resonating with one another, unless a Saint Soul Master arrived in person. Or another steel could be found. Huang Sanjian shook his head. Both options were unrealistic. The only remaining course of action was to buy time for the young master at the cost of his own life. With that thought, Huang Sanjian gripped the blood-weeping sword, his gaze resolute, prepared to face death. Have you delivered your final words? Then perish. The illusory figure snapped its fingers, and a rain of bone spikes shot toward Huang Sanjian. Young master, run! Huang Sanjian bellowed, advancing rather than retreating. The illusory figure scoffed, not even bothering to glance at Yang Jian. A mere 4-rank initial soul master would be obliterated with a mere sneeze. The most critical point was to kill Huang Sanjian and devour his soul to regain vitality. If I flee, won't you be doomed? Yang Jian murmured to himself, making his way toward the steel at the lake's center. The fierce battle between the two quasi-saints raged on, oblivious to Yang Jian's presence below. They never anticipated that instead of fleeing, Yang Jian was advancing towards the core area. Was this not tantamount to seeking his own demise? Hiss! The pressure inadvertently released by the two quasi-saints nearly crushed his very being. As Yang Jian drew nearer to the center of the lake, each step became increasingly arduous, as if he bore the weight of a mountain. Expending all his strength with every movement, he gritted his teeth. Unaware of the blood seeping from his gums, drenched in sweat, he felt as though he had been drained of his last vestige of strength, relying solely on sheer willpower to persist. Old Huang has treated me well. How could I bear to watch him perish? Almost there. The steel is within reach. Yang Jian struggled onward, his face contorted in agony, his bones creaking under the overwhelming pressure, threatening to fracture at any moment. He glanced up at Huang Sanjian, who was locked in battle above, his tattered black robe, shattered mask, and bloodied form still resolutely wielding the blood-weeping sword. If old Huang could risk his life to endure, why should I not persevere? Yang Jian took another step forward. He could almost touch the steel, and so he retrieved the other fragment from his bronze ring. Buzz! In an instant, the two fragments emitted a violent humming sound. Vibrating intensely then, the fragment in his hand shot forth with a whoosh, merging with the steel at the bottom of the lake. The fissure in the middle rapidly healed, the characters Bone Xian radiating brilliant golden light that soared into the heavens. An ancient, majestic force erupted, swallowing all surrounding bones into the crevice like a whale consuming its prey. In no time, the countless bones vanished without a trace. The illusory figure was also drawn by this force, its form shifting and transforming into tendrils of dark mist, being pulled back into the chasm below. What is happening? Wasn't the seal already broken by me? The illusory figure exclaimed in shock, unable to believe what was transpiring. It was the young master. Huang Sanjian squinted, gazing down at Yang Jian. What have you done? The illusory figure bellowed frantically at him. I merely restored the two fragments. Yang Jian replied with a grin. That fragment could not possibly be in your possession. No, no, no. The illusory figure roared in defiant rage as it was ultimately drawn into the depths of the earth by the seal. Chapter 24. Subduing the Evil Soul Master. A millennium. A full millennium of scheming. After finally regaining my freedom, it crumbles like a fleeting dream. He had considered that Huang Sanjian might possess some special means, thought it possible that Bone Xian's formation had hidden contingencies, and even entertained the notion that other powerful beings might arrive to besiege him. Yet he had never imagined that Yang Jian would possess the other half of the steel. Even more astonishing was the audacity of a mere 4-rank initial soul master daring to approach the lake's center amidst the pressure of battling two quasi-saints. How could he possess such audacity? Most others would have long been frightened into fleeing. Ah, he howled in despair, his anger directed toward the heavens. After a millennium of toil, his lifespan was all but spent. With the remaining time, it was impossible to break through this formation. He was left with only a dead end. Huang Sanjian could no longer withstand the strain, blood spurting forth as he plummeted from the sky. Old Huang! Yang Jian rushed forward to support him, aghast at the injuries he bore. There were over 20 puncture wounds across his limbs and torso, all inflicted by bone spikes, blood flowing profusely, resembling a figure drenched in crimson. Such grievous wounds would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ago. Even Huang Sanjian, possessing quasi-saint strength, was now on the brink of collapse, his breath faint. It's merely a trivial wound. This old servant will not perish, Huang Sanjian forced a smile, immediately sitting cross-legged to heal. This spiritual herb will help you recover more swiftly. Yang Jian produced a Bai Shui Ling Ji from his bronze ring. You, a mere servant, do not deserve such kindness from the young master. Huang Sanjian resolutely shook his head in refusal. Take it, or do you wish to defy my command? Yang Jian's expression darkened, his serious gaze fixed firmly upon Huang Sanjian. This old servant would not dare. Huang Sanjian responded weakly, I killed the second middle school teacher, Gao Zhan, and have attracted the attention of the Soul Pursuit Hall. You must recover quickly, so I can have the confidence to survive. Yang Jian forcibly pressed the Bai Shui Ling Ji into his hand. Thud. Huang Sanjian knelt heavily upon the ground, his gaze filled with respect and determination. This old servant shall not disappoint the young master's kindness. Centuries ago, he had been nothing more than a hunted stray dog, on the brink of death when he encountered the Summer Emperor, who brought him back to the imperial clan for healing. Within the imperial clan, no one regarded him as one of their own. No one would spare any resources for his cultivation. They treated him as a mere servant, tasked with performing unsavory deeds. Only the Summer Emperor had treated him differently, and now, a second person like the Summer Emperor had emerged. A mere Bai Shui Ling Ji was not worthy of such a gesture as kneeling in gratitude. What truly moved him was that Yang Jian could have easily turned his back and walked away, indifferent to his fate. Yet he did not. Instead, he risked his life to restore the seal. Resolute in action yet deeply loyal. If in the future the young master were to return to the imperial clan and vie for the position of crown prince, he would surely lend his unwavering support. Yang Jian remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Huang Sanjian's mind. He was focused solely on one thing. Having come this far, he could not return empty-handed. Upon sending forth a precious Bihue Lingji, one must acquire something even more invaluable in return. As Yang Jian wandered, he arrived beside the stone tablet. Gazing at the swirling black mist emerging from the fissures, a frenzied thought flickered through his mind. Old Huang, may I pose a question? Is there anyone in this world capable of achieving immortality? Yang Jian inquired with curiosity. Those beneath the extraordinary are akin to mere ants, with a lifespan of at most a century. Those above the extraordinary may extend their life by 200 years. Above the sages, one may gain an additional 500 years. A human's existence is limited to a millennium at best. True immortality is utterly unattainable. Huang Sanjian replied while refining the Bihue Lingji. Then why, if this soul beneath our feet has surpassed a millennium, has it not perished? The methods of the evil soul master differ from those of ordinary soul masters. Upon abandoning their corporeal form, they can augment their lifespan by several hundred years. So it follows that he shall be obliterated by the formation laid by the Bone Xian Saint Soul Master, leading to his complete demise. The exchange between the two resonated like fuel to a fire in the ears of the evil Soul Master, provoking him to curse vehemently, You little brat! I should have obliterated you first. Shattered your flesh and crushed your soul. Enough of this useless banter, old evil. I now present you with an opportunity for survival. Do you accept? Yang Jian asked, his heart suddenly steadied after clarifying the matter. Upon hearing these words, both Huang Sanjian and the evil soul master were taken aback, their gazes fixated upon Yang Jian. Young master, what do you intend? Huang Sanjian queried anxiously. Brat, what are you scheming? The evil soul master felt a flicker of anticipation arise within him. Having been trapped for a millennium, he was weary of the dreary and despairing days. Moreover, he did not wish to meet his end here. Become my sole servant, the true master of the Wan Hun fan. Yang Jian declared earnestly, "Preposterous! I am a dignified ninth-rank quasi-saint. I have slain even Saint Soul Masters. To think you would have me bind myself as a servant is sheer folly." The evil Soul Master roared in anger, vehemently rejecting the notion I in his prime. He was a formidable force in the Xia kingdom, his mere name instilling fear among many. How could he endure the disgrace of becoming a servant, especially to a mere fourth-rank novice Soul Master? If word of this were to spread, where would he find honor? He would rather die than sully the dignity of a strong man. Young Master, might I suggest sending word to the Master? Together, you two could surely help the young Master subdue this soul. Huang Sanjian earnestly proposed. To conquer a powerful soul, the simplest and most effective method was to deliver a thorough beating, reducing it to a mere breath, before Yang Jian could refine and subdue it. There was no other option, Master? The evil Soul Master was taken aback. Humph. The young Master is a prince of the imperial clan. His father is the current emperor of Xia, a ninth-rank pinnacle quasi-saint. Huang Sanjian proudly introduced that a prince of the imperial clan, the emperor of Xia. The evil Soul Master was once again astonished, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts, unable to find peace. His current fate seemed to hinge on two possibilities, either being obliterated by the formation, leading to his utter demise, or Huang Sanjian summoning reinforcements to break the seal from outside, jointly beating him to the brink of death, after which Yang Jian would subdue him. Yet, to serve under a prince of the imperial clan did not seem entirely dishonorable. Did it? Should this prince ascend to the throne, he would possess the merit of having aided in his rise. The identity of a servant could transform into that of an imperial benefactor. Once more, I offer you a choice. Will you face death or become my sole servant? Yang Jian inquired. I am willing to become a sole servant, the evil Soul Master stammered, after much contemplation. A satisfied smile graced Yang Jian's lips as he inquired about the lifespan matter. Intending to gradually dismantle the evil Soul Master's psychological defenses, to his surprise, Huang Sanjian's timely reinforcement had brought forth the imperial clan as well. Old Huang. Yang Jian cast a glance his way. The old servant understood. After refining the Bihue Lingji, Huang Sanjian had regained much of his strength. He approached the stone tablet and unleashed a sword strike. Crack! A fine fissure appeared on the stone tablet, suppressing the evil Soul Master. The formation was disrupted, and wisps of black mist surged forth from the crevice. Should the evil Soul Master harbor any treachery, Huang Sanjian would immediately withdraw, causing the tablet to restore itself. Chapter 25. Su Shui Transfer Schools Enter. Yang Jian waved his hand, causing the Wan Hun fan to swell 100-fold in the wind. Alas, the evil Soul Master sighed, retreating into the depths of the Wan Hun fan. Inside, it was pitch dark, with rolling black mist enveloping hundreds of soulless puppet souls standing in place. This delineates the distinction between puppets and soul servants. At that moment, a mysterious black chain materialized from thin air, rushing toward him. The soul black chain, the evil Soul Master thought, astonished. How could this novice Soul Master wield such a formidable soul artifact? His pupils contracted in shock as he hastily dodged. The soul black chain possessed astonishing power, especially against soul entities. It was an epic-grade soul artifact, exceedingly rare. As he narrowly escaped, the evil Soul Master barely had time to catch his breath before yet another soul black chain appeared within the Wan Hun fan. Soon followed the third, the fourth. In mere moments, hundreds of soul black chains emerged. These chains seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. This is madness. This world has truly gone insane. How could so many epic-grade soul artifacts manifest at once? No, this cannot be. These are not mere artifacts. They are condensed fragments of martial soul power. The realization dawned upon him that if one could conjure soul black chains, then his martial soul, could it possibly be divine? The evil Soul Master was rendered speechless with shock. This momentary lapse in focus allowed a soul black chain to pierce through him. Though his soul did not suffer substantial harm, a layer of shackles was added. This layer rendered him unable to escape the Wan Hun fan, nor could he retaliate against his master. It is done. Yang Jian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. With two quasi-saints to protect him, one being a ninth-rank quasi-saint, how could he possibly lose? He would kick across the seas and strike the 8 realms. In Jiangnan 7th School, he would discover who his father truly was. Congratulations, young master. Huang Sanjian nodded with relief, finally able to leave Jiangnan City without concerns. By the way, old evil, is there not another Bihue Lingji beneath the lake? Yang Jian suddenly recalled that old evil had originally intended to sell the Bihue Lingji to Huang Sanjian. What old evil? I am known by name. I am infamously dubbed the ghost-seeking Xiao Hai. You may call me Xiao Lao. Xiao Hai is a thing of the past. From now on, I shall call you old evil. And you shall call me master, brat. It is already a great honor for me to become your sole servant. Do not delude yourself into thinking I will call you master. You would not wish for your identity as the evil soul master to be exposed. Would you? Should the righteous powers come to hunt you down, I cannot guarantee your safety. Very well, master. I shall retrieve the other Bihue Lingji for you. Old evil transformed into a swirl of black mist, emerging from within the Wan Hun fan to burrow into the depths of the crack. Moments later, he returned holding a second Bihue Lingji, this one larger and more potent in spiritual energy. It was due to this spiritual herb nourishing his soul that he had endured so long within the formation. Young master, once the spiritual herb is harvested, its potency will gradually diminish. It would be prudent to find a quiet place to enter seclusion. Then return to Jiangnan City later, Huang Sanjian advised. Agreed. I shall heed your counsel. Yang Jian nodded, seeking a concealed location to immediately refine the Bihue Lingji. The rich spiritual energy penetrated his flesh and blood, coursing into his body. In an instant, every cell within him rejoiced, experiencing an unprecedented sensation of comfort. His soul power surged explosively, escalating at a terrifying pace. Truly, it was a spiritual herb that even extraordinary beings envied. Compared to it, beast cores and soul liquids were utterly trivial. While the effects were formidable, the refining process required considerable time, especially since Yang Jian was merely a 4th-rank novice soul master, rendering his refining speed far slower than that of the quasi-saint Huang Sanjian. Simultaneously, Huang Sanjian also entered a meditative state, gradually recovering from his injuries. Days turned into weeks, and during this time, many returned to the desolate zone, only to find not even a shadow. The vast desolation had seemingly transformed into a ghostly domain. During this period, the city mayor had closed the doors to visitors, inciting various rumors. The prevailing theory was that Yang Jian had perished, which explained the mayor's lack of effort in searching the desolation. Furthermore, a significant event unfolded in Jiangnan City. The powerful Ma family was annihilated overnight by a mysterious force, with the elderly matriarch and even infants meeting untimely deaths. Even the old guard dog was found hanged. In the 7th School, the principal's office. Alas, nearly a month has passed, yet there is still no news of Yang Jian. The principal gazed at the teachers before him, his countenance weary and spirit waning. Since Lu Yu and the others returned, his heart had been in turmoil. A month had passed. Even if he had left, he should have returned by now. We have ventured into the desolate zone numerous times, scouring every corner, yet still found no trace of Yang Jian. Signs of fierce battles among powerful beings were evident, many places reduced to rubble. If Yang Jian had been present, given his 4th-rank novice soul master strength, it was highly probable he would have been obliterated. I personally visited Chairman Jiang, who claimed that the entity beneath the earth was immensely powerful, rivaling Yang Jian's protector. I fear in recent days. I also visited the military weapons division, but they stated they had not encountered Yang Jian, nor dispatched any protectors. For Yang Jian's sake, the teachers had gone an entire month without a sound night's sleep. Deep down, they all understood that with so much time elapsed without a sign, it was highly likely he had met his end. A divine-level genius, such a promising talent. It is truly a pity. His demise would shatter the hopes of 7th School. It is my fault. I should never have allowed Yang Jian to enter the desolate zone for trials. Even if his progress was slower, it would have been better than losing his life. The principal was filled with regret and self-reproach. It was also my fault. I clearly could have dissuaded Yang Jian from taking such risks. Lu Yu lamented her past decisions. That moment, Su Shui barged in without knocking. She strode in with confidence, surveying everyone in the room with an air of superiority before slamming a document onto the table. In an instant, the somber and oppressive atmosphere of the office was shattered. The principal looked down at the document, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "You wish to apply for a transfer?" people aspire to rise. Just as water flows downward, I have already made the decision to join First High, Su Shui declared proudly. Su Shui, perhaps you should reconsider. If you require any resources, the school will certainly do its utmost to accommodate you. The principal attempted to persuade her. Reconsider? What is there to contemplate? I came to 7th High for Yang Jian, and now that he is dead, I shall naturally seek a more favorable opportunity, Su Shui retorted. Let me be frank with you all. The principal of First High personally invited me to join, and I have already formed an engagement with the esteemed Gao Qilin. When the rankings are announced, you 7th High misfits had better acknowledge your inferiority, lest you find yourselves with broken limbs. Seeing the principal hesitating to sign, Su Shui threatened. My application for transfer is meant to afford you some dignity. If you refuse to uphold your own dignity, then First High will gladly do it for you. Sighing in resignation, the principal reluctantly signed and stamped the transfer application. 2 days later, the grand ranking competition of the 25 middle schools of Jiangnan City was held in a spectacular fashion. Once the news was confirmed, the streets were deserted. Various media outlets rushed to the gymnasium to secure prime filming positions, broadcasting from multiple angles throughout the event in addition to the eager media and spectators. The director of the Military Affairs Bureau, the director of education, the lord of the Soul Pursuit Hall, the president of the Soul Master Association, the president of the Soul Master Commerce Association, the executive officer of the Adventurers Association headquarters, the mayor of Jiangnan City, along with various school principals and influential families such as the Su family were all in attendance. It is no exaggeration to say that this year's event attracted the most formidable elites and powers in all of Jiangnan City. The fervor surrounding it was several times greater than in previous years. Consequently, competitors from various schools were eager to showcase their prowess and gain attention. Securing the favor of these prominent figures could lead to soaring prospects. In the VIP section, Jiang Chao greeted the middle-aged man beside him. Director Huang, it has been 10 years since we last met. You seem even stronger now, thanks to the cultivation of the president. I have been fortunate enough to enter the realm of 7-rank sovereignty, Director Huang replied with a proud smile, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. 7-rank sovereignty. Upon hearing this phrase, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting shock. The number of top-tier extraordinary beings in Jiangnan City was too great to count, and among them were several 9-rank extraordinary individuals. However, the chasm between the ranks of Marquis and King is so vast that many spend their entire lives without breaking through. This is why Mayor Zheng Qiaosong has maintained his position as the strongest in Jiangnan City for over a decade with his 1-rank sovereignty. With Director Huang's talent, it is only a matter of time before he breaks through to the quasi-saint realm. Indeed, when that time comes, the Daxia will gain another quasi-saint. The crowd in the VIP section began to shower praises upon Director Huang. Particularly the Su family and other influential factions were the most enthusiastic, almost eager to kneel and kiss his feet. The Military Affairs Bureau and other forces were more restrained, though they could not hide their envy. 7-rank sovereignty is nothing. My father will reach that realm sooner or later. Zhang Yueling pouted, her tone tinged with jealousy. Previously, regardless of status or strength, Zhang Qiaosong was held in high regard in Jiangnan City. Now, with the Adventurers Association sending a steward, his presence had diminished significantly. After sitting for a while, few had approached to greet him. Yueling, refrain from speaking recklessly, Zhang Qiaosong quickly admonished. The hearing of 7-rank sovereignty is remarkable, and Director Huang's expression shifted slightly. Mayor Zhang, I have heard that you had a close relationship with Yang Jian. Is that true? At this statement, everyone tensed, casting their gazes in this direction. The principal of 2nd High was merely an extraordinary being. No matter how enraged, he could not stir much trouble. However, Director Huang was different. He was the steward of the Adventurers Association headquarters, a 7-rank sovereignty. He had traveled a great distance to Jiangnan City specifically to investigate this matter. Yang Jian possesses extraordinary talent, and I hold him in high esteem. Zhang Qiaosong answered candidly. What a fool! Su Zhengxiong sneered inwardly. Everyone knew that Director Huang had come seeking revenge. At this moment, instead of distancing himself, he had willingly walked into the line of fire, which could only indicate a lack of intelligence. Unlike him, who quickly severed ties with Yang Jian, transferred his daughter to First High, and formed an engagement with Gao Qilin, the only son of Gao Zhan, who had awakened an SS-level martial soul. Under the nurturing of First High, he had already become a 7-rank novice soul master. Moreover, The first person Director Huang met upon arriving in Jiangnan City was Gao Qilin. Indicating their close relationship, Yang Jian was indeed impressive, having awakened a divine-level martial soul and possessed a king-level protector, suggesting that his backing was formidable. However, Gao Qilin's backing was Director Huang, and behind Director Huang stood the entire Adventures Association. Perhaps decades later, Director Huang would break through to the quasi-saint level. This is what one calls recognizing the times. Those who understand the situation are the true talents. In the future, the Su family would undoubtedly dominate Jiangnan City. Is he still alive? Director Huang continued to press. He should still be alive, Zheng Qiaosong replied. What do you mean by should? Director Huang raised an eyebrow. During the battle in the wasteland zone, everything around was laid to waste. Yet neither Yang Jian nor his protector's remains were found. Hence, I speculate he should still be alive, Zheng Qiaosong responded, maintaining his composure and speaking only the truth. His words echoed the thoughts of the many top extraordinary beings present. Many among them had been to the battlefield of the wasteland zone, and from the terrifying traces of battle, they deduced that the conflict had endured for quite some time, indicating a stalemate. Since it was a standoff, if one of the king-level experts was resolute in their desire to flee, the other would surely be unable to stop them. The reason they had not appeared for so long was likely that they were hiding somewhere to recuperate. Today marked the grand competition of the 25 schools, and such an important occasion would undoubtedly see their appearance. Thus, they had all set aside their affairs to witness this grand event. However, ordinary soul masters could not fathom the thoughts of these extraordinary beings. To them, Yang Jian's prolonged absence from Jiangnan City likely meant he had perished in the wasteland zone. If he returns alive, I will kill him. Director Huang cast a provocative glance at Zheng Qiaosong. Zheng Qiaosong smiled without speaking. Other extraordinary beings could only speculate that Yang Jian was not dead, but he had truly felt the energy fluctuations from the battlefield that day. The protector behind Yang Jian was undoubtedly not weaker than Director Huang. If they were to engage, it would likely follow the fate of Gao Zhen. As the crowd engaged in conversation, the gymnasium erupted with passionate and invigorating music, and various media outlets began filming and broadcasting. The host, holding a microphone, took to the stage, exclaiming, "This year's grand competition is unprecedentedly lively. All the strong from Jiangnan City have gathered." Noticing the cameras, Zheng Qiaosong and others wore friendly smiles and waved to the viewers at home. The atmosphere was harmonious. This grand competition not only pertained to the rankings of the schools in Jiangnan City, but also the resources allocated by the Education Bureau for the coming year. Representing a contest between geniuses, I won't say much more. Now, please welcome the competitors from First High to the stage. As the host's words fell, the music ignited with fervor. The cameras and lights simultaneously focused on the entrance, where several spirited young individuals approached. The leader was well-proportioned, clad in a school uniform, with a short, neat haircut that exuded a sense of vigor. His eyes were shadowed, concealing lethal intent. The aura surrounding him was so potent that even his fellow classmates refrained from getting too close. Only Su Shui affectionately linked her arm with his, waving enthusiastically at the cameras with her free hand. That must be Gao Qilin. Indeed, he possesses an extraordinary demeanor. One can immediately tell he is a genius. It is said that he awakened the SS-level martial soul, Abyssal Poison Spike. At such a young age, he is already a 7-rank novice soul master. He will undoubtedly reach the 9 rank before the college entrance examination. He's the #1 prodigy in Jiangnan City. Do you think this is a joke? With his 7-rank prowess, combined with an SS-level martial soul, ordinary 8-rank individuals are not his match, with the assistance of S-level Su Shui. The first place in this grand competition is undoubtedly his. As the murmurs spread, thunderous applause filled the venue. Chapter 27. The overlooked 7th High, targeting 7th High following 1st High were 2nd High, 3rd High, Experimental High School, and the Foreign Language High School, all making their appearances in succession. The order of appearances was determined by the rankings of the previous years. Its the prodigy of 2nd High. Chun-Li, SS-level martial soul, Golden Savage Bull, 7-rank realm. In the entire city, the only one who can match Gao Qilin in an arm wrestling contest is him. Chun-Li is indeed formidable. No one can rival him in terms of strength. However, he is not a match for Gao Qilin. The most beautiful sister duo from 3rd High has made their entrance. Both possess SS-level martial souls, Jade-Horned Azure Flood Dragon. They are also in the 7-rank realm. This year's competition is indeed different from previous years. There are so many SS-level prodigies. Every team that stepped forward received a warm welcome, yet when 7th High took the stage, a chorus of boos erupted. Ha ha ha! 7th High truly declines year after year. This year, they don't even have a single S-level prodigy. Didn't he 7th High give birth to a divine-level prodigy? Where is he? Are you referring to Yang Jian? That guy was arrogant and presumptuous. He must have perished in the wasteland zone long ago. Undoubtedly, Qizhong is destined to finish at the bottom once again this year. It is truly perplexing to comprehend the necessity of the existence of such a subpar institution. Perhaps it would be best to dissolve it entirely. As the jeers from the audience echoed in her ears, Lu Yu's expression grew grim. The few students trailing behind her could not muster the courage to raise their heads. Everyone was aware of Qizhong's lackluster capabilities, yet they remained oblivious to the reasons behind its shortcomings. Over 20 years ago, a beast tide erupted in Jiangnan City, nearly transforming it into a desolate wasteland. The Military Affairs Bureau called upon the populace to combat the beast tide, yet very few responded. Schools prioritized their own safety, with some even preparing relocation plans. Only Qizhong stepped forward, with the former principal leading a multitude of teachers and students to the front lines. In that battle, the former principal, a figure of great renown, perished. Qizhong suffered a devastating blow and was left reeling ever since, as the years slipped by. This incident gradually faded from the public's memory. While those who experienced it firsthand remembered, they dared not speak of it, fearing it would highlight their cowardice and weakness. As all competitors took the stage, the time had come for the drawing of lots. The host's voice resonated once more. Teachers from various schools ascended the stage to draw their respective numbers. The competition comprised 2 segments, a team match and an individual match. The final rankings of the schools would be determined based on the cumulative scores. Oh heavens, may we not face a strong opponent in the first match? Lu Yu clasped her hands together, silently praying. Do not think that just because Yang Jian is deceased, I will spare Qizhong. It would be wise for you to hope you do not draw my group, or else my students will dismantle you. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced Lu Yu's ear. She turned to see a teacher from Erzhong. Her vibrant red hair strikingly conspicuous, and she was also the wife of the bald-headed man. The vendetta for her husband's death is an eternal grievance. Moreover, Erzhong had also lost an S-rank and an A-rank genius. Lu Yu refrained from engaging, fearing that reasoning would provoke the other's wrath. She merely glanced at the number in the woman's hand, which bore the numeral 9. Please, do not let it be 9. Lu Yu muttered as she drew a number from the opaque box. Upon revealing it, she saw it was 5. A weight lifted from her heart. Lu teacher, what a coincidence. We meet in the first match. At that moment, a rotund, greasy man approached, his own number also 5. Lu Yu's heart sank. Avoiding Erzhong was indeed prudent, but encountering Yizhong was unfortunate. If we lose the first battle, the impact on morale would be immense. And once again, we would struggle to escape the bottom position. Su teacher, shall we swap? The red-haired woman swayed her hips, leaning against the greasy man. Exchanging numbers violates the rules, does it not? The greasy man coughed twice. Noticing that no one was paying attention to them, as his hand slyly wrapped around the red-haired woman's waist from behind. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable, especially since this year's competition is hosted by our Erzhong. As long as you agree to the swap, I assure you will not suffer any losses. The red-haired woman drew closer, her body brushing provocatively against the greasy man's arm. He understood her insinuation and readily agreed. All right, let us swap. Such blatant disregard. Anger surged within Lu Yu as she rushed to the center of the stage, pointing at the greasy man and the red-haired woman in the corner, declaring they are secretly exchanging number plates. This violates the principles of fair competition. According to the rules, they should be disqualified. Upon her declaration, the auditorium remained unmoved. To the ordinary audience, it mattered little whom Qizhong faced, as they would inevitably be crushed. For the dignitaries in the VIP section, Qizhong held no significant ties. There was no need to spare the face of 2 formidable schools like Yizhong and Erzhong. Daddy, this is unfair. Are we not going to do anything? Zhang Yueling exclaimed indignantly. Fairness must be fought for, not granted by others. Zhang Qiaosong calmly rejected. But Zhang Yueling was unable to contain her dissatisfaction. However, she wielded neither authority nor power to effect change. Just as silence enveloped the room, the director of the Military Affairs Bureau stood up. He was not a local of Jiangnan City. He had been appointed to oversee matters after the previous director perished over 2 decades ago. He had no particular connection to Qizhong, yet he was well aware of its history. Ahem. Just as he prepared to voice his support, Elder Huang coughed meaningfully twice. The director froze, his words caught in his throat as he sighed and quietly returned to his seat. Silence. Not a single individual in attendance cared whether Qizhong's match was fair. This reaction immediately chilled the hearts of everyone from Qizhong. What was even more disheartening awaited them, as the audience grew impatient, urging, Qizhong, if you can fight, then fight. If not, just concede. It matters not whether Qizhong exists in Jiangnan City. Hurry up, do not waste our time. Liu sighed in despair as she made her way off the stage. The red-haired woman triumphantly pursued her, declaring, for my husband's revenge. For the revenge of my 2 students. Today, it must be avenged. The sequence of events had been clear to many who witnessed it that day. It was evident that Zhong had been at fault first, and they could not blame others for their demise. With the outcome already determined, Liu felt no need to hold back any longer. How convenient it is to say, you cannot blame others for your demise. Soon, your students from Qizhong will also have to bear the same fate. The red-haired woman's face twisted in rage. Her intent to kill palpable, Liu Yu's expression darkened. Unable to best her opponent, she returned to the resting area. Looking at the 5 competitors from Qizhong, comprised of 3 A ranks and 2 B ranks, all of whom had been meticulously selected, she felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, in a competition teeming with prodigies, such elites seemed insignificant. Should they truly engage with Zhong, they risked the chance of returning as mere shadows of their former selves. After a prolonged silence, Liu Yu finally managed to utter 3 words, let us concede. Liu teacher, why? Even if we lose, we should lose with dignity, not by conceding before we even step onto the stage. If we concede in the first match, others will look down on Qizhong even more. The 5 students were brimming with pent-up frustration, displaying a resolute determination. Their opponent was Zhong, the school that harbored the greatest animosity towards them among the 24 schools in Jiangnan City. An unexpected incident could very well unfold. Liu explained, but what does that matter? I will never concede. Neither will I. If only Yang Shun were here, Zhong would not dare to be so arrogant. Indeed, I truly hope for Yang Shun's triumphant return, to crush those scoundrels outside. Liu teacher, I know you are concerned for our safety, but we must fight in this match, no matter what. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Liu Yu felt a surge of emotion, recalling the events from over 20 years ago that time. Qizhong, like them, had charged forward without hesitation, fully aware of the dangers ahead. Chapter 28. Yang Shun has arrived. As the drawing concluded, the competition officially commenced. Now, let the 2 teams that drew number 1 take the stage. As the host's words fell, the 2 teams ascended the central arena. The first to take the stage were Yizhong and Shirko Middle School. For opponents such as these, Gao Qielin felt no desire to even lift a finger, eye in his eyes. Only a handful of individuals could be deemed worthy adversaries. Su Shui stood beside Gao Qielin, perpetually displaying an air of arrogance, seemingly uninterested in participating in the battle. With the assistance of the other 3 team members, they effortlessly secured victory in the match. Following that, the second, third, and fourth matches concluded in succession, finally leading to the 5th match. The contestants from Qizhong, amidst a cacophony of boos and jeers, resolutely stepped onto the stage. Qizhong is truly declining, 3 A ranks and 2 B ranks, with the highest rank being merely 5th tier. And only one at that. Chenli could easily annihilate this group of worthless opponents with just a flick of his wrist. Does it even require Chenli to personally intervene to deal with this bunch of weaklings? Any member from Zhong would suffice. At that moment, the red-haired woman in the resting area leaned in close to Chenli, her voice dripping with malice. Remember, show no mercy, even if it results in fatality. No one will stand up for Qizhong. Rest assured, teacher, I have not forgotten the vendetta against Zhong. Chenli replied with a cruel smile. Imichim, go forth. The red-haired woman nodded in satisfaction, then shot a provocative glance at Liu Yu. Humph! Liu Yu snorted coldly, her gaze fixed intently on the arena. Failing to protect Yang Jian in the desolate district filled her with guilt and regret. This time, she absolutely could not allow any harm to befall these 5 students. Should anything go awry, she would rush in to rescue them without hesitation. With stirring music resonating, Chenli and his team ascended the stage amidst cheers. Eligu, Dealing with this motley crew doesn't require your direct involvement. Leave it to me, indeed. You should conserve your strength for the inevitable clash with Gao Qielin. Zhong has only 1/5 tier, for 4th tiers, while our weakest are all 6th tier, and Li Guo is 7th tier. Sending anyone would suffice. A throng of sycophants surrounded Chen Li. However, Chen Li shook his head, his expression menacing as he declared, "Winning this match is easy, but we seek more than mere victory. We demand retribution from Qizhong for the events that transpired in the desolate district." "Li Guo, what do you mean?" One of the team members inquired. "We will each take on one opponent and launch a thunderous assault, ensuring that Lu Yu has no opportunity to intervene." Chen Li tilted his head, casting a challenging glance at Lu Yu. Li Guo, to what extent do you wish us to escalate our actions? Humiliation? Or severe injury? Another asked. The teacher's intention is for them to perish, Chen Li stated solemnly. Understood. The four nodded in unison. Since this was the teacher's directive, it likely received the tacit approval of the principal. After all, with Qizhong's feeble standing, their demise would stir little commotion. Moreover, in the realm of combat, one cannot always avoid missteps, brothers. Unleash your martial souls. Even if we must lie on the arena today, we cannot bring shame upon the 7th Academy. With a fierce roar, Zhou Ming, the leader of the 7th Academy, erupted with the aura of a rank 5 junior soul master, his martial soul unfurling behind him. They were determined. The other four also manifested their martial souls, their blood surging with fervor, as they charged forward. Chun-Li smirked coldly, invoking his 3rd soul skill. Explosive Charge, 3rd soul skill. Death Reaper, 3rd soul skill. 10,000 Ren Hurricane, 3rd soul skill. Giant Python Devour, 2nd soul skill. Frostbreak Arrow. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was left astounded. For ranked S and one ranked A, truly, the 2nd ranked academy possesses an extraordinary foundation. What shocked them most was that these 5 individuals immediately unleashed their most potent soul skills, clearly aiming for a swift resolution. The actions of the 2nd Academy were rather excessive. Zhang Qiaosong furrowed his brow. How can one compete for rankings without giving their all? I believe there is nothing wrong with the 2nd Academy. Huang Zhi's voice chimed in again. With the strength of the 2nd Academy, they could easily secure victory with just a slight effort. Their actions clearly indicate an intent to kill. Zhang Yueling, filled with righteous indignation, erupted in anger. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. Is this not a simple principle? Having been refuted multiple times, Huang Zhi's expression darkened, his tone laced with displeasure. You be quiet, Zhang Qiaosong reprimanded, pressing her back into her seat. Cease this at once. Otherwise, do not blame my jade sword for being unmerciful. At that moment, Lu Yu rushed towards the arena, activating his martial soul. As the leading teacher, he must not interfere with the normal progression of the competition. Those who do so will be disqualified. Has Teacher Lu forgotten this? A cold smile crossed the lips of a red-haired woman who blocked Lu Yu with her martial soul. Her strength surpassed Lu Yu's. If he recklessly charged onto the arena, it would only play into her hands, allowing her to deal with him as well. Surrender. We surrender. Lu Yu shouted anxiously from below the stage, his voice echoing throughout the gymnasium. Only now do you think of surrendering? It is too late. The red-haired woman sneered. Thud. Driven to desperation, Lu Yu's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, pleading in despair. I beg you, can I kneel and ask you to have your students cease their assault? We surrender. We surrender. The red-haired woman looked down on Lu Yu from her elevated position, her pent-up resentment finding release, both triumphant and satisfied. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming and his 4 companions on the stage were instantly thrown into a state of panic, the fear in their eyes magnifying. 4 rank 6 soul masters and 1 rank 7 soul master were unleashing their strongest attacks. This was not merely a contest for victory. It was a fight for their lives. Yet, if they retreated from the stage now, how could they hold their heads high in the future? Where would the dignity of the 7th Academy be placed? Over 20 years ago, numerous students and teachers from the 7th Academy had sacrificed their lives to fend off the beast tide. Today, they too could defend the honor of the 7th Academy with their lives. As the 5 martial souls surged towards them, Zhou Ming took a defensive stance, prepared to withstand the onslaught. Despairing yet resolute, foolish, Chen Li scoffed. With his rank 7 prowess, His third soul skill would reduce Zhou Ming and his martial soul to mere pulp. The fates of the other four would be no better. The audience held their breath, caught between tension and anticipation. In all the years of ranking competitions, this was the first time there was a possibility of fatalities. At this critical moment, a resounding voice echoed through the gymnasium. "I have arrived." The crowd looked up in unison to see two figures, an elder and a youth, descending upon the arena on swords. The elder, clad in a black robe and wearing a faceless mask that revealed only his eyes, exuded an aura of repressed menace. The youth, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, stood gallantly, his garments rustling fiercely in the wind. "Young master, shall I act immediately?" Huang Sanjian, having recovered from his injuries over the past month, was ready for action. "Not yet. Once this matter concludes, we shall settle the scores slowly." Yang Jian surveyed the audience, yet did not spot the Ma family's presence. However, it mattered not. The monk may escape, but the temple remains. There is also the pursuit hall. None shall escape. Yes. Huang Sanjian bowed in compliance and swiftly took a seat among the audience. Yang Jian, standing on the blood-weeping sword, descended from the arena amidst the gaze of all, temporarily halting the conflict. Chapter 29. Huang Jites Huang Sanjian Yang Jian. Yang Jian has returned. I knew it. A prodigy like him could never perish easily. Our 7th Academy's Yang Jian possesses a divine martial soul. Do you understand what it means to have a divine rank? With a mere finger, he could crush the 2nd Academy. Yang Jian is formidable. Yang Jian is exceptional. I raised the banner for Yang Jian. As Yang Jian made his entrance, the pent-up frustration within the 7th Academy was instantly released. It was as if a beam of light had pierced through the darkness, offering a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Everyone was exhilarated, cheering for Yang Jian from the audience. "It is good to be alive." Lu Yu felt a pang in her nose and wept with joy. But what does being alive matter? He is all alone. Even with a powerful martial soul, it leads only to a dead end. The red-haired woman's eyes brimmed with rage. Her most despised foe was Yang Jian. Moreover, she was not the only one harboring animosity towards him. Gao Qielin, son of Gao Zhan, and Huang Ji from the Adventurers Association also shared this sentiment. Returning alive to participate in this competition is akin to seeking one's own demise. Did they not say that Yang Jian perished in the wasteland, leaving no remains? Was the figure standing there human or ghost? Did you not see that the protector also returned? Surely, he is alive. He possesses the rare divine martial soul of the nation. It seems this year's frontrunner for the championship has another contender. Ha! You think too highly of yourself. The 1st and 2nd Academies utilized vast resources to elevate Gao Qielin and Chunli to the rank 7 realm, while the 7th Academy has no such resources. Yang Jian is at most rank 5, indeed. Winning the championship is impossible. Achieving a mid-tier ranking might be feasible. The audience buzzed with opinions, some optimistic while others were dismissive. Crack! Gao Qielin's eyes were bloodshot, his murderous intent palpable as he crushed the plastic seat beneath him. The vendetta for his father's death could not be forgiven. He must personally eliminate Yang Jian, tearing him apart. Alas, Yang Jian is an orphan. Otherwise, he would annihilate his entire family as well. Brother Qielin, do not be angry. Now that Yang Jian has appeared, he cannot possibly leave alive today. Su Shui nestled against Gao Qielin's shoulder, her demeanor sweet and charming. Humph! Gao Qielin snorted, falling silent. Meanwhile, the guests in the VIP section were not overly surprised, as if they had anticipated Yang Jian's likely return. What astonished them was Huang Sanjian's sudden seating, the blood-weeping sword. Imbued with an extraordinary aura, surely ranked above S level. Coupled with Huang Sanjian's unfathomable presence, he would surely rank among the elite in the King's realm. Such a powerful figure, not affiliated with any force in Jiangnan City, yet willingly serving as Yang Jian's protector. Could it be that Yang Jian has an extraordinary backing? Yet that does not seem right. According to investigations, Yang Jian grew up in an orphanage. He has no parents, siblings, or even distant relatives, a mere facade. Huang Ji's expression darkened as he unleashed the terrifying pressure of a rank 7 king, bearing down on Huang Sanjian from afar. This wave of pressure surged forth like a torrential flood, causing several extraordinary individuals to hastily shift positions to avoid collateral damage. Huang Sanjian let out a dismissive snort, not even bothering to glance at him, his focus entirely on Yang Jian in the arena. Ensuring that no one would attempt an underhanded strike against the young master, Bang! The pressure collided with an unyielding steel wall, producing a dull thud. Huang Sanjian remained seated, unfazed. Not even the fabric of his robe stirred. Huang Zi's complexion turned pale, a taste of blood rising in his throat, yet he forced himself to swallow it back. How formidable! His strength is indeed on par with Huang Zi, most likely also a rank 7 king. To have a rank 7 king as a protector, the force behind him must surely have a quasi-saint overseeing it. The Adventurers Association is bound to encounter a formidable challenge this time. The guests in the VIP section harbored their thoughts, wary of speaking before Huang Zi for fear of incurring his displeasure. The head of the pursuit hall observed the entire scene from afar. Inwardly relieved. Thankfully, they dealt with the Ma family beforehand. Otherwise, that little killing god returning with the great killing god to Jiangnan City would undoubtedly lead to inquiries at the pursuit hall. Are you all right? Su Zhengxiong inquired, trembling. To withstand 60% of my strength, you possess some capability. Let them live a few more hours. After the competition concludes, I shall deal with them. Huang Zi stubbornly defended. Truly, Huang Zi is unparalleled. To only use 60% of his strength to reach a stalemate with that man. Impressive. Truly impressive. Su Zhengxiong, lacking in strength, could not discern reality from illusion, sincerely showering praise. At this moment, the host ascended the arena to interrupt the match, stating, Yang Jin, your name is not on the participant list, so you cannot intervene in this match. Please leave. It is but a name. It can be added, Chenli interjected. However, the host hesitated, glancing at the red-haired woman below. Upon seeing her nod, he shifted his tone, saying, your name can be added temporarily, but according to the rules of the competition, both sides can only send out 5 individuals, so one of you must withdraw. No need. Let all 6 of them come forth. Chun-Li interrupted again, his words brimming with arrogance and provocation. If one is to withdraw, then one less will be killed. This does not align with the interests of the Second Academy. Since we are here, we might as well eliminate them all. Chenli, Yang Jian is here. Do not be so arrogant. Zhou seethed in fury. What is he even? How dare he proclaim himself a god? The resources at Qizhong are severely lacking, and he has been trapped in a desolate area for an entire month, resulting in his strength stagnating. Achieving the 5th rank would be quite commendable under such circumstances. It is truly a waste of such a remarkable martial soul. Chenli scoffed mockingly, gesturing dismissively as he said, I will personally deal with Yang Jian. The remaining 4 useless ones are left to you. Remember, not a single one is to leave the arena alive. Yes, brotherly? The 4 responded emphatically. As the host of the event, naturally, he was from Erzhong. Upon witnessing the demands of the red-haired woman and Chenli, he could only comply. A minor incident had just occurred, but it was of little consequence. The match between Erzhong and Qizhong would continue, the host announced. Wait. Yang Jian raised his hand to halt the host. What is it now? The host asked impatiently. I have some personal matters to attend to urgently, so I won't accumulate points through team or individual matches slowly. Let all 24 schools send their representatives at once for a swift resolution. Once Qizhong secures the 1st place, they can then vie for the remaining rankings. Yang Jian appeared unfazed, shocking everyone present. The 5 behind him, Zhou Ming and the others, were left speechless, nearly believing Yang Jian had lost his mind. Challenging 24 at once. What concept does that entail? 6 individuals against 120, including prodigies like Gao Qielin and Chenli, with an abundance of support-type soul masters available. Such a terrifying lineup. Not to mention their 4th and 5th rank strength, even those at the 9th rank might not stand a chance. Chapter 30 What? He intends to take on 24 schools? As his words echoed, the audience was left in shock. This fellow must be out of his mind, deliberately making such statements for attention. Challenging 24? It is simply impossible. Jiangnan City has birthed extraordinary talents before, achieving the 9th rank during competitions. Yet none were this arrogant. If Qizhong's pathetic lineup could truly take on 24 and prevail, I would willingly waste my martial soul. How audacious! I am unable to sit idly by in the audience. Voices of disdain reverberated throughout the arena. Lu Yu and the principal of Qizhong were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Chenli's 5 against 6 was indeed audacious, but at least it was grounded in his own strength. Goodness, you are directly challenging 6 against 120. Strictly speaking, Zhou Ming and his companions were of little help. It could ultimately turn into a 1 versus 120 scenario. What good is a divine martial soul? What merit do four soul skills hold? Faced with such a vast disparity in numbers, one would need to attain the level of an intermediate soul master to have even a slim chance. Many powerful individuals in the VIP section were equally astonished, unable to comprehend such a self-destructive act, and thus glanced towards Huang Sanjian in the distance. As a guardian, he was undoubtedly the individual most concerned for Yang Jian's life in Jiangnan City. Yet there was not a hint of worry in his eyes. It was as if challenging 120 was the most natural thing in the world. Had Yang Jian truly grown to such an extent in just a month apart? This doubt sprang forth in everyone's minds, reluctant to believe it. The red-haired woman could not dictate such a significant decision, so she looked up at the principal of Erzhong in the VIP section. The latter was equally uncertain and turned to Huang Zhisher for guidance. Upon seeing Huang Zhisher slightly nod, the principal of Erzhong dared to acknowledge the red-haired woman with a nod. If you are so eager to seek death, then let it be so. The red-haired woman then signaled to the host on stage. The host, understanding her intent, raised the microphone and declared, "All right, this year, we will make an exception. Allow Qizhong to challenge the remaining 24 schools. Due to the large number of participants, we shall utilize the entire gymnasium as the arena. Next, I invite representatives from each school to take the stage." The stirring music seemed to explode in the ears, instantly igniting fervor and excitement. Over 100 students gradually emerged from the waiting room, murmuring, "Has the organizing committee lost their minds? Do we really need 24 to deal with Qizhong? It's a complete waste of our rest time. Erzhong and Qizhong have grievances. Even Yizhong's Gao Qilin has a vendetta against Qizhong. They claim it's 24 against 1, but we merely need to stand by and watch. Yang Jian is so arrogant, the first to fall will surely be him. Humph." The renowned Huang Zhisher from the Adventurers Association is seated above. Even if Yang Jian doesn't perish in the arena, he will certainly meet his end at Huang Zhisher's hands. Just then, a figure descended onto the arena like a cannonball. A powerful aura surged with the wind, causing Zhou Ming and his companions to stagger back a step. "Gao Qilin, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to compete with me?" Qinli recognized the individual and questioned in a low voice. "If you are wise, you will roll off the stage. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to eliminate both you and Yang Jian." Gao Qilin's voice was cold, filled with murderous intent. "Although both were of the 7th rank with S-level martial souls, I may not necessarily lose to you," Qinli retorted, unwilling to concede an inch. "Everyone claims Gao Qilin is Jiangnan City's foremost prodigy. That is because he is at Yizhong. If their positions were reversed, he too could be the foremost prodigy of Jiangnan City." Brother Qilin. At that moment, Su Shui hurried onto the stage, affectionately standing behind Gao Qilin. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "Yang Shun, Su Shui has transferred schools. She is now a student of Yizhong," Zhou Ming explained. "Yang Jian, water flows downward while people ascend. Compared to Brother Qilin, you are still far too weak," Su Shui declared, a hint of arrogance in her smile as if deliberately provoking Yang Jian, linking her arm with Gao Qilin's. "Is that so?" Yang Jian scoffed. "Why Brother Qilin is the beloved son of President Gao Jian and possesses an even more exceptional martial soul, classified as SS level. He stands at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, just one step away from the 8th rank, making him the undisputed foremost prodigy of Jiangnan City. With my full support, even encountering a 9th rank soul master would not deter him. Furthermore, do you see that esteemed figure on stage? He is a steward from the Adventurers Association headquarters, a top-tier king-level powerhouse. He shares a close relationship with my brother Qilin." Observing the fleeting surprise on Yang Jian's face, Su Shui felt a surge of satisfaction. He must be regretting it. He must be filled with remorse. Do you think that awakening a divine-level talent makes you the center of the universe, with everyone orbiting around you? Such naivety. Gao Qilin's talent is not significantly inferior to yours. The key is that he has Huang Zhisher backing him, possibly even the entire Adventurers Association. That is a superpower fortified by the presence of sacred soul masters. Are you finished speaking? If so, I shall unleash my full power." Yang Jian had never cared for Su Shui's opinion and was oblivious to the source of her theatricality. Su Shui was momentarily taken aback, expecting Yang Jian to display regret or desperately plead for her to reconsider. Only to be filled with indignation. "Brother Qilin, I will assist you. You must teach this arrogant fool a lesson and avenge me." "Teach him a lesson? No. I shall kill him." Gao Qielin stepped forward, unleashing his 7th rank aura. Impressive. Chen Li's brow furrowed, sensing a hint of pressure. The host counted the participants and, holding the microphone, announced loudly, "All participants are in position. The match officially begins." As the words fell, the gymnasium did not erupt into the anticipated spectacle of martial souls being unleashed. The representatives from the other 22 schools stood lazily at the foot of the arena, as if watching a play, devoid of any intention to engage in battle. This confrontation could be adequately handled by Yizhong and Erzhong alone. Erzhong boasts 4 individuals above S rank, while Yizhong has 5, all above S rank. These 2 schools gather the most elite talents of Jiang'an City. Gao Qielin and the others unleashed their martial souls, and a tremendous aura surged forth, instantly suppressing the martial souls of Zhou Ming and his cohort. Powerful. The audience collectively harbored the same thought in their minds. This is the youthful prodigy they envisioned, brimming with vitality. In stark contrast, Qizhong appeared as a motley crew. Step back a bit to avoid any accidental injuries. Yang Jian waved his hand, halting the 5 behind him. Before they could retort, Yang Jian bellowed, 10,000 souls banner. Activate, buzz! The black mist surged, and the 10,000 souls banner emerged from the fog, swelling 100-fold with a snap of his fingers. The aura of the divine-level martial soul was on par with any of theirs. Even if 10 were combined, it would still fall slightly short. You 2 have reached the 7th rank? Gao Qielin discerned Yang Jian's rank from the aura of his martial soul, momentarily taken aback. I just entered the 7th rank yesterday, Yang Jian grinned. I must admit, the effect of the Bai Shui Lingji is quite remarkable. It took a month to refine, propelling me directly from the 4th to the 7th rank. You are but one person. Reaching the 7th rank does not alter the outcome of your inevitable demise today, Gao Qielin proclaimed, glancing back at Su Shui, who instantly understood his intent. Is that so? I beg to differ. Yang Jian snapped his fingers. Chapter 31. I am invincible. You may proceed. It will boom, boom. Thunder rumbled, and the black mist enveloped the surroundings. A chilling and ominous aura permeated the atmosphere as the 10,000 souls banner emerged from the fog, swelling 100-fold. The banner was entirely black, adorned with a layer of golden trim. As the banner swayed in the wind, it resembled an unfathomable abyss, from which several powerful auras erupted. Screech! A sharp cry pierced the air as a fiery blue-flamed phoenix soared forth. Following closely were the mightily powerful giant elephant and the dark moon demon wolf. These were the martial souls of Lu Fan and Zhang Kai. Qinli was furious, but soon, the anger on his face solidified into fear. More and more puppets surged forth from the 10,000 souls banner, like a river breaching its dam, unstoppable. The gymnasium, capable of accommodating 20 to 30,000 people, felt somewhat cramped at this moment. Over 500 puppets erupted from the 10,000 souls banner, occupying the entire sky of the gymnasium. The once imposing martial souls of Yizhong and Erzhong's prodigies now cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Upon witnessing this spectacle, every individual present stood agape in astonishment. It would suffice if the sheer number alone was impressive, but each puppet exuded an extraordinary aura, rivaling that of a novice 7th-grade soul master. What does this signify? The combined total of participants from all 24 schools amounts to merely 120. Among them, over 95% are below the 7th rank. This implies that the mere 5% of prodigies must contend against over 500 7th-grade puppets, a notion bordering on the absurd. Gulp! Gao Qielin swallowed hard, his initial confidence gradually morphing into trepidation. Even with Tin Su Shui assisting him, he would find it impossible to breach this overwhelming horde of puppets. The situation had inverted in an instant, and the crowd suddenly comprehended. The notion of 1 against 24 was not an instance of Yang Jian's arrogance, but a testament to his unfathomable strength. I admit, I spoke too boldly just now. The divine-level martial soul cannot be assessed with the perspective of ordinary individuals. Over 500 7th-grade puppets. Forget about exterminating this group of students. Annihilating all 24 schools would be trivial. The gap between SS and divine levels is staggering, revealing a terrifying disparity. For some inexplicable reason, I suddenly felt a vivid sense of a grown man mercilessly thrashing a group of children. With just over a month until the college entrance examination, with Yang Jian's extraordinary prowess, he would undoubtedly sweep through the major clans. What a conservative estimate, my friend. not merely sweeping through the clans. He could compel even the imperial clan's prodigies to kneel and sing of their defeat. The audience erupted into a cacophony of voices. Yang Jian, however, was unconcerned with their thoughts and swiftly resolved the situation with the 7th school, for he had personal matters to attend to. First soul skill. Soul erosion. Third soul skill. Weakening domain. With his words barely uttered, over 500 puppets scattered to attack. The scene resembled a tiger entering a flock of sheep, sending the students from the 24 schools into a frantic retreat. Gao Qielin and Chen Li, possessing somewhat greater strength, managed to fend off a few 7th-grade puppets, yet the overwhelming numbers proved insurmountable. The strategy of mass assault could wear them down, moreover, unbeknownst to them. The weakening domain silently expanded, enveloping the entire arena. Xu Shui, aid me. Gao Qielin faced 10 puppets without faltering. Yet the relentless tide of puppets made it increasingly arduous. I have already unleashed 3 of my soul skills, Xu Shui explained. Gao Qielin surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a few top-tier prodigies who remained steady, the rest were collapsing in disarray. If this continued, once the others conceded and exited, Yang Jian would concentrate all his might against them. A swift resolution is imperative. Gao Qielin relinquished his pride, fixing his gaze upon Chen Li. We can no longer fight separately. To emerge victorious, we must consolidate our strengths and carve a bloody path directly to Yang Jian. Once he falls, the puppets shall inevitably dissipate. This thought resonated with Chen Li, who nodded earnestly in agreement. All right. All those above the 6th rank, gather around. Follow me into battle. Gao Qielin raised his arm in rallying call, and many responded immediately. Simultaneously, numerous dignitaries in the VIP section were astounded by the unfolding scene. While those below could only witness Yang Jian's current might, the elite could foresee his future supremacy. The 10,000 soul banner could not only refine puppets but also enhance their strength. Once their power reached a certain threshold, a single individual could become an army. Divine-level talent is indeed terrifying. This youth possesses boundless potential. The director of the Military Affairs Division stood in excitement. His eyes glimmered with determination as he vowed to bring Yang Jian into their ranks at any cost. If the military could secure him, what fear would they have of the beasts? What concern would they have for the world's stability? Should Elder Huang dare to strike at Yang Jian, he would risk his life to intervene. The Adventurers Association is merely a minor entity. Would they dare to confront the Military Affairs Division head-on? How infuriating! Su Zhengxiong seethed with anger and resentment, casting a furtive glance at Elder Huang. Wishing he would act immediately to eliminate Yang Jian, on that day in the Wasteland District, Su Shui and the Guardian abandoned Yang Jian, hastily retreating to Jiangnan City. Subsequently, they publicly distanced themselves from him and formed a marriage pact with Gao Qielin. Having arrived at this juncture, there was no turning back. Only with Yang Jian's demise on the arena could he find peace. Elder Huang's eyes were bloodshot, his expression dark as night. He had never envisioned personally assassinating Yang Jian, as it would appear as a display of bullying the weak, undermining the dignity of the headquarters elders. Yet, it now seemed that refraining from direct involvement was no longer an option. Father, this fellow is truly formidable. Zhang Yueling exclaimed in awe. What? Witnessing his potential, are you tempted? Zheng Qiaosong teased. Hmph. Let him pass the entrance exam for the Summer Nation's Soul Master Academy first, Zhang Yueling replied, holding her head high with pride. Zhang Qiaosong merely smiled in silence, discreetly glancing at the distant Huang Sanjian. Throughout, he maintained an expression of unruffled calm, clearly having anticipated this moment. Meanwhile, Gao Qielin was drenched in sweat, his soul power severely depleted. Finding the battle increasingly strenuous, suspecting that those behind him were slacking off, he bellowed in rage, "What the hell? I am bearing the brunt of this pressure. Are you all hoarding your strength at the back? If I were to fall, do you think you worthless bunch could ever defeat Yang Jian? Use all your might." The crowd felt aggrieved, all believing it was unfair. Brother Gao, it's not that we're not putting in effort. It's just that the exhaustion is overwhelming and our output can't keep up. Indeed, continuous high-intensity and high-frequency use of soul skills has nearly drained my soul power. It's not merely a matter of exhaustion. I have this nagging feeling that the attack power of these puppets is increasing. It's downright sinister. Increasing attack power? Upon hearing this, Chun-Li was struck with realization, recalling the descriptions provided by Su Fei and others. On that day in the Wasteland District, The bald teacher's strength was also diminished without a sound, resulting in a stalemate with Lu Yu. No. It's not that these puppets are growing stronger. It's that we are being weakened. This black mist is involved. Chun-Li called out loudly. This black mist can weaken our strength? Even if we know now, it's of no use. The black mist envelopes the entire arena. Unless we can fly, we are trapped. A student despaired. The moment those words were uttered, silence fell upon the crowd. Indeed, the black mist shrouded the entire arena. Knowing this changes nothing, for there is no escape. Chapter 32. A prime candidate for an evil soul master. Yang Jian stood mere meters away, yet to them, those few meters felt like an insurmountable chasm, confronted with such overwhelming disparity in strength. Despair began to fester within their hearts. The longer they waited, the more intense this despair became. I concede. I yield. I too concede. This is futile. We have no chance. Despair spread through the crowd, prompting several 4th and 5th-ranked students to exit in defeat. Soon, more than half of those present had vacated the arena. The remaining individuals struggled to hold on, but their endurance was waning. You bunch of useless cowards. Is this all the courage you have? No wonder your school is trampled underfoot. Gao Qilan berated them vehemently. What good is mere shouting? The disadvantages are growing. We must find a solution. Chun-Li urged anxiously. If I had a solution, would I be trapped here? Gao Qilan retorted angrily. None of these 7th-grade puppets were a match for him, yet their overwhelming numbers were insufferable. What vexed him most was that while he fought valiantly, sweating and bleeding, Yang Jian had nonchalantly settled into a chair. Appearing utterly at ease, infuriating, yet utterly helpless. I concede. I yield. At that moment, 2 melodious voices rang out. The crowd turned in astonishment to find the sisters from the 3rd school conceding. Both possessed level martial souls. The jade-horned azure flood dragon, and were 7th-grade prodigies. If even they were retreating, what chance did the rest have? Instantly, the crowd echoed in agreement. Damn. I yield too. I concede. With thousands from the 24 schools combined, they were no match for Yang Jian. How could their meager numbers stand a chance? This year, the first place is undoubtedly the 3rd school. I might as well conserve my strength for 2nd or 3rd. The sisters' concession detonated like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the arena. Many 6th-grade prodigies quickly followed suit, retreating to the resting area. Before long, only the 1st and 2nd schools remained. The 10 of them stood there, surrounded by over 500 7th-grade puppets, appearing utterly small and helpless. I yield. Chun-Li declared, jumping down from the arena. The 2nd school had suffered the loss of a teacher and the incapacitation of 2 students, which had little to do with him. However, Gao Qilan was different. He bore the weight of vengeance against his father and would fight until the last moment, as long as Gao Qilan was not incapacitated. He could lead the 2nd school to claim 1st place in the competition. Anyone can leave, but not you. Yang Jian reclined with his legs crossed, casually snapping his fingers. Over 100 puppets surged forth, blocking the path of Chun-Li and his 4 companions. What does this mean? Do I still not have the right to concede? Chun-Li scoffed in disbelief. Conceding is possible, but your lives must remain. Yang Jian replied with a sinister smile. Preposterous. The competition strictly forbids the taking of lives. Violators will be disqualified. The red-haired woman shouted angrily from the stands. Disqualified? Go ahead and try. Yang Jian taunted provocatively. The red-haired woman turned sharply, directing her gaze at the host. The latter understood her intent and picked up the microphone to announce. Yang Jian disregards the competition. Suddenly, a plastic shard whizzed through the air, striking the host squarely in the forehead, piercing through. Blood splattered everywhere, the microphone fell, and the body crumpled to the ground. The assailant was none other than Huang Sanjian. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, everyone present collectively inhaled sharply. To kill the host in front of so many dignitaries was an act of brazen audacity. Moreover, this was a live broadcast, inciting others to commit murder in public. The cameras captured everything. Your demise is imminent. The red-haired woman exuded a brazen confidence, finally seizing the leverage against Yang Jian. Whether I live or die remains uncertain, but your end is nigh. Yang Jian exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Sanjian. The latter understood immediately and dealt a fatal blow to the red-haired woman. After all, family should be whole and united. Bold Yang. The principal of the second school in the VIP section stood halfway up before sitting back down, his voice shrinking to a mere whisper akin to that of a mosquito. If they dare to kill Gao Zhen, what hesitation would they have in dispatching a mere principal? Better to bide one's time. You remained silent, and I nearly forgot your existence. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Let us eliminate them all today. Yang Jin's few words determined a person's fate, leaving those present in a state of trepidation. The key was that these individuals were no ordinary people. Each possessed a remarkable identity. On any other day, they would be considered prominent figures. Please do not kill me. I have done nothing. Save me, President Jiang, City Lord, Deacon Huang. Please save me. The principal of the second school was utterly panicked, pleading desperately with those around him. Yet, not a single soul paid him any heed. With a swift motion, the principal was slain. Blood splattered onto several nearby individuals, causing them to tremble in fear. Excellent. Go ahead and kill more. I was just lamenting the lack of a righteous reason to deal with you. And here you come, delivering yourselves to me. Huang Deacon felt a surge of joy within. Today's events were being broadcast live. When the situation spiraled out of control, he would step in as the savior. This would undoubtedly elevate his prestige significantly. Meanwhile, Chun-Li's face turned ashen, his insides churning. Fear consumed his rationality, leaving him trembling and suffering from incontinence. If even the principal was murdered, he could not possibly escape. Thud! Chun-Li immediately fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Yang Gu, Yang Shen, Yang Yi, I implore you, spare my life. I do not wish to die. I am still so young. I truly do not want to perish. When you contemplate taking another's life, did you ever consider that they do not wish to die either? Second soul skill, soul refinement. Yang Jian was never one to show mercy. This time, he intended to refine not only the martial soul but also the souls of Chun-Li and his companions. Endless white bones crawled forth from the Wanhun banner, their skeletal claws gripping Chun-Li's body. No matter how he screamed, it was of no avail. This scene caused the onlookers to shudder in terror. What a ruthless method! This young man possesses a heart as cold as ice, making him an excellent candidate for an evil soul master. Within the Wanhun banner, Old Evil witnessed everything, feeling a sense of melancholy. Gulp. The usually overbearing Gao Qielin, who regarded others with disdain, was now utterly terrified. He swallowed hard, contemplating retreat. Thus, he turned to Huang Deacon in the VIP section. He was now his only hope for salvation. Huang Deacon sensed that the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a powerful figure as he declared, You disregard the law. You recklessly take lives. How can one so young be so audacious? If you are allowed to grow unchecked, you will undoubtedly become an evil soul master, wreaking havoc. Today, this deacon shall eradicate you on behalf of the Xia Kingdom. Halt! The director of the Military Affairs Bureau stepped forward. Do you think you are worthy to stop me? Huang Deacon scoffed derisively. I may not be able to stop you, but unless you kill me, you will not harm a hair on Yang Jian's head. The director's expression was resolute, his tone unwavering. The one who perished earlier deserved their fate. However, Yang Jian's potential is immense. There must not be the slightest mishap. As the city lord of Jiangnan City, it is my responsibility to protect the prodigies. Zhang Qiaosong also stepped forward. This child, my education bureau will protect him. The director of the education bureau followed suit. In an instant, the venue erupted in uproar. The three major official forces of Jiangnan City, the city lord's office, the military affairs bureau, and the education bureau, stood united in support of Yang Jian. Even in the face of a seventh-grade monarch, they showed no fear. How audacious! Huang Deacon clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. The strength of these three was negligible, yet the forces they represented demanded respect. It appears no one can save you now. Yang Jian grinned, revealing a chilling smile. Uncle Huang is up there. You cannot kill me, Gao Qielin declared with confidence. Is that so? Soul refinement. Yang Jian snapped his fingers, and countless skeletal claws lunged toward Gao Qielin. Soon, they enveloped his entire body, inching him closer to the Wanhun banner. The fate of Chun-Li and his companions was even more tragic, their bodies marred by claw marks, resembling chunks of rotten flesh. In this realm, absolute refinement prevailed. Any resistance was futile. Demon, You are a demon. Several students from the first school were driven to madness, babbling incoherently as they fled. I'm sorry. Please, do not kill me. I will do anything if you spare my life. Su Shui collapsed to her knees, her eyes red and glistening with tears resembling blooming pear blossoms. Yang Jin cast a glance at them before retracting his gaze, though he had taken many lives. It was not out of a desire to indiscriminately kill the innocent. As for Su Shui, she was merely a capricious jester, never truly occupying his thoughts. Uncle Huang, save me. Gao Qilin's eyes were filled with terror as he screamed hysterically. Boy, release Gao Qilin. I can offer you a swift end. Huang Deacon's eyes gleamed with malice. Gao Zhan was someone he had personally elevated, and Gao Qilin's talent was even greater. He would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Adventurers Association in the future. If you do not release him, what can you do? Yang Jin taunted. You seek death. Huang Deacon erupted in fury, unleashing the aura of a 7th-grade monarch through his martial soul, a golden-winged rock sword, casting its enormous shadow across the sky, obscuring all sunlight. Instantly, the entire gymnasium was plunged into darkness. Some soul masters in the audience, too weak to withstand the pressure, vomited blood and fainted. Bang, bang, bang. The gymnasium's lights and electronic devices began to explode. However, just as this overwhelming force was about to strike Yang Jin, a golden barrier descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire arena. Shortly thereafter, Huang Sanjin walked in, stepping through the void, 3 blood-weeping swords hovering behind him. He appeared like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, and wherever he walked, Huang Deacon's imposing aura dissipated like ice melting in the sun. Black robe, faceless mask, 3 blood-weeping swords. Could it be him? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! That man was slain by the 7 guardians of the Pursuit Hall 200 years ago. The master of the Pursuit Hall recognized the origin of the 3 blood-weeping swords. Stirring memories of the past. In the heyday of the Pursuit Hall, there were 8 guardians, all of whom were quasi-saint level powerhouses. One guardian, while executing an assassination mission, fell in love with the target family's daughter and arranged for her family to be secretly relocated abroad. When the affair was exposed, the Hall Master ordered that guardian to eliminate every trace of the matter, but he refused. Not only did he refuse, but he also engaged in a bloody battle with the 7 guardians, ultimately disappearing without a trace. It's the time. The news spread like wildfire within the Pursuit Hall, and everyone believed he could not survive the encirclement of 7 quasi-saints. And that individual was Huang Sanjian. Old fool, I merely tested the waters. Did you truly believe this deacon possesses only this level of strength? Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Huang Deacon laughed coldly, his facial muscles twitching as he cast a contemptuous glance at everyone present. He then retrieved a black scythe from his storage ring. The scythe measured about 2 meters in length, its blade double-edged and curved in a most eerie manner. When wielded, it emitted a sound that suggested it could slice through space itself, a legacy-level soul weapon. Huang Sanjian's brow furrowed slightly, momentarily taken aback. Old fool, you do possess some discernment. With this deaconess' 7th-grade monarch strength, combined with this legacy-level Black King scythe, I am invincible beneath the saints and can exchange one for one against those above. Huang Deacon stood tall, his gaze disdainful, exuding an air of invincibility. Holy moly, a legacy-level soul weapon? I have lived for decades and have never seen one. Soul weapons are classified into 7 levels: white, blue, purple, red, yellow, legacy, and epic. Legacy-level weapons are exceedingly rare in the world. They cannot even be measured by money. That Elder's realm should be quite comparable to Huang Deacon's, but with the aid of the legacy-level soul weapon, victory is assured. What a terrifying soul weapon! Even from hundreds of meters away, I can feel my soul trembling. Everyone present was left in shock. Many powerful figures in the VIP section silently rejoiced, relieved they had not stood up in support of Yang Jin earlier. Otherwise, once Huang Deacon dealt with this elder, they would surely become the next targets. The energy of a 7th-grade monarch is beyond what ordinary people can fathom. Even if he does not take their lives, there are countless ways to make them pay a price. Uncle Huang, stop wasting time and save me, Gao Qilin shouted in panic. Very well. This mere extraordinary barrier, let me shatter it with a single strike. Huang Deacon sneered disdainfully, swinging the Black King scythe downward toward the barrier. Clang! The sharp blade struck the barrier, producing a crisp sound. Huang Deacon's might was unparalleled. No one in Jiangnan City could rival him. Upon hearing the sound, Su Zhengxiong thought the barrier had shattered and immediately stepped forward to flatter him. Huang Deacon focused his gaze, realizing the barrier remained intact, without even a crack. Uncle Huang, what are you doing? If you do not break the barrier soon, I will surely perish. Gao Qielin was on the verge of cursing. Silence! Huang Deacon's smile instantly froze. He had just boasted, and now so many eyes were upon him. If he could not break it, he would lose face. Therefore, Huang Deacon summoned his soul power, pouring it into the Black King scythe without regard for the cost. In an instant, the Black King scythe radiated a brilliant light, the aura of a legacy-level weapon sweeping across all directions. Break for me! Huang Deacon unleashed his full power in a single strike. Everyone present instinctively took defensive stances, fearing they might be caught in this earth-shattering blow. Clang! Another crisp sound echoed, followed by a tremendous shockwave. Elder Huang suffered a catastrophic fracture of both wrists as he relaxed his grip. The Black King scythe was violently dislodged from his hold. Almost instantaneously, his body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing through a reinforced concrete wall. Finally coming to a halt, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, as if the very air had been sucked away. The full-force strike of a 7th-tier monarch, coupled with a legacy-grade soul weapon, wielded power comparable to that of a quasi-saint. How could the barrier remain unbroken? Just how formidable must that elder's strength be? The answer loomed ominously. Gao Qielin was left dumbfounded and despairing. His greatest reliance had been vanquished, leaving him with nothing. Anger surged within him. He could not accept this, born with an SS-level martial soul and possessing such a formidable background. How could he be defeated by an orphan? No, Gao Qielin roared in despair, ultimately being consumed and refined by the myriad soul banners. You are not merely an extraordinary soul master. You are a quasi-saint? Elder Huang's pupils quaked. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he uttered this sentence. Fear constricting his throat. Chapter 34. The Identity of Yang Jian, a quasi-saint. The crowd erupted in chaos. With a population exceeding 1 billion, the Daxia Empire boasted fewer than 100 quasi-saints. Those who attain this realm are fully qualified to be revered ancestors, transcending the very fabric of rules. Furthermore, 99% of soul masters in the world will never witness a quasi-saint in their lifetime. A quasi-saint? Good heavens! I am fortunate enough to behold a quasi-saint. It is no wonder they could effortlessly withstand Elder Huang's full assault. The extraordinary and the saintly exist in entirely different dimensions. Who exactly is this fellow named Yang Jian? How could he command a quasi-saint to be his protector? Across the entirety of the Xia Kingdom, forces of such profound heritage are as rare as phoenix feathers, and with the surname Yang, could it be from the imperial lineage? It cannot be wrong. It must be from the imperial family. Otherwise, no other faction would dare to send a quasi-saint from their clan to offer protection to Yang Jian. Moreover, Yang Jian standing within the imperial family must be significant. He is at least a legitimate prince. Yet, one aspect remains perplexing. All imperial princes possess the primordial golden dragon as their martial soul, so why does he wield the myriad soul banner? The disparity is too great. When awakening, there is a certain probability of mutation in martial souls. Such occurrences are not unprecedented and warrant no extraordinary astonishment. The esteemed guests analyzed Yang Jian's identity and were immediately struck with an imperial prince. Such a status is exceedingly noble, rendering him one beneath 1,000. Only with such a lineage could one be worthy of a quasi-saint as a protector. At this moment, the crowd finally comprehended the audacity that Yang Jian exhibited. It is not merely Elder Huang who must show restraint. Even the president of the Adventurers Association would have to give Yang Jian a modicum of respect. In this world, aside from strength and talent, the most critical factor is one's background, and in the entire Xia Kingdom. Is there any background more formidable than that of the imperial family? None. At this moment, none were more elated than the 7th Middle School. Their institution had produced an unparalleled prodigy, an imperial prince. A tremendous honor for the school. From now on, no one, no faction, would dare to underestimate the 7th Middle School. Even if the school is currently weak, it does not diminish its status in Jiangnan City. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Those who had previously reveled in their decision not to support Yang Jin now wore faces of despondency, as if they had narrowly missed a grand prize. The ones filled with regret were none other than Su Zhengxiong and his daughter Su Shui. It turned out their earlier investigations had not been erroneous. That bronze ring indeed symbolized the identity of an imperial prince. And Yang Jin was, without a doubt, the exiled prince of the imperial family. Had they not turned against Yang Jin on the day of the awakening ceremony, Su Shui would have become the prince's consort, and the Su family would have risen to the ranks of imperial relatives. In the entire Xia kingdom, there could be no more substantial backing. A tide of regret and sorrow surged within them. However, their continuous misdeeds had undoubtedly crushed Yang Jin's heart, leaving no further opportunity. This thought. Su Zhengxiong suddenly suffered a heart attack, spewing forth a mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. Quasi-saint realm. Along with 3 blood-weeping swords, he truly is the long-lost Huang Sanjian. The master of the Pursuit Soul Hall was utterly astonished. While many had awakened the blood-weeping sword martial soul, only a select few had managed to awaken 3 simultaneously. Among those rare individuals, the only quasi-saint was Huang Sanjian. To think he had survived the encirclement. Could it be that an imperial family expert intervened and rescued him? Only the imperial family would dare to interfere with the internal affairs of the Pursuit Soul Hall and rescue someone from the encirclement of 7 quasi-saints. Luckily, I acted prudently and eliminated the Ma family in advance. The Hall Master breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate once more. This decision was undoubtedly the most correct one she had made in her lifetime. At that moment, Yang Jin walked over and picked up the Black King's scythe from the ground, examining it closely and growing increasingly fond of it. This scythe is quite impressive. I like it. This belongs to the Adventurers Association. You cannot take it. Elder Huang, gravely injured, struggled to crawl out from the wreckage of the concrete wall. It is in my possession now. If you have the capability, come and retrieve it. Yang Jin taunted provocatively. You? Elder Huang was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Given his strength, he could not possess a legacy-grade soul weapon. The Black King scythe was borrowed from headquarters. If it were lost, it would spell his doom. If you return the Black King scythe to me, I promise I will no longer interfere in matters concerning Jiangnan City. Elder Huang ground his teeth in concession. Have you lost your wits? Are you unaware of the situation? It is no longer a matter of whether you can interfere. It is whether I desire to kill you. Yang Jin's words were astonishing, sending ripples of shock throughout the crowd. Cultivating a monarch-level powerhouse requires immense resources and time, especially for a 7th-tier monarch. Moreover, each monarch-level powerhouse is a core asset within the Adventurers Association, exceedingly precious. To humiliate him or even seriously injure him is permissible. However, to kill him would be to leave no room for retreat. Such an act would be far too reckless. An imperial prince stands above all, transcending every faction, yet there is no need to offend others needlessly, as this would only narrow his path. Ha! I do not believe you dare to kill me. Elder Huang forced himself to stand, a hint of scorn evident in his expression. Oh? You don't believe me? Then go ahead and try to kill me. Yang Jin shot a glance at the elder. The latter understood the implication and, with a flick of his finger, sent the blood-weeping sword hurtling through the air. Elder Huang attempted to evade, but his body was too slow to react. The blood-weeping sword in his line of sight loomed larger, piercing through his chest with a soft thud. You, the Adventurers Association. Never. You go. Elder Huang gazed in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, his voice faltering and mixed with blood. What can they do if they cannot catch me? Do you dare to assassinate a prince? Yang Jin remained unfazed, his gaze shifting to search for the whereabouts of the Ma family. He meticulously scanned the area, yet not a single member of the Ma family was in sight. For such a momentous occasion, it was inconceivable that the Ma family would not attend. The master of the Pursuit Soul Hall seemed to realize something and hastily shrank back into the crowd, fearful of being discovered. Come out. Huang Sanjian had already noted her presence. A mere extraordinary monarch could not hope to conceal themselves from a quasi-saint. However, he had been too preoccupied with dealing with Elder Huang to pay her any heed. Huang, Elder Huang. The hall master awkwardly smiled and slowly stood, stepping forward. Who are you? Yang Jian inquired in astonishment. I am the master of the Jiangnan City branch of the Pursuit Soul Hall. It is an honor to meet His Highness the Prince. The hall master bowed at a 90-degree angle in respect, inadvertently removing the mask from her face, revealing her stunning beauty and impressive figure. You are aware that the Pursuit Soul Hall's assassins attempted to ambush me in the desolate zone? Correct? Yang Jian questioned. What? Such a thing actually occurred. Your Highness, you were not harmed, were you? The hall master feigned shock. Assassins from the Pursuit Soul Hall must report their tasks to the Pursuit Envoy. How could you be unaware? Huang Sanjian's cold voice echoed. Elder Huang, this is an injustice. The branch hall possesses hundreds of assassins. Some individuals take on private jobs, and I cannot oversee them all. The hall master vehemently denied any knowledge of wrongdoing. After all, the Ma family is no more, and there is no evidence to pursue. Surely, we cannot destroy our own based on mere conjecture. Chapter 35. Benefits, if you cannot even manage your own subordinates and allow them to implicate my young master. Then you have no reason to continue living. Huang Sanjian unleashed a palm strike, unleashing a surge of formidable power. Bang! The hall master's body erupted, scattering into countless fragments. Yang Jian stood in stunned silence, having intended to ask a few more questions, only to be taken aback by Huang Sanjian's ruthless decisiveness. Truly, the demeanor of an imperial person, truly, a quasi-saint. No evidence required. A mere decree sufficed for execution. Compared to him, Yang Jian's approach seemed rather conservative. The master of the Pursuit Soul Hall has just not perished? How utterly insane. First, the president and elder of the Adventurers Association, and now the master of the Pursuit Soul Hall. Are imperial individuals truly this domineering? Lately, I have been engrossed in a high-powered urban novel, and these two seem like the villains therein. Shh, keep your voice down. If they hear you, your life is forfeit. The audience dared not even whisper. When Yang Jian's gaze swept toward them, they all averted their eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chao, the president of the Soul Master Association, sat in the VIP section, trembling uncontrollably. He had undoubtedly offended Yang Jian once in the desolate zone. With both the Pursuit Soul Hall and the Adventurers Association obliterated, would he be next? He struggled to maintain his composure, yet found it impossible to do so. Under the threat of death, he could not control his own body. A leading extraordinary figure, who had lived for decades, had never felt such fear until this moment. It seems the first match should have concluded. Why has no one stepped forward to announce the results? Yang Jian surveyed the surroundings and inquired. The audience at the VIP section, the contestants' lounge, the organizers and host have all been dealt with. How could anyone announce the results? At that moment, Zheng Qiaosong descended from the air, proclaiming loudly, "This match goes to the 7th middle school. With a remarkable performance of 1 against 24, a record has been established that is unparalleled in the history of Jiangnan City. The title of Jiangnan's foremost school is rightfully earned." As the words echoed, thunderous applause erupted from a certain area of the venue, belonging to the 7th high school. Ha ha ha, we have triumphed, we have won. Yang Jian is truly formidable. From this day forth, 7th high school shall reign as Jiangnan's premier institution. We shall enjoy the finest cultivation resources in the city. Who dares to underestimate us, 7th high school? Who? It is all thanks to Yang Jian that we can finally hold our heads high. The students of 7th high school danced with excitement, releasing years of pent-up frustration. And no longer did they feel inferior in the presence of students from other schools. Instead, they were filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. This year's competition is destined to be etched in the annals of Jiangnan City's history, and Yang Jian will inevitably be remembered by the future generations of 7th high school. Lu Jie, you have fulfilled your promise. As Yang Jian descended from the stage, he flashed a smile at Lu Yu. Lu Yu blushed as if a thought had crossed her mind. At that moment, the director of the Military Affairs Department spoke first. Yang Jian, would you be interested in joining the Southern Military District's Genius Camp? The mention of the Southern Military District's Genius Camp caused the audience to widen their eyes in astonishment, particularly the contestants in the lounge, who gazed with envy. In Xia Country, there are 4 major military districts: Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest, each tasked with quelling internal rebellions and defending against foreign beasts. Each district is overseen by a Saint Soul Master, supported by 8 quasi-saints, and possesses a plethora of extraordinary powers. Even a single military district surpasses organizations like the Adventurers Association or the Soul Master Association. The Genius Camp selects elites from the southern region's 9 provinces, 277 cities, and over 400 million people. ANS rank Martial Soul is merely the entry threshold. The Genius Camp truly tests comprehensive qualities and practical abilities. Every year, the elite graduates from the Genius Camp who choose to remain in the military start at no less than the rank of Major. This group will be nurtured as the backbone of the military, provided with abundant cultivation resources and opportunities that would make one envious. Dad, Zhang Yueling exclaimed anxiously, just after the first round of the competition. They are already trying to recruit him. If Yang Jian is taken by the Military Affairs Department, her chance to enter the secret realm will be ruined. Talents above SSS rank are not common. If he misses this year, who knows how long he will have to wait. Zheng Qiaosong understood her concern and stepped forward, saying, Yang Jian, I also have a great opportunity that can help you rapidly enhance your strength. And it is certainly no less than the Genius Camp. Mayor Zheng, what do you mean by this? The director of the Military Affairs Department frowned and questioned. I also wish to cultivate this talented young man. Zheng Qiaosong replied with a smile. The two were at an impasse, neither willing to yield. Witnessing this scene, the audience was taken aback. What a spectacle! When Yang Jian awakened his martial soul, the principals of various schools nearly came to blows. Now, having secured first place in the competition, the mayor is at odds with the director. I, too, wish to experience the feeling of being coveted by such prominent figures. After all, he possesses a divine martial soul. He single-handedly dominated the competition. Even if he joins the Genius Camp, he will undoubtedly be among the strongest. With a confident wave of his hand, the director of the Military Affairs Department declared, Cultivate? Look across the southern 9 provinces. Is there a place better than the Genius Camp? Indeed, there is a place, Zheng Qiaosong responded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The director vehemently denied. What place could it be? I cannot disclose, but I, Zheng Qiaosong, am willing to swear on my life that this place is absolutely no less than the Genius Camp, and may even surpass it. As long as Yang Jian emerges from this place before the college entrance examination, he will at least reach the 9th tier, Zheng Qiaosong asserted with unwavering conviction. The news of the Saint Soul Master's secret realm must not be divulged, for it would incite a bloody storm. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in stunned silence. For the mayor to publicly take such a solemn oath, this matter is undoubtedly genuine. Opportunities surpassing the Genius Camp are rare. What could it possibly be? Curiosity and envy filled the hearts of the onlookers. How could such a grand opportunity not be theirs? The director of the Military Affairs Department remained silent for a moment. He did not believe Zheng Qiaosong would jest about his life. Yet he was unwilling to relinquish Yang Jian. Thus, he said, This matter, you have told me, but ultimately it is Yang Jian's choice that matters. Very well, let him choose, Zheng Qiaosong replied with a confident smile. On the day of the awakening ceremony, he recognized Yang Jian as a person of deep loyalty, which is why he generously offered him the soul liquid. With this bottle of soul liquid as a foundation, Yang Jian would undoubtedly choose him in an instant. All eyes turned to Yang Jian. Though it was Yang Jian who was to make a choice, the onlookers felt even more anxious and expectant. Director, I appreciate your kind offer, but I must regretfully inform you that I may disappoint you. Yang Jian respectfully bowed and then stood next to Zheng Qiaosong. The director sighed helplessly, his frustration palpable. Thank goodness. Zhang Yueling's anxious heart finally settled, almost missing out on a tremendous opportunity. Suddenly, the director seemed to recall something, and his gloom lifted. The mayor only represents Jiangnan City. He cannot keep Yang Jian here forever. Not even if he were to marry off his daughter to him. The Military Affairs Department still has a chance. They would merely miss out on this year's Genius Camp training. With this thought, the director's spirits brightened as he declared, Yang Jian, as long as you are willing, the doors of the Military Affairs Department will always be open for you. All right, Yang Jian nodded in response. Just when everyone thought the matter had been settled, the director of the Education Department stepped forward, stating, Since the two have concluded their negotiations, I too shall have a word. Chapter 36. The Imperial Clan emerges as the director of the Education Department of Jiangnan City. I bear the responsibility of nurturing talents. Yang Jian's gifts and potential are evident to all. Thus, I have decided to grant Yang Jian special permission to cultivate in the Earth Core Pool for 3 days. As the director of the education department concluded his statement, the venue erupted in a frenzy. Even the many powerful figures in the VIP section displayed expressions of astonishment. The Earth Core Pool is a prime location for cultivation, where efforts yield remarkable results. For 365 days a year, it remains closed to all, with only the top scorers of the college entrance examination eligible to enter for a single day. Do not underestimate the significance of this one day. Many past top scorers have used this time to break through to intermediate soul master levels. This underscores the rarity and power of the Earth Core Pool. And now, with more than a month remaining before the college entrance examination, Yang Jin has been granted 3 days. Such a lavish reward instantly ignited envy among all present. This is unjust. Historically, only the top scorer has the right to enter the Earth Core Pool. On what grounds does Yang Jin deserve this? Even if he were to become the top scorer in Jiangnan City, he should not be allowed to cultivate there for 3 days. This is against the rules. I believe you are simply envious. Is Yang Jin an ordinary person? In all past competitions, who has managed to single-handedly suppress 24 schools? I believe he is entirely qualified. With Yang Jin's strength, securing the title of Jiangnan City's top scorer is without question. I assert here today that he will undoubtedly rank among the top 1,000. Nonsense. Each year, over 20 million candidates compete, and there are plenty of 9th-tier soul masters. If he can rank among the top 1,000, I will personally behead myself to serve as his urinal. Then you might as well do it now. The sooner you do it, the sooner you can be reborn. Unfazed by the cacophony of voices from the audience, the director of the education department remained resolute. His determination would not waver due to the opinions of this crowd. Furthermore, Yang Jin is a young man of deep loyalty. Why offering him such significant benefits? When Jiangnan City is besieged by foreign beasts in the future, he would never turn a blind eye when asked for help. Thank you, director. Yang Jin felt a surge of joy within. This is what you have earned through your own efforts. Work hard, and your time will undoubtedly come. The director of the education department floated over, patting Yang Jin's shoulder in approval. Rest assured, director, I will not slack off. Yang Jin vowed earnestly. Yang Jin, Su Shui stood amidst the crowd. Her expression complex. At this point, she lacked the courage to step forward and apologize. But who could she blame? She could blame no one but herself for being too ambitious and lacking composure. She was so close, so very close. Opportunities like this, where one could soar to great heights, come only once in a lifetime, and she had missed hers. Yang Jin, after your cultivation in the Earth Core Pool, remember to come to the mayor's residence to find me. I have a tremendous opportunity to offer you. Outside the gymnasium, Zhang Qiaosong said, All right, I will definitely do so. Yang Jin nodded. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Zhang Yueling. You two should get to know each other. Zhang Qiaosong introduced. Zhang Yueling, a first-year student at the Xia Country Soul Master Academy, an intermediate soul master of the 6th tier. Zhang Yueling extended her right hand, deliberately emphasizing the phrases Xia Country Soul Master Academy and 6th tier intermediate soul master, her face brimming with pride. This academy is the most prestigious soul master institution in Xia Country. Without exception, the admission requirements are exceedingly stringent. S rank or above is the first threshold, and a score within the top 1,000 on the college entrance examination is the second threshold. There is a third threshold, the entrance examination. After numerous rounds of selection, the number of students admitted to the Xia Country Soul Master Academy each year is quite limited, with as few as a dozen in the leanest years. However, every graduate from the Xia Country Soul Master Academy becomes a formidable figure. Moreover, students from this academy place great importance on alumni connections, creating an extraordinarily powerful network of relationships. Yang Jin discerned the pride on her face but felt utterly unmoved. The Xia Country Soul Master Academy, an intermediate soul master of the 6th tier, is nothing remarkable. His ambition is to return to the imperial lineage and compete for the title of prince. Years later, he aspires to become the sovereign ruler of the realm. I shall wait for you for 3 days. Zhang Yueling was eager to enter the sacred soul master's secret realm. Yang Jin nodded nonchalantly, preparing to leave with the director of the education department. Suddenly, a voice filled with mockery and fury reverberated through the sky, claiming the name of the imperial prince to unleash a massacre. Yang Jin, how arrogant you are! Ultimately, they have come. Huang Sanjian turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, his expression growing increasingly somber. Soon after, 3 figures appeared in the air, as if traversing 1,000 miles in a single step, materializing above the stadium in an instant. Among them, two figures were immensely towering, their presence rivaling that of Huang Sanjian. Just their presence felt like two insurmountable mountains, suffocating everyone present. In the middle of these two formidable figures stood a proud young woman. "Who are you?" Yang Jian asked, unafraid. "Adventurer Association. Chief Guardian Zhang Shao, Imperial Clan. Elder Yang Fu, Imperial Clan. Ninth Princess Yang Yao." As the words fell, the crowd erupted. To hold the position of guardian, one must at least be a quasi-saint. To become an elder of the Imperial Clan, one must also be a quasi-saint. Have we inadvertently disturbed a nest of quasi-saints? In a small city like Jiangnan, 3 quasi-saints appeared in a single day. The ninth princess is renowned in Xia country, gifted from a young age, having awakened the SSS-class primordial golden dragon. At only 18, she is already a novice soul master of the 9th rank. Before the college entrance examination, she will undoubtedly reach the intermediate soul master realm. You presume to use the name of the imperial prince? Yang Jian furrowed his brow in astonishment. Son of the evil soul master, a forsaken child of the clan, how dare you call yourself a prince? Ridiculous. Yang Yao looked down at Yang Jian, her eyes filled with disdain and loathing. What do you mean? Yang Jian questioned, even more perplexed. Want to know? Go ask your damned mother. Yang Yao struck out with a palm from afar. 9th princess. The young master bears the bloodline of the master. Moreover, 20 years have passed since that incident. Why must the grudges of the previous generation be imposed upon this one? Huang Sanjian stepped forward, deflecting the blow with a wave of his sleeve. Insolent. You are merely a servant nurtured by the imperial clan. How dare you lecture this princess? Kneel and apologize. Yang Yao reprimanded fiercely. Enough of this nonsense. Yang Fu glanced at her, and she reluctantly quieted down. Nonsense? The imperial clan suffered great losses in that battle, losing countless strong warriors. Dio, you think I can just gloss over it with a phrase like, why should the grudges of the previous generation be imposed on this one? Impossible. Yang Yao was obstinate and domineering, her attitude exceedingly firm. Today, Yang Jian must die. With this old servant present, no one shall harm a hair on the young master. Huang Sanjian's voice was calm yet resolute. Old Huang, let the young ones handle their own affairs. Yang Fu waved his hand, forcefully pushing Huang Sanjian aside. 20 years ago, in that battle, Yang Yao's mother and uncle both perished. Such a deep-seated hatred has been etched in her heart. Thus, upon seeing Yang Jian, her fury erupted. Holding it in is not a solution. It is better to seize this opportunity to vent as for Yang Jian's fate. He could not care less. Old Huang, I will handle this. Yang Jian reached out to stop Huang Sanjian. But young master. Huang Sanjian hesitated, worry etched across his face. The gap between the 7th and 9th ranks is 2 realms, and Yang Yao possesses the elite SSS-class martial soul, the primordial golden dragon. With 3 formidable soul skills that rival divine martial souls, facing her is far more challenging than battling the 24 academies. It's fine, if I cannot handle a mere yellow-haired girl, how can I talk about returning to the imperial clan? Yang Jian's lips curled into a confident smile. Dio, you dare to call this princess a yellow-haired girl? Yang Yao's fury ignited, and her martial soul instantly manifested. Roar, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. A 9-clawed golden dragon soared through the clouds, spiraling above the stadium. The golden dragon, 100 meters long, radiated an overwhelming aura of majesty. Weaker soul masters witnessing this scene felt compelled to kneel in submission. Even the numerous powerful figures in the VIP section were secretly astonished. Is this the inherited martial soul of the imperial clan? Indeed, it is terrifying. Such a powerful martial soul, stronger than any I have ever seen. The imperial clan has maintained its hold on the throne for so many years. Their greatest advantage lies in their martial souls. Judging by its aura, the primordial golden dragon can almost stand toe-to-toe with the 10,000 soul banner. I have a bad feeling. Yang Jian might lose. The opponent is the 9th princess of the imperial clan. With a martial soul like the primordial golden dragon, Yang Jian is destined to lose. The crowd buzzed with speculation, praising Yang Yao loudly, seemingly attempting to catch her attention. However, Yang Yao's focus remained solely on Yang Jian. As for the others, they were no more than ants in her eyes. One strike. I shall send you to the netherworld. First soul skill, Dragon Spike. Yang Yao confidently pointed her finger. The primordial golden dragon roared and unleashed dozens of sharp spikes, each one razor-sharp and packed with power. Third soul skill, diminishing domain. Yang Jin activated a domain while simultaneously controlling over 500 puppets to shield himself, preparing to withstand the blow. But just then, the voice of the old evil echoed in his mind. Kid, the Imperial clan's first soul skill hits with 100% full power. Even if you place 1,000 puppets in front of you, it will be of no avail. Is it really that absurd? Yang Jin was momentarily stunned. I can lend you some of my power to create a protective barrier around you. To others, it will merely appear as if you have cultivated a defensive technique. The old evil coaxed, hurry and lend it. Yang Jin decisively replied. All right. The old evil within the 10,000 soul banner revealed a cunning smile of success. Soon, a wisp of black mist floated out from the banner, coiling around Yang Jin, adhering to his skin, forming an invisible protective barrier. Chapter 37. Defeating Yang Yao. Dozens of dragon spikes effortlessly pierced through the puppets in front of him, striking Yang Jin directly. With a resounding crash, Yang Jin was sent flying 100 meters, crashing into the stands, his entire body caving in. His clothes were shredded, revealing his solid muscles beneath. However, with the old evil's protective power, Yang Jin emerged unscathed. Are you all right? How is this possible? Even a 9th-rank soul master cannot withstand my strike. Moreover, you are merely a 7th-rank soul master. Yang Yao's beautiful eyes widened in shocked. By her estimation, that last attack should have turned Yang Jin's body into a sieve. Not only was she astonished, but Yang Fu and Zhang Xiao also displayed expressions of disbelief. No understood the terrifying power of the SSS-class primordial golden dragon better than them. 100% full power hit is no joke. Could it be that Huang Sanjian intervened secretly? Zhang Xiao speculated. I have been keeping an eye on him. There are no fluctuations of soul power from him. So it must be that Yang Jin has cultivated some powerful defensive technique. Yang Fu racked his brain, coming up with this only possibility. Huang Sanjian discerned the essence of the situation and furrowed his brows tightly. Is that all the power you possess? The 9th princess of the Imperial clan is not so formidable after all. I truly overestimated you. Yang Jin brushed off the dust from his clothes and strode towards Yang Yao, mocking and challenging her. Ha ha, that was merely a test. Now this princess shall get serious. Yang Yao, in an effort to salvage her dignity, activated her soul skills. 2nd soul skill, Dragon Goddess Might. 3rd soul skill, Dragon-S Domain. The 9-clawed golden dragon above the stadium radiated brilliantly, resembling a dazzling sun. Its aura soared, becoming increasingly terrifying. Immediately, a circular golden barrier enveloped Yang Yao, isolating her from the surrounding black mist. The 2nd soul skill boosts overall strength by 50%, while the 3rd soul skill immunizes against all negative effects and further increases her strength by 20%. Even if Yang Jin has cultivated a defensive technique, he cannot withstand the full force strike of the 9th princess. Zhang Xiao relished the misfortune, filled with ire over the deaths of the Adventurer Association's president and executive. Had it not been for Yang Jin's special identity, he would have acted long ago. However, if Yang Yao were to kill Yang Jin, it would also serve as a form of indirect retribution. You and I will keep a close watch on Huang Sanjian. We must not let him intervene at a crucial moment. Yang Fu transmitted. Understood. Zhang Xiao nodded with a cold smile. At this moment, the crowd in the stadium was in an uproar. Everyone looked up at Yang Yao with admiration. Gaining a clearer understanding of the imperial clans, might I ask this the true power of the primordial golden dragon? It is simply overwhelming. I declare here today, within the 9th rank, no one can withstand the full force strike of the SS-class primordial golden dragon. It seems the Imperial clan and the Adventurer Association wish to use Yang Yao's hand to eliminate Yang Jin once and for all. Yang Jin is in grave danger. The hearts of the people from the 7th Academy hung in suspense. Zheng Qiaosong and her father, along with the military affairs and education departments, all stood up from their seats, holding their breath as they watched Yang Jin. 1st soul skill, Dragon Spike. Yang Yao gathered all her strength once more to launch an attack. 4th soul skill, Soul Enhancement. As the soul skill activated, it instantly drained half of Yang Jin's soul power. After the previous battle, Yang Jin had little soul power left. However, the powerful consumption of the soul skill also produced formidable effects. Over 500 puppets ignited with an eerie ice-blue flame, their aura climbing rapidly. After enhancing their overall strength fivefold, they could rival 8th rank Soul Masters. The numerical advantage was sufficient to bridge the final gap, especially since Yang Jian still had his trump card, first soul skill, Soul Erosion. This soul skill ignores all physical defenses, striking directly at the target soul, and the soul is the most vulnerable aspect of a soul master. The 500 puppets charged forward, impaling the primordial golden dragon, creating fist-sized holes, yet they did not halt their advance, at most 8th rank. What can you do to me? Yang Yao let out a cold laugh. Bang! A deafening noise echoed as Yang Jian was once again struck and sent flying by the dragon's spear, crashing into the concrete and stirring up clouds of dust. Witnessing this scene, nearly everyone believed that Yang Jian was doomed, and thus turned their gaze towards Yang Yao. Tear them apart. With Yang Yao's command, the Hunyuan Golden Dragon roared and charged towards the puppet horde. The formidable Hunyuan Golden Dragon surged forward like a force of nature, unstoppable as it barreled through the puppets, which were utterly incapable of resisting. However, even a mighty tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. One of the puppets seized the Hunyuan Golden Dragon's body, its claws piercing through to attack its very soul. Roar! The soul was pierced with pain, and the Hunyuan Golden Dragon howled in agony, swinging its tail to send the puppet flying. Yet, that puppet was quickly joined by several others that pounced upon it, viciously gnawing at its soul. Gradually, the soul weakened, and the strength of the Hunyuan Golden Dragon plummeted. Boom! Ultimately, the Hunyuan Golden Dragon fell from the sky, hundreds of puppets swarming like ravenous wolves. No, no, no. Yang Yao could distinctly feel the Hunyuan Golden Dragon's soul growing feebler, on the brink of vanishing. Second soul skill, Soul Refinement. Just then, Yang Jian's voice rang out again amidst the dust. Countless bones surged forth from the Wanhun banner, attaching themselves to the Hunyuan Golden Dragon. Arrogant! Yang Fu was enraged, shattering all the bones and puppets with a single slap, the shockwave aimed at Yang Jian. Huang Sanjian's figure flickered, appearing before Yang Jian in an instant, blocking the residual attack. The outcome had been decided. I haven't lost. I still have means left, Yang Yao shouted defiantly. Enough. Are you not ashamed? Yang Fu glared at her fiercely, as the illustrious 9th princess, losing to someone of the 7th rank brought disgrace to the imperial family. Even if she were to fight again, what difference would it make? Winning would not restore their honor, and losing would only lead to further humiliation. Yang Yao hesitated, tears shimmering in her eyes. Yang Fu turned his gaze to Huang Sanjian and spoke in an authoritative tone. Old Huang, you have left the imperial family for many years. This time, return with me? Yes, Huang Sanjian replied reluctantly with a nod. Yang Jian, the Black King's side will return. Zhang Zhao's voice echoed. Why should I? Yang Jian retorted defiantly, unwilling to relinquish what he had earned. How dare you question me? Zhang Zhao declared, his hand grasping the air, unleashing an invisible, mysterious force that bound Yang Jian's entire being, slowly lifting him into the air. So powerful! Yang Jian struggled desperately, his face turning crimson, yet he could not move even a finger in the presence of a quasi-saint. He was as insignificant as an ant. With just a glance, his life could be extinguished. A novice soul master challenging a quasi-saint, truly a foolhardy individual, Old Xie remarked ominously to that moment. Huang Sanjian swung his sword, saving Yang Jian, and advised, Young master, the Black King's scythe belongs to the Adventurers Association. It would be best to return it. Worst, we can reclaim it once you grow stronger. Huang Sanjian added in a hushed tone. Reluctantly, Yang Jian tossed the Black King's scythe away, vowing, Today, I shall lend you the Black King's scythe. But mark my words, the Adventurers Association must return it double in the future. Good. I shall await that day. Zhang Zhao accepted the Black King's scythe with a disdainful smile. A mere 7th rank novice soul master could not even enter the headquarters of the Adventurers Association. Were it not for the blood of the Summer Emperor flowing through Yang Jian's veins, he would have slain him on the spot. Young master, once I return to the imperial family, you must take good care of yourself. If you encounter insurmountable troubles, you may summon that evil soul master from the Wanhun banner, but do not rely on him too heavily, lest you suffer a backlash. Huang Sanjian cautioned earnestly. He understood that Yang Jian had already borrowed the power of the evil soul master. Backlash? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. Yes, the evil soul master within your Wanhun banner is currently under your control as a soul slave. However, if you rely on him excessively, his power will gradually seep in until he completely controls the Wanhun banner. At which point he will become an independent entity, Huang Sanjian succinctly explained. Old Huang, we must depart, Yang Fu commanded. Young master, there are matters I intended to reveal to you gradually, but I did not expect the imperial family to arrive so soon. It was my oversight. Should you encounter a dilemma even the evil soul master cannot resolve, seek refuge with the Liu family in the southern region. Remember this. If I achieve first place in the National College entrance examination, can I return to the imperial family? Yang Jian asked earnestly. Indeed. Huang Sanjian pondered for a moment before responding. Excellent. Yang Jian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. The college entrance examination is held annually, gathering the nation's elites, with over 20 million participants. Among them are the prodigies of the imperial family, the scions of various ancient clans, and the talents nurtured by major associations, not to mention the numerous ninth-rank novice soul masters and many intermediate soul masters. With his 7th-rank soul master strength, even with the 4th soul skill, soul enhancement, it would be a monumental challenge to secure first place. Moreover, the power of the evil soul master within the Wanhun banner must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Thus, the immediate priority is to enhance his strength, at the very least reaching the 9th rank before the examination. Today, I shall spare you. You had best pray that we do not meet during the college entrance examination. Or else, Yang Yao made a gesture across her throat. The tall tree will attract the wind. Young man, take heed, Zhang Xiao remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at Yang Jian before departing. Take care, young master. Huang Sanjian had many more words of caution, but time was of the essence. Watching them leave, Yang Jian silently clenched his fists in determination. Imperial family. One day, you shall welcome back your king. Chapter 38. The reactions of the imperial family and the Liu family with the battle concluded. All present were still engulfed in the shock of what had transpired. A 7th rank defeating a 9th rank, and that 9th rank was none other than the imperial family's 9th princess. This display of power and achievement was truly explosive. Those who had previously doubted Yang Jian's qualifications to enter the Earth Core pool were now rendered speechless. Yang Shun, Yang Shin, Yang Shun. It was the 7 who first broke the oppressive silence. Repeatedly chanting Yang Shan's name in their eyes, Yang Jian was a genius akin to a deity, an absolute symbol of invincibility. In the VIP section, Zhang Qiaosong and others wore expressions of satisfaction, knowing their investment had not been in vain. With Yang Jian's talent, he would undoubtedly shine in the future. However, at that moment, Yang Jian had no time to bask in the praise. Consumed with the urgency to bolster his strength, he turned to the director of the education department. Director, can we depart? Very well. Let us set off. The director nodded slightly. The location of the Earth Core pool was a closely guarded secret, known only to the director himself. Furthermore, it was protected by multiple powerful formations. Any attempt to breach it would surely be detected. Yang Jian was blindfolded and had his senses sealed before being led to the Earth Core pool. Time passed, and eventually, Yang Jian regained his senses. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy washed over him, akin to salty waves crashing against his body. He had never experienced such a dense concentration of spiritual energy before. Removing the blindfold, he found himself before a small pool made of piled stones, barely large enough for a single person to enter. Is this the Earth Core pool? Yang Jian exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, all of this spiritual liquid is the essence of the earth. Forming over the course of a year, the director explained. In a wonder, only one person could enter here each year. Yang Jian realized. Time is of the essence. You should enter seclusion quickly. I will guard outside for 3 days. The director stated before leaving the stone cave. Yang Jian eagerly stepped into the Earth Core pool, the transparent liquid resembling water yet thick like mud, enveloping him with a sensation akin to sinking into a swamp. The rich spiritual energy surged into his body, instantly washing away his fatigue. Soon after, the spiritual liquid transformed into soul power within him, visibly enhancing his rank. Kid, while this spiritual liquid is indeed precious, the most valuable treasure lies at the bottom of the pool. At that moment, old Xie's voice resonated in his mind. The confinement he had endured in the desolate region gnawed at him more with each passing thought. A dignified ninth-rank quasi-saint, a top-tier powerhouse, to be reduced to servitude was already humiliating enough, and yet he had to call someone his master. He simply could not bring himself to utter it. Elaborate, Yang Jian said, intrigued. At the bottom of the pool lies a spirit stone. It is this spirit stone that absorbs the essence of the earth, nurturing the spiritual liquid. If you absorb all of this spiritual liquid, you may reach the 8th rank, but should you absorb the spirit stone afterward, you can directly become an intermediate soul master. Old Xia coaxed persuasively. What will happen if I absorb the spirit stone? Yang Jian asked cautiously. What else? It will become utterly desiccated, Old Xia replied. That simply won't do. Yang Jian resolutely stated. Point 1 must look after oneself. Why not? Old Xia failed to comprehend. Yang Jian chose not to engage further and immediately entered a state of cultivation. A true man, born between heaven and earth, must have principles and boundaries. The director's permission to enter the earth core pool for cultivation was a significant favor. To knowingly deplete the earth core pool by refining the spirit stone would be nothing short of repaying kindness with enmity. Meanwhile, within the imperial family in the capital, in a grand and magnificent palace, Huang Sanjian knelt on the ground, his head bowed in silence. Above him, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe sat upon the dragon throne. Flanked by numerous quasi-saint elders, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Yang Fu was the first to break the silence. Old Huang, when you were besieged by the 7 guardians of the Soul Pursuit Hall, it was the imperial family that saved your life. Yet you show no gratitude, failing to protect the imperial family's prodigy while safeguarding an outsider expelled from the family. What reasoning is this? Huang Sanjian replied calmly. This old servant accepts his punishment. Very well, that is what you have said. Then you shall enter the fire prison to receive your punishment. Yang Fu rebuked. Elder Yang, the fire prison is perilous. Is it truly necessary? A few months' salary will suffice as punishment. The man in the dragon robe spoke with a gentle demeanor. Your Majesty, without rules, there can be no order. If severe punishments are not meted out, the rest of the imperial clan may follow suit, leading to chaos. With this heavy accusation, Yang Fu rendered the man in the dragon robe speechless. It was he who saved Huang Sanjian back then, with no connection to the imperial family whatsoever. Moreover, Huang Sanjian was merely his personal servant, entirely unrelated to the imperial lineage. As long as he had not truly stepped into the realm of the sage, he would remain subject to the constraints imposed by the Elder Pavilion. The true power of the imperial clan did not lie within his grasp. This matter, seemingly aimed at punishing Huang Sanjian, was, in fact, a warning directed at him. Your Majesty, Elder Yang, this old servant accepts his punishment. Huang Sanjian rose to pay his respects and departed the grand hall with utmost reverence, observing Huang Sanjian's gradually receding stooped figure. The man in the dragon robe clenched his fists tightly, a flicker of barely concealed anger flashing in his eyes. It would not be long before he ascended to the rank of sage. At that time, he would no longer have to be beholden to the whims of those old geezers. Your Majesty, the youngest prince has also reached adulthood. The matter of establishing a crown prince should be set in motion. Yang Fu deftly shifted the conversation. I am still in my prime. There is no need to rush into crowning a prince, the man in the dragon robe firmly rejected. Your Majesty, the heir is the foundation of the nation. Have you forgotten the chaos of the evil god 20 years ago? Yang Fu countered emphatically. Hearing this, the man in the dragon robe fell silent for a moment before relenting. There is no hurry. Let us decide after this year's college entrance examination. That is agreeable. The imperial clan has produced numerous prodigies this year, and they can finally represent us in the college entrance examination, Yang Fu said with a smile. In the Liu family's council chamber within the southern region province, a middle-aged man seated in a position of authority impatiently inquired, Is the news accurate? Uncle, if the Summer Emperor can secretly send a quasi-sage to protect Yang Jian, he must undoubtedly be the child of my aunt. There is no doubt about it. Lu Fengyan replied with utmost seriousness. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. I knew my nephew was still alive. The middle-aged man beamed with joy. Not only is my cousin alive, but he has also awakened the divine-level martial soul, the 10,000 souls banner, and has shown brilliantly in the grand ranking competition of the 25 schools in Jiangnan City. Overwhelming the other 24 schools single-handedly, Lu Fengyun continued, divine-level martial soul. This lad has brought no shame to our Lu family, ha 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 ha. But what? Speak plainly. Do not stammer like a woman. My cousin ordered the deaths of the president of the Jiangnan City Adventurers Association and a deacon from headquarters, as well as the execution of the master of the Soul Pursuit Hall in Jiangnan City. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man scoffed. What are the Adventurers Association and the Soul Pursuit Hall? If they dare to act against my nephew, I shall tear their heads off. For safety's sake, send a letter to both the Adventurers Association and the Soul Pursuit Hall, warning them to keep their distance from my nephew. Then, make another trip to Jiangnan City. Since the imperial clan does not favor him, we shall bring him back. Lu Fengyun displayed a troubled expression, hesitating. Uncle, sending the letter is no issue, but given my cousin's sensitive identity, shouldn't we consult with the ancestor before bringing him back? Sensitive? Nonsense. The grievances of the previous generation need not be imposed upon the next. However, with just over a month until the college entrance examination, it would be better to wait until he achieves good results before bringing him back openly, at which point the clan members will have little to say. The middle-aged man concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Fengyun. Fengyun, if by chance you encounter Yang Jian during this year's college entrance examination, you must do your utmost to assist him. I will certainly do my best. Lu Fengyun nodded in agreement. Yes, with the entrance examination approaching, you should also seize the time to train diligently in the Tiantong secret realm. Do not bring shame upon our Lu family, the middle-aged man urged. Rest assured, uncle, I will never tarnish the reputation of the Lu family. Lu Fengyun vowed fervently. Chapter 39. The Chaos of the Evil God. A day later, in Jiangnan City, Yang Jian extracted the last drop of spiritual liquid before contentedly rising from the heart of the earth pool. The higher the realm, the greater the energy required, making ascension increasingly difficult. He had not expected to advance from the 7th rank to the 8th rank within just 3 days. Unfortunately, the pool of spiritual liquid would not fully restore until this time next year. Feeling the surging power within him, Yang Jian clenched his fists, brimming with confidence. With his current strength, he could be regarded as a peerless talent among his contemporaries. However, his adversaries were never those ordinary geniuses who relied on luck to awaken formidable martial souls. Rather, they were the true prodigies nurtured by prominent families and the imperial clan from an early age using various resources. The quickest way to enhance his strength now was to venture into the wasteland and hunt exotic beasts. With enough puppets, even 9th-rank geniuses could be crushed. Moreover, he possessed the soul enhancement as a trump card. Kid, refine this piece of spirit stone, and I guarantee you will ascend to the 9th rank. The voice of the old demon echoed again. Shut your mouth. Yang Jian coldly reprimanded before exiting the cave. Upon seeing Yang Jian emerge early, the director of the education department, who had been waiting outside, was astonished. You returned so soon? It has barely been 24 hours. I'm done? Done? So quickly? The director, in disbelief, entered the cave and beheld the completely drained pool. Revealing the bare spirit stone beneath, he was utterly shocked. Historically, top scorers in the college entrance examination would spend 24 hours absorbing only 1/5 of the spiritual liquid. In contrast, Yang Jian's cultivation speed was 5 times that of others, truly deserving of his divine-level talent. Moreover, he must have realized that the spirit stone at the bottom of the pool was the source of all spiritual energy. Although he still had 2 days left, he chose not to refine the spirit stone. Such loyalty and sense of propriety in a promising talent indeed warranted the education department's investment. Since your retreat has concluded early, I will escort you to the municipal capital. I believe the opportunities arranged by the city will surely not be inferior to those of the heart of the earth pool. The director said, patting Yang Jian's shoulder appreciatively. Thank you, director. Yang Jian silently remembered this favor, then had his eyes covered and senses sealed before departing. With the college entrance examination approaching, he needed to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. Once he obtained the opportunities arranged by the municipal capital, he would proceed to the wasteland to hunt exotic beasts. He couldn't help but wonder when he would awaken his second martial soul. If he possessed dual martial souls for the college entrance examination, his chances of securing the top spot would undoubtedly increase. Moreover, he must inquire with the city lord about the significant events that transpired 20 years ago. After a considerable time, Yang Jian restored his senses and appeared at the entrance of the municipal capital. Director, I bid you farewell. Yang Jian clasped his fists in respect as he entered the municipal capital. Given time, my great Xia shall surely witness the emergence of another sage king. The director murmured with anticipation as he watched Yang Jian's departing figure. Yang Jian, why have you exited your retreat so soon? Zheng Yueling, having learned of Yang Jian's arrival, personally emerged to greet him. The heart of the earth pool is dry. You drained it in just a day? Upon receiving a confirmation, Zheng Yueling's eyes widened in disbelief. When she attained the top score in the Jiangnan City College entrance examination, she too had spent time in the heart of the earth pool, and it took her 24 hours to refine just 1/5. Was the disparity between SS-level martial souls and divine-level martial souls truly that vast? As they walked, they entered the main hall, where Zheng Qiaosong was already seated, awaiting them. City Lord, before we discuss official matters. I have a question, Yang Jian stated directly. Go ahead, Zheng Qiaosong replied with a kind smile. What significant event occurred in the imperial clan 20 years ago? This question had lingered in Yang Jian's mind for quite some time. When he first encountered Huang Sanjian, he thought he was merely a lost illegitimate child. However, after meeting Yang Fu and Yang Yao at the gymnasium, it was evident that the situation was far more complex. Clearly, something earth-shattering had transpired. Zheng Qiaosong's expression faltered, as if haunted by some terrifying memory. He first erected a barrier to prevent eavesdropping, then cautiously explained, 20 years ago, the chaos of the evil god erupted. Over 10,000 evil soul masters from the Evil God Alliance, led by the Evil God King, slaughtered tens of millions across 22 cities in a single province, attempting to forge a top-tier epic soul tool. The Soul Stripping Tower. The Imperial clan allied with various forces to besiege the Evil God Alliance, and this war lasted for over a year. Ultimately, the Evil God Alliance, outnumbered, collapsed, and the Imperial clan suffered significant losses as a result. And what does this have to do with me? Yang Jian asked, bewildered. Do you know who the leader of the Evil God Alliance was? Zheng Qiaosong recalled the day he had seen Yang Fu and Yang Yao at the gymnasium, instantly deducing Yang Jian's true identity. Who? The Evil God King, Lu Ji, second son of the Lu family of the southern region. Your biological uncle, and your mother is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. The former imperial concubine, Lu Wanxian, who is also the master of the Soul Stripping Tower. Due to this conflict, the Lu family was expelled from the capital, and the reason Yang Yao wishes to kill you is that during that battle, her mother and uncle perished. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's mind was in turmoil, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Had it not been for the chaos of the evil god, he would undoubtedly have been the second generation with the most formidable background in the Xia kingdom, without exception. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The identity of the son of an evil soul master could never be cleansed. Most critically, he currently possessed a soul slave who was an evil soul master. Should this matter be exposed, disregarding the rumors, he would forever be unable to return to the imperial clan. Thus, unless his life was at stake, he could never easily employ the power of the old demon. What is the stance of the Lu family? Yang Jian inquired. Further point 20 years ago, in order to avoid being implicated by the Lu Ji siblings, the Lu family ordered the expulsion of both to sever ties. However, the current head of the Lu family, Lu Tianan, is the elder brother of Lu Wanxian, making him your biological uncle. He is very fond of this younger sister, so his attitude towards you should not be too harsh. Zheng Qiaosong's analysis perfectly corroborated Huang Sanjian's words. On that day, he mentioned that if he encountered an insurmountable dilemma, he could journey southward to the Lu family. This would indicate that the Lu family's disposition toward him would undoubtedly be far more favorable than that of the imperial clan. Yang Jian, in truth, given your innate talent and character, even without the support of the imperial clan and the Lu family, you would still be capable of becoming an extraordinary powerhouse in the future, Zheng Qiaosong said earnestly. This statement served as encouragement for Yang Jian, reflecting a strong belief in his potential. Throughout his many years of life, Zheng Qiaosong had witnessed countless prodigies, yet none could compare to Yang Jian. In the future, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force that would astonish both the imperial clan and the Lu family. My father has never praised anyone like this before. You are the first, you know. Zheng Yueling's voice chimed in. Thank you. Yang Jian smiled lightly, not allowing himself to become arrogant. Rather, he recognized that the path ahead remained long and arduous. By the way, didn't the city lord mention a fortuitous opportunity? Can we discuss that now? Yang Jian shifted the subject. Chapter 40. the secret realm of the Sacred Soul Master, and the low-class yellow-grade thorn armor. Have you heard of secret realms? Zheng Qiaosong inquired with a serious expression. I have heard the teachers at school mention that some powerful beings, when nearing the end of their lifespan, would establish secret realms to leave behind treasures and legacies for the benefit of their descendants. Though these realms are filled with trials, Yang Jin spoke, then shifted the topic. However, all the secret realms in Jiangnan City have been explored dozens, if not hundreds, of times, and have lost most of their value. There exists, however, an undiscovered hidden secret realm known only to me within all of Jiangnan City. The conditions for entry are exceptionally stringent, requiring a talent of SSS level or above. I suspect it may very well be the secret realm of the Sacred Soul Master. The secret realm of the Sacred Soul Master. Upon hearing these 5 words, Yang Jin's calm demeanor revealed strong shock and anticipation. The Sacred Soul Master is a powerful epitome, revered worldwide. Treasures that catch their eye are either worth a fortune or extraordinarily rare. If fortune smiles upon us and we obtain a legacy, we shall surely soar to great heights. However, those who enter this realm are generally the ancestral figures of various clans. Even as their time draws near, they will leave behind their treasures and legacies for their descendants. Only a very few Sacred Soul Masters venture to open secret realms. This scarcity further enhances the rarity of the Sacred Soul Master's secret realm. Once this secret spreads, prodigies from all corners will undoubtedly flock here, leading to inevitable bloodshed. It is fortunate that I did not attend the prodigy camp. Otherwise, I would have missed such a grand opportunity. If luck is on my side, perhaps I could even strive for the 9th grade Soul Master realm. Yang Jin murmured excitedly. Yang Jin, do not rejoice too soon. The more powerful the secret realm, the more arduous the trials. You will undoubtedly encounter numerous dangers on this journey. Do not let your guard down, Zheng Qiaosong cautioned seriously. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. I shall exercise caution. Yang Jin's smile was as uncontainable as AK. Zhang Yueling stood by, witnessing the entire exchange. Being a prominent figure herself, admired in both Jiangnan City and the Soul Master Academy of Xia Country, her beauty had always garnered praise and attracted many suitors. Yet, Yang Jin's demeanor towards her was remarkably indifferent. Even Cool It seemed that his disinterest was purely in her, focusing solely on the secret realm. This realization sparked a slight sense of defeat within her. You are relatively weak. Once we enter the secret realm, follow my lead, and I shall protect you, Zheng Yueling declared with a hint of arrogance. Yang Jin turned his head, casting a casual glance at her. He seemed poised to say something but held back. What kind of look is that? Zheng Yueling exclaimed, hands on her hips, visibly annoyed. She had made an overture, yet Yang Jin remained unresponsive. Had it been anyone else, they would have pounced at the opportunity. The secret realm is fraught with peril. After all, you are merely a novice soul master. This soul weapon is for you. It will significantly enhance your chances of survival. Zheng Qiaosong said, flicking his fingers to retrieve a piece of armor from his storage ring. A low-class yellow-grade thorn armor? Father, you bestow such a fine soul weapon upon him instead of me? Zhang Yueling's charming face brimmed with disbelief. Yellow-grade soul weapons start at 30 million. Armor is relatively scarce, making it even more valuable. To present a soul liquid worth tens of millions upon their first meeting is one thing. But now he casually gives away another worth several tens of millions. To outsiders, it might seem I've stumbled upon a treasure, while Yang Jin is actually your biological son. Zheng Yueling glared, jealousy written all over her face. You are a 6th grade intermediate soul master and possess a certain degree of self-protection. He needs this soul weapon more than you do, Zheng Qiaosong explained. Zheng Yueling's expression darkened. While that may be true, who would ever turn down an additional yellow-grade soul weapon? Unable to refuse such generosity, I shall accept it. Yang Jin welcomed the gift and directly donned the thorn armor. Initially, it felt slightly oversized, but soon the armor adjusted itself to fit him perfectly. Once worn, it felt surprisingly light, as if he were clad in a mere t-shirt. Its entirety was a gray-brown hue, resembling woven thorns, showcasing remarkable resilience. This armor could only protect the torso from harm, leaving the head and limbs exposed. However, wearing it bolstered his confidence. Yang Jin, this armor possesses remarkable defensive capabilities, even when faced with a high-level soul master. It can withstand several strikes. Its most impressive feature is its ability to rebound 70% of incoming attacks, Zheng Qiaosong elucidated. He had obtained this thorn armor by chance, initially intending to reserve it for Zheng Yueling. However, he changed his mind. Given the current emperor of Xia's affection for his son, after losing the quasi-saint protector, he would likely have other means of ensuring his safety. The Sacred Soul Master's secret realm is fraught with danger. Leaving the thorn armor with Zheng Yueling would not guarantee her safety. Yet, should he bestow it upon Yang Jian, with this act of kindness, if Zheng Yueling were to find herself in dire straits, Yang Jian's loyal character would ensure he would not stand idly by. Now, that truly is a fine item. Yang Jian's spirits lifted upon hearing this, a yellow-grade armor soul weapon, worth several tens of millions. How could it not be exceptional? Zheng Yueling rolled her eyes in jealousy. All right, it's about time. Let us set forth. Zhang Qiaosong waved his hand, enveloping Yang Jian and Zheng Yueling in a powerful yet gentle force as they soared out of the city lord's manor. As they flew through the air, the gusts of wind caused Yang Jian's garments to billow dramatically. Looking down, the breathtaking scenery of Jiangnan City unfolded beneath him. Towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and throngs of people created the illusion that the entire city lay beneath their feet. As if they were divine beings ruling over the masses, in a wonder it is said that beneath the extraordinary, all are mere insects. That statement holds true without exception. After a considerable while, Zhang Qiaosong led the two into a mountain bordering a desolate area of royal rank. The desolation was categorized into beast general, lord, king, and monarch levels, corresponding to human intermediate, advanced, extraordinary, and entry into the sacred realm. Stay close to me. Zhang Qiaosong had marked a special trail within the mountain, and following these markers, they quickly located the entrance to the secret realm, which was a verdant pool of water. The entrance lay at the bottom of the pool, and upon releasing their martial souls, they could enter. However, I must remind you once more, the Sacred Soul Master's secret realm is fraught with peril. Caution is paramount, Zhang Qiaosong advised. Understood, father. You've repeated that many times already. Zheng Yueling waved her hand impatiently before leaping into the pool. I haven't finished speaking yet. Zhang Qiaosong sighed helplessly, then turned to Yang Jian, saying, the royal desolation area is exceedingly dangerous. Once you emerge from the secret realm, call me, and I shall come to retrieve you. During this time, remain here and do not wander off, understood? Understood. Yang Jian nodded, then promptly jumped into the pool. As he watched the two gradually disappear from sight, Zhang Qiaosong remained at the shore, reluctant to depart. Though danger and opportunity coexist, he was still concerned for Zheng Yueling's safety. He could only hope that Yang Jian would protect her. Meanwhile, Zheng Yueling held her breath as she swam to the bottom of the pool. Eagerly pointing at a massive stone door that it seemed she wanted to convey to Yang Jian that this was the entrance to the secret realm. Chapter 41. The drop rate is truly high. Yang Jian nodded in understanding and immediately unleashed his martial soul, the 10,000 souls banner. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The enormous stone door sensed the powerful aura of the 10,000 souls banner, resonating thrice before erupting with blinding light. Both Yang Jian and Zhang Yueling quickly shut their eyes, instinctively shielding their faces with their hands, turning their heads away from the intense glare. Moments later, a tremendous pulling force erupted from within the stone door, drawing both of them inside. Suddenly, the world spun violently, and they felt dizzy, as if plunging into a terrifying underwater whirlpool. They both instinctively tensed, hearts filled with trepidation. After a brief moment, the disorienting sensations dissipated, and they found themselves standing on soft ground, a warm breeze brushing against their faces. The blazing sun beat down, leaving them feeling scorched. Where have we landed? Is this still within the country? Yang Jian opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, only to behold an endless expanse of desert stretching as far as the eye could see. It should be right. Zheng Yueling hesitated, unsure. Let us mark the teleportation coordinates first, then explore slowly. The Sacred Soul Master's secret realm undoubtedly harbors immense opportunities. Yang Jian retrieved a coordinate marker from his bronze ring and began marking their location. Upon hearing the word opportunity, Zhang Yueling's anxiety and unease were swiftly replaced by intense excitement. Across all of Jiangnan City, only Zhang Qiaosong was aware of the existence of this secret realm, and the only individuals who had truly entered were her and Yang Jian. All the opportunities contained herein would belong solely to them. Kid, a multitude of exotic beasts is converging from all directions, a voice echoed in Yang Jian's mind. belonging to Lao Xie. How formidable are these exotic beasts? Yang Jian asked cautiously. They appear as mere ants in my eyes. But for you, they may pose a challenge. Since becoming a soul slave, Lao Xie's fate had become irrevocably intertwined with Yang Jian's. Their fortunes rose and fell together. Naturally, he was more concerned than anyone for Yang Jian's safety. Be careful, something is approaching. Zheng Yueling, possessing 6th grade strength, had sharper senses than Yang Jian. She stepped forward and instinctively shielded Yang Jian with her body. Then, her figure trembled, unleashing her SS grade martial soul, the Thunderbird in an instant. An aura of might surged forth, with lightning crackling around her, and her long hair danced in the wind, resembling a goddess of war. It is no wonder she gained admission to the Summer Nation's Soul Master Academy. Indeed, she possesses remarkable talent. Your abilities are feeble. Stand behind me and remain composed. Zheng Yueling instructed with a grave expression. Yang Jian, as her words fell, hundreds of sandworms burst forth from the ground, surging towards the two from all directions. These sandworms were massive, roughly the thickness of sewer pipes. Their bodies were a sickly yellow-white, writhing in segments, evoking a feeling of revulsion. Beneath them were dense clusters of tentacles, and their heads bore no eyes, only a ring of sharp teeth. They relied on scent to identify their prey, always emerging in swarms. With their numerical advantage, they often devoured creatures far beyond their level. Screech! The Thunderbird flapped its wings, unleashing a thunderous onslaught from the heavens. It then glided down, its hard and sharp talons effortlessly disemboweling several sandworms, releasing a foul white liquid. However, the sheer number of sandworms was overwhelming. Zheng Yueling's rate of slaughter was far outpaced by their relentless advance. The encirclement grew tighter, and if this continued, the situation would become dire. Stay close to me. I will lead you out, Zheng Yueling decisively declared. Wanhun Banner, activate. Yang Jian waved his hand. Zheng Yueling was momentarily stunned. You only need to deal with those beast general level creatures. Leave the rest to me, Yang Jian asserted with seriousness. There are over 20 beast general level beasts, of which 1/5 are at the 6th rank. How can I handle them alone? Moreover, beneath the beast general level, there are more than 500 creatures, including many at the 8th and 9th ranks. You cannot handle them alone either. Zheng Yueling anxiously assessed the situation, hoping to sway Yang Jian's decision. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great, and the likelihood of exterminating this horde of beasts was slim. Moreover, even if we succeeded, there would be little benefit. The bodies of the sandworms are hardly valuable. Why expend such effort on a futile endeavor? Trust me. 3rd soul skill, weakening domain, Yang Jian declared confidently, as a rolling black mist surged forth from the Wanhun Banner. With his elevation to the 8th rank, the domain's range expanded to a radius of 300 meters. This area was sufficient to encompass over 70% of the sandworms. As time passed, the strength of this horde of sandworms would be continuously diminished, making their extermination a trivial task. While killing sandworms held no advantage for Zheng Yueling, it was immensely beneficial for Yang Jian. 500 sandworm puppets could enhance his strength 5-fold. Was this not an opportunity? 1st soul skill, 9-fold thunderbolt. Zheng Yueling sighed in resignation, steeling herself for the challenge. If we came together, we must leave together. At worst, I shall lead him out once he recognizes the harshness of reality. The Thunderbird screeched, its wings unleashing 9 bolts of lightning as thick as fingers. Sizz! The lightning roared down, instantly incinerating the sandworms into ashes and creating a crater in the ground. The Thunderbird advanced with unimpeded ferocity, leaving charred remains in its wake. At that moment, 2 beast cores of varying sizes emerged from the ashes. Beast cores? Zheng Yueling's expression brightened, immediately grasping the cores in her hands. The stronger the beast, the greater the energy contained within its core, though the drop rate is quite low. Beast general level cores are exceptionally precious. Typically, one might need to slay hundreds to obtain even a single one. Yet, she had only dispatched 9 intermediate beasts of the 3rd rank and had already acquired 2 cores. Such a high drop rate was truly astonishing. Zheng Yueling turned to Yang Jian, observing his 500 puppets ravaging the battlefield like a swarm of locusts. Ordinary beginner beasts could not withstand even a single round against him, and only those of the 8th rank could barely hold their own for a moment in just a few breaths. Dozens of sandworms had been slain, and the beast cores were so plentiful that they could not be contained within both hands. Almost every 10 slain sandworms yielded a beast core. Indeed, the sacred soul master secret realm was extraordinary. Yang Jian beamed with delight. Initially, he had intended to capture puppets, but he had stumbled upon unexpected rewards. If the secret realm maintained such a high drop rate, not only would he have a chance at breaking into the 9th rank, but even advancing to an intermediate soul master seemed plausible. Second soul skill, Thunderous Web of Lightning. Zhang Yueling was invigorated. Charging towards the remaining beast general level sandworms. First soul skill, Soul Corruption. Second soul skill, Soul Refinement. Yang Jian gestured, and boundless bones crawled forth from the Wanhun banner. Below the 8th rank, there was no resistance. The 8th rank could only hold out for a while, but it could not alter the fate of being forcibly refined. The number of 9th rank sandworms was sparse, merely a few dozen. Under the continuous influence of the weakening domain, their strength was steadily eroded. Capturing them was merely a matter of time. As each sandworm was refined, a multitude of beast cores floated in the air. Merely witnessing this invigorated Yang Jian, and he promptly began to collect them into his bronze ring. Chapter 42. Zhang Yueling's Embarrassment. Pick the softest fruit first. Soon, the vast majority of sandworms had been slain, leaving only the toughest remnants. The battle gradually settled into a deadlock. Zhang Yueling single-handedly faced off against 5 intermediate beasts of the 6th rank, her mental focus intensely strained, feeling the pressure mounting. If her situation was so dire, Yang Jian, with his weaker abilities, surely could not be faring much better. Thus, after repelling the 5 sandworms with a strike, she seized a moment to glance at Yang Jian. To her astonishment, she found him leisurely gathering beast cores on the battlefield, occasionally comparing a few cores in size, appearing utterly relaxed and satisfied. This is a battle. It concerns life and death. With such a nonchalant attitude, it was only a matter of time. Truly a freak. Zhang Yueling's gaze shifted, and she saw over 100 8th-rank sandworms covered by endless bones. Sharp bone claws carved deep wounds into them, releasing torrents of white liquid, causing them to screech in agony, and no matter how desperately they struggled against their fate, they were still dragged into the Wanhun banner. The remaining few dozen 9th-rank sandworms were surrounded by more than 500 puppets. In such a disparate numerical disadvantage, even fighting to the death would not allow them to escape the encirclement. Most alarming was that each time Yang Jian refined a sandworm, another 8th-rank sandworm puppet would join the fray. In an instant, she found it hard to discern whether the sandworms were surrounding Yang Jian or if Yang Jian was encircling the sandworms. Thankfully, this fellow was not an evil soul master. Otherwise, if another incident of the evil god cataclysm occurred, it would truly herald a global catastrophe. Zhang Yueling swallowed hard in astonishment and charged forth again. As time passed, the effects of the weakening domain intensified. The 9th-rank sandworms could no longer withstand the puppet's assault, and beast cores erupted one after another. How can a mere 8th-rank soul master find it as simple to slay 9th-rank beasts as killing chickens? Zhang Yueling was once again taken aback. Why soul skills continuously diminish the fighting prowess of the sandworms? They should be weakened by around 30% now, and it is time to conclude this battle. Yang Jian explained, an output-type martial soul combined with support-type soul skills. Zhang Yueling stared in disbelief, her mouth agape. She had just been wondering why the strength of this horde of sandworms had diminished. Could it have been a trap to lure her into unleashing her full power? Now she understood that her worries had been unfounded. A 30% overall weakening is indeed among the top tier of support-type martial souls. Truly, a divine-level martial soul, outclassing SS-level martial souls by a world. Yes, Yang Jian nodded with a smile. In truth, he possessed an even stronger trump card, the 4th soul skill, Soul Enhancement. With the current number of puppets, he could unleash tenfold combat power in a short period. Just how formidable is tenfold? He was uncertain, as he had never engaged in actual combat before. Zhang Yueling felt a sense of numbness. At this moment, she finally comprehended why Yang Jian had offended the Soul Pursuit Hall and the Adventurers Association, and why he was ostracized by the imperial family, yet still garnered the favor of so many influential figures. He was simply too powerful and too monstrous. With such soul skills and combat prowess, who could stand against him at the same level? Those arrogant prodigies from the Summer Nation's Soul Master Academy would surely pale in comparison before Yang Jian. Such a prodigious talent would inevitably surpass her one day to become a true powerhouse. With that thought, a trace of admiration and reverence appeared in Zhang Yueling's gaze towards Yang Jian. Just as she was lost in thought, a sandworm lunged at her from behind. Its sharp teeth sank into her back, tearing away a chunk of flesh, causing blood to gush forth. Hiss! Zhang Yueling gasped in pain. Her expression contorting, the thunderbird, enraged, flapped its wings and descended with a bolt of lightning that reduced the sandworm to ashes. It then unleashed its soul skills in succession, severely wounding the remaining 4 6th-rank intermediate sandworms. Just as she was about to deliver the final blow, Yang Jian hurriedly intervened. "Don't kill them all. Leave one." "Why?" Zhang Yueling asked, puzzled. "Sandworms are social creatures. If you let one escape, we can follow it back to their nest, allowing us to obtain even more beast cores," Yang Jian stated earnestly. "Fine." Zhang Yueling pondered for a moment, realizing the logic behind it. Thus, she dispatched the remaining 3 and spared 1. Lower-level beasts lack intelligence, governed solely by their primal instincts. Even if they are followed closely, driven by their survival instinct, they will inevitably return to their lair. Hee, this is truly a bountiful harvest. Yang Jian beamed widely. Host, Yang Jian. Rank, 8th. Martial Soul, Wanhun Banner, 1087 10,000. The number of puppets increased by over 500 in one go, and 47 beast cores floated within his storage ring. Having just entered the secret realm, he had already reaped such immense rewards. If he were to remain in the secret realm for over a month, until the day of the high-stakes examination, he could scarcely imagine the wealth he would accrue. Hiss! At that moment, Zhang Yueling grimaced in pain, her face paling and cold sweat pouring down. The wound was on her back, and she could not tend to it herself. She had expected Yang Jian to act the gentleman, first inquiring about her injury and then assisting her. Instead, Yang Jian stood there counting the beast cores, grinning widely, showing no concern for her plight whatsoever. "Hey, I'm an exquisite beauty who has been injured in front of you. Shouldn't you, as a man, show some concern for me?" Zhang Yueling could no longer contain her frustration and questioned angrily. "It was not I who inflicted harm upon you." Yang Jian responded with utmost seriousness. Zhang Yueling, "Oh, you mean to say that you would like me to assist you in tending to your wound? Just say it directly. Who understands such roundabout expressions?" Yang Jian stepped forward and beheld a large, gaping wound torn from the flesh of Zhang Yueling's back. Fortunately, she had reacted swiftly. Had the injury been any deeper, it could have pierced through her back. Yang Jian retrieved some fresh water from his bronze ring to cleanse the wound. After disinfecting and staunching the bleeding, he encountered difficulty with the bandaging. Zhang Yueling also came to a realization, a faint blush rising to her pale face as she shyly suggested, "I'll remove my clothing first, and then you must close your eyes while you bandage me." "How can I bandage you with my eyes closed?" Yang Jian replied earnestly. Then you mustn't peek." Zhang Yueling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she struggled for a long moment before slowly removing her upper garment. Yang Jian glanced from behind and was taken aback by the sight of her prominent curves, revealing contours he had not anticipated. Who would have thought that beneath her unassuming attire lay such substance? "Are you watching me? You mustn't look. Hurry and bandage me," Zhang Yueling exclaimed in a mixture of shame and fury. All right, Yang Jian acquiesced, taking the gauze and wrapping it layer by layer, acutely aware of the pressure exerted by her curves. Soon, the bandaging was completed. Zhang Yueling hastily retrieved clothing from her storage ring and turned her back to Yang Jian, hesitant to face him. It was all too awkward, too shameful. After 19 years of life, aside from the childhood baths witnessed by her parents, this was the first time she had been seen unclothed by anyone else. They would have to coexist in this secret realm for many days to come. How could they manage? "I have a healing potion here that can expedite your recovery. Once you drink it, we should set off post-haste," Yang Jian said, tossing her a vial. "Thank you." Zhang Yueling turned to catch the potion, only to discover that Yang Jian had not so much as glanced at her, his gaze fixed intently on the fleeing sandworm. Could it be that he held no interest in me? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Yueling was momentarily taken aback, questioning her own allure. "Why aren't you drinking it? Are you afraid I might poison you?" Yang Jian inquired with a frown. Zhang Yueling rolled her eyes in exasperation and, unscrewing the cap, Down the potion in one gulp. Chapter 43. A Saintly Heart. Let us not be ridiculous. After a brief respite, the two immediately pursued the sandworm. After traversing dune after dune, they finally beheld an oasis and a weathered stone forest. Is this sandworm deliberately leading us in circles? Zhang Yueling, weary from her injuries, expressed her discomfort. A sixth-grade intermediate beast does not possess such high intelligence, Yang Jian firmly denied. I can't go on any longer. I must rest for a while. You go ahead. Zhang Yueling waved her hand and plopped down onto the sand, taking out her water flask and drinking deeply. Very well, I shall mark the way with flags. You can follow them to find me later, Yang Jian said, leaving her side to continue onward alone. As he advanced a short distance further, Yang Jian gradually sensed something amiss. When the strong wind arose, the top layer of yellow sand was blown away, revealing several human skeletons beneath. Gently prodding with his foot, the bones crumbled into pieces. It was clear that these individuals had perished long ago. Were there others who had entered this secret realm besides us? Yang Jian's expression hardened. During his last venture into the desolate area, he had witnessed the treachery of humanity firsthand. With the high drop rate of beast cores in this secret realm, encountering other soul masters could easily lead to thoughts of murder and plunder. But having come this far, could he really return empty-handed? At worst, he would have to fight. As Yang Jian marked the route with flags, he followed the sandworm deeper into the territory. Suddenly, a faint scent of blood wafted through the AI-RIT seemed to be coming from ahead. Cautiously, Yang Jian climbed a dune and was met with a scene that caused his pupils to contract sharply. A group of young individuals, clad in matching attire, was surrounded by hundreds of sandworms. Scattered across the ground lay numerous sandworm corpses and several human remains, while the few survivors appeared to be on the brink of collapse. This secret realm surely had more than one entrance. How many others had ventured within? Yang Jian watched as the group of young souls was engulfed by the sandworms, showing no inclination to intervene. This world requires kindness, but it does not lack for my share of it. The fate of outsiders is of no concern to me. Soon, the interior of the sandworm nest caught Yang Jian's eye. Vibrant blue exotic flowers brimming with spiritual energy. Sea soul flowers? So many. His gaze ignited with fervor, breath quickening. Sea soul flowers rank among the top 1,000 in the realm of rare materials, far inferior to the likes of the clear water spirit mushroom. Yet, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. After a quick count, he estimated there were at least 200. Coupled with the 40 or so beast cores within his bronze ring, the possibility of achieving 9th grade status seemed within reach. But now was not the time for rash actions. The group that had stormed the sandworm nest, having suffered only a handful of casualties, had slain over 1,000 sandworms, indicating formidable strength. They were at least intermediate soul masters. To snatch food from their mouths, he would have to wait until they were no longer a threat. Damn it. Why can't this group of beasts be exterminated? My soul power is nearly depleted. That person deceived us. This is clearly the sandworm's lair. Just a little longer. The distress signal has been sent out, and the vice captain will soon arrive to rescue us. The three individuals surrounded by sandworms encouraged one another, gritting their teeth as they fought back desperately. They no longer hoped to carve a path through, but aimed to conserve their soul power as much as possible, merely striving to repel the sandworms and buy time. A few hours earlier, they had encountered a solitary soul master in the secret realm, leading to a murderous plunder. That soul master, in his dying breath, had claimed that a vast number of sea soul flowers grew here. At this moment, they finally realized that the soul master had foreseen his demise and had deliberately lured them here. They had entered as a group of over 10, and now only 3 remained. The nest was destroyed, and their group had suffered heavy losses. The remaining sandworms were filled with unbridled fury. Their circular, sharp fangs glistened with the chilling light, emitting low growls of anger. One sandworm was sent flying, only to be replaced by 2 more in its wake. Surrounded on all sides, the 3 were constantly losing their space to maneuver. As time ticked by, Zhang Yueling finally arrived, panting heavily. Have you found the sandworm's lair? She asked, sinking down onto the ground and opening her water flask. It's just up ahead. Yang Jian pointed not far away. Zhang Yueling swallowed the last of her water, wiped the sweat from her brow, and peered downwards, her weary eyes suddenly sparkling with determination upon seeing the abundance of sea soul flowers. The Sacred Soul Master's secret realm truly lives up to its reputation. Wait, am I seeing things? Do I see 3 Soul Masters surrounded by sandworms? Zhang Yueling rubbed her eyes earnestly. You aren't mistaken. There are certainly others who have entered the secret realm besides us, and it is not just the few before us. Yang Jin cautioned, in no matter. We shall charge in. Zhang Yueling's expression shifted as she unleashed her martial soul and dashed down the dune. Who would have thought that beneath her angelic facade lay a heart of a devil? Yang Jin was momentarily taken aback, instantly reassessing his rigid impression of her. The soul banner billowed in the wind, expanding 100-fold, as the weakening domain activated. Thick black mist enveloped the entire sandworm nest. At this moment, the 3 individuals surrounded by sandworms noticed Yang Jin and Zhang Yueling charging down from the dune. Oh no, Brother One, someone's trying to take advantage of the situation. One of the young soul masters exclaimed. The 8th grade junior soul master posed little threat, but the girl was a 6th grade intermediate soul master. Given their depleted strength, they would undoubtedly be outmatched. Shall we reveal our identity? Surely they would show us some consideration. One suggested. Have you lost your mind? Those who can enter the Tiantong's secret realm are backed by powerful forces, retorted another. We dared to kill even a lone member of the Liu family. Do you think they wouldn't dare to do the same to us? After being chastised, the 2 soul masters fell silent. The young soul master known as Brother One pondered for a moment, a cunning plan forming in his mind. They had entered the Tiantong's secret realm seeking opportunity. If they were to hand over those 200 sea soul flowers and offer all their beast cores as well, then perhaps kneeling in submission might just grant them a sliver of hope. But Brother One, didn't he the last person who tried this end up being killed by us? One timidly countered. What do you know? There are more good-hearted people in this world than wicked ones. Brother One cleared his throat, mentally preparing the words of supplication he would soon utter. Just then, Zhang Yueling unleashed her full power and plunged into the swarm of sandworms. Shouting encouragement to the 3, don't give up. We're here to save you now. Brother One and his companions were left dumbfounded. Yang Jin was equally perplexed. Hadn't they planned to engage in murder and plunder? How had it transformed into a rescue mission? Second soul technique. Thunder Road Net. Zhang Yueling unleashed her soul skill with fervor. The terrifying thunder coiled in the air, intertwining into a net, as the net descended. Dozens of sandworms were instantly reduced to ash. Yang Jin, come and assist me. Zhang Yueling, feeling the strain of her own energy, called for help. Yang Jin? That surname, they are children of the imperial clan. The 3 soul masters' bodies trembled as complex emotions flickered in their eyes. Chapter 44. Pinnacle of the 9th grade with no choice but to press on. Yang Jin charged into the fray. Thousands of puppets surged forth, instantly turning the tide of battle, with the 4 intermediate soul masters fighting desperately. The battle concluded in no time. Hundreds of sandworms lay defeated, their cores scattered across the ground. Yet the 3 soul masters remained stiffly in place, too apprehensive to approach. Wang Shengguan from the northern Wang family. Thank you for saving our lives. Wang Shengguan knelt to the ground, bowing 3 times with utmost sincerity. Wang Xian, Wang Jie from the northern Wang family, we are deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention. The other 2, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily knelt and followed suit. Yang Jin observed this scene. He found it hard to believe. When had the social climate become so benevolent? This feels like a trap. There must be something amiss. Yang Jin remained on high alert, subtly distancing himself to prevent any sudden attacks. It was but a small effort. There is no need for such grand gestures. Zhang Yueling waved her hand dismissively and stepped forward to assist the 3 individuals in standing. To my 2 benefactors, all the sea soul flowers in this lair belong to you. Are we free to depart now? Wang Shengguan inquired anxiously. Depart? Where to? Zhang Yueling asked curiously. A chill ran through the hearts of the 3. As if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their legs felt as though they were burdened with lead, rendering them immobile. What a treacherous smile concealed beneath her words. Each of them discerned boundless malice from Zhang Yueling's statement. Yet they were painfully aware that she hailed from the imperial lineage and possessed the strength to annihilate them. Go preserve their lives, they could only submit utterly. All the beast cores we obtained from this secret realm are right here. Wang Shengguan stammered as he placed all the beast cores into a storage ring and tremblingly handed it to Zhang Yueling. Have you misunderstood something? Zhang Yueling inquired with utmost seriousness. Misunderstood? Are we to believe that apart from the sea soul flowers and beast cores, our lives are at stake? The thought sent a cold sweat cascading down the backs of the three, and without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. Remaining behind meant certain death. Scattering offered a glimmer of hope. What in the world is going on? Zhang Yueling observed the trio sprinting away faster than rabbits, her expression utterly perplexed. Though she could not comprehend their actions, she felt that this was a significant windfall. Yang Jin entered the sandworm's lair, greeted by a carpet of sea soul flowers, and subsequently asked, "Can you ascertain how many beast cores those three left behind?" Zhang Yueling opened her storage ring for a glance. 97. During the earlier battle, we also obtained 23, totaling 120 beast cores. The sea soul flowers amount to 223. Shall we split them evenly? Yang Jin suggested. Certainly, Zhang Yueling nodded. Soon, the two divided the sea soul flowers and beast cores into equal portions. As they gazed at their respective resources, both could hardly contain their delight. Such a bountiful stroke of fortune felt as if it had fallen from the heavens. Zhang Yueling had initially intended for all five of them to share equally. This place is unsuitable for lingering. I must find a location to enter seclusion and strive for the 9th rank. It is fortuitous that you can also recuperate from your injuries, Yang Jian stated. Agreed. Zhang Yueling concurred with a nod. Meanwhile, Wang Shengwen, noticing that no one was pursuing them, finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Did you see that? If I hadn't knelt fast enough earlier, given the imperial family's methods, we would all be dead. But what now? We returned empty-handed without the beast cores and sea soul flowers. And countless lives were lost. How will we report this to the vice captain? The two lamented anxiously. Just then, a group of young individuals clad in similar attire approached. The leader was a striking woman, exuding both beauty and valor. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The three immediately bowed respectfully to vice captain. Where are the sea soul flowers? The vice captain asked directly. The sea soul flowers were taken by the imperial family. Wang Shengwen stuttered, unable to meet the vice captain's gaze. The captain of the imperial family's team entering the secret realm is Yang Yao, but she is not in the desert world. The vice captain frowned. The one who sees the sea soul flowers is not the 9th princess. He is called Yang Jian, and his martial soul is quite peculiar, capable of summoning thousands of puppets. He must belong to the imperial family's collateral branch. Vice captain, should we not execute a surprise attack on him? Those two must be hiding numerous treasures. Wang Shengwen's expression shifted, revealing a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, the vice captain waved her hand in refusal, stating, with the college entrance examination approaching and numerous factions entering the Tiantong secret realm for trials, we have already offended the Liu family. There is no need to create further enmity with the 9th princess over a mere 200 sea soul flowers. Let us not forget, our primary objective is to find the key to the desert world. That is the ultimate treasure, indeed. Everyone replied in unison. 5 days later, within a cavern, Yang Jian suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a formidable aura that stirred up a half-meter-high wave of air. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, 9th rank. Martial Soul, Wan Hun Fan, 1223 10,000. You have broken through? Zhang Yueling sensed the change in his aura and hurriedly approached him with a question. Yes, I have reached the peak of the 9th rank. I am but a hair's breadth away from becoming a mid-level soul master, Yang Jian exclaimed, clenching his fists in exhilaration. From the awakening of his martial soul until now, it had been scarcely 2 months. Such a rapid advancement in strength should not fall far behind even the imperial family's prodigies. After all, the 9th princess, Yang Yao, had only just reached the 9th rank when they last met. I, too, have made a breakthrough. I am currently a mid-level soul master of the 7th rank, and my injuries have all healed, Zhang Yueling said cheerfully, her delight evident. She had been stuck at the 6th rank for months, struggling to advance. The advice given to her by her mentor included 2 options. One was to rely on the explosive potential within her during a life-and-death crisis to break through the shackles, and the other was to seek opportunities. Without a doubt, she opted for the latter. Coincidentally, Zheng Qiaosong had informed her of a sacred soul master's secret realm in Jiangnan City, prompting her to return immediately. What was the highest rank among your peers during the college entrance examination? Yang Jian inquired curiously. The strongest were mid-level soul masters of the 5th rank, one from the capital's imperial family and another from the Qin family of Donghai. In total, there were at least 4 to 5 dozen mid-level soul masters, Zhang Yueling replied. Wow! Upon hearing this, Yang Jian gasped in astonishment. Merely 3 months from awakening his martial soul to the college entrance examination. Someone could reach the 5th rank of mid-level soul master. What extraordinary talent must that require? What resources must have been consumed? With my current strength, I could easily break into the top 100. Yet, to claim first place, a long road lies ahead, Yang Jian murmured, his eyes igniting with fervent battle intent. With just over a month remaining, no matter what, he was determined to secure the title of this year's National College Entrance Examination Champion. Having rested sufficiently, shall we continue to explore the secret realm? Zhang Yueling proposed enthusiastically. Indeed. Yang Jian nodded, and together they departed the cavern. Before them stretched an endless expanse of desert. As they traversed the sands, they frequently encountered exotic beasts. However, the beasts here were generally weak, mostly at the initial level, with only a minuscule number at the intermediate level. Beasts of the 5th rank and above were exceedingly rare. With perhaps one found among 100. Uncertain of how long they had walked, Yang Jian's attention was drawn to a few corpses by an oasis. Wait here. I shall return shortly. He approached the corpses. Be careful, there may be danger. Zhang Yueling followed closely behind. They are utterly lifeless. I shall check their storage rings for any valuables. Yang Jian grinned as he knelt down to rummage. Chapter 45. The Origins of the Tiantong Secret Realm, revised. Licking the bag is an admirable traditional virtue. Especially given the high drop rate of beast cores in the secret realm, perhaps another fortune awaits. He removed the first storage ring, revealing only a handful of beast cores, and the second yielded a similar meager amount. Though few in number, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Just as Yang Jian reveled in his modest fortune, preparing to reach for the third storage ring, the corpse lying on the ground suddenly stirred. A sharp dagger, emitting a faint green glow, sprang forth from beneath the corpse, lunging viciously toward Yang Jian's chest. At such a close distance, even a powerful mid-level soul master would be unable to evade. A single strike could pierce through his chest. Moreover, the dagger was coated in potent venom. One drop of blood would seal his fate. Greed comes at a price. The corpse abruptly opened its eyes, revealing a sinister grin. Clang! The dagger struck Yang Jian's chest, effortlessly slicing through his outer garment, followed by a jarring metallic clang. The Tianji armor shimmered, instantly reflecting 70% of the damage back. The corpse felt its arm shatter under the force, and the dagger clattered to the ground, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail. Ah, my hand. My hand is broken. Are you all right? Zhang Yueling rushed over, concern etched on her face. I am fine, thanks to the Tianji armor. Yang Jian, still shaken, realized he had narrowly escaped death. It was akin to Zheng Qiaosong saving his life. This debt of gratitude would surely be repaid in time. A hunter masquerading as prey. Your ploy is rather sophisticated, Yang Jian remarked, gesturing grandly as the Wanhun fan released over 1,000 puppets, surrounding the corpse without an escape route. Please, do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. The corpse trembled in fear, collapsing to its knees in supplication. It was not foolish. Those qualified to wield yellow-grade soul artifacts were the prized protégés of major factions. Moreover, they had even assigned him a mid-level soul master of the 7th rank as an attendant, indicating a status far from ordinary. If you answer my questions truthfully, I may consider sparing you, Yang Jian said, looking down at him. Yes, ask away. I will tell you everything I know. The corpse clung to the thread of hope, eager to survive. What is this place? Yang Jian inquired curiously. This. The corpse paused momentarily. As a favored protégé of a major faction, how could he not know where he was? Conflicted but willing to divulge for his life. He explained, this is the Tiantong Secret Realm, a super-secret realm established over 10,000 years ago by the Holy King and 9 Holy Soul Masters. The realm is divided into 5 worlds: desert, jungle, ice field, marsh, and ocean. Each world harbors a key. Collecting all 5 keys grants access to the ultimate legacy of the secret realm. 10,000 years ago. The Holy King? 9 Holy Soul Masters? Hearing these key phrases, Yang Jian was utterly astonished. Such an impressive configuration was not only unique to the Daxia but could be considered rare across the globe. No wonder the drop rate of beast cores was alarmingly high. The secret realm must conceal countless extraordinary opportunities. What is the ultimate legacy of the secret realm? Yang Jian asked with keen interest. Specifics remain unknown to anyone. All that is known is that it harbors treasures from the former Qin dynasty, and whoever obtains it shall command the world, the corpse elucidated. The revelation sent shockwaves through both Yang Jian and Zhang Yueling. The former Qin, the mightiest empire in this realm over 10,000 years ago. The realm of sacred soul masters is teeming with formidable individuals, with several holy kings among them. During the reign of the former Qin Empire, the Western nations were still uncivilized barbarians. Once, all nations paid homage. Reaching an unprecedented zenith, however, everything is subject to the inexorable law of decline following great prosperity. As the holy kings and sacred soul masters of the former Qin gradually passed away, the empire began to reveal signs of decadence. Over 1,000 years ago, the War of the Eight Kings erupted, conclusively ending the era of the former Qin. Subsequently, the Eight Kings engaged in a chaotic struggle that lasted for hundreds of years, ultimately leading to the unification of the 9 provinces under the Yang clan, who ascended to the throne. Today's Great Xia is but a fraction of the former Qin's peak power. One can only imagine the vast treasures left behind by the former Qin Empire. The phrase gaining them means gaining the world is utterly devoid of exaggeration. The heavenly communications secret realm. The treasures of the former Qin. Zhang Yueling's heart raced, her mouth dry with anticipation for this secret realm. Yang Jian's expression darkened, and he furrowed his brow as he queried. This place is said to house the treasures of the former Qin. Surely all the major forces of the Xia nation have flocked here. Aside from the imperial clan, the 8 kings, the 3 associations, and the 1 hall. Any other forces that venture into the heavenly communications secret realm will be swiftly annihilated. Explained the corpse. Gulp, Zhang Yueling swallowed hard, a chill creeping down her spine. The imperial clan goes without saying. The 3 associations and 1 hall refer to the Adventurers Association, the Soul Master Association, the Soul Master Merchants Guild, and the Pursuit Hall. The 8 kings are several superpowers on par with the Southern Domain King and the Northern Land King. If her identity were to be revealed, Zhang Qiaosong's strength would be utterly inadequate to protect her. Moreover, her identity must have already been exposed, right? Zhang Yueling recalled the incident at the sandworm's lair, and an involuntary tremor coursed through her, her resolve to retreat gradually solidifying. What level of power resides within this secret realm? Yang Jian inquired, voicing the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. The heavenly communications secret realm possesses a special barrier. Only those below the rank of advanced soul master may enter, with the strongest being intermediate soul masters of the 9th tier, the corpse explained, increasingly perplexed. These matters are common knowledge, known by all who enter the secret realm from the 13 factions. Unless these 2 individuals hail from outside the 13 factions? See, can I leave now? The corpse stammered. Of course, I shall escort you free of charge, Yang Jian replied, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Over 1,000 puppets surged forth, ravenously devouring his flesh and soul. He writhed on the ground, howling in agony, while Zhang Yueling could hardly bear to look, yet Yang Jian remained unfazed. Individuals like him, masquerading as corpses to ambush the innocent, deserve no mercy. Moments later, the corpse was reduced to a bloody pulp. Yang Jian crouched down and rummaged through the remains, discovering a storage ring. It appeared this fellow had engaged in such activities numerous times, boasting over 100 beast cores, and a manual of techniques. This name seems familiar, Yang Jian mused, extracting another book from within. Shadow and Echo. This technique was created by the master of the Pursuit Hall. Outsiders who practice it will inevitably face relentless pursuit by the Pursuit Hall. I advise you to burn it. Zhang Yueling urged seriously. This is a valuable item, capable of concealing one's form and presence. Even old Huang was nearly deceived by it. If you are afraid, then so be it. I shall certainly practice it. Yang Jian stowed the technique within a bronze ring, then turned serious. This secret realm diverges greatly from our expectations. From this moment forth, we must conceal our identities. When necessary, our methods must be ruthless. Do you understand my meaning? I wish to withdraw. Zhang Yueling hesitated before shamefully uttering the words. Chapter 46. The intermediate beast of the 9th tier, the desert scorpion. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. This statement rings true. Merely days into the secret realm, She had broken through her limitations and ascended to the 7th tier. However, the heavenly communications secret realm encompasses vast complexities. It serves as an internal trial ground for the 13 factions. Should her identity be revealed, Zheng Qiaosong, far away in Jiangnan City, and even the city officials would be silenced. The depths of this situation are perilous. She resolved to withdraw while the going was good. Very well, here are the coordinates. Return cautiously. Yang Jian shared the teleportation array coordinates with Zheng Yueling. Yang Jian, as a friend, I sincerely advise you not to venture further. The heavenly communication secret realm is not a place for someone of our humble stature. Do you remember the incident at the sandworm's lair? Those three will surely remember our faces. Our identities could be exposed at any moment. Zheng Yueling implored earnestly, hoping to dissuade Yang Jian from a perilous fate. Yang Jian pursed his lips, wishing to say something, but swallowed his words. Were it not for your saintly compassion, those three would not have escaped alive. You should go back. My identity as a prince of the imperial clan will shield me. Even if my identity is exposed, they cannot harm me. Yang Jian was acutely aware of his aspirations. He sought to elevate his strength swiftly, to shine brilliantly in the national examination. He would crush those arrogant scions of the imperial clan and seize the title of top scholar. This endeavor would not only demonstrate his might, but also serve as a retort to the imperial clan. What of being the son of an evil soul master? What of being a forsaken child of the clan? What of being a traitor? He would cleanse all disgrace with his strength and truth. He found solace in Zheng Yueling's absence. After all, who could predict when her saintly heart might act up? Well, fine. Zheng Yueling hesitated for a moment before ultimately turning to leave. As she walked, Zheng Yueling paused, glancing back with lingering reluctance. Yang Jian's resolute silhouette was unwavering, not a hint of hesitation. Witnessing this scene, the admiration in Zheng Yueling's eyes deepened. Beneath her reverence lay a trace of inferiority. For years, even after entering the Soul Master Academy of the Xia Nation, she had never felt unworthy of anyone. Yet now, she acutely sensed the chasm between herself and Yang Jian. Beyond the disparity in talent, she lacked the audacity and momentum to forge ahead. Take care, Zheng Yueling murmured to herself before vanishing into the yellow sands. In the ensuing days, Yang Jian focused solely on slaying beasts and mastering the shadow and echo technique. This technique was intricate and obscure. Were it not for his divine-level talent, relying solely on self-study would have proven quite challenging. After several days of exploration, Yang Jian reached the pinnacle of the entry-level realm, capable of stealthily evading intermediate soul masters and beasts, as long as the distance was not particularly close, or the opponent lacked specialized sensing techniques. It was nearly impossible to detect any anomalies. Beyond this were the realms of proficiency, minor success, major success, and perfection. According to the technique's description, once one reaches perfection, they can merge with the very fabric of the world, rendering even sacred soul masters incapable of detection. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the yellow sands quivered. It was as if some colossal creature was about to emerge from the earth. What is happening? Yang Jian exclaimed, startled, as he gazed towards the source of the commotion. Before him, a mound of yellow sand rose rapidly, racing towards him. Following that, a sharp black tail burst forth from the sand, accompanied by two massive black pincers. A terrifying aura permeated the air as the desert scorpion gradually revealed its true form. Over 15 meters long and 5 meters tall, it towered like a building. Its body was incredibly resilient, and the stinger at its tail contained deadly venom, capable of sealing one's fate with but a scratch. Old Xie, what is the strength of this beast? Yang Jian inquired cautiously. 9th tier peak. Old Xie replied in a haunting tone. Then that's that, Yang Jian scoffed, losing all desire to unleash his martial soul. Just as he prepared to depart, a throng of people scrambled over the sand dunes, relentlessly pursuing the desert scorpion and bombarding it with attacks. As they chased, they also fired signal flares into the sky. Each individual appeared invigorated, as if they had been pumped with adrenaline. The excitement of the intermediate soul masters was understandable, but what was with the exuberance of the junior soul masters? A single slap from the desert scorpion could turn them into mush. Yang Jian, stop it. You must stop it. Do not let it escape. In the crowd, Wang Shengwen recognized Yang Jian's visage and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. A 9th tier beginner stopping a 9th tier intermediate? I must be seeking death. Yang Jian scoffed internally, remaining motionless. The desert scorpion moved with astonishing speed, capable of burrowing into the sand to evade detection, leaving the pursuers utterly bewildered. A large group of individuals, like hounds on a wild chase, floundered for half the day, ultimately returning empty-handed. Why did you not stop it earlier? Do you know what that desert scorpion signifies? Because of you, we wasted several days of effort. A horde of individuals approached with fury, laying all blame squarely on Yang Jian. Do not think that just because you hail from the imperial clan and have the backing of the 9th princess, we will not dare to touch you, Wang Shengwen threatened vehemently, still brooding over the incident at the insect lair. Imperial clan? 9th princess? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, suddenly piecing together several matters. It became clear why they had relinquished so many precious resources. They feared Zhang Yueling's power and the identity of the imperial clan. If he was correct, within this secret realm, only the 9th princess Yang Yao knew his true identity. Until he encountered Yang Yao, he could fully exploit his imperial identity to make some moves. With that thought in mind, Yang Jian shifted his gaze, scrutinizing the group before him. Judging by their attire, this bunch appeared to belong to 4 distinct factions. Members of the Adventurers Association and the Pursuit Hall wore badges on their chests, making them easily identifiable. One faction belonged to the Northern Land King, while the origin of the final faction remained unknown. There are no outsiders here. Even if we kill you, the 9th princess will never know. Wang Shengwen coldly threatened, then shifted tone, saying, considering you saved me last time, if you compensate for our losses, we shall let the desert scorpion go. As a mere intermediate soul master of the 3rd tier, he had no authority to speak on such matters. Everything he said was simply following the orders of the vice-captain. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the other 3 factions nodded in agreement. What do you want me to do to compensate? Yang Jian retorted with a sneer. It is quite simple. Leave all the resources you possess. Wang Shengwen's demeanor was resolute. Here, various factions coexist, and he harbored no fear that Yang Jian would yield. The vice-captain stood silently by, recognizing that all these things rightfully belonged to the Wang family. However, the thought of her family extorting Yang Jian filled her with trepidation. The 4 factions united, even if they offended the 9th princess, could share the burden of any repercussions. What if I refuse? Yang Jian countered. Wise men recognize the times. You would do well to avoid courting disaster. Wang Shengwen's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable. Chapter 47. Reverse extortion. Upon hearing these words, Yang Jian chuckled, his laughter dripping with disdain. Throughout his journey, he had encountered countless corpses, indicating the fierce conflicts within the Tiantong secret realm. In their relentless pursuit of resources, they spared no effort. Yet, despite their overwhelming numerical and strength advantage, they resorted to threats and extortion, a clear display of fragility beneath their bravado. Yang Jian deduced that the imperial clan held a status within the Tiantong secret realm that the other 12 factions could not hope to rival. No one dared to offend them lightly. To slay a member of the imperial clan was nothing short of sacrilege. What are you laughing at? Wang Shengwen barked sternly. Slap. Yang Jian strode forward and landed a heavy slap across Wang Shengwen's face. The latter, in disbelief, clutched his face while everyone present stood in shock. This slap was directed at Wang Shengwen, a provocation aimed squarely at the entire northern Wang clan, especially as the other 3 factions bore witness to this spectacle. If the Wang family failed to respond, their reputation would be irreparably damaged. You harbor thieving intentions without the courage to act. People like you, spineless and weak, dare to challenge the imperial clan? Yang Jian sneered, surveying the assembly with fearless eyes. You, Wang Shengwen's eyes widened in fury. You repay kindness with malice, extorting the imperial clan. Even if I were to kill you, what could the Wang family do? Yang Jian struck Wang Shengwen's face again with a domineering force. Observing their cowardice only reinforced Yang Jian's conviction that his deductions were correct. The imperial clan's standing in the Tiantong secret realm was indeed extraordinary. No faction dared to offend them. Wang Shengwen was bewildered. A dignified 3rd-tier intermediate soul master was being slapped by a mere junior soul master, unable to unleash his fury. His gaze shifted to the vice-captain, seeking support in his plight. Yang Jian, you are merely a side branch of the imperial clan, just a lowly junior soul master. The vice-captain's voice turned icy, laced with a chilling malice. I may be inconsequential, but what of Her Highness the 9th princess? Yang Jian replied with a smile. What do you mean? The vice captain's brow furrowed, as if realizing something. The emergence of a pinnacle ninth-tier beast in the desert world signifies something. All are aware, so do not feign ignorance. The ninth princess is already on her way here. Yang Jin remained oblivious to its implications, but it mattered little. Vice captain, the woman beside him has vanished. She must have gone to inform the ninth princess. Wang Shengwen murmured that in no wonder she stood by earlier. It was to buy time for the ninth princess. The vice captain suddenly understood. What do we do now? Should we kill him? Wang Shengwen's gaze turned sinister. The sandworm's lair has already cost us over 200 sea soul flowers and more than 100 beast cores. Now we have endured 2 slaps. When has the royal family ever suffered such indignity? Slap! The vice captain struck him across the face, coldly admonishing, the ninth princess is on her way. Don't drag the Wang family down with your reckless actions. Wait. The northern Wang family, one of the 8 royal families of Xia. Is this how you treat a savior? Shouldn't you offer something in return for saving your life? Yang Jin pivoted, blocking their path. Yang Jin, do not overstep your bounds. The 200 sea soul flowers and over 100 beast cores from the sandworm lair are all yours. What more do you want? Wang Shengwen deliberately emphasized the quantities, hoping to incite the greed of the other 3 factions. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes lit up like famished wolves. Over 200 sea soul flowers and more than 100 beast cores. These resources are immensely valuable, enough for the 4 factions to divide amongst themselves. At this moment, Yang Jin resembled a plump lamb encircled by the factions. The ninth princess is on her way. You should know well who has the greater appetite, myself or her. Yang Jin smiled, issuing a veiled threat. How ruthless! The crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips, casting sympathetic glances at the Wang family. It is common knowledge in the Tian Tong secret realm that the ninth princess is arrogant, domineering, and exceedingly powerful. Should she seize the opportunity, she would undoubtedly exploit the situation to commit robbery and extortion. The losses for the Wang family would not be trifling. They could be stripped of everything, leaving not even a single beast core behind. The vice captain too grasped this reality, gritting his teeth as he said, "Here are 90 beast cores, along with 1,000 beast corpses, as a gift. Is the life of 3 intermediate soul masters from the Wang family only worth this much?" Yang Jin shook his head. Add a Tian Shuang grass, and it should suffice, right? The vice captain tossed another spirit herb into the fray. 3 Tian Shuang grasses. Yang Jin smiled, raising 3 fingers. Greedy. This was everyone's immediate reaction. The Tian Shuang grass surpasses the sea soul flower, ranking among the top 5 in the treasure hierarchy, boasting formidable effects. The Wang family has sacrificed more than 3 intermediate soul masters in their quest for such herbs within the secret realm. Producing just 1 would demonstrate the Wang family's sincerity. Demanding 3 is nothing short of blatant robbery. Surely, you do not wish to endure the hardships of the secret realm, sacrificing so many lives only to return empty-handed? Yang Jin flashed a sly smile. Fine. The vice captain's teeth nearly ground to dust, his chest heaving with suppressed indignation. I am a man of my word. This matter is settled. The ninth princess will not trouble you again. Yang Jin accepted all the resources, grinning broadly. Let us go. The vice captain clenched his fists, angrily turning to leave. Letting go of over 200 sea soul flowers and more than 100 beast cores was not enough. Now he had extorted even more resources. Did they truly believe the northern Wang family was made of clay? At this moment, the Wang family's members were filled with indignation, but they loathed Yang Jin less and the ninth princess more. After all, Yang Jin was merely a side branch of the imperial clan, and all his actions within the secret realm served the ninth princess. Even the vast resources he held would ultimately be delivered to her. The wheel of fate turns. Given Yang Yao's disposition, she would surely offend numerous factions within the secret realm. It would only be a matter of time before the Wang family found their opportunity for vengeance. The vice captain seethed. Among the 13 factions, the imperial clan is uniquely positioned, capable of effortlessly crushing any other faction. However, if multiple factions unite, they could muster a force strong enough to contend with the imperial clan. Yet, this requires a catalyst, a moment when Yang Yao incites public outrage, coupled with sufficient interests to unite the factions. Observing their retreating figures, Yang Jin grinned. It seems that flying the banner of the ninth princess is quite effective. While the imperial clan may be in decline, their control over Xia remains formidable. Subsequently, Yang Jian employed his stealth technique to closely follow them, eager to uncover what the desert giant scorpion truly represented. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the swamp world, Yang Yao sneezed several times in succession, puzzled by the occurrence. "Why am I sneezing so much today? Your Highness the Ninth Princess, good news." At that moment, a powerful intermediate soul master hurriedly approached, kneeling to report. "Speak." Yang Yao rubbed her nose, looking down at him with an air of authority. "A pinnacle 9th-tier desert giant scorpion has emerged in the desert world." The intermediate soul master proclaimed, "At last, it has appeared. Assemble everyone from the imperial clan. We must head to the desert world immediately." Yang Yao commanded without hesitation, intent on capturing this beast at all costs. Chapter 48. The Comprehension Stone of the former Qin treasures. Days passed by, and Yang Jian stealthily followed them at a distance, leaving no trace of his presence. Truly, the techniques created by the Holy Soul Masters are formidable. If one could master them to perfection, they could evade the attention of advanced Soul Masters. Imagine employing the perfected technique during a national examination. It would be a devastating blow. However, this technique is intricate and challenging, its difficulty increasing with proficiency. Despite Yang Jian's divine talent, it would take him a month or two to reach an advanced level. Though this pace felt slow to him, within the confines of the Pursuit Soul Hall, it was certainly unparalleled. To progress from novice to mastery in just a few days was unheard of. Even the young master of the Pursuit Soul Hall, under the guidance of the old Hall Master, had not achieved such rapid advancement. Yang Jian's gaze shifted as he quietly observed the group in the distance. Over the past few days, numerous Soul Masters had joined them, and the combined factions now exceeded 100 individuals, with more than half being intermediate Soul Masters. When encountering solitary Soul Masters from other factions, they would not hesitate to eliminate them, as if to safeguard the secret of the Desert Giant Scorpion's emergence. The Desert Giant Scorpion is undoubtedly more than just a mere beast. Behind it lies a secret concerning the secret realm, one that could drive all factions into a frenzy. Vice Captain, we have located the lair of the Desert Giant Scorpion. At that moment, Wang Shengwen rushed down the sand dune, drenched in sweat, to report to the Vice Captain. "Where is it?" The leaders of the various factions gathered around, their eyes glinting with greed. Wang Shengwen ignored them. Focusing solely on the Vice Captain, his brow slightly furrowed. "Vice Captain, I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would you like to hear first?" "Let us hear the bad news first. There are both a male and a female desert giant scorpion in the lair. Both pinnacle 9th-tier intermediate beasts." Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped sharply, feeling an immense pressure. Although the four factions appeared numerous, they only had 4 7th-tier intermediate soul masters. With their overwhelming numerical advantage, they could barely contend with a single desert giant scorpion. Now another one has emerged, and the difficulty has increased exponentially. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, we risk total annihilation. The most prudent course of action at this moment is to summon the captains of our respective factions for assistance. However, they are currently sequestered within the hidden realms of the Mystic Land, and it will take some time for them to arrive. They may not be as swift as the Imperial clan. "What about good news?" the Vice Captain inquired with a grave expression. Wang Shengwen glanced at the other factions, and upon receiving the Vice Captain's tacit approval, continued. "The good news is that I have spotted a piece of the Tungwu stone within the lair." "Did you see it clearly? Are you certain it is the Tungwu stone?" "The Tungwu stone is exceedingly rare within the Mystic Land. Each piece is an invaluable treasure. If this is true, it is entirely worth our risk. But there is only one Tungwu stone. How shall we divide it? We cannot simply chop it into 4 pieces. That can be easily arranged. We can rotate every 3 months." The group, which had previously felt immense pressure and low morale, suddenly felt invigorated, as if they had been invigorated by a surge of enthusiasm. The Tungwu stone is an extraordinary artifact. As long as a soul master sits upon it, their comprehension multiplies, greatly benefiting their cultivation. Especially when breaking through bottlenecks, the Tian Tong Mystic Land has existed for over 10,000 years, and the Tungwu stones within have gradually been excavated, leaving only a scant few. Decades ago, a Tungwu stone also appeared within the Mystic Land, and upon word of its existence, various factions scrambled to seize it, resulting in rivers of blood and the deaths of hundreds of prodigies. Many thereafter sought to replicate the Tungwu stone, but the vast majority despaired at the very first step. The Tungwu stone is derived from semi-spiritual stones, a rare existence in the world. Furthermore, the key array patterns inscribed upon the Tungwu stone have been lost since the era of the former Qin. This means that whenever a new one appears in the Tiantong mystic land, it may very well be the last. Wang Ying, the ninth princess, set off for the desert world just a few days ago. She may have already arrived. We have no time to hesitate. Risk and reward are proportional. Even if we slay these two desert giant scorpions and find nothing, the mere existence of the Tungwu stone is worth our peril. Impossible! The Tiantong mystic land has never simultaneously harbored two ninth-grade pinnacle intermediate beasts. This time, it must be a double blessing. Do not hesitate. Opportunities like this must not be missed. The other three factions turned to Wang Ying, urging her. Among all present, only the Wang clan knows the location of the desert giant scorpion's lair. All right, let us first summon the captains of each faction for support. If we happen to encounter the ninth princess, we will also have some leverage. Wang Ying retrieved a signal flare from her storage ring and shot it into the sky, resolutely deciding to take the risk. As long as our four factions cooperate, no matter how great the difficulty, we shall surely prevail. With renewed confidence, the group released the signal flares. Soon after, hundreds from the four factions marched towards the lair of the desert giant scorpions. Time was of the essence. They must secure it before the ninth princess arrived. Otherwise, once the numerous strong members of the imperial clan arrived, this tremendous opportunity would have nothing to do with them. After walking approximately 10 kilometers north, the group halted before a cavern. Following their gaze, two massive desert giant scorpions lay coiled within the cave, their formidable presence unmistakable, both at the pinnacle of the ninth grade. One of them was partially obscured by an irregular stone block over a meter long, from which faint array patterns could be discerned. It is the Tungwu stone. Ha ha ha, it is indeed the Tungwu stone. I have seen it before. It is exactly the same. Heaven rewards the diligent. After over 10 days in the mystic land with nothing to show for it, it seems we have finally found something significant. Let it be known that all opportunities within the cavern shall be shared among our four factions. Laughter erupted among the group as they prepared for action. Wang Ying turned her gaze to Wang Shengwen and instructed, shortly, we will lure the two desert giant scorpions out. You must quietly infiltrate the cavern and retrieve the Tungwu stone. Understood? Understood. Wang Shengwen nodded in agreement. Activate your martial souls. Begin. At Wang Ying's command, over 100 individuals simultaneously summoned their martial souls. A kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the desert, and various energies intertwined, their momentum rivaling that of ninth-grade soul masters. After all, those chosen to enter the Tiantong mystic land were all prodigies cultivated by their respective factions. In terms of strength, each was a standout within their realm. The fluctuations of soul power outside the cavern immediately drew the attention of the two desert giant scorpions. Their sharp, venomous stingers swayed menacingly as they let out low growls, warning the intruders against their folly. First soul skill, explosive ice bolt. First soul skill, heavenly rain. Countless soul skills erupted in the air, bombarding the cavern. Boom, boom. The terrifying destructive force flattened the cavern, instantly evaporating the sand above. With their lair destroyed, the two desert giant scorpions emerged in a furious rage, barreling into the crowd, wreaking havoc. Their sharp, venomous stingers claimed lives with ease, while their massive pincers could effortlessly sever a soul master in half. The path of the two desert giant scorpions was strewn with severed limbs. Chapter 49. The methods of the pursuing soul haul remain effective. The Wang family of the northern lands. Heed my command. Soul masters below the intermediate level retreat to the outermost perimeter. Your task is merely to feign attacks. The Su family of the eastern sea. Heed my command. The Adventurers Association. Heed my command. The pursuing soul haul. Heed my command. Just as the battle commenced, the overwhelming casualties compelled Wang Ying and her companions to act swiftly. Though these individuals were weaker, they were still young and could become the backbone of their families and factions in the future. If the casualties were too great, it could lead to a disastrous outcome. Dozens of junior soul masters retreated to the outer perimeter. Their soul skills could inflict no damage upon the ninth-grade intermediate beasts and were merely used to divert attention. Providing opportunities for others, however, the remaining intermediate soul masters could not break through the physical defenses of the desert giant scorpions. The ninth-grade pinnacle was simply too powerful, and there were two of them. Soul power surged as countless soul skills rained down. This stalemate could not continue. They must concentrate their efforts to take down one of the beasts first. Wang Ying furrowed her brow and retrieved a 3-foot jade sword from her storage ring. A superior-grade yellow-level green jade sword. Upon seeing this sword, the eyes of all present lit up with fervor. This sword also originated from the Tian Tong mystic land and had caused quite a stir at the time. From a distance, it resembled a piece of jade meticulously crafted into a work of art, with blunt edges on both sides. Under the sunlight, the jade glimmered softly, delicate and gentle. One would suspect that such an unassuming jade sword was, in fact, a yellow-level soul weapon of tremendous power. No wonder Wang Ying dared to lead an assault against two ninth-grade beasts. She had such a formidable trump card hidden away. The power of this sword is evident to all. I implore everyone to do your utmost to contain one of the beasts while I gather strength for the killing blow. Wang Ying pressed her fingers together and forcefully pointed. Buzz! The green jade sword resonated, emitting a humming sound. Boundless soul power surged unreservedly into the green jade sword, causing it to radiate a brilliant green light that overshadowed all other martial souls. The vibrating hum grew louder, resembling a wild beast on the verge of breaking free from its cage. Wang Ying, hurry! We can't hold on much longer. Su Wei of the Eastern Sisu family shouted frantically, veins bulging on his forehead. Dozens of intermediate soul masters continued to unleash soul skills, momentarily confining one of the desert giant scorpions. Provoked by the incessant harassment of these ants, the desert giant scorpion roared in fury, escalating its attacks. Its tail stinger lashed out violently, easily piercing through two soul masters. It withstood countless soul skills, forcefully charging towards Su Wei. Green jade sword. Slash! Wang Ying commanded with a swift motion of her fingers. Z! The jade sword sliced through the air, the sound of the wind tearing apart the silence. Despite being merely a 3-foot sword, it bore the oppressive weight of a massive sword descending from above. A terrifying pressure descended upon the desert giant scorpion, immediately slowing its movements. This was her concentrated attack. Should it strike the beast's vital point, its demise would be assured. Squeak! The desert giant scorpion sensed the imminent threat of death and raised its massive pincers in an attempt to block the descending green jade sword. As the green jade sword fell, its smooth blade pierced through the pincers in a strangely uncanny manner, pinning them to the ground in the blink of an eye. The desert giant scorpion retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding having its head pierced by the jade sword. The next moment, the soul power accumulated within the green jade sword erupted. The two pincers shattered into pieces, exploding violently. A torrential shockwave swept outward, showering blood and flesh in all directions. The desert giant scorpion was thrown several dozen meters away, its carapace slightly cracked, clearly sustaining severe injuries. Such terrifying power! Witnessing this spectacle, the assembly was left in shock, unable to regain their composure. Under normal circumstances, a yellow-level soul weapon is the highest tier one might encounter. Inheritor-level and epic-level soul weapons are treasures of their respective clans, seldom utilized. In terms of value alone, this green jade sword is worth at least several billion. What a pity, though, that strike did not claim its life, merely inflicting heavy damage. Wang Ying sighed with regret. Squeak! The remaining desert giant scorpion, seeing its companion grievously wounded and on the brink of collapse, erupted in furious wrath, its eyes turning blood-red. A chilling aura began to permeate the air. Soul skills unleashed by junior soul masters failed to elicit any response from it as it focused solely on Wang Ying. Wang Xingguan, quickly! A sense of dread washed over Wang Ying as she felt an instinctual fear of being hunted by death itself. Hee, the Tungwu stone is mine. Seizing the distraction of the two desert giant scorpions, Wang Xingguan stealthily infiltrated the flattened cavern and spotted the Tungwu stone, measuring over a meter in length. He cautiously caressed the Tungwu stone with both hands, and a sensation of clarity flooded his mind. The soul force within him stirred restlessly, akin to boiling water. Merely touching it elicited such an effect. If he could sit atop it and cultivate, would it not yield results with half the effort? Wang Xingguan was filled with elation, promptly opening his storage ring to prepare for the acquisition of the Enlightenment Stone. Just then, a sharp dagger, gleaming with a faint green light, plunged into Wang Xingguan's chest from behind. Piercing through to the front, vivid crimson blood mingled with green venom dripped from the edge of the blade. The faint sound of dripping echoed in Wang Shengwen's mind, magnified countless times. He looked down at the dagger that pierced his heart. His face a mask of shock. A wave of paralysis swept through him, rendering even his fingers immobile. Die? Yang Jian withdrew the dagger, kicking Wang Shengwen aside, and subsequently stowed the enlightenment stone into his storage ring. U.itsu. Wang Shengwen spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground with profound unwillingness. With this object, it should aid me in swiftly comprehending shadow following, making the ascent to a mid-level soul master considerably easier. Yang Jian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The shadow following technique unfurled, transforming him into a ghostly figure that vanished from sight. His form and aura completely concealed, as if he had never existed. Outside the cave, the others were in disarray, grappling with the rampaging desert giant scorpion, oblivious to the events that had transpired here. Suddenly, the desert giant scorpion seemed to sense something, turning abruptly to fix its gaze on Yang Jian, who had just emerged from the cave. It roared in fury, carelessly trampling over the crowd, charging directly towards Yang Jian. Its tail, tipped with a deadly stinger, lashed out violently, reducing anyone in its path to pulp. This is bad. It's coming for me. Yang Jian's heart raced, his pupils constricting in fear as he turned and fled. A 9th-tier intermediate beast could easily dispatch him with a single strike. Moreover, with over 100 soul masters behind it, if they saw someone else seize the enlightenment stone, wouldn't they tear him apart? Yang Jian? What is he doing here? As Yang Jian fled, his form was clearly spotted by Wang Ying. Is it really him? How could I not sense his presence until now? I didn't feel it either. How could a mere 9th-tier junior soul master hide beneath our very noses? The crowd echoed similar sentiments. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, only Wang Ying reacted promptly, her pupils shaking with realization as she glanced towards the cave, her eyes filled with bloodshot fury as she bellowed. He has stolen the enlightenment stone. At her words, chaos erupted. They had sacrificed so much, lost so many lives, and after finally weakening a desert giant scorpion, they were on the verge of claiming the enlightenment stone, only to have it snatched away. How could they endure this? Pursue. We cannot let this scoundrel escape. Yang Jian, do not think that you can act with impunity just because you have Yang Yao backing you. If I catch him, I will skin him alive. The remaining dozen or so individuals immediately redirected their course, pouncing towards Yang Jian like ravenous wolves. Boy, if I hadn't intervened, you would not have escaped today. A voice of schadenfreude echoed in Yang Jian's mind. Shut up! Yang Jian remained tense, glancing back as he ran. The 9th-tier desert giant scorpion moved at a terrifying speed, and it wouldn't be long before it caught up. Yet he recalled Huang Sanjian's admonition. Under no circumstances should he resort to old Xia's power unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, the desert giant scorpion halted, roaring in rage towards Yang Jian, venting its fury. The enlightenment stone held immense significance for humans, and it greatly assisted the cultivation of beasts. However, it dared not chase too far, as another severely wounded desert giant scorpion was trailing behind. After a prolonged roar, the scorpion unwillingly turned back. What now? Should we pursue the enlightenment stone or slay the 2 desert giant scorpions? Su Wei frowned, glancing at Wang Ying. Only her Qingyu sword could slay a 9th-tier intermediate beast. The sword I wielded earlier drained a significant amount of energy. I cannot confront another desert giant scorpion. Rather than risking further casualties for an uncertain outcome, we should prioritize capturing Yang Jian. Wang Ying's eyes brimmed with profound hatred. First, he had greedily consumed numerous beast cores and sea soul flowers from the sandworm's nest, then extorted 3 frost grass from her. Now, he had even killed Wang Shengwen and seized the enlightenment stone. Time and again. What did it matter if he hailed from an imperial family? He had incurred the wrath of the masses. Even if the 9th princess arrived, she would be unable to save his wretched life. Very well. Let us capture Yang Jian first. Su Wei concurred. Whoever kills Yang Jian will claim everything in his storage ring, except for the enlightenment stone. Wang Ying pronounced this to incite the group's murderous intent. A mere 9th-tier junior soul master could not possibly escape their grasp unless he sprouted wings. Ha ha ha, Miss Wang. Those are your own words. The 3 frost grasses are mine. Humph. Whoever kills Yang Jian shall claim him. The crowd surged with a newfound vigor, their speed amplifying to 120%. Yet, as they pursued, they suddenly lost their target eye in the vast desert. Yang Jin had seemingly evaporated into thin air right before their eyes. Not only had he vanished physically, but even his aura had dissipated. As if he had never existed at all. Am I hallucinating? Where is he? Su Wei rubbed his eyes in disbelief, scanning the surroundings. This boy must have cultivated a technique to conceal his form and aura. Wang Ying stomped angrily on the sand, fuming with frustration. Search for him. He cannot have gone far. Search. Everyone spread out, searched together. Meanwhile, Yang Jin stifled a chuckle, brazenly departing right under their noses. After employing shadow following, he not only concealed his form and aura but also left no traces in the soft sand beneath his feet. Once he was certain he was alone, he took stock of his spoils from the storage ring. 90 mixed beast cores from junior and intermediate beasts. 3 frostgrass and 1 enlightenment stone. Had it only been the first 2 items, his chances of ascending to a mid-level soul master would have been a mere 30%. But with the addition of the enlightenment stone, his probability soared to 100%. Gazing at the trove of treasures, Yang Jin felt elated, but there was also a hint of schadenfreude in his heart. That day in the gymnasium, Yang Yao had arrogantly wielded her status as the 9th princess and had even attempted to publicly execute him. He had never forgotten that moment. After all his maneuvers in recent days, Wang Ying and her group would undoubtedly attribute all their grievances to the 9th princess. The collective wrath of the factions would be enough to drown her. Eager to test the effects of the enlightenment stone, Yang Jin promptly sat upon it after tallying his gains. Instantly, his blood vessels surged freely, his meridians opened wide, and the soul force within him flowed rapidly, as if boiling. His thoughts became clear and lucid, and the previously obscure shadow following began to unravel itself before him. As he sat upon the enlightenment stone, the duration of his understanding deepened. As if a mysterious force was aiding him in grasping the essence of this technique. With a divine-level talent coupled with the enlightenment stone, it was simply extraordinary. Yang Jin was overjoyed and immediately set about refining the beast cores and frost grass. Meanwhile, Yang Yao led her entourage on a long trek, finally arriving in the desert world from the marsh world. Relying on her status as the 9th princess, she always entered the heavenly communication secret realm accompanied by a throng of mid-level soul master guards. Regardless of the opportunities discovered by her subordinates, they were obligated to present them to her first. Anyone daring to seize opportunities for themselves would be ruthlessly punished as a warning to others. Thus, her subordinates never respected her from the heart. They merely feared her. Where? Yang Yao inquired. Reporting to the 9th princess, 50 miles to the southeast, 2 desert giant scorpions have already been cornered by the Wang family. Su family, Adventurers Association, and the Pursuit Palace, reported an imperial clan member who had arrived in the desert world ahead of the others. Point 2. Could it be that the key to the desert world is finally about to appear? Yang Yao's lips curled into a smile of anticipation. The heavenly communication secret realm contained 5 major worlds, each requiring a key. 3 keys were in the hands of the imperial clan. One was with the Liu family. And by acquiring the last key from the desert world, they could unlock the immense treasure left behind by the former Qin. At that time, the imperial clan would flourish, enduring for countless millennia. There was even a possibility of restoring the glory of the former Qin era in the Great Xia. Lead the way, Yang Yao commanded confidently. Yes, the imperial clan member nodded and immediately took the lead. Accompanied by 30 mid-level soul master guards, they swiftly advanced towards the southeast. Before long, they arrived at the lair of the desert giant scorpions. The area within 1,000 meters had been ravaged by soul techniques. Reduced to flat ground, dozens of corpses lay sprawled across the ground, blood pooling everywhere. Amidst severed limbs and broken arms, a scorching wind assaulted them, thick with the stench of blood, clinging to their faces. In the distance, a desert giant scorpion lay on the ground, its pincers shattered, barely clinging to life, while another stood guard over it, glaring angrily at the humans ahead. The 2 sides faced each other, neither able to gain the upper hand. Since you cannot deal with these 2 desert giant scorpions, then get lost. If anyone becomes a hindrance later, this princess won't hesitate to eliminate them as well. Yang Yao's arrogant voice rang out from behind. Upon hearing her voice, everyone turned to look. They beheld Yang Yao striding confidently forward, flanked by numerous guards, her demeanor exuding an air of superiority that made everyone feel repulsed. Eliminate them all? What audacity! I stand firm here today. If you have the capability, then wipe out the Wang family as well. Wang Ying, filled with unexpressed fury, could no longer contain herself, disregarding the identity of the 9th Princess Yang Yao, and confronted her directly. And I, count me in as well. In unison, everyone present stepped forward to confront Yang Yao. Normally, they would show some deference to the imperial family, enduring their own grievances in silence. However, this time, it was a matter that even the uncle could tolerate, but the aunt could not. Having just seized the Tungwu stone, they brazenly sought to snatch exotic beasts as well. How shameless upon witnessing the scene. Yang Yao was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting a profound confusion. What was happening? The onlookers, from the 7th-tier mid-level soul masters to the 5th-tier junior soul masters, all cast furious glances at her. If looks could kill, they would have torn her apart. The crux of the matter was that she had been diligently cultivating in the swamp world, finally breaking through to mid-level soul master status. Without having encountered any factions, how had she incurred the wrath of so many? Despite her bewilderment, as the 9th princess of the imperial family, she could not afford to appear weak. Yang Yao's expression shifted. She spoke in a low voice. What do you mean? Are you attempting to rebel? What do you mean? Wang Ying retorted, her finger pointed accusingly at Yang Yao. You may be the 9th princess of the imperial family, but that does not mean that the opportunities in the Tiantong secret realm belong solely to your imperial house. Wang Ying made her stance clear, her indignation palpable. Yang Yao, equally incensed, replied, All right, let us clarify this matter once and for all. For the first time, your people raided the sandworm nest and stole over 200 sea soul flowers and more than 100 beast cores from our Wang family. Then, they extorted 90 beast cores and 3 frosty heaven grass from me. Most recently, your people took advantage of our battle with 2 desert giant scorpions to sneakily steal the Tungwu stone. All these treasures have fallen into your hands, and yet you are still not satisfied? You dare to contend for these 2 exotic beasts as well? As Wang Ying finished speaking, Tang Li from the Pursuit Soul Hall interjected, Shadow following is a secret art of the Pursuit Soul Hall. Outsiders who attempt to learn it face certain death. You must provide an explanation to the Pursuit Soul Hall today. After their search for Yang Jian yielded no results, they returned to this place, bringing with them the body of Wang Shengwen. The fatal wound was singular, located at the heart, inflicted by a surprise attack from behind. Moreover, there were traces of poison left at the wound. Upon comparing his dagger, Tang Li was astonished to discover it was the same type of poison. Connecting this with Yang Jian's remarkable stealth technique, he arrived at a bold conclusion. Yang Jian had killed members of the Pursuit Soul Hall within the Tiantong secret realm and stolen both the shadow following technique and the poison dagger. After hearing this, Yang Yao was momentarily dazed. Wait, my people stole beast cores, sea soul flowers, frosty heaven grass, and a Tungwu stone from you. And they also learned the shadow following technique of the Pursuit Soul Hall? Exactly, Wang Ying and Tang Li replied in unison. Nonsense. Since I entered the Tiantong secret realm, I have been secluded in the swamp world, cultivating diligently until I just recently attained mid-level soul master status. This group of guards has protected me without leaving my side. Yang Yao insisted vehemently, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Li. Furthermore, my imperial family possesses profound foundations, and we disdain to learn the techniques of the Pursuit Soul Hall. Ha! We anticipated that you would adamantly deny it. However, whether you admit it or not is irrelevant. We all know the truth. Wang Ying scoffed in anger. Initially, she had intended to leverage the emotions of others to unite against the 9th princess, but she never anticipated that inciting such emotions would come at such a great cost. At that moment, even she felt a surge of anger clouding her judgment. Observing their expressions, Yang Yao could not help but wonder if someone under her command had indeed sneaked into the desert world and monopolized so many opportunities. While she could overlook many opportunities, the Tungwu stone was a treasure that must be acquired. Since that person stole so many items from you, you must know what he looks like and his name, right? Yang Yao inquired. With a fringe, tall stature, handsome and charismatic, his name seems to be Yang Jian. Wang Ying ground out through clenched teeth. The one whose martial soul is a large banner capable of summoning puppets? Yang Yao asked incredulously. Indeed, that is him. Wang Jie stepped forward to affirm. He is not one of our imperial family. Yang Yao's face registered shock. She had not expected it to truly be Yang Jian. Is that so? Such a flimsy excuse you have concocted. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Throughout the entire Great Xia, there are only 13 entrances to the Tiantong's secret realm, each occupied by one of 13 factions. No outsiders can enter. Today, if you do not hand over Yang Jian, I will certainly report his theft of the shadow-following technique to the Hall Master. The crowd was seething with rage. Their tempers flaring at that moment, Yang Yao felt utterly helpless, unable to voice her grievances. The entrances to the Tiantong's secret realm were indeed guarded by the 13 factions, and outsiders could not enter. However, based on their descriptions, that person was undoubtedly Yang Jian from Jiangnan City. No wonder they were so furious, showing no regard for the face of the princess. It turned out all of this was Yang Jian's doing. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Yang Yao clenched her fists, seething with indignation. As the 9th princess of the imperial family, she had been the center of attention from the moment she was born. Now, having to bear the blame for someone else's actions, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? I, Yang Yao, swear to the heavens. Yang Jian has no connection to the imperial family. He is definitely not one of my subordinates. Yang Yao vowed emphatically, if swearing could procure the Tungwu stone, I would gladly make 1,000-fold more vicious oaths. Su Wei scoffed dismissively. Yang Yao's frustration was palpable. The factions surrounding her were furious. Convinced that Yang Jian belonged to the imperial family, at this point, there was nothing she could say that would change their minds, unless she could confront Yang Jian directly. Once I slay these 2 exotic beasts, I will immediately employ the blood-seeking technique to locate Yang Jian's hiding place. What I have done, I do not shy away from. What I have not done, I will never bear the blame. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying sneered, Ha! A mere stalling tactic. So what? The princess has 30 mid-level soul master guards behind her. The weakest among them is at least 5th tier. Can you stop them? Yang Yao gradually lost her patience. Unwilling to explain further. Once I find Yang Jian, the truth will naturally come to light. Attack! Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be killed without mercy. Yang Yao declared arrogantly, her eyes glinting with a cold murderous intent that sent shivers down the spines of those present. The crowd turned to look at Wang Ying, awaiting her decision. In reality, they were waiting for her to take the lead. Wang Ying had initially intended to step forward and stall for time until the team leaders from the various factions arrived. However, upon meeting Yang Yao's fierce gaze, she swallowed hard and conceded, very well. We shall await your use of the blood-seeking technique. Chapter 52. Stand aside. The princess will personally slay Yang Jian. If it were any other member of the imperial family, they might not withstand the pressure from the surrounding factions and would relent. But Yang Yao was different. Having been pampered since childhood, she was self-centered and lacked a sense of the bigger picture. Even if she stirred up an enormous mess, she had several brothers to back her up. If her brothers could not handle it, there were elder-level figures at the quasi-saint level. Given her character, it was very much possible for her to annihilate everyone present. Even if that possibility were only 10%, Wang Ying dared not gamble her life on it to go. With Yang Yao's command, 30 mid-level soul masters charged forth. 30 dazzling soul techniques were unleashed into the air, striking like meteors toward the desert giant scorpions. Sensing the threat of death, the 2 desert giant scorpions curled up their bodies, retreating continuously. Yet how could they escape? The 30 mid-level soul masters spread out, surrounding the 2 exotic beasts and launching a fierce offensive once more. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ying and the others were left in shock. They all knew that the imperial family had been on a downward trend in recent years, with fewer and fewer geniuses awakening the primordial golden dragon. Even so, the imperial family's foundation remained incredibly deep, far beyond what their factions could compare. Compared to the assault of these soul masters, their previous attempts seemed laughable, akin to a disorganized rabble. Where are the captains? The imperial family was about to unleash the final secret realm key. What use would it be if they arrived? Among Yang Yao's 30 guards, there are more than 5 9th-tier mid-level soul masters. Besides, who would dare to snatch something from the imperial family? Rather than hoping the captains would arrive soon, they would rather curse that Yang Yao would fail to produce the secret realm key. Indeed, although 2 9th-tier desert giant scorpions have appeared simultaneously, increasing the probability of a drop, it is not a certainty. I truly want to see the expression of disappointment on Yang Yao's face. The crowd murmured among themselves. With the imperial family present, the treasures of the former Qin in the Tiantong's secret realm had little to do with them. However, they did not wish for the imperial family to grow increasingly powerful. Suddenly, a beam of golden light, as wide as a bowl, shot up into the sky, its overwhelming power scattering clouds for miles. The soul masters from the 5 factions in the Tiantong's secret realm could clearly see this pillar of light. The appearance of the light signified the emergence of the secret realm key. It's over. The crowd gasped in shock, feeling their spirits plummet. Ha ha ha, it has appeared. The 5th key has emerged. Yang Yao immediately rushed forward, excavating a palm-sized golden key from the corpse of a desert giant scorpion. With 5 keys, the imperial family held 4. If they could somehow obtain the key held by the Liu family, they would be able to unlock the treasures of the former Qin. At that time, the declining imperial family would undoubtedly rise again, continuing their legacy for 10,000 years, and she would receive immeasurable rewards from the imperial family. Decades ago, the last imperial family member to obtain a secret realm key was rewarded with a legacy soul artifact. As the 9th princess, her reward would surely be even greater. Furthermore, she would be inscribed in the annals of the imperial family, forever remembered by future generations. It was not an exaggeration to say that she would be one of the principal contributors to the imperial family's resurgence. Yang Yao clutched the golden key tightly in her hand, her head thrown back in exuberant laughter, her body trembling from overwhelming excitement. To the onlookers, she appeared utterly deranged. However, Wang Ying and her companions fully comprehended the elation coursing through Yang Yao at this moment. Discovering the final key to the secret realm was an extraordinary achievement. From this day forth, even if she were to commit an atrocious crime, she could evade death. Let us return to the clan immediately. Yang Yao secured the golden key, eager to relay this momentous news to the imperial family. Your Highness, have you perhaps forgotten something? Wang Ying's dissatisfied voice floated from behind. What is it? Yang Yao's mind was solely occupied with the key. Utilize the blood-seeking method to locate Yang Jian. Wang Ying's words rang out with clarity. You remind me well. I nearly overlooked that. Yang Yao suddenly recalled that Yang Jian possessed a fragment of the Insight Stone. Killing him would indeed bring double joy. With that, Yang Yao bit her fingertip, using her blood to inscribe a formation on her palm. This was an imperial family secret technique, allowing her to sense the presence of her kin through blood. With a hum, a red light flickered, and the formation on her palm seemed to come alive, revealing a series of red dots. Among them, 30 red dots were situated quite close, corresponding to the 30 mid-level soul masters behind her. Additionally, 1 red dot was positioned distantly, remaining motionless. I found him. Yang Yao revealed a fierce grin and promptly led the 30 mid-level soul masters in pursuit. Wang Ying and the others followed closely behind. At this juncture, it was an established fact that all the benefits would be monopolized by Yang Yao. Yet, the Wang family had suffered grievously and could not simply retreat in disgrace. They must at least eliminate Yang Jian. Meanwhile, Yang Jian unexpectedly sneezed, jolting awake from his secluded meditation. What was happening? Why did he suddenly feel a strong sense of foreboding? Was it a guilty conscience from all his misdeeds? Regardless, he needed to focus on breaking through to mid-level soul master. Yang Jian adjusted his state of mind and entered a meditative state once more. After such a prolonged period of seclusion, coupled with the assistance of the Insight Stone, he was on the brink of breaking through to mid-level soul master. There was merely a gossamer thin membrane separating him from advancement. Puncturing this membrane would allow him to officially ascend. The wait could be as short as a few days or as long as half a month. Time flowed quietly like a river, and it was uncertain how long had passed. A group of individuals appeared above the subterranean chamber where Yang Jian was meditating, with the 9th princess standing foremost among them. This is the place. Yang Yao gazed at the location indicated by the formation in her palm, confirming that Yang Jian was directly beneath her. Your Highness, dealing with such a waste would only sully your hands. Allow me to handle it. The guard stepped forward, eager to prove himself before Yang Yao. No, step aside. This princess will slay Yang Jian herself. Yang Yao waved her hand, halting the numerous guards. The previous battle at the arena had left her humiliated. Today, she must reclaim her dignity at all costs. Furthermore, having just advanced to mid-level soul master, she intended to use Yang Jian as her trial run. Primordial Golden Dragon, arise. With a commanding shout, Yang Yao summoned a resounding dragon roar from the heavens. Shortly thereafter, a colossal golden dragon, measuring 100 meters in length, descended from above, coiling around Yang Yao's head. Its piercing gaze emanated a tremendous pressure, enveloping all present in a palpable sense of oppression. It was not merely the strength of its presence that instilled fear. It was the overwhelming dominance of its martial spirit. The primordial golden dragon, an SSS-ranked martial spirit of unparalleled caliber, was said to rival the legendary divine martial spirits. Although Wang Ying had witnessed the primordial golden dragon numerous times, each encounter still left her in awe. Chapter 53. You have chosen your path to death, catching the astonished expressions of those around her. Yang Yao lifted her head with renewed pride. The primordial golden dragon was not just a symbol of power. It also represented her identity as a member of the imperial family. She was confident that this time, she would not be outmatched by Yang Jian's myriad souls banner. Yang Jian, come forth. Yang Yao pointed with her finger, and the primordial golden dragon roared as it surged towards the underground chamber. With a tremendous crash, the chamber erupted, sending clouds of yellow sand spiraling into the air. The shockwave from the attack radiated outward, startling everyone present. The sheer destructive power of such a casual strike was staggering. If she unleashed her soul techniques, the devastation would multiply exponentially. Who is it? Yang Jian emerged from the swirling sand, his expression as cold as ice. A raging fury ignited within him. He had reached a critical moment in his pursuit of mid-level soul master. And to have it interrupted was unforgivable. This was even more intolerable than being awakened from a deep slumber. What's this? Have you forgotten this princess so soon? Yang Yao placed her hands on her hips. Her head held high as she scrutinized Yang Jian from head to toe with a mocking gaze. Regaining his composure, Yang Jian then noticed the crowd of over 100 people surrounding him. Many of them exuded an aura akin to that of the desert giant scorpion, undoubtedly mid-level experts as well. How had they discovered his concealed location? Speak. How did you infiltrate the Tiantong's secret realm? If you comply, I may grant you a swift death, Yang Yao demanded, her demeanor imposing. What are you to dictate terms to me? Yang Jian scoffed, maintaining his calm and collected demeanor. You dare question my authority? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. I am the 9th princess of the imperial family. Individuals of your lowly status must kneel and pay homage upon encountering me. Kneel? Yang Yao shouted, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a mid-level soul master. At the same time, the primordial golden dragon roared menacingly at Yang Jian, its formidable presence permeating the air. Ordinary, low-level soul masters would likely buckle under such pressure and kneel before her. Yet, Yang Jian had never been an ordinary soul master. Myriad Souls banner? Activate. As he spoke, the Myriad Souls banner expanded exponentially, matching the size of the primordial golden dragon. A torrent of dark mist surged forth. Exuding an icy and chilling aura, the primordial golden dragon attempted to resist, but it was quickly overwhelmed. Its might gradually consumed until it was forced into a corner. A martial spirit powerful enough to rival divine spirits ultimately was not divine. Though it appeared to be a mere rank apart, the reality was a chasm of difference. The Myriad Souls banner stood tall, resembling an insurmountable mountain. 9th rank? Yang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon returning to the imperial family, she had tirelessly trained day and night, barely managing to break through to mid-level soul master, believing she would gain an advantage. To her astonishment, Yang Jian had progressed even more swiftly, advancing from 7th rank directly to 9th rank. He could actually suppress the primordial golden dragon. What an eye-opener this was. Upon first encountering the Myriad Souls banner, she had only found it peculiar, but now its true strength was undeniable. It became clear that Yang Jian had been masquerading under the 9th princess's banner. Yet he was merely an outsider who had infiltrated the Tiantong's secret realm. But wait. Yang Jian had been accompanied by a young girl back then, her martial spirit being a thunderbird. A mid-level 6th rank soul master, and quite beautiful as well. Realization dawned upon the crowd, and they understood that they had misjudged Yang Yao. Simultaneously, they recognized an alarming possibility. There might be a 14th entrance to the Tiantong's secret realm. As this thought struck them, the expressions of over 100 individuals darkened. Their gazes turned hostile as they focused on Yang Jian. The opportunities within the Tiantong secret realm were finite. With each additional force entering, the share of opportunities for the others would diminish. The 13 factions had already reached a precarious balance. They could not afford to allow another force entry. Yang Jian hailed from Jiangnan City, and those who had entered alongside him must also be from Jiangnan City. By tracing the clues, they could surely uncover the identity of that girl, ultimately leading them to the 14th entrance. Wang Ying, astute and analytical, laid out her thoughts with precision. And even if we uncover the truth, what then? Yang Jian questioned. What then? We kill him. Ensure that the secret of the entrance remains concealed. Ninth Princess? What do you think? Wang Ying skillfully shifted the conversation, turning her gaze towards Yang Yao. With her noble status and numerous protective brothers and elders, it was most fitting for her to dispatch others to eradicate the threat. However, Yang Yao disdainfully shook her head, her murderous intent palpable. Dio guarantee the absolute secrecy of the entrance. Not only must she die, but everyone she knows must perish as well. None shall be spared. Hiss! How ruthless! The crowd gasped, their hearts racing. They had believed themselves to be sufficiently cruel, yet compared to Yang Yao, they fell woefully short. This was no mere eradication of a family. It would result in the deaths of hundreds of innocent individuals. You are no different, Yang Yao taunted. Have you always been this arrogant? Yang Jian's expression hardened, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. The principal and teachers of the 7th high school had treated him well. Especially Zhang Qiaosong, who had nurtured him. Go dare threaten those individuals was to invite one's own demise. As if sensing Yang Jian's thoughts, the voice of the old evil echoed in his mind. Filled with temptation, kid, you cannot contend with so many. Do you require my assistance? I guarantee no survivors. I am the 9th princess of the imperial family. I have 6 beloved brothers who dote upon me. With the protection of quasi-saint level elders, I possess every right to be arrogant. And what do you have? Merely a discarded waste expelled from the imperial family. Yang Yao mocked mercilessly. Is that so? Unfortunately, the Tian Tong's secret realm only permits 9th rank mid-level soul masters to enter. Today, none shall save you. Yang Jian resolved to call upon the power of the old evil. This line should be spoken by me. Do you see? All 30 of these individuals are my guards. With the weakest among them being mid-level 5th rank and the strongest at 9th rank. However, this princess is known for her fairness and has never oppressed others. Today, I shall grant you the opportunity for a fair duel. With a step forward, Yang Yao's aura surged. She was determined to reclaim the dignity she had lost in the arena, defeated once more. Yang Jian sneered contemptuously. These 4 words struck a nerve with Yang Yao. Inciting her fury, first soul technique, Dragon Spike. The Hunyuan Golden Dragon spiraled through the air before unleashing dozens of bone spikes. These spikes, razor-sharp and formidable, struck with astonishing power. Chapter 54, The Potent Soul Enhancement. A mid-tier soul master? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, his initial intention of directly executing soul refinement now seeming impractical. Thus, he snapped his fingers, causing over 1,000 puppets to surge forth from the Wanhun banner. Ever since he reached the pinnacle of a junior soul master at the 9th rank, all these puppets had ascended to the same level. Even with Yang Yao's extraordinary martial soul and the strength of a mid-tier soul master, it would be a daunting challenge to withstand such an overwhelming assault from numerous 9th rank attackers. This fellow's martial soul is indeed peculiar. The last time he witnessed it, the puppets were merely at the 8th rank. And in just a few days, they had reached the 9th. Could it be that the puppets grew stronger alongside his own prowess? If he were to step into the extraordinary realm, would he not be able to summon thousands of extraordinary puppets with a mere wave of his hand? One man could contend against 1,000 armies. This individual is terrifying. Hearing the discussions of those behind him, Yang Yao's expression darkened, and she retorted, "What does it matter how strong he is? He will not leave this secret realm alive today." Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of bone spikes whistled through the air, effortlessly piercing the puppets. As more and more puppets fell victim to the onslaught. The power of the spikes showed no sign of waning in an instant. Hundreds of puppets were reduced to a shattered mess, breaching the defensive barrier and bearing down on Yang Jian. 100% of their might struck true. Yang Jian had anticipated this moment. However, with his yellow-grade armor and 3rd soul ability, Weakening Domain, he was prepared. A thick black mist enveloped the area as the domain expanded. After breaking through to the 9th rank, Its radius grew to 500 meters. This meant that within a 1,000-meter radius, everyone would be shrouded in his domain, including the onlookers. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, dozens of bone spikes struck Yang Jian's heart with full force. The tremendous impact sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Hiss! Suddenly, Yang Yao felt a heavy blow to her chest, as if dozens of bone spikes had struck her, causing her to gasp in pain. A soul ability that can reflect attacks, however, this ends here. Yang Yao sneered, releasing all the pent-up frustration from her martial soul's earlier defeat. The chasm between a mid-tier and a junior soul master is like a vast gulf. Hiss! That hurts. Since awakening her martial soul, you are the first to inflict harm upon me. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the yellow dust. It was Yang Jian. His outer garments had been completely shredded. Revealing the Tianji armor beneath, dozens of bone spikes had all struck at the heart's location, creating a deep indentation. The Tianji armor had mitigated the fatal damage, yet the horrifying force still left Yang Jian with a sharp pain in his chest. A yellow-grade soul artifact, Yang Yao suddenly realized, as she too wore a similar soul armor, which explained her relatively minor injury. What, are you shocked? You will be even more astonished by what comes next. Fourth soul ability, Soul Enhancement. Yang Jian unleashed two soul abilities in quick succession, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Since the opponent wished for his demise, he saw no reason to show any familial consideration. Today, everyone present must perish. Upon activating the fourth soul ability, a significant portion of his soul power was instantly drained. At that moment, over 1,000 puppets seemed to be infused with a mysterious energy, each one growing in size and engulfed in icy blue flames. The previously injured hundreds of puppets visibly healed at an astonishing rate, soon returning to their prime condition. Upon closer inspection, each appeared like ancient beasts awakened from slumber, exuding an overwhelming aura. The cacophony of their roars was deafening and soul-stirring. Spectators standing hundreds of meters away felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. Mid-tier soul masters sensed the pressure as a daunting challenge, while junior soul masters could scarcely endure the oppressive force, kneeling in unison, too fearful to lift their heads. It was as if there was only one path left: submission or death. The aura displayed by these puppets completely overshadowed Yang Yao's Hunyuan Golden Dragon. Not only them, but Yang Yao also noticed this, her smile freezing instantly, morphing into an expression of grave seriousness, as if a heavy stone pressed upon her heart. What kind of soul ability is this? How could it suddenly amplify strength several-fold? 100% increase in power. This is already classified as a top-tier support soul ability. He is capable of enhancing it by several times. Judging by his aura, he is now entirely on par with the 9th princess. This is going to be quite the spectacle. The onlookers were all astonished. Such a bizarre and powerful martial soul, unprecedented. Humph! A soul ability that boosts strength. This princess possesses one as well. Second soul ability, Dragon God's Power. Third soul ability, Dragon's Domain. Yang Yao gritted her teeth and unleashed her two soul abilities. The former could elevate the Hunyuan Golden Dragon's strength by 50%, while the latter could grant immunity to all negative effects and augment the dragon's power by an additional 20%, albeit with a limited radius of 100 meters. Combined, this amounted to a 70% enhancement. She refused to believe she could not eliminate a junior soul master in peak condition. First soul ability, Dragon Spikes. Yang Yao pointed with a finger, and the enhanced dragon spikes erupted forth in an instant. 100% of their might struck true, truly troublesome. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, left with no choice but to endure. However, after activating soul enhancement, not only had the puppets increased tenfold in strength, but his physical form had also grown significantly more robust. In contrast, Yang Yao's enhancement was barely under a single fold. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of dragon spikes struck Yang Jian, akin to someone prodding him with a needle. A mild pain, still within tolerable limits. Meanwhile, Yang Jian commanded over 1,000 puppets to assault the Hunyuan Golden Dragon. He was in no rush to deploy soul erosion to conclude the battle, nor did he compel the puppets to unleash their full potential. He was waiting for the effects of the weakening domain to intensify. Today, everyone present must die. While Yang Yao exerted every effort to break through Yang Jian's defenses, he remained unhurried in subduing her, resulting in a stalemate. Who would have thought that Yang Jin could hold his own against the ninth princess of the imperial clan? Indeed, in terms of resources and heritage, no faction could rival the imperial clan. Crucially, Yang Jin was still one rank beneath her. Had he been nurtured within the imperial clan from a young age, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of the princes. The spectators were all stunned by Yang Jin's formidable power, expressing their sincere admiration. The disparity between junior and mid-tier soul masters is colossal. That he could contend evenly with Yang Yao is a rare sight to behold. Yet, these words ignited Yang Yao's fury. To exaggerate Yang Jin's prowess was tantamount to diminishing her own. A worthless outcast expelled from the imperial clan had no right to be compared with her. Equal footing. That was simply because she had yet to unleash her full potential. Yang Yao's eyes turned fierce, and resolutely, she retrieved a red pill from her storage ring, swallowing it whole in an instant. Yang Yao's vitality surged, her soul power skyrocketing, and she directly ascended to the mid-tier second rank. Chapter 55. Today, not a single one shall remain. Dragon blood pill? Your Highness, you must not. Although consuming this pill may temporarily elevate one's rank, it inflicts severe harm upon the body. It should only be used in dire circumstances. Your Highness, if you wish to eliminate this individual, we can do it for you. 30 guards widened their eyes, hastily attempting to dissuade her, but it was too late. Do it for me. Those words struck Yang Yao's ears like a venomous insult. The dignified ninth princess of the imperial clan could not even handle a junior soul master without relying on her guard strength. Where would she find her dignity? Moreover, she had boldly proclaimed before all these witnesses her intent to slay Yang Jin. To back down now would be to slap her own face. How could she maintain her standing in the future? Thus, even if it meant incurring some cost, she was determined to personally eliminate Yang Jin. Get lost. Anyone who dares to intervene will die. Yang Yao roared in fury. It was over. The difference in strength between the first and second ranks is several-fold. And combined with a 70% power boost, Yang Jin would not last 3 minutes. 3 minutes? You think too highly of him. Dragon spikes at 100% power. He won't be able to withstand even a single strike. To force the ninth princess to this extent, he would die with honor. However, these words fell on deaf ears for Yang Jin, who merely smirked disdainfully, a tenfold enhancement of soul power. How could a mere dragon blood pill compare? Moreover, as time passed, the effects of the weakening domain grew stronger, unknowingly sapping the strength of everyone present, except for Yang Yao. Her dragon's domain grants immunity to all negative effects. It was precisely because she remained unaffected that none of the onlookers detected the anomaly. Smile? Soon you will find no reason to smile. First soul ability, Dragon Spikes. Yang Yao's expression twisted into a snarl as she unleashed her attack without reservation. Even if the Tianji armor could reflect damage, even if consuming the dragon blood pill would harm her body, none of that mattered now. Today, Yang Jin must die. Bang, bang, bang. Once more, the dragon spike sent Yang Jin flying several dozen meters away. Yang Jin brushed off the dust from his clothing and wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, his murderous intent surging. It's time to end this. Pfft. Yang Yao felt a surge of blood rise in her throat, spitting out a mouthful. The terrifying backlash drove her to the brink of madness. Thankfully, it was a yellow-grade mid-tier soul artifact. Had it been below yellow grade, the mere rebound effect could have severely injured her. Stopped? Wang Ying stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. This was the full-force strike of a mid-tier second-rank soul master. Even with the protection of a yellow-grade artifact, the terrifying power of the dragon spikes should have shattered his internal organs. He could not possibly still be alive. Su Wei gasped in admiration. Unless he was hiding his true strength. Tang Li picked up the thread, an absurd thought sparking in his mind. As soon as he spoke, everyone present was left in shock, eyeing a clash between a novice of the 9th rank and an adept of the 2nd. It was astonishing to witness the concealment of strength. As time drew near, Yang Jin smirked wickedly and snapped his fingers. The phoenix bird let out a piercing cry and veered downwards towards Yang Yao. Emph! This princess is protected by a yellow-grade soul weapon. You cannot harm me in the slightest, Yang Yao exclaimed with utmost confidence. First soul skill, soul erosion. Yang Jin flicked his finger, and the phoenix bird directly penetrated Yang Yao's form, assaulting her very soul. The soul, the most vulnerable aspect of a soul master, is rarely bolstered by any soul skill that enhances its strength or defense. A mere yellow-grade soul weapon, even an epic grade one, would be futile if it lacked the ability to safeguard the soul. The outcome would be death. With a sickening sound, the soul was damaged, and Yang Yao felt a dizzying wave wash over her, blood spilling from her mouth as she was engulfed in excruciating pain. Before she could collect herself, a second and third puppet charged towards her. Yang Yao attempted to defend herself, but to no avail. Helplessly witnessing the puppets pierce through her corporeal form and strike at her soul, the agony of her soul being eroded and torn apart surpassed any known suffering in the world. She collapsed to the ground, wailing in anguish, clawing at her body with hands that dug deep into her flesh, tearing away chunks of meat, blood weeping from cousin. "Oh cousin, you have truly created a hole in the heavens this time." The manner of these individuals' demise is so conspicuous that if others were to discover that you too had entered the celestial passage secret realm, suspicion would immediately fall upon you. Fortuitously, I arrived first today. Otherwise, you would have been in grave trouble. Lu Fengyun, fearful of anyone's arrival, dared not pause for a moment as he hastily piled together the corpses of over 100 individuals and set them ablaze. Having completed this grim task, Lu Fengyun fled in haste. Meanwhile, at the lair of the desert giant scorpion, members from the Wang family, the Adventurers Association, the Soul Pursuit Hall, and the captains of the Su family swiftly converged. All of them were mid-level soul masters of the 9th rank, and upon receiving the signal, they rushed over. 2 9th-grade exotic beasts had appeared. It seemed the key to the desert world had indeed manifested. Yet, it remained uncertain which faction had obtained it. Since it was discovered collectively by our 4 factions, it rightfully belongs to us all. However, esteemed colleagues, the situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. Should the key to the desert world fall into their hands, it would be illogical for them not to await our arrival here. Look, there is smoke over yonder. Let us proceed to investigate. Resolute, they made their way toward the direction of the smoke. Upon arrival, they stood aghast at the sight of the mountain of corpses, utterly stunned and overwhelmed. Chapter 57. A bountiful harvest in Jiangnan City. Within a certain royal desolate area, a young man emerged from the waters with a face radiating ecstasy. It was Yang Jin, who had just exited the celestial passage secret realm. "You have finally returned? You frightened me to death." Zheng Yueling, waiting by the water's edge, sighed in relief upon seeing Yang Jin's emergence. "What happened? Is everything all right?" Yang Jin inquired. "I may have implicated you," Zheng Yueling stammered, her expression filled with guilt. "Allow me to explain," Zheng Qiaosong began. When she left the secret realm, she coincidentally encountered Lu Fengyun of the Lu family. That moment, Lu Fengyun instantly recognized Zheng Yueling's identity, realizing she did not belong to any of the 13 factions, and intended to capture her to probe the entrance to the 14th secret realm. To save her life, she had no choice but to divulge Yang Jin's name. Indeed, it was only due to Yang Jin's reputation that she was spared. "The Lu family should harbor no ill will towards me. This matter is of no consequence," Yang Jin reassured her. "By familial ties, Lu Fengyun should be your cousin. His decision to release Yueling indicates a favorable disposition towards you. Nevertheless, I believe it prudent for you to visit the Lu family in the southern domain to resolve this matter completely." Zheng Qiaosong expressed his concern. He was aware that this location was the entrance to the secret realm, yet he had no knowledge that it pertained to the celestial passage secret realm, which involved the 13 great factions. Once the secret is exposed, all involved will face certain death. "Mayor, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, if the Lu family truly harbored such intentions, Zheng Yueling would never have exited the secret realm alive." Yang Jin, unfamiliar with the Lu family, placed his trust in Huang Sanjian. Before departing, old Huang had advised him that should he encounter troubles that even the old evil could not resolve, he should directly seek refuge with the Lu family in the southern domain. This alone proved that the Lu family would not harm him. Furthermore, the journey to the southern domain is long. A round trip would consume considerable time. With the college entrance examination approaching in less than half a month, he must seize the moment to elevate his cultivation. By the way, here is the celestial thorn armor, which I return to you. Yang Jin removed the armor and handed it back to Zheng Qiaosong. "Since I gifted it to you, it rightfully belongs to you," Zheng Qiaosong demurred. Yang Jin smiled. "To be candid, I acquired a piece of mid-grade yellow armor within the secret realm. The celestial thorn armor holds little value for me now. Zhang Qiaosong's expression froze momentarily, and he cautiously inquired. It appears you had quite a fruitful expedition in the Celestial Passage secret realm. Yang Jian chuckled but refrained from responding, having already confirmed his gains of the Enlightenment Stone and mid-grade Yellow Soul artifact. The rest would depend on what treasures lay within the storage rings of that group of people. It was akin to opening a blind box, and the thought alone was somewhat exhilarating. Very well, let us return. Zhang Qiaosong waved his hand grandly, leading the two away from the royal desolate area. Upon their return to the city, Yang Jian clasped his hands in a bow. Mayor, I take my leave now. Thank you. I look forward to your performance in the college entrance examination, Zhang Qiaosong replied with a smile. He watched Yang Jian's retreating figure, the smile fading from his face, revealing a trace of regret. Had Zhang Yueling possessed a bit more courage to accompany Yang Jian until the end, her harvest would undoubtedly have been far greater. Moreover, the shared experiences would have strengthened their bond. Alas, Father, did I make a mistake? Zhang Yueling asked, belatedly realizing. Each has their own destiny. We are destined to be mere passers-by on Yang Jian's path of growth. Let us return. Zhang Qiaosong turned towards the municipal governor's residence. Zhang Yueling followed, glancing back at Yang Jian with every few steps, inexplicably feeling a sense of inferiority despite her higher cultivation level compared to him. Yang Jian, oblivious to their thoughts, was solely focused on finding a place to seclude himself and break through his realm. Thus, he hurriedly hailed a cab and left, seeking a hotel to secure a room. Locking the doors and windows, he drew the curtains and emptied out the contents of over 100 storage rings. Mid-grade yellow armor. A splendid find. Yang Jian cleansed it with clear water and donned it immediately. Much like the celestial thorn armor, it adjusted automatically to fit his body perfectly. When the full-force dragon strike struck the celestial thorn armor, Yang Jian felt a pain as if his bones were about to shatter. In contrast, Yang Yao only suffered a light injury, merely bleeding from the corner of her mouth after a series of counterattacks. In terms of protective capability, this armor undoubtedly surpassed the celestial thorn armor. Its sole drawback was the absence of any special effects. Indeed, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Time to open the blind box. Yang Jian randomly opened one of the storage rings, extracting a multitude of items: bank cards, changes of clothing, food, miscellaneous trinkets, and a portion of beast cores. The bank cards were a valuable asset. Those individuals were undoubtedly nurtured geniuses of significant factions, and their savings must be considerable. Unfortunately, he did not know the passwords, and moreover, Yang Jian dared not withdraw. Given the current system of real name registration, taking money from their cards would be tantamount to revealing to the four great factions and the imperial clan that he was the one who had killed them. Yang Jian placed all the unneeded items into a storage ring, while he stored the beast cores in his own. After opening dozens of storage rings, the quantity of beast cores alone exceeded 500, with a small portion being from mid-level exotic beasts. Aside from the beast cores, there were a few sporadic precious herbs. The more he opened, the more valuable items he found, and Yang Jian could hardly contain his joy. Soon, a particular storage ring caught his attention. It was identical to the one on his hand. This was the bronze ring symbolizing the identity of an imperial prince. As the 9th princess, Yang Yao surely possessed more valuable items than others. Yang Jian opened the storage ring, and the contents surged forth like a mountain. The majority consisted of various clothing, cosmetics, and bags, useless items. Clearing away this refuse, what remained caused Yang Jian's heart to race. Countless beast cores covered the entire floor, numbering at least 1,000, and more than half were mid-level exotic beast cores. In addition to the beast cores, there were a dozen or so valuable herbs, all of which rivaled the heavenly frost grass. The treasures contained within were worth more than half of what others possessed, truly befitting of the 9th princess. What is this? Yang Jian rummaged through the pile and picked up a golden key from the ground. It felt heavy in his hand, not crafted from pure gold, but rather resembling some form of sand. Well, I'll just keep it for now. Yang Jian proceeded to open the remaining storage rings, meticulously tallying his gains. He had collected 1,295 low-level exotic beast cores, 827 mid-level exotic beast cores, and 30 precious herbs. Coupled with the Enlightenment Stone, there was no doubt that he could not only break through to a mid-level soul master, but also reach the 2nd or even 3rd rank without difficulty. Initially, he had no confidence in this year's college entrance examination competition, but thanks to all of you. A grin spread across Yang Jian's face as he promptly sat down on the Enlightenment Stone to enter seclusion. Chapter 58. The nation in turmoil. 2 days later, the upper echelons of the Xia Kingdom were thrown into an uproar. The annihilation of the Soul Pursuit Hall, Adventurers Association, Northern Wang family, and Eastern Sea Su family was an earth-shattering event. The complete destruction of the ninth princess and her 30 guards was akin to tearing open the heavens. The imperial clan was enraged, immediately dispatching personnel to investigate the Celestial Passage secret realm. Should the perpetrators be identified, their fate was all but certain. Have any leads been found? From the throne, a man clad in a dragon robe thundered with fury, addressing the mid-level soul masters below. Your Majesty, upon our arrival, the Wang and Su families had already extinguished the flames, and most of the corpses had been incinerated beyond recognition. However, we discovered a particularly strange location that may be related to the culprits. One of the mid-level soul masters reported. What clue? A youth, bearing a striking resemblance to the man in the dragon robe, inquired eagerly. The corpses that remained unburned bore no apparent fatal injuries, while those that had been incinerated were intact aside from burn marks. With not a single bone fractured, the mid-level soul master explained. As his words fell, everyone in the hall furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Killing without any fatal injuries was not an insurmountable task for soul masters. They could employ overwhelming pressure or profound soul power to directly obliterate their opponents. However, this scenario presupposed a significant disparity in strength. The Celestial Passage secret realm only permitted mid-level soul masters of the 9th rank to enter. Thus, a considerable difference in power was implausible, because Yang Yao was accompanied by 30 mid-level soul master guards, including several 9th rank experts. Moreover, with the presence of individuals from the 4 great factions, there were hundreds of soul masters in total. Should a battle erupt, the chaos would undoubtedly be immense. How can it be that no one bears a fatal injury? It is nothing short of a fantastical tale. However, behind the man draped in a dragon robe, Huang Sanjian's deep-set eyes suddenly glimmered with a barely perceptible light, which swiftly vanished. Furthermore, there is another point. 2 corpses of 9th-grade exotic beasts have appeared in the desert world, indicating that the key may have already been revealed. And the murderer likely committed the crime in a bid to seize the key. The 9th-grade intermediate soul master continued. Upon hearing this, the many elders within the hall instantaneously brightened, their blood surging with excitement. Feeling a long-lost fervor, the 5 keys to the Tian Tong secret realm are held by the imperial clan, which possesses 3, while the Liu family holds 1. With just 1 key remaining, the treasure of the former Qin can be unlocked. This will signify a rebirth for the imperial clan. By heavens! It must be that the other 8 factions are attempting to seize the key from the desert world and conspired to murder the 9th princess. The 8th prince seethed with rage. Your Majesty, the entrance to the Tian Tong secret realm is firmly in the hands of our 13 factions. The murderer must certainly be one of them. Or, as the 8th prince suggested, it could be the work of a coalition of several factions. At this moment, Yang Fu spoke up. The man in the dragon robe turned his gaze towards him, saying with profound significance, Elder Yang is Yao Yao's mentor, thus I entrust this matter to Elder Yang for investigation. It must be thoroughly uncovered. The expression of the man in the dragon robe was one of sorrow. Despite his lack of fondness for the arrogant Yang Yao and their infrequent interactions, she is still his offspring, and he could not help but feel a twinge of pain. His decision to assign this task to Yang Fu was also a strategic move to weaken the power of the Elder Pavilion. After all, none of the 8 factions are to be underestimated. Should Yang Fu err, he would have grounds for punishment. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will leave no stone unturned, even if it means turning the Tian Tong secret realm upside down. Yang Fu vowed earnestly, having mentally prepared himself to offend the 8 major factions. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Adventurers Association, the Pursuit Hall, the Wang family of the Northern Lands, and the Su family of the Eastern Sea all dispatched powerful individuals to gather here. Each wore a solemn expression, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Ultimately, the host, Zhang Xiao, broke the silence. It is merely a matter of a group of young lives lost. It is not a catastrophic event for us. The most pressing concern now is to closely monitor the movements of the imperial clan, ensuring they do not easily obtain the last key. Upon hearing these words, the other 3 raised their heads, their eyes reflecting agreement. The loss of such a few lives means little to them. At most, it is a matter of face. What truly matters to them is that key from the desert world. 3 of them are already in the hands of the Imperial clan, and if they acquire the last one, they can join forces with the Lu family to unlock the treasure of the former Qin. At that point, they would be left watching helplessly, unable to partake even in a single drop. However, if they were to obtain the last key, they would then possess the qualification to negotiate with the Imperial clan. The vast treasure of the former Qin would allow them to each claim a share. Indeed, once the key to the desert world is exposed, our 4 factions must act swiftly to stir the waters, ensuring the Imperial clan does not obtain the last key. I have heard that this matter has been entrusted entirely to Yang Fu, whose first target for investigation is the southern region's Lu family. I propose that we each send some individuals to follow Yang Fu, under the guise of a joint investigation to keep a close watch on him. This is a splendid idea. As soon as this suggestion was made, it received unanimous agreement from all present. All 4 factions had suffered losses within the Tian Tong secret realm, making a joint investigation entirely reasonable, and the Imperial clan would find no fault with it. A few days later, at the southern region's Lu family. Just deliver it here, and please stay a moment, Master Lu. Yang Fu halted at the entrance, turning to reveal a warm smile to Lu Tianan. That elder Yang, please take your time. If the younger generation recalls anything, I will certainly inform you immediately, Lu Tianan responded with a smile, with Lu Fengyan following closely behind. Very well, farewell. Yang Fu nodded and then departed in his carriage. Uncle, do you think Yang Fu might suspect something? Lu Fengyan asked with a worried expression. Ever since leaving the secret realm that day, he understood the gravity of the situation and immediately informed Lu Tianan. Humph! That old fool's first inquiry is into our Lu family, which clearly indicates his suspicions towards us. Yang Jian, you must keep your mouth tightly shut. If even a whisper escapes, I, Tom, shall tear your lips apart. Lu Tianan admonished sternly. When he first heard the news, he thought Lu Fengyan was jesting. It was only upon Yang Fu's visit that he realized how ruthless Yang Jian could be. With a single stroke, he annihilated 5 factions, including the 9th princess, even slaying 9th grade intermediate soul masters. Such brutal tactics, did he inherit them from his mother? But isn't he a junior soul master? How could he kill intermediate soul masters as if they were mere chickens? Uncle, you previously mentioned I should take care of Yang Jian during the college entrance competition, but I believe he ought to be the one caring for me. After all, I am merely a 5th grade intermediate soul master. Whereas he can even slay 9th grade intermediate soul masters, Lu Fengyan retorted. Lu Tianan could not be bothered to engage further, simply instructing, during this period, do not disturb Yang Jian. Let him focus on secluding himself to advance his realm. Once the college entrance examination concludes, he will surely come to find us. Chapter 59. The second martial soul time flies like an arrow, swiftly passing by. One day, Yang Jian awoke in his hotel room. His eyes radiating with intense brilliance, a powerful aura enveloped the space, causing a chill to sweep through the entire floor. A 3rd grade intermediate soul master. The shadowing technique has also reached the minor success stage. It could easily deceive those at the marquee level of the extraordinary. The Enlightenment Stone truly deserves its reputation as a treasure of the former Qin. It consumed only half of the resources to achieve such an accomplishment. Yang Jian's face was alight with joy and astonishment. Only through prolonged practice can one truly comprehend the might of the Enlightenment Stone. In addition to enhancing training speed, it also augments comprehension, allowing for a quicker grasp of techniques. Otherwise, relying solely on those resources would at most allow Yang Jian to become a 2nd grade intermediate soul master, and the shadowing technique would only reach the proficient stage. According to Zheng Yueling, the strongest contestant in the last college entrance examination was a 5th grade intermediate soul master. My realm may be slightly lacking, but with the application of soul enhancement, I can bridge the gap. Coupled with numerical superiority and the shadowing technique, this year's National College Entrance Examination champion is virtually assured. A confident smile spread across Yang Jian's face. That moment, he heard the long-awaited voice of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Intermediate Soul Master. The 2nd Martial Soul will be unlocked shortly. The 2nd Martial Soul has been unlocked, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Grade Hunyuan Golden Dragon. Host, Yang Jian. Realm, 3rd Grade Intermediate Soul Master. Martial Soul 1. 10,000 Souls Banner. Click to expand for detailed information. Martial Soul 2. Hunyuan Golden Dragon. Martial Soul Skill 1. Dragon Spike, 100 full power hit. Ignoring all defenses, Martial Soul Skill 2. Dragon Goddess Might. Overall strength increased by 100, power attribute increased by 1000. Martial Soul Skill 3. Dragon Domain, immune to all negative effects. Unlimited soul power recovery within the domain, can designate multiple targets. Martial Soul Skill 4. True Dragon Descent, can unleash a full-powered strike at the highest level of the same realm. Limited skill, refreshes daily. Upon gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Yang Jian's expression transitioned from shock to sheer incredulity. The first soul skill was fairly standard, merely adding an ability to ignore any defense, meaning that even if clad in soul armor, one would still suffer full damage. The second soul skill began to verge on the extraordinary, doubling overall strength and increasing power tenfold, with his third-grade strength. After employing the second soul skill, he could directly obliterate a fourth-grade soul master with a single punch. The third soul skill was preposterously exaggerated, rendering him immune to all negative effects. Furthermore, within the domain, soul power would recover infinitely, and he could designate multiple targets. For soul masters, soul power surpasses all. Especially when executing powerful soul techniques, the consumption of soul power is immense. For instance, when Yang Jian previously employed soul enhancement, it drained half of his soul power. Once soul power is exhausted, one becomes akin to a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. Not even a holy soul master is exempt. Infinite soul power equates to unlimited skill usage. And the most absurd aspect is that he can designate multiple recovery targets, essentially functioning as a super auxiliary. The fourth soul skill can only be described in abstract terms, unleashing a full-powered strike at the highest level of the same realm. This means that although Yang Jian is currently only a third-grade intermediate soul master, he can unleash a full-powered strike equivalent to that of a ninth-grade intermediate soul master. Moreover, his martial soul is the divine-grade Hunyuan Golden Dragon, allowing him to unleash the full power of a ninth-grade intermediate soul master wielding the Hunyuan Golden Dragon. Who could possibly withstand such might? It is utterly ludicrous, completely defying logic. The SSS-grade Hunyuan Golden Dragon and the divine-grade Hunyuan Golden Dragon differ by merely one level. Yet the effectiveness of the martial souls is worlds apart. They are not even in the same dimension. If earlier I was merely confident of success, now with the possession of dual martial souls, the title of National College Entrance Examination Champion is assured. Yang Jian left the hotel with unwavering confidence. The college entrance examination was about to begin, and it was time to return to Qizhong. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Qizhong had undergone a complete transformation. The once dilapidated and narrow school gate had been replaced by an imposing entrance, instilling a sense of strength simply by standing at its threshold. The internal environment had also undergone significant improvement, with construction sites adjacent to the school feverishly working on new teaching buildings. In addition to the surroundings, the demeanor of every student at Qizhong had also markedly changed. All of this stemmed from that ranking competition. Yang Jian? When did you return? Lu Yu, having just finished class, recognized Yang Jian amidst the crowd at a glance. I've been back for a while, but I was preoccupied with seclusion. Hence my absence from school, Yang Jian replied with a smile. The foundation of the 7th high school remains rather tenuous, rendering it incapable of offering you substantial assistance. Lu Yu's expression turned somber, revealing a hint of self-reproach in her eyes. Sister Lu has already aided me sufficiently, Yang Jian remarked teasingly. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback before she grasped his meaning. Her fair face flushed crimson, and she shot Yang Jian an irritable glare. What about the principal? I've been preoccupied with seclusion these past days and am unaware of this year's college entrance examination news, Yang Jian inquired. I shall take you to the office, Lu Yu replied as she led Yang Jian to the principal's office. Upon seeing Yang Jian, the principal immediately set down his teacup and rose to greet him with a playful rebuke. You rascal, you've finally decided to return. After your visit to the abyssal pool and another with the city leader, what have you accomplished? Not too shabby, a third-tier intermediate soul master, Yang Jian stated as he unleashed his aura. Third tier? The last time we had the ranking competition, you were merely a 7th-tier beginner. The abyssal pool certainly could not have had such a tremendous effect. Did you take a rocket? Or has the city leader bestowed upon you extraordinary opportunities? The principal was momentarily stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. Yet the evidence was undeniable. He indeed radiated the aura of a third-tier intermediate soul master. A third-tier intermediate soul master. Your current prowess is utterly on par with the esteemed prodigies fostered by those superpowers in the Summer Kingdom. This year's college entrance examination should see you at least in the top 100. Lu Yu gasped in astonishment, astonished to discover that in just over a month, Yang Jian's strength had nearly rivaled some of the school's instructors. Yang Jian smiled but refrained from elaborating. The secrets of the heavenly passage were highly confidential, and revealing them could jeopardize their safety. He shifted the topic, asking, "Has the news for this year's college entrance examination been released?" The Ministry of Education just announced yesterday that this year's examination venue is Heidi Island. The competition format remains point-based, where points are earned by slaying exotic beasts and rankings are determined by these points. The only difference is that this year has introduced a point-stealing mechanism, allowing candidates to seize points from others, thereby acquiring their entire score if successful. The principal explained, a glimmer of concern in his eyes. In the past, without such a mechanism, each candidate merely needed to slay exotic beasts to accumulate points and contend for rankings based on their strength. Now, however, even the strongest may not secure a high rank, as everything has become fraught with uncertainty. This new mechanism particularly favors those from noble families, whose disciples can band together to achieve superior results. In contrast, Yang Jian, having offended the soul-seizing hall and the Adventurers Association, and with the imperial family looking down on him, would find it exceedingly difficult to secure a high position if these factions joined forces against him. Chapter 60. Initial rankings reflecting on this. The principal's expression turned grave. Yang Jian, it is regrettable that our capabilities are limited, and with the 7th High shallow foundation, we may not be able to assist you much in this year's college entrance examination. The 7th High had always regarded Yang Jian as a potential top scorer from Jiangnan City, which had been their utmost ambition. They had never anticipated that his growth would far surpass their expectations. Now, he was qualified to compete with the geniuses of those superpowers. As long as the 7th High can keep the secret of my martial soul, that will suffice. Yang Jian remarked nonchalantly. Rest assured. We all vowed not to reveal a single word to outsiders. Even in death, we shall carry this secret to the grave. The principal vowed fervently, subsequently updating Yang Jian's information in the database. Soon after, he summoned all faculty and students for an impassioned speech. In a fleeting moment, it felt as if he had returned to the playground of 3 months prior. However, Yang Jian now stood transformed. Like a radiant star amidst the crowd, drawing the attention of everyone present. Particularly among the students, their gazes were filled with admiration. The battle in the gymnasium, where he single-handedly challenged 24 schools and defeated the 9th princess, had rendered him almost godlike. Su Shui stood several rows behind Yang Jian, her S-level talent no longer granting her the same lofty status. Her eyes appeared dim, and her demeanor was one of dejection, as if she had endured a significant life upheaval. Before long, the speech concluded, and all third-year students boarded buses bound for the airport. All examinees from Jiangnan City would be transported to the examination venue on Heidi Island by the Ministry of Education. Surrounded by the ocean, Heidi Island spans over 1 million square kilometers, larger than the combined area of 3 small nations, easily accommodating 20 million candidates. The island is rife with exotic beasts, and the closer one approaches the core area, the stronger the beasts become, with the most formidable reaching the 9th-tier intermediate level. Furthermore, as the largest annual event, many hidden locations on the island are equipped with cameras, broadcasting the competition nationwide. Before boarding, let me reiterate, the director of the Ministry of Education boomed, addressing the crowd. Each candidate received 2 items, a score sheet to record their points and a teleportation token to escape the examination area in case of danger. The college entrance examination is a significant milestone in your lives, but it is not the sole important event. Do not risk your lives for rankings, understood? His gaze particularly lingered on Yang Jian. The newly added point-stealing mechanism posed the greatest disadvantage for Yang Jian. Understood. The candidates replied in unison. Well then, I wish you all the best in your examinations. Let's depart. The director waved his hand, bidding farewell to the eager students as they boarded the plane. After finding a seat by the window, Yang Jian was soon surrounded by other students, clamoring to sit beside him like fervent fans. Many discreetly pulled out their phones, snapping photos from various angles, utterly captivated. Yang Jian was left speechless. Just then, a resounding voice within the cabin caught Yang Jian's attention. Everyone, look at the score sheets. The initial rankings have been released. You can check your standings. I'm a 5th tier beginner soul master, and I rank. After 10 million, I'm an 8th tier. Within the top 200,000, the last of the 9th tier beginner soul masters ranks 33,333. So many 9th tier soul masters this year? Let's see where Yang Shun ranks. Not only were they searching, but Yang Jin was also eager to discover his position. The initial rankings were determined by the candidates' tiers, sorted alphabetically by their first names among those of the same tier. First place, Yang Qian, 7th tier intermediate soul master. Yang Jin's pupils constricted and shocked. Hadn't Zheng Yueling claimed that the strongest last year was only 5th tier? How had a 7th tier emerged this year? Scanning further down, Yang Jin was utterly astounded. Second place, Xiao Yu, 6th tier intermediate soul master. Third place, Wang Zi, 6th tier intermediate soul master. Fourth place, Zhang Kuang, 6th tier intermediate soul master. 23rd place, Lu Fengyun, 5th tier intermediate soul master. 300th place, Yang Jin, 3rd tier intermediate soul master. Upon seeing his ranking, Yang Jin felt utterly dazed. While this initial ranking was merely based on tier and the first letter of their names, the caliber of this year's candidates was astonishing. To have a 7th tier right off the bat, Zheng Yueling, who had entered the Summer Kingdom Soul Master Academy, worked diligently for a year and only reached 7th tier. Individuals like her could undoubtedly be considered geniuses. The gap between geniuses and ordinary individuals was vast, but was the divide between geniuses themselves also so pronounced? At that moment, Yang Jin recalled a saying from Huang Sanjian: talent determines a soul master's ceiling. While resources can break through that ceiling, truly, a statement devoid of flaws from a seasoned quasi-saint. A youth possessing a 7th tier rank and the surname Yang was undoubtedly a prodigy of the imperial family. Upon reflection, it made sense that Yang Yao, merely a 9th princess, could access such abundant training resources. A genius nurtured by the imperial family would certainly have access to even greater and superior resources. Found it. Yang Shan is in 300th place. The cabin was filled with adoring gazes directed at Yang Jin. To them, merely being among the top 300 was already an extraordinary feat. However, Yang Jin's ambition soared higher. He aimed for the national championship. Several hours later, the plane landed at an airport on Haiti Island. Stepping off the aircraft, the salty sea breeze rushed to meet him. Surrounding the airport was a lush, primordial forest, alarmingly close to exotic beasts, whose roars could be distinctly heard. At this moment, within the imperial family, my lord, will you not visit the young master on Haiti Island? Huang Sanjian inquired of the man clad in a dragon robe, puzzled. With the college entrance examination imminent, my presence would only jeopardize him. The man in the dragon robe sighed, then asked, Old Huang, how far do you think he can go? The young master was able to defeat Yang Yao when he was a 7th tier. Now that he has reached 3rd tier intermediate soul master, as long as he is not targeted, securing a position in the top 10 should be a certainty. At that point, with the young master's talent and potential, he should be able to return to the imperial family in glory, right? Huang Sanjian asked carefully. Old Huang, do you truly believe that they care about his identity as the son of the evil soul master, preventing Yang Jin from returning? Isn't that the case? The man in the dragon robe continued. Currently, the position of crown prince is vacant, and the factions behind each prince are restless. They will not allow a new competitor to emerge, especially since Yang Jin has already demonstrated remarkable potential. 20 years ago, the chaos of the evil soul master erupted, leading to the death of the former summer emperor, and the new emperor ascended the throne in haste. Outsiders believe him to be an exalted ruler, capable of determining life and death with a single word. In reality, he is merely a puppet, his authority tightly held by the Elder Council. To speak frankly, he is nothing more than a marionette propped up by the Elder Council. In that battle, the imperial family's vitality was severely wounded, and to stabilize the situation swiftly, the Elder Council advised the Summer Emperor to form alliances with various powers. Marrying 8 wives within a year. In truth, the only person he holds dear in his heart is Lu Wanxian, and the child he cherishes most is none other than Yang Jin. However, whether it be the Elder Pavilion or the forces behind the 8 princes and princesses, they will never permit Yang Jin to return to the imperial clan. What shall be done then? Are we to allow the young master to drift aimlessly outside? Huang Sanjian furrowed his brow. I have already touched the threshold of the sacred soul master. The Elder Pavilion cannot remain arrogant for much longer. The man in the dragon robe snorted coldly, a terrifying wave of energy sweeping through the entire hall. Chapter 61. Seclusion on Heidi Island, in a luxurious villa, Old Guan, Old Pei, Old Nya. It seems that it has been over a decade since we last met. Zhang Xiao, the protector of the Adventurers Association headquarters, laughed heartily as he approached the thread. Spare us the suspense. Speak plainly, if you have something to say. Pei Kai, the protector of the Soul Master Association headquarters, urged. This year's college entrance examination has introduced a point-grabbing system, and other forces will surely form clandestine alliances. If we do not unite as one, it will be exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Zhang Xiao cut to the chase. Indeed, this year's candidates are fiercer than ever. With the Grand Prince of the Imperial clan, Yang Qian, achieving a 7-star rank, directly shattering the college entrance examination record. We truly must join forces, Guanfeng, the protector of the Pursuit Hall headquarters, acknowledged. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. Pei Kai nodded, harboring the same thought in his mind. With the introduction of the point-grabbing system, this year's examination will undoubtedly be more intense than ever before. Joining forces is far superior to fighting alone. Thus, the three turned their gazes toward Nye Yuan, the protector of the Soul Master Merchant Association headquarters. Old Nye, what are your thoughts? Our candidates at the Soul Master Merchant Association are few in number and not particularly strong. Joining you would only hinder your efforts, so it might be best if we refrain from meddling. Nye Yuan chuckled heartily, politely declining. Very well, we shall not press the matter, but once the competition commences, I will remind the candidates to look out for your Soul Master Merchant Association. Zhang Xiao feigned sincerity. Thank you very much. Nye Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude before departing the villa. The Soul Master Merchant Association has stood strong for so many years by adhering to a principle of neutrality. Looking across the realm, the Soul Master Merchant Association has only friends, not enemies. With the remaining three of us, we are all on the same side, so I shall not hold anything back. Once the competition begins, I hope both of you can advise the candidates that if they encounter Yang Jian, they should eliminate him immediately, Zhang Xiao said fiercely. Gao Zhan and Gao Hu have been slain, and Elder Huang has been killed. The Adventurers Association has lost face, and I still remember that incident vividly. Old Zhang, you need not remind me. I will arrange that as well. Guanfeng recalled the incident of the Pursuit Hall branch leader's death. Since both of you wish to eliminate Yang Jian, how could I rain on your parade? Pei Kai laughed heartily, and the three raised their cups in celebration. Despite Heidi Island boasting 58 airports, transporting 20 million candidates is still a laborious endeavor. That evening, the competition commenced. Each candidate is allotted half a month, and at the conclusion, they will be ranked based on their points accrued. During this period, all communication devices will be disabled. Yang Jian mingled among the crowd. Entering the desolate area from the airport, the outermost perimeter was teeming with low-level exotic beasts, and numerous candidates, as if captivated by a beautiful maiden, rushed forward in a frenzy. Soon, the rankings on the points board shifted rapidly, with the top spot, Yang Qian, being overtaken by a stranger's name. Yet, this name did not linger for even a second before being ousted by another. From this fleeting glimpse, it was evident that this year's competition was more fiercely contested. Slaying exotic beasts for points is time-consuming and labor-intensive. It would be wiser to find a place to hide, enter seclusion, consolidate the resources left over from last time, and after emerging, directly seize others' points. Yang Jin murmured, already contemplating who to rob of points when the time came. Good lad. Now you are thinking correctly, the old evil within the 10,000 souls banner praised. Old evil, find me a suitable place for seclusion. Yang Jian instructed, head southeast for 10 miles. There is a suspended waterfall with a natural cave inside, perfectly suited for your seclusion. The old evil's consciousness swept over the terrain, grasping it all. Excellent. Yang Jian nodded and immediately sprinted toward the southeast. Before long, he indeed beheld a magnificent suspended waterfall, standing 100 meters tall. Yang Jian wove a rope from vines, gradually descending from the top, traversing the waterfall into the cave, before coiling the rope back. The cave was cool and tranquil, an ideal environment for seclusion. Roar! At that moment, a several-meter-tall iron-armed ape charged at Yang Jian, roaring as if to warn him that he had trespassed into its territory. Noisy, with a wave of his hand, Yang Jian instantly refined the iron-armed ape's soul. He then took out the Tungwu stone and the remaining resources from his previous session, entering a state of seclusion. The higher the realm, the more resources required for a breakthrough. Yang Jian was uncertain what realm these resources would allow him to ascend to. Meanwhile, the competition outside was in full swing, with all candidates desperately hunting exotic beasts. Initially, the competition seemed relatively normal, with few instances of points being plundered. However, after a few days, incidents of point theft surged, particularly among the weaker low-level soul masters. It was at this moment that everyone realized that those who were stealing points intended to fatten up the low-level soul masters before striking them down. This phenomenon directly led to the competition entering its second phase, with various forces beginning to form alliances and engage in collective confrontations. For a lone soul master, would only become a more enticing target than the exotic beasts. Strange, it has been 5 days, and the leading candidate has already amassed 80,000 points. Yet Yang Jian's points remain at 100. He wouldn't still be in seclusion, would he? Waiting to unleash a burst of power after enhancing his strength? What a foolish notion. By the time he emerges, others would have a lead of several 100,000 points, and the top ranks are all held by major forces. For him to go up would be like serving himself on a platter. The top candidate has reached 100,000 points, and Yang Jian still has 100. Watching the live broadcast, everyone in Class 7 was bewildered. The college entrance examination has a time limit. With such a vast point deficit, it would be impossible to catch up. Not only Class 7 was perplexed, but all those following Yang Jian were equally confounded. Sun Tzu, have you found Yang Jian? Zheng Yi, a candidate from the pursuit hall, inquired. No. That guy has vanished as if he were never here. I dispatched everyone under me, and yet, no trace of him. Sun Tzu shook his head. The Soul Master Association's people have not located him either. This fellow Wunti have realized we were plotting against him and hidden away in advance. Would he? Ding Dongyuan speculated. There is indeed a possibility, Zheng Yi nodded in agreement. Since we cannot find Yang Jian, let us force him to reveal himself. How do we do that? This year, Jiangnan City has over 20,000 candidates, and one named Su Shui seems to be his ex-girlfriend. We shall start from there. Brother Sun, brilliant, it's all thanks to you. The three exchanged knowing smiles and immediately set their plan in motion, hunting down Jiangnan City candidates throughout Haiti Island. This was a chaotic battle. Many candidates did not fall to the hands of exotic beasts, but met their demise at the hands of other candidates. Days passed, and over 1/10 of the candidates were forcibly eliminated. Some of these candidates were not weak, yet they were ambushed and had their points stolen. To save their lives, they had no choice but to shatter their transfer tokens and exit the competition. The competition was broadcasted nationwide, and many felt it was unfair. Certain soul masters should not have been eliminated so quickly. But in reality, where is their absolute fairness? The strong prey on the weak. It is simply the natural order. Those who cannot adapt will inevitably be eliminated. Chapter 62. A head explodes. Time passed, and several more days slipped by. The information regarding Jiangnan City candidates seemed to have been leaked, as the three major forces consistently found and forcibly eliminated them. Meanwhile, Yang Jian remained in seclusion, utterly unaware of the events transpiring outside. He would occasionally check the points leaderboard during his breaks. The leading candidate, Yang Qian, was ahead by 400,000 points, while the second, Zhang Kuang, led by 380,000. The disparity was staggering, and Yang Jian could not help but feel a sense of urgency. Yet, he had now reached a critical moment in his seclusion. Forcing himself out would render all his prior efforts futile. Tom. We found him. That brat is hiding in the outermost waterfall, in seclusion, in a villa on Haiti Island. Guanfeng pointed at the monitor screen, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Haiti Island encompasses over 100 million square kilometers, and the number of cameras within is countless. They had spent nearly 10 days gathering manpower to sift through the surveillance footage. In addition to locating Yang Jian's position, they marked the Jiangnan City candidates they spotted, relaying this information to the candidates from the three major forces. This was the fundamental reason why Jiangnan City candidates were repeatedly eliminated. So he has been hiding in the outermost area. No wonder we could not find him. Wait, enlarge the surveillance footage, enlarge it further. As Pei Kai spoke, his pupils suddenly contracted in disbelief as he gazed at the stone beneath Yang Jian, the Tungwu stone. Once the footage was magnified, both Guanfeng and Zhang Xiao could see clearly, their hearts racing with excitement. This item only appears within the secret realm of Tong Tong. Where did this fellow obtain it? Pei Kai pondered. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. First, send Yang Jian's coordinates to all candidates, then cut off the live feed from the cave. Zhang Xiao immediately commanded. Old Zhang, while marking the candidates' positions is one thing. Cutting off the live feed may draw the education department's attention, wouldn't it? Guanfeng expressed concern. What is there to fear? There are countless cameras on the island. Who would notice if we break a few? Moreover, this is the Tungwu Stone. Even if the education department punishes us, it would be worth it. Zhang Zhao's gaze was greedy, fixated on obtaining the stone. Soon, Yang Jian's coordinates were dispatched to Sun Tzu and the others. The combined forces of the three factions amounted to nearly 2,000 candidates, and their overwhelming numbers could easily attract external attention. Therefore, only candidates of intermediate soul master rank and above would proceed. Totaling about 200 individuals, they turned back from the core area towards the outskirts and discovered the waterfall point one by one. Everyone used climbing ropes to descend and pass through the waterfall into the stone cave. At that moment, Yang Jian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of soul power within him, having ascended to the intermediate level of a fourth-rank soul master. The Tungwu Stone truly deserves its reputation as a treasure from the former Qin. If one could cultivate on this stone immediately after awakening their martial soul, coupled with an endless supply of resources, I too could step into the 7th rank. Kid, someone is here to deliver points. The voice of Lao Xie echoed in his mind. I noticed it long ago. A smirk crept across Yang Jian's lips as he promptly stored the Tungwu Stone in his storage ring. One must commend them. They arrived at the perfect moment, just as he was breaking through to the 4th rank. Such considerate opponents are indeed rare. I see Yang Jian. P.S. right here. A shocked exclamation rang out, and Sun Tzu and the others quickly gathered towards him. Over 200 people surrounded the cave entrance with an imposing presence. Leading the group were Sun Tzu from the Adventurers Association, Zheng Yi from the Pursuit Hall, and Ding Dongyuan from the Soul Masters Association, all of whom were 5th-rank experts. Yang Jian, hand over the Tungwu Stone, and we might consider sparing you some pain. Sun Tzu was determined to have it. What do you mean? Yang Jian's expression hardened, and his brows furrowed into a frown. Everyone who knew he possessed the Tungwu Stone had already perished within the Tiantong secret realm. How did this group come to know? Don't play dumb. The surveillance in the cave clearly captured you meditating on the Tungwu Stone. Sun Tzu sneered. Yang Jian, with his keen intellect, grasped the situation immediately. As a candidate, he had no way to access all the surveillance on Heidi Island. So it must be the forces behind them. Heidi Island spans over 1 million square kilometers, with countless cameras. Those old geezers are truly going to great lengths to find me for revenge. How about this? I'll exchange the Tungwu Stone for the points you all possess. What do you say? Yang Jian shifted his tone, grinning as he asked. With all of us combined, we only have about 400,000 to 500,000 points. We could trade for a Tungwu Stone. A profitable deal. Ding Dongyuan's face lit up with a smile, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Are you foolish? He is trapped and has nowhere to run. Why bother with a trade? Zheng Yi shot him an exasperated glare. Yang Jian lowered his gaze to the points list, muttering to himself. The first place Yang Qian has already amassed 600,000 points. Though 400,000 to 500,000 is a bit lacking, it could still secure a spot in the top 10. Do you have a hearing problem? We never said we would trade with you. Zheng Yi fumed. I never intended to truly trade with you. Isn't it better to just rob you? Yang Jian replied earnestly, having only sought to trick them to gauge their points, never expecting them to fall for it so easily. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned, those with slower wits failing to grasp the situation. Gradually, Ding Dongyuan caught on, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Jian as he shouted, How dare you deceive me? Yang Jian, do you truly think you can seize points from so many of us with just your own strength? Sun Tzu shook his head with a disdainful smile. There are over 200 intermediate soul masters here, including 43rd-rank soul masters and 9 4th-rank soul masters. The 3 of them are also 5th-rank soul masters. With such a vast disparity in strength, they genuinely didn't know how they could lose. Yang Jian, uninterested in engaging with these fools, searched for a moment before locating a hidden camera amidst the stone crevices. He understood that someone was certainly watching from behind the lens, so he flashed a provocative smile, saying, You all are so intent on trying to kill me, yet you didn't even do your homework in advance. I have only ever surrounded others. No one has ever surrounded me. I shall gladly accept these hundreds of thousands of points. Zheng Yi's teeth ground together in frustration. Yang Jian, you are utterly arrogant. With over 200 of us here, one slap from each could easily kill you. Ding Dongyuan seethed. Is that so? Yang Jian snapped his fingers, and the Wanhun banner appeared out of thin air. A thick black mist enveloped the area as one puppet after another surged forth from within. Now that he had stepped into the 4th rank, all the puppets had also risen to the 4th rank. The cave was not spacious enough, summoning just over 200 puppets, which occupied the entire space. Yet, even with just over 200, Zheng Yi and the others went pale, rendered speechless by fear. The weaker intermediate soul masters were already contemplating retreat. With over 200 4th-rank opponents against their mere 9, charging in would be tantamount to having their heads smashed. They had thought they were catching fish in a barrel, only to find themselves as the fish. Chapter 63. The killing begins. Are you frightened? I have yet to unleash my full power. Yang Jian, uninterested in wasting time on them, continued to release puppets. With each additional puppet that appeared, they retreated in terror. Gradually, they found themselves at the edge of the cave. Behind them was a nearly 100-meter-high cliff waterfall. Jumping from here would likely result in broken bones or, at worst, death. In either case, it would signify the end of the competition. Watching the ever-increasing number of 4th-rank puppets before them, they felt no inclination to resist whatsoever. A profound sense of powerlessness washed over them, and when someone could no longer bear the pressure, they crushed their teleportation token, leaving Mint giving up the competition, and their points would transfer to Yang Jian. Sun Tzu, what should we do now? They all turned to Sun Tzu, viewing him as their anchor. If they were to obtain the Tungwu stone, they could only resort to underhanded tactics. Sun Tzu's expression darkened as a wild thought crossed his mind. You speak. We shall all heed your words. Upon hearing that there was a plan, Zheng Yi and Ding Dongyuan's hearts lightened immediately. We will join forces against these puppets to draw Yang Jian's attention. Zheng Yi would use his stealth technique to quietly approach Yang Jian, waiting for the perfect moment to strike him down with a poison dagger. Sun Tzu shifted his gaze to Zheng Yi. The stealth technique was created by the Holy Soul Master, boasting a powerful concealment effect. Zheng Yi had mastered this technique to a proficient level, easily evading high-ranked soul masters unless they possessed sensing treasures or techniques, making him very difficult to detect. Killing in the examination grounds would result in the cancellation of all scores, and Yang Jian's identity was not simple. Zheng Yi felt a twinge of fear. With a guardian backing us, what is there to fear? Besides, the surveillance here has been cut off. As long as we keep our mouths shut, who would know if Yang Jian died by our hands? Sun Tzu urged, don't you want the Tungwu stone? If we 3 could acquire this stone, we would definitely have priority in using it. This stone would merely accelerate cultivation for us, but for you, it could facilitate a faster understanding of the stealth technique. Sun Tzu and Ding Dongyuan continued to persuade him. Hearing this, Zheng Yi felt tempted, his gaze firming up as he resolved, all right, let us do it. Everyone, unleash your martial souls. Those who perform excellently, I will personally request rewards from the Guardian. Sun Tzu understood that only invoking the Guardian could suppress the fear within them. Damn it, we are all in. The Guardian is currently monitoring this battle through the surveillance footage. We absolutely cannot disappoint him. Even if we lose, we must lose splendidly. Everyone buoyed themselves as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Over 100 martial souls erupted simultaneously, leaving no visible space within the cave, as puppets and martial souls filled every inch. Following that, everyone unleashed their soul techniques in close proximity, the myriad of colors illuminating the entire cave. The soul power surged, and chaos ensued. The space was simply too confined to accommodate so many puppets and martial souls, leading to confusion where even allies were indistinguishable from foes. This was precisely the scenario Sun Tzu desired. So he turned to Zheng Yi, signaling that it was almost time to act. All right. Zheng Yi activated his stealth technique, immediately disappearing from everyone's sight. Even the surveillance could not capture him. We will take action ourselves to draw Yang Jian's attention. Sun Tzu raised his arm, leading Ding Dongyuan and several 4th-rank soul masters through the throng of puppets, heading straight for Yang Jian. The puppets lacked intelligence and could not utilize soul techniques. In a battle of equal rank, their combat strength was significantly weaker. This charge instilled a surge of confidence in Sun Tzu and the others, dismissing the puppets as nothing special. Together, let us eliminate Yang Jian. With Sun Tzu's command, several of them swiftly advanced towards the corner where Yang Jian was located. 4th soul technique, soul enhancement. Yang Jian smirked disdainfully, his gaze falling upon Zheng Yi. who was hidden among the crowd. His stealth technique could evade everyone present, but it could not deceive Yang Jian. For Yang Jian's understanding of the stealth technique was at a higher level, having reached the small success stage. With just a glance, he could discern Zheng Yi's position. Did he see me? Zheng Yi felt a chill run down his spine, his body tensing involuntarily. No, it's impossible. He must have just happened to glance this way. After all, this is a technique created by the Holy Soul Master. He is merely an ordinary intermediate soul master. It cannot be seen through. Zheng Yi repeatedly reassured himself, then withdrew a poisoned dagger from his storage ring, stealthily maneuvering to approach Yang Jian from the side. The poison on the dagger was incurable, sealing the throat upon drawing blood. With just one strike, he could kill Yang Jian. What the hell? What is going on? Why have these puppets suddenly become so much stronger? I exerted all my strength, yet I cannot slay them. Am I seeing things? A fifth-rank Sun Tzu was being overwhelmed by puppets. Witnessing this scene, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Where are the support? What are they doing? Sun Tzu yelled desperately at those behind him. Suga, our support soul techniques were all cast upon you. The few support-type soul masters sheltered in the center replied weakly. Nonsense. If you all cast your techniques on me, how could I possibly be unable to defeat these mere fourth-rank puppets? Sun Tzu exploded in anger. Yang Jian scoffed, his soul enhancement now boasting an 11-fold amplification. Even if Sun Tzu's strength were to increase by 1 or 2-fold, he would still be no match for the puppets. The Protector Lord is watching us. Everyone, summon all your strength. Sun Tzu shouted hoarsely, rallying the morale of his comrades while also seeking to draw Yang Jian's attention. Only in this way could he create the optimal opportunity for Zheng Yi to make his move. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, fighting desperately. He didn't look this way. The moment had arrived. Hidden in the shadows, Zheng Yi's expression brightened as he gripped his poisoned dagger, lunging towards Yang Jian's back. I've been waiting for you. Yang Jian suddenly spun around, his sharp gaze locking onto Zheng Yi. Roar. The mighty giant elephant bellowed in fury, its colossal form accelerating towards Zheng Yi. With a resounding crash, Zheng Yi was unable to evade. Sent flying several meters away, his body embedded in the stone wall, unable to extricate himself. When did you discover me? Zheng Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Yang Jian in shock. I noticed long ago. Since you chose to strike first with lethal intent, I shall not hold back. First soul skill, soul erosion. Second soul skill, soul refinement. Yang Jian was never one to show mercy. His restraint was merely a prelude. Awaiting a righteous reason to slay this group entirely, now, the reason has arrived. It hurts so much. It feels as though my soul is being torn apart. My hands seem to have a will of their own. Brother Su, save me, save. The battle situation collapsed in an instant. Yang Yao could barely withstand the soul attack, let alone they. In just a fleeting moment, all soul masters below the 4th rank were refined, leaving only lifeless shells standing in place. Chapter 64. The 5th. At this moment, Yang Jian resembled the lord of the underworld. And these puppets were merely the harbingers of death. As they surveyed the sea of corpses surrounding them, the few remaining individuals were rendered dumbfounded. In the face of extreme terror, they lost all ability to act, trembling in place. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Although merely intermediate 4th rank soul masters, the pressure Yang Jian exerted upon them was greater than that of advanced soul masters. Next, it is your turn. Refine. Yang Jian snapped his fingers, and countless bones crawled over the remaining intermediate 4th rank soul masters. Amidst their piercing screams, their souls were incessantly devoured, ultimately refined entirely. Flee, quickly flee. Sun Tzu was the first to react, unhesitatingly retrieving a teleportation token from his storage ring. Terror etched across his face. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. In less than a minute, over 200 intermediate soul masters had been slaughtered. With only the 4 of them left, not fleeing meant certain death. Shatter, shatter for me. Sun Tzu gritted his teeth, attempting to crush the teleportation token, yet found his 5 fingers completely devoid of strength. Looking down, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, his entire body was also covered in bones. The bones were prying apart his fingers, preventing him from crushing the teleportation token. Sun Tzu howled skyward, unleashing his soul power. channeling all his strength into his right hand. As long as he crushed the teleportation token, he could survive. But in the next moment, with a crack, all 5 fingers were snapped. The teleportation token clattered to the ground, and Sun Tzu's pupils constricted, an overwhelming despair flooding his heart. Do not struggle. Today, you shall all perish. Yang Jin's modus operandi was straightforward. If you wish to kill me, then I shall kill you first. If strength is insufficient to slay you now, then I shall return when my power is sufficient. With a snap of his fingers, the souls of the 4 were forcibly extracted from their bodies. Merging into the soul banner. To kill is to loot the spoils. Yang Jin plundered over 200 storage rings. 430,000 points, 5th place. Not bad. A satisfied smile spread across Yang Jin's face as he departed the stone cave. Meanwhile, within the villa, Zhang Xiao and his companions were seething with rage. The 3 quasi-saint powerhouses unleashed their full might, instantly leveling the massive seaside villa to the ground. Should any lower-ranked soul masters have been nearby, they would have been obliterated on the spot. Damn Yang Jin. How dare he kill candidates from my Soul Master Association? This grudge shall not go unpunished. I, Pei Kai, will not be a protector in vain. Pei Kai's heart burned with fury, wishing he could rush into the examination grounds and tear Yang Jin apart. The day the examination concludes shall be the day Yang Jin meets his demise. To kill over 200 candidates, even if he is an imperial prince, he shall face a certain death. Guanfeng spoke fiercely. Point 2 of you, have you not noticed any clues? After regaining his composure, Zhang Xiao began to reflect on the footage captured by the surveillance cameras. What clues? Pei Kai inquired. The bodies. Zhang Zhao's words jolted them from their stupor. Pei Kai and Guanfeng exchanged glances, instantaneously enlightened. The bodies. There are no evident fatal injuries. The over 200 corpses within the stone cave were thus, and the bodies within the Tiantong's secret realm were the same. Moreover, treasures such as the Tungwu stone can only be produced within the Tiantong's secret realm. Coupled with Yang Jin's ability to combat across ranks and his eerie capability to refine other souls and martial souls, the answer seemed to be emerging. He is the one who killed the 9th princess. He is also the one who slaughtered the forces from the 4 factions. The key to the desert world is also in his possession. Pei Kai and Guanfeng spoke in unison. If he truly is the culprit, then it is utterly terrifying, Zhang Xiao exclaimed in shock. Indeed. The 2 nodded in agreement. Yang Jin is only at the 4th rank now. Back when he was in the Tiantong's secret realm, his level must have been far inferior to the present. Yet, he managed to slay so many 9th rank experts. Such means are indeed astonishing. Even quasi-saints would find it incredible. Old Guan, issue an immediate order for the newly appointed hall master of the Soul Pursuit Hall's Jiangnan City branch to head to 7 Middle School. We must extract information about Yang Jin's martial soul from them. The more detailed, the better. This will pertain to our success or failure. Afterwards, we shall inform the Wang and Su families, as they too suffered considerable losses in the Tiantong's secret realm and will certainly not let Yang Jin escape. Zhang Zhao's mind was calm as he formulated a strategy. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Yang Jin's martial soul is exceedingly mysterious, having slain so many 9th rank experts. If we do not ascertain its specific effects, we shall suffer a great loss next time. Understood, Guanfeng nodded, promptly taking out his phone to relay the orders. Meanwhile, Yang Jin's ranking soared, leaping from last place to 5th, causing a tremendous uproar. How did this fellow suddenly rise to 5th? His ranking surpasses even that of the 8th prince, Yang Zhe. Is he also a prince of the imperial clan? I haven't heard of Yang Jin being such a prince. Most likely just a coincidence of sharing the surname Yang. A 3rd-rank soul master is capable of overwhelming numerous 4th and 5th-rank experts, securing 5th place. This fellow is no ordinary individual. He is undoubtedly a dark horse. And those prodigies from the major powers must be feeling the pressure. Ha ha ha, it's Yang Shun. Yang Shun has finally made his move. Yang Shun is the pride of our Jiangnan City, the pride of our 7 Middle School. Yang Shun is amazing. This is what one calls silence before an astounding revelation. The candidates from Jiangnan City were ecstatic upon seeing the ranking on the scoreboard. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Jin had become their spiritual icon, their guiding light. At that moment, a long-haired man dressed in plain clothing, wielding a silver spear, stood at the mountain gorge, gazing at the suddenly appearing name on the scoreboard with mild astonishment. Yang Jin? Why does this name sound somewhat familiar? Your Highness. This person is the son of the cursed soul master who was disavowed by the imperial clan. A candidate flattered. Oh. So he is the one whom father ordered Lao Huang to protect. Yang Qian mused meaningfully. Eldest brother, should we encounter this person in the arena, leave him to me. The 8th prince, Yang Zhe, volunteered. He and the 9th princess, Yang Yao, are siblings from the same mother. Their mother and uncle perished in the cursed soul master war 20 years ago. This person has risen to 5th place in an instant. His strength is formidable, and you may not be his match. Yang Qian shook his head. He is merely a 3rd-rank soul master, while I am a 5th-rank soul master. Plus, with the top-tier yellow-level soul weapon bestowed by the Elder Pavilion, defeating him would be as easy as pie. Yang Zhe exuded confidence. You're impressive, kid. After being silent for so many days, you emerge with a 5th-place ranking. I wonder which unfortunate souls were deprived of their points by you. Lu Fengyun was not particularly surprised. On the contrary, he found it unbelievable that Yang Jian would not break into the top 10. A madman capable of annihilating over 100 intermediate soul masters, including several 9th-rank intermediate soul masters. How could he be weak? If any candidate covets Yang Jian's points, they would truly be courting death. 5th place. Su Shue's beautiful eyes widened. She had initially thought that if Yang Jian could enter the top 100, it would be impressive enough. Yet he turned out to be this astonishingly powerful. As an S-rank support-type soul master, she herself lacked significant combat strength and could only rely on other strong individuals. After all this time, she had merely managed to secure a place among the tens of thousands. In comparison, the disparity was glaring. Chapter 65. The Fall of 7 Middle School. Imperial Clan, Great Hall. Master, good news. The young master has made it into the top 5. Huang Sanjian excitedly presented the latest ranking to the man in the dragon robe. 5th place. With his 3rd-rank strength, reaching this point should be his limit, right? A smile of appreciation appeared on the face of the man in the dragon robe. Regarding Yang Jian, he felt a profound sense of debt. From birth until now, he had never fulfilled a father's responsibilities. When Huang Sanjian suggested going to the examination grounds, he was more worried about causing trouble for Yang Jian and unsure of how to face him. His affection for Yang Jian far exceeded that for his other children. The 4th place is Zhang Kuang from the Zhang family, 3rd place is Wang Zi from the Wang family, and 2nd place is Xiao Yu from the Xiao family. All 3 are 6th-rank soul masters. The 1st place is the 1st prince, Yang Qian, a 7th-rank soul master. With the prowess of a young master, reaching this point is indeed the limit. Huang Sanjian believes he comprehends Yang Jian's capabilities. To defeat a 5th-tier opponent with a 3rd-tier strength and ascend into the top 5, his performance is already on par with the top 4 prodigies. The only disadvantage he faces is the lack of resources and training that his family could have provided him since childhood. In the conference room of number 7 high school, the principal and all the teachers are engrossed in the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. When they see the long-absent Yang Jian suddenly break into the top 5, the atmosphere erupts with joy. Ha ha ha, 5th place. Did you see that? Yang Jian is in 5th place. To emerge from 2 million examinees and secure a position in the top 5, he is nothing short of miraculous. Let us not forget, Yang Jian possesses a divine martial soul. All 4 of his soul skills are extraordinarily powerful, especially the 4th soul skill. To reach the top 5, the soul banner must have captured at least 1 or 2,000 puppets. Right? This implies that Yang Jian can summon 1 or 2,000 3rd-tier puppets, rendering him fearless even in the face of encirclement. In the previous battle at the gymnasium, Yang Jian brought honor to our No. 7 high school, and now, in this college entrance examination battle, our school will gain national fame. Everyone is grinning from ear to ear, their spirits elevated with excitement. Were it not for the knowledge of the truth, one might think they had all won a grand prize of 100 billion. Just then, a series of eerie shadows silently infiltrate the conference room. Be why the time number 7 high school notices. These shadows have already revealed their forms. Each figure is clad in a black robe, wearing a faceless mask, and bearing the emblem of the Pursuit Hall on their chests. Each one exudes an extraordinary aura, at least of high-ranking soul master status, with the leader being an exceptional powerhouse. Pursuit Hall? What do you intend to do? The principal is taken aback. The master of the Pursuit Hall does not respond but instead muses to himself. Yang Jian is a student of your No. 7 high school. When all the students were in seclusion to break through their realms, only you brought Yang Jian into the desolate area for trials. presumably related to his martial soul, right? Speak up. What exactly is the effect of Yang Jian's martial soul that allows him to battle beyond his rank? A teacher from number 7 high school stands abruptly, exclaiming that Yang Jian's martial soul information is classified, and they will not divulge. Before he can finish, the master of the pursuit hall raises his hand and slays him. The head separates from the body, blood splattering everywhere. My patience is limited, and I have no interest in your idle chatter. Every 10 seconds, if I do not hear the answer I seek, one of you will perish. 10, 9. Each number uttered by the master sounds like a death knell. With his extraordinary power and the presence of so many high-ranking soul masters, eliminating the principal and teachers of number 7 high school is as easy as pie. Our number 7 high school has established good relations with the education department, the military affairs department, and the city government. How dare you? In this world, there is nothing the pursuit hall would shy away from. The master interrupts the principal and kills another teacher. Such a brazen act of storming into a school to commit murder is a grave crime. However, as long as there are no witnesses left and no evidence remains, no one can touch them. Moreover, he has 3 quasi-saint powerhouses backing him. What does it matter if there is evidence? Would anyone dare to confront the pursuit hall, the Soul Master Association, or the Adventurers Association for the sake of a mere number 7 high school? Why are you trembling so violently? Are you afraid? If you disclose the effects of Yang Jian's soul skills, I shall guarantee you a chance at survival. The master strides toward a female teacher. No. It is impossible to betray a student. The female teacher, filled with dread, manages to squeeze out these words from her throat, trembling yet resolute. What a pity it is. The master crushes her skull with a single palm. Bang! Her head explodes, blood mingling with brain matter splattering onto the faces of those nearby, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. From the reactions of number 7 high school, it is evident they are fully aware of the effects of Yang Jian's soul skills. The task of gathering intelligence has been personally assigned to the master of the pursuit hall. It must be completed. He cannot believe that so many teachers are unafraid of death. I admire your integrity, but the order from the protector leaves me no choice. The master randomly seizes a teacher's head, his fingers gradually applying pressure. The teacher's eyes bulge, blood oozing from all orifices, the pain unbearable. The others watch as his head is slowly crushed into a grotesque shape. Then, with a bang, yet another head explodes. Number 7 high school lacks substantial foundation. Even their strongest principal is merely a 9th-tier high-ranking soul master. The majority of the teachers possess only mid-tier soul master strength. Now, with the pursuit hall laying siege, they are akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, with no opportunity to resist. Still no one wishes to speak. The master gradually loses patience, the frequency of killings escalating. The conference room is strewn with corpses, blood flowing freely. The heavy stench of blood and the horrifying sight of death make the remaining teachers physically ill, unable to stop themselves from retching. Yet, not a single person betrays Yang Jian. Over 20 years ago, to resist the beast tide, number 7 high school became a beacon among many institutions. Now, to safeguard Yang Jian's secret, they remain unwavering. Kill me. Yang Jian will avenge me. Lu Yu closes her eyes, gallantly facing death. Kill me. Yang Jian will avenge me. Kill me. Yang Jian will avenge me. All the remaining teachers step forward. They once swore an oath with their lives to never disclose even a hint of information regarding the Soul Banner. Now is the time to fulfill that promise. Stubborn and unyielding. Eliminate them all. The master erupts in fury, sweeping his sleeve as he departs the conference room. Dozens of assassins from the pursuit hall spring into action, blades flashing. Moments later, the conference room is devoid of life. Not a single soul remains. Master, what shall we do now that we have not obtained the desired information? A subordinate inquires with concern. Many people in Jiangnan City witnessed all of Yang Jian's soul skills during that battle in the gymnasium. Gathering information should yield some useful insights. The master commands. Understood. The subordinate departs immediately to gather intelligence. Indeed, number 7 high school is a group of resolute individuals. The master glances back at number 7 high school before vanishing into the shadows. That evening, Guanfeng acquired all the information regarding Yang Jian's martial soul from the branch hall master. This includes videos of the battles in the gymnasium and analyses of Yang Jian's every fight. The details are comprehensive, and the deductions are nearly accurate. This boy is truly terrifying. When he was in the desolate area, all the puppets were 4th tier, and during the battle in the gymnasium, they reached 7th tier. Now, they have all become intermediate 4th tier. Should he grow into an extraordinary powerhouse, or even a saint-level warrior, wouldn't he sweep the world single-handedly? Guanfeng's heart quakes, a chill running down his spine. The pursuit hall has annihilated No. 7 high school, and this debt will surely fall upon his shoulders. This child must not be allowed to leave Heidi Island alive. His first 2 soul skills pertain to the soul, the third seems to continuously weaken the target. Yet the 4th soul skill remains elusive to me. Pei Kai furrows his brow. From the recent battles, it appears the enhancement of the 4th soul skill correlates with the number of puppets. 1,000 puppets could yield a 5 to 8-fold increase. Zhang Zhao's assertion is not without merit. The higher the realm, the more difficult the enhancement, and the larger the disparity. This is an unchanging principle. Between 4th tier and 5th tier, there must be a difference of more than 3 times. In that cave battle, Sun Tzu had several auxiliary soul masters backing him, which should have increased his strength by more than double. If his strength increases by more than double, then the gap with the 4th tier would expand to over 6 times. This illustrates just how monstrous Yang Jian's 4th soul skill truly is. To counter Yang Jian, a mere strategy of numbers is futile. We must devise a method of restraint. After Pei Kai finishes speaking, he looks meaningfully at Zhang Xiao. Old Zhang, we are now in the same boat. So let us not hold back. Bring out the town soul tablet. Guanfeng also comes to a realization and speaks directly. The Adventurers Association possesses 3 legacy-level soul weapons, the Black King Scythe, the Town Soul Tablet, and the Stone Sword. Among them, the Town Soul Tablet can suppress souls, rendering it immune to all soul attacks, and all the puppets within the soul banner exist in a soul state. If we entrust this soul weapon to Wang Zi of the Wang family in the examination hall, capturing Yang Jian will be a foregone conclusion. Excellent. After much contemplation, Zhang Xiao ultimately agrees. He then shifts the conversation. His expression serious as he advises, this matter must not be disclosed to the imperial clan. Do you understand my meaning? Pei Kai and Guanfeng nod in understanding. Yang Jian killed the 9th princess within the heavenly communications secret realm. Informing the imperial clan could indeed lead Yang Jian to face insurmountable peril. However, everything he possesses would also fall into the hands of the imperial clan. Old Pei, you have a closer relationship with the education department, so you shall deliver the town soul tablet to the examination hall. Zhang Xiao waves his hand and retrieves the purple town soul tablet from his storage ring. Hand it over to me. Pei Kai nods and first heads to the control room. After obtaining Wang Zi's coordinates, he stealthily enters the examination hall. Wang Zi has just slain a 6th-tier exotic beast when she notices a strange figure appearing before her. Instantly becoming alert, who's there? No need to be alarmed. This protector means no harm. Pei Kai reveals his true form and I pay my respects to the protector. Wang Zi recognizes his identity, startled at first, but after regaining her composure, she immediately bows respectfully. I pay my respects to the protector. The many soul masters following Wang Zi also bow in reverence, their expressions filled with sincerity, their hearts racing with excitement. A protector from the Soul Master Association headquarters, a quasi-saint level powerhouse. Such an eminent figure may be the strongest they encounter in their lifetimes. Protector Pei, you have intruded upon the examination hall? What if you are captured by the cameras? Wang Zi begins, hesitating. This protector has already communicated with the education department in the control room. The cameras on your end will be temporarily disabled. Pei Kai reassures her. Why would you take such a great risk to seek me out? Surely, there must be something of utmost importance, speculated Wang Zi. You remember the tragic incident in the Tiantong secret realm? We have identified the culprit. Pei Kai, concerned about the revelation of secrets, began to communicate discreetly. Who is it? Wang Zi's expression changed dramatically, her beautiful eyes filled with intense murderous intent. Yang Jian, a mere 3rd-tier soul master. How could it possibly be him? It is indeed somewhat perplexing. Yet both I, the protector, and the guardian of the pursuit hall, as well as Zhang, the protector of the Adventurers Association, have consistently deduced that Yang Jian must be the murderer. Here is the information regarding his martial soul. Once you peruse it, the truth will be evident. Wang Zi took the documents from Pei Kai, meticulously flipping through several pages, her pupils suddenly constricting in astonishment. the ability to attack and refine souls. The sustained weakening of range, a direct reduction of power to zero, and the exaggerated enhancement of combat strength. Does such a martial soul truly exist in this world? Wang Zi was left utterly dumbfounded. The might of a divine-level martial soul cannot be comprehended through ordinary reasoning. Pei Kai maintained a serious demeanor, unwilling for Wang Zi to underestimate the forthcoming battle. If Yang Jian is indeed as formidable as the documents suggest, I may not be able to defeat him with my strength. Wang Zi furrowed her brows and shook her head, feeling a hint of pressure merely from reviewing the materials. What if we had this item to assist us? Pei Kai gestured with his hand, producing the soul-suppressing monument, a legacy-level soul weapon. Wang Zi's eyes widened in disbelief, a tempestuous wave surging within her heart. They are even resorting to such artifacts to confront Yang Jian. It seems they have firmly concluded that he is the murderer. Furthermore, during that battle in the Tiantong secret realm, Yang Jian must have seized a plethora of treasures. It is highly likely that the key to the desert world is also in his possession. Remember, eliminate Yang Jian, seize his storage ring, and dispose of his body by feeding it to a beast, erasing all traces. Upon completion of this task, you shall receive the credit. Pei Kai placed his hand on Wang Zi's shoulder. His gaze filled with expectation, but the examination venue is rife with surveillance cameras. If there's no need for concern, I will ensure the control room continuously locates your position. Once you engage with Yang Jian, the control room will immediately disable all cameras. This is his current coordinate. All right, upon hearing this response, Wang Zi felt a surge of confidence. There are numerous secrets surrounding Yang Jian. We must not disclose this matter to the imperial clan. Understood, Pei Kai instructed. Understood. Wang Zi nodded slightly. Well then, the remaining tasks are all entrusted to you. After delivering his final words, Pei Kai vanished from the examination venue. The National College entrance examination is an annual event, drawing the attention of various factions. Should a quasi-saint infiltrate the examination venue for too long, even with the control room providing cover, it would be easy to detect. If there were to be a confrontation, it would be even harder to conceal. Sister Z, we have secured the coordinates. Shall we proceed now? Inquired a fellow examinee. The land of Heidi Island is vast. If Yang Jian is determined to flee, we may not be able to stop him. Alone, the Wang family stands little chance. Immediately contact the Su family and instruct them to act according to my directives. Wang Zi's mind raced, swiftly devising a plan. As days passed and the college entrance examination approached its climax, all examinees entered a frenzy. They either seized others' points or fell victim to point theft themselves. The alliances formed for mutual support among examinees began to fracture at this moment. Chaos reigned everywhere, while Yang Jian was making final preparations to claim the top position. Chapter 67. A million points. Yang Jian looked down upon the trifling points amassed by ordinary examinees. The top 10 candidates are scattered across the vast expanse of Heidi Island, making it unlikely for him to encounter them anytime soon. Thus, Yang Jian concentrated all his efforts on hunting fierce beasts to replenish the puppets of the Wanhun banner. With less than 2 days remaining until the college entrance examination concluded, the resources seized from the Tiantong secret realm had been entirely consumed. Relying solely on comprehension stones would not suffice for a breakthrough to the 5th tier within such a short span. The fastest method to enhance strength was to hunt fierce beasts. Heidi Island, as one of the examination venues, is unlike other desolate areas. Here, the fierce beasts are specially cultivated by the government. Their numbers exceed 1 billion. With over 90% being low-level fierce beasts, the strongest among them are intermediate-level beasts of the 9th tier. Once a fierce beast breaks through to a higher realm, it is immediately exterminated by the military forces guarding Heidi Island. As the competition nears its end, fierce beasts below the 5th tier have been nearly eradicated. Yang Jian thought to himself, pressing onward. As he drew closer to the core area, the corpses and traces of battle visibly diminished. Next, it would be his time to shine. The Wanhun banner billowed in the wind, releasing over 1,000 puppets. With the strength of the 4th tier, dealing with this group of low-level fierce beasts was akin to slicing through vegetables. The ground was littered with corpses, which he frantically refined. From a distance, Yang Jian resembled a demon emerging from hell, shrouded in a peculiar black aura, his chilling presence unsettling. 1,000 clawing puppets floated above him, cloaked in eerie white bones. Especially as he nonchalantly navigated through the forest of corpses, the demonic aura surged to its peak. According to the footage captured by the cameras, his aura at this moment rivaled that of extraordinary powerhouses. Children, upon seeing him, were struck with such fear that they dared not even cry. Why Yang Jian? Are you the Yang Jian from Jiangnan No. 7 High School? At that moment, several examinees halted several hundred meters away from Yang Jian. Too frightened to approach, there's something you need? Yang Jian retorted. We are here on the orders of the esteemed Wang Zi of the Wang family from Beatty. We have come to inform you to immediately proceed to Foaming Mountain to duel with the young lady, or she will eliminate all examinees from Jiangnan City. The fate of Jiangnan City's examinees holds no significance for me, Yang Jian responded, momentarily silencing the Wang family's examinees, who had not anticipated that this tactic would fail to bind him. Was it not said that Yang Jian was deeply loyal? He hails from Jiangnan City. How could he show no concern for his fellow examinees? Seeing their moral coercion ineffective, the examinees quickly shifted to threats. And the Su family from Donghai is also involved. If you refuse to go, you will offend both major families simultaneously. Do you understand the consequences? The Su family is also involved? Yang Jian's expression brightened, instantly piquing his interest. Humph. Both young Lady Wang Zi and young Master Su Kong are at Foaming Mountain. Do you dare not to go? The examinees questioned with cold laughter, a youth without power, influence, or any background. What could he do even if he possessed some strength? An arm cannot twist a thigh. If he dares to offend the Wang and Su families, he will have no place to stand in Xia country henceforth. The examinees from the Wang and Su families should also be present, right? Yang Jian inquired further. Indeed. Very well. Lead the way. Yang Jian readily agreed. Following behind them to Foaming Mountain, it was evident that this was a trap. The Wang and Su families had colluded, using the examinees from Jiangnan City as leverage to target Yang Jian. Could it be that the events of the Tiantong's secret realm have been exposed? But I clearly left no survivors that day. Yang Jian's brows furrowed, racking his brain for an explanation. Though he could not discern the issue, he felt no fear. Based on the points ranking, Wang Zi possessed the strength of the 6th tier, while Su Kong held the 5th tier. Together with the examinees from both families, their numbers would not exceed 50. Meanwhile, after his recent hunting spree, the count of his puppets surged to 1,500. With the enhancement of soul amplification, his combat power had increased 15-fold. Coupled with his numerical advantage, he felt completely unperturbed. The reason he agreed to go to Foaming Mountain was primarily due to the points held by the Wang and Su families. One ranked 3rd, the other 9th. If he were to eliminate them, he would secure 1,000,000 points. At that moment, Yang Jian's total score would soar beyond 1,600,000, placing him in a staggering lead over the 2nd place. Yang Qian, as for rescuing the examinees from Jiangnan City, that was merely a secondary concern. After several hours of frenzied sprinting, he finally reached Foaming Mountain. This was the only mountain over 1,000 meters high on Haiti Island. Due to a large rock at its peak that produces a sound akin to a phoenix's cry when the wind blows, it was aptly named Foaming Mountain. Upon witnessing Yang Jian's arrival, both the Wang and Su family examinees wore grave expressions, standing ready for battle. Tio have entered the top 5 as a 3rd-tier candidate. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. Wang Zi and Su Kong exchanged knowing smiles, revealing the satisfaction of their scheme's success. This mountain, towering at 1,000 meters, had only one path for ascent and descent, and all surveillance cameras had been disabled. In short, from the moment Yang Jian set foot atop the mountain, he had no path for retreat. Yang God has come to save us. I knew it. Yang God would surely come, above and below. Yang God is incredible. The examinees from Jiangnan City, seizing what they perceived to be a lifeline, erupted in joyous fervor. Yang Jian's gaze swept across the crowd, spotting numerous familiar faces, several of whom were from Jiangnan No. 7 High School. Su Shui was among them, but Yang Jian merely glanced at her before averting his gaze. The gap between them had widened considerably. He could only wonder what she felt in her heart. I thought you wouldn't dare come, Wang Zi said with a slight smile, her eyes flashing with icy malice. Since I have come, then release them. Yang Jian discerned something in her gaze. Most likely, the events of the Tiantong's secret realm had been exposed. It was entirely reasonable for the Adventurers Association and the Pursuit Hall to target him, given his long-standing enmity with them. However, the Wang and Su families had no grievances against him apart from the affairs in the Tiantong's secret realm. If his suspicions were correct, this would once again be a life-and-death struggle. Keeping the examinees from Jiangnan City alive would only hinder his performance, of course. Release them. Wang Zi waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to clear a path. Each year, there are casualties during the college entrance examination, some due to accidents, others through intent. As long as the death toll is not excessive, it is of little consequence. However, if several hundred examinees from Jiangnan City were to perish simultaneously, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Wang Zi had no need to kill them all. She merely sought to have Yang Jian pay for his blood debts. We won't leave. We want to stay and fight alongside Yang God. A voice from the crowd stirred a wave of agreement, igniting a chorus of support. You are a multitude, yet not a single intermediate soul master among you. How can you possibly assist me? Begone! Do not hinder my performance, Yang Jian remarked, speechless. Well then, we shall await the triumphant return of Yang at the foot of the mountain. Depart at once. Yang Jian impatiently waved his hand, finally driving this group of candidates down the mountain. Immediately, Wang Zi and Su Kong deftly blocked the descent, as dozens of candidates encircled them. Chapter 68. The soul-suppressing monument indeed. You individuals are remarkably resourceful, effortlessly acquiring my coordinates and arbitrarily severing the examination hall's surveillance. Yang Jian raised his middle finger at the camera. After several generations of toil, what does this trivial privilege amount to? Do not think that merely obtaining your coordinates and disrupting the cameras is impressive. Even if I were to slay you today, it would not stir a ripple. Do you believe that? Wang Zi's lips curled into a confident, disdainful smile. Each force capable of entering the Tian Tong secret realm possesses an ancestral Saint Soul Master, or has previously produced one. Their foundations are profound, their roots solid, and their connections widespread throughout the Great Xia. In their eyes, they are the true masters of this world, while other soul masters are merely NPCs. I bear no grudge against the Wang and Su families, do I? Yang Jian observed their expressions and spoke. What a fine statement of having no grudge. Are we to assume that the deaths of our kin in the Tian Tong secret realm were in vain? Wang Zi's expression darkened, her murderous intent surging. So it has been exposed. Yang Jian grinned coldly, no longer pretending. If they were not to perish, how could you possibly present me with such generous offerings today? Including your lives, I shall claim them all. 10,000 souls banner. Activate. 3rd soul skill. Weaken domain. 4th soul skill. Soul enhancement. 1st soul skill. Soul invasion. 2nd soul skill. Soul refinement. The 4 soul skills were unleashed simultaneously, as Yang Jian aimed for a swift resolution. In an instant, the summit of Foaming Mountain was shrouded in swirling black mist, filled with piercing, sorrowful wails, akin to a hellish realm. The tremendous commotion attracted all nearby candidates, who gathered at the foot of the mountain. Learning that the Wang and Su families were atop, fearful, none dared ascend. Soon after, over 1,000 puppets surged forth, snarling and lunging toward Wang Zi and Su Kong. However, the two remained composed, a hint of derision playing on their faces. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Caw! The crimson phoenix bird let out a shrill cry, its sharp claws aimed directly at Wang Zi's face. If this strike connected, it could cleave her head in half. Just as the crimson phoenix bird closed within half a meter of her, an invisible pressure descended from above, akin to a mountain weighing 1,000,000 tons crashing down upon the bird. With a resounding thud, the crimson phoenix bird was slammed into the rock, creating a large crater, incapacitated and wailing in agony. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Yang Jian was taken aback, over 1,000 puppets in the air were suppressed by some mysterious force. Crashing to the ground, the endless bones surging from the 10,000 souls banner seemed to touch upon some forbidden boundary, shrinking back in rare retreat. What is happening? Yang Jian was utterly bewildered. Since awakening the 10,000 souls banner, he had never encountered such a situation. It was as if something was restraining his martial soul. The information provided by Protector Pei was indeed accurate. The soul-suppressing monument can perfectly counter your divine martial soul. Without these puppets, it is equivalent to stripping you of your claws and fangs, rendering you incapable of unleashing even 1% of your power. Wang Zi waved her hand, revealing a cement-colored, pointed stone tablet in her palm. The words soul-suppressing were engraved in its center. Its aura was profound and heavy, carrying an overwhelming pressure, as though even the soul trembled in response. A heritage-grade soul weapon. Yang Jian's pupils constricted in shock. Previously, in the gymnasium, he had witnessed the heritage-grade soul weapon, the Black King Scythe. Yet the aura of this soul weapon far surpassed that of the Black King Scythe by several magnitudes. Kid, this is one of the 3 heritage-grade soul weapons of the Adventurers Association, the Soul-Suppressing Monument, which ranks several tiers above the Black King Scythe and is specifically designed to counter soul types. Even my intervention would be futile to save you. Admit defeat, young man. Quickly crush the teleportation token and leave the examination ground, lest you lose your life. Old CS spoke with a serious tone. This time genuinely concerned, a premier heritage-grade soul weapon specifically designed to counter souls. To deal with a mere intermediate soul master, the Adventurers Association has truly invested heavily. After the shock, a greedy smile crept across Yang Jin's lips. If he had not awakened his second martial soul, he might have genuinely conceded. However, at this moment, he would not yield. Not only were they offering points, but they were also providing a heritage-grade soul weapon. It almost made him feel embarrassed. Moreover, this was the National College Entrance Examination competition, with countless eyes focused on this place. The Adventurers Association would surely not dare to make a scene, in other words. If Yang Jin were to seize the soul-suppressing monument, the Adventurers Association could only bitterly swallow their anger. How perceptive of you, to recognize that this is indeed a heritage-grade soul weapon. Now, you are left with only your 3rd soul skill available. A continuous area-wide weakening, but you will not survive until we are completely diminished. Wang Zi sneered coldly, eager to witness Yang Jin display a panicked demeanor. However, Yang Jin's face bore only a smile. To counter me, not only did you borrow the soul-suppressing monument, but you also meticulously investigated all my soul skills. You truly put in considerable effort. I am genuinely impressed by your composure. Smiling even when your martial soul is completely suppressed. Oh, by the way, allow me to remind you that a special formation has been pre-arranged at the summit. The teleportation tokens are rendered useless. Currently, your only exit is death. Wang Zi's gaze bore down on Yang Jin, unwavering. Expressions can be feigned. One can pretend to be calm. Yet the fleeting emotions in the eyes cannot lie. She did not believe that Yang Jin could remain so collected knowing he faced certain death. You have woven your own web, and that is precisely what you are. Yang Jin appeared relaxed, brimming with confidence. His divine martial soul, the 10,000 souls banner, was suppressed. But he still possessed the divine martial soul. The primordial golden dragon, stubbornness, attack. Wang Zi, exasperated, commanded the assault. Simultaneously, outside the examination hall, in a newly constructed villa, 5 men observed the surveillance footage, laughing heartily and raising their glasses in celebration. Besides Zhang Xiao, Guanfeng, and Pei Kai, there were also powerful members from the Su and Wang families. After all, having borrowed Wang Zi and Su Kong, it was only right to keep these 2 families informed, sharing the benefits upon success. Once Yang Jin is dead, I can finally breathe easy. Otherwise, this young man would surely become a future threat. Guanfeng drained his glass of red wine. Guardian Guan, we owe you a debt of gratitude for sending someone to gather intelligence from the 7th high school. Otherwise, how could we have discerned Yang Jin's weaknesses? You must take the lead in credit. Pei Kai complimented. Alas, I merely issued an order. The true mastermind behind it all is Guardian Zhang. Guanfeng shifted his gaze to Zhang Xiao beside him. Guardian Zhang is indeed astute and has presented the soul-suppressing monument, a pinnacle heritage-grade soul weapon, truly deserving of great merit. Let us toast to Guardian Zhang. The others raised their glasses in unison. Since this is the combined effort of our 5 families, the resulting benefits shall naturally be divided among us. Zhang Zhao's words were meticulously crafted, eliciting delight from the other 4. While he spoke of credit and merit, when it came time to divide spoils, anyone daring to take more than their fair share would surely face wrath. At this moment, what they yearned for more than anything was not only the Enlightenment Stone in Yang Jin's possession, but also the key to the desert world. This was the key to restraining the imperial clan and the means to share in the treasures of the former Qin. As long as the key remained in their hands, even if the day came when Yang Jin's death was exposed, the imperial clan would intervene to shield them from trouble. Chapter 69. Twin martial souls kill. The candidates from the Wang and Su families unleashed their martial souls, launching a barrage of soul skills toward Yang Jin. The momentum was overwhelming, as if they intended to obliterate the entire mountaintop. At the foot of the mountain, numerous candidates witnessed this spectacle. Knowing the battle had commenced, and could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Yang Jian. The Wang family of the north and the Su family of the east both had ancestral Saint Soul Masters in their ranks, with profound foundations and formidable strength. Among them, Wang Zi's martial soul was the SS-grade Frost Giant, while Su Kang's martial soul was the SS-grade Demon God Warblade, both considered exceptional among their peers. The martial souls were suppressed by the soul-suppressing monument. He truly possesses no means of resistance. Wang Zi's lips curled into a confident smile, certain of victory. Strange, why do I hear the sound of a dragon's roar? Am I hallucinating? Su Kang turned his head in bewilderment. No, I hear it too. Wang Zi's expression tightened, instinctively recalling the Imperial clan. This year's college entrance examination competition has seen the Imperial clans Yang Qian and Yang Zhe perform exceptionally well. Should they intervene in this battle, Yang Jian's predicament would be dire, yet the object in his possession would be difficult to retain. Above us, Su Kang looked up at the sky, his pupils suddenly narrowing. The primordial golden dragon? The Imperial clan has indeed intervened. Wang Zi's expression darkened, filled with reluctance yet helplessness. Following their gaze, they beheld a massive dragon's head breaking through the clouds, roaring angrily at the crowd atop the mountain. With a 100-meter-long dragon body, covered in golden scales and 9 sharp claws, a vast and overwhelming sense of oppression erupted, as if the opponent standing before them was not human, but a deity. Third soul skill, Dragon's Domain. Yang Jian snapped his fingers, and a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. Expanding outward from his center, it created a domain with a radius of 1,000 meters, perfectly covering the mountaintop. The golden dragon's domain intertwined with the black weakened domain, presenting an eerie bronze hue. Simultaneously, all negative effects were lifted, and his soul power was replenished to its peak state. Second soul skill, Dragon Goddess Power. As the words fell, the primordial golden dragon's body swelled, its 9 claws visibly growing larger and stronger. The claws are sharp as blades, with a robust skeletal structure enveloped in layers of muscle brimming with explosive power. Just the sight of them instills no doubt that such a strike could shatter gold and split stone. Roaring, after accumulating 2 buffs, the primordial golden dragon roars ferociously at the crowd. It circles in the air, shielding Yang Jian from all soul technique assaults. Apart from Wang Zi and Su Kang, the other candidates are all below the 4th rank, with the 4th rank being exceptionally scarce. This level of damage is utterly insufficient to breach the terrifying physical defenses of the primordial golden dragon. A dragon-type martial soul. He possesses a dual martial soul. How could he possibly have a dual martial soul? Judging by its aura, it is at least on par with Yang Qian's SSS-level primordial golden dragon. The candidates from the Wang and Su families are instantly dumbfounded. The soul suppression monument can only counter soul-type entities and is ineffective against the primordial golden dragon. Coupled with Yang Jian's 4th-rank prowess, eliminating them would be a mere afterthought. When I first perused the data, I found it peculiar. Yang Jian is the son of the Summer Emperor and Lu Wanxian. How could he possibly not awaken the Imperial family's primordial golden dragon or the Lu family's 10,000 beasts banner? It turns out he possesses a dual martial soul. Su Kang gritted his teeth, feeling a hint of pressure. So what if he has a dual martial soul? The effects of the primordial golden dragon's soul techniques are known far and wide. We have the advantage of time, place, and people. Can we not triumph over him? Wang Zi is the backbone of this group. She knows well that the more critical the moment, the more she must inspire morale. Otherwise, if Yang Jian escapes and the conspiracy to manipulate the competition and commit murder is revealed, the Wang and Su families will face dire consequences. Now trapped in a situation where they must fight, they must strike hard. The Dragon Domain can immunize against all negative effects, and auxiliary soul masters need not waste soul power weakening Yang Jian. The power of the Dragon God can enhance the primordial golden dragon's strength by 50%. Soul masters below the 4th rank need not recklessly engage and risk additional casualties, but should instead persistently harass from a distance and deplete Yang Jian's soul power. Su Kang, both of us are protected by yellow-grade soul weapons. And with auxiliary boosts, enduring a few strikes from the Dragon Spike is entirely feasible. This battle shall still be ours to win. Wang Zi's analysis invigorates the crowd. Indeed, with the 6th rank Wang Zi and the 5th rank Su Kang leading, can they really fear a 4th rank? What of the primordial golden dragon? They too possess formidable S-level martial souls. The boy hides his depths well. Even I was unaware that he possessed a dual martial soul. Judging by its aura, this boy's primordial golden dragon seems even stronger than the aged members of the imperial family. It appears that he is not to be underestimated. Lao Xie is secretly astonished. Regarding Yang Jian with newfound respect, the weakening domain has a persistent effect. We can no longer delay. Let us strike together. Frost Giant, arise. Demon God Battle Blade, manifest. Wang Zi and Su Kong simultaneously summon their martial souls. They exchange glances, charging towards Yang Jian, one on the left and one on the right. Meanwhile, dozens of candidates unleash their soul techniques to divert Yang Jian's attention while simultaneously draining his soul power. The synergy between both forces appears promising, but Yang Jian's lips curl into a mocking smile. An ordinary SSS-level primordial golden dragon is bound to lose. Unfortunately, I am divine. First soul technique, Dragon Spike. The primordial golden dragon roars, its sharp claws dancing wildly as dozens of bony spikes descend with a howl. The sound of air being sliced rings out, creating visible waves in the atmosphere. First soul technique, Demon God Possession. Su Kong bellows, black flames erupting around him. In an instant, his pupils turn entirely black, and his body becomes encased in armor as dark as ink. Upon using Demon God Possession, his strength increases by 20%, and he gains the Demon God Armor, enhancing his defense by at least 50%. Auxiliary Enhancement. Wang Zi commands. Second Soul Technique, Triple Barrier. First Soul Technique, Physical Enhancement. First Soul Technique, Defense Boost. The effect of Dragon Spike is a guaranteed hit at full power, unavoidable, demanding raw physical endurance. Buzzing. Several beams of light flicker, and Su Kang's confidence surges. At this moment, his physical defense is boosted at least twofold. And combined with the armor's protection, he can easily withstand the Dragon Spike unleashed by a fourth-rank Soul Master. Wang Zi is also not idle. She attacks Yang Jian from the side, deploying her second soul technique, Ice Frost Spear. As her voice falls, a 6-meter-long ice spear, as thick as an adult's arm, materializes in the Frost Giant's hand. The Frost Giant prepares to throw, gathering strength before launching it forcefully at Yang Jian. Whoosh! This strike is immensely powerful, capable of obliterating anything in its path, even piercing the air. Should it hit, the frail human body would be utterly shattered. Master. Yang Jian remains calm, snapping his fingers. The primordial golden dragon roars, spiraling down to shield Yang Jian within its embrace. The strength of the dragon lies not only in its monstrous soul techniques, but also in the inherent might of the martial soul itself. Especially after invoking the power of the dragon god, its strength is doubled. Alas, the 10,000 Souls Banner's soul enhancement cannot bolster the primordial golden dragon. Otherwise, it would rampage uncontrollably. Chapter 70. Divine Dragon Spike Come. As the Dragon Spike approaches, Su Kong not only shows no fear but rather a frenzied gleam fills his black eyes. You have only this one opportunity to strike. After this, I shall personally sever your head with the Demon God Battle Blade. Bang, bang, bang. The outermost 3 layers of defense barriers shatter explosively. Dozens of dragon spikes converge, aiming directly at Su Kang's heart. Bang, thud. The moment the dragon spike strikes Su Kong, his once straight body bends like a bow. The confidence etched on his face evaporates. A grand opportunity lies before us. Bear with it a moment longer. The crowd earnestly reassured him, fearful that a momentary lapse of judgment might jeopardize their grand endeavor. To thoroughly placate the formidable members of the Su family, Zhang Xiao solemnly vowed, Old Su, rest assured. Even if Yang Jian manages to leave the examination grounds alive, we shall ensure he does not depart from Heidi Island unscathed. Do you possess a means? The Su family warrior questioned, his skepticism evident. Of course, Zhang Xiao replied, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Within the examination arena, Lady Wang Zi inquired, what shall we do now? Shall we continue the fight? With Su Kang's demise, the Su family candidates are left leaderless, their resolve wavering. We must fight. Why should we not? Yang Jian has unleashed numerous soul techniques. His internal soul power must be nearly depleted. If we merely persist a little longer, we shall surely vanquish him. Do you not covet the resources he possesses? Do you not desire vengeance for Su Kong? Wang Zi rallied the spirits of the crowd once more. Yet this time, her efforts bore less fruit, for Su Kang's lifeless body lay before them, I shall lead the charge. What is there to fear? Wang Zi proclaimed, her fury palpable as she glared at the assembly. The imposing aura of a sixth-rank soul master momentarily stilled them. Fists clenched, they steeled themselves to advance. I truly admire your fearless courage, yet alas, it is a grim misconception that one can attain victory merely by embracing the inevitability of death. First soul technique, Dragon Spike. Yang Jian snapped his fingers, unleashing a barrage of dragon spikes. Support me. First soul technique, Frost Barrier. Wang Zi stepped forth, her hair billowing as she summoned the frost giant. The temperature plummeted, encasing the ground in a thick layer of ice. However, upon contact with Yang Jian, the ice melted at an alarming rate, vanishing as if it had encountered a natural predator. The realm of dragons grants immunity to all negative effects. Within my domain, no other realm can manifest. Yang Jian smiled faintly as dozens of dragon spikes scattered towards the candidates. Target the support first, with the might of the dragon god empowering him. The Hunyuan golden dragon's strength surged by 100%, its power attributes amplifying by 1,000%. The dragon spikes not only struck with full force, but also bypassed any form of defense. One strike was sufficient to slay Su Kong. Dispatching this throng would be a mere formality. In a heartbeat, the candidates from the Wang and Su families were pierced through their chests by the dragon spikes, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Blood splattered, and dozens of corpses fell in unison. Wang Zi's expression twisted with rage, her cheeks twitching as fury surged within her like a raging inferno. The frost giant, sensing her wrath, roared with renewed vigor, its immense fists raised against the Hunyuan golden dragon. Yang Jian, you are indeed formidable. Despite your mere fourth-rank status, you have forced me into this predicament. Truly, you are one of a kind in this nation. But alas, this is where your journey ends, Wang Zi declared, her finger poised. The frost giant obeyed her command, launching itself into the air after a brief run-up, its colossal fists descending towards the Hunyuan golden dragon with tremendous force. The simplicity of the strike belied its incredible power. The Hunyuan golden dragon spiraled in the air, executing a counterattack with a sweeping tail. The collision of these behemoths unleashed pure physical force, sending pebbles flying and uprooting nearby flora. The massive boulder at the edge of the mount trembled, emitting a melodious cry. The frost giant was pushed back several steps, leaving Wang Zi shocked and incredulous. The frost giant, classified as an SS-level martial spirit, possessed unparalleled strength. Coupled with her sixth-rank prowess, how could her blow not prevail? Is this truly an SS-level Hunyuan golden dragon? Regaining its footing, the frost giant launched another punch. Just as it was about to connect, the frost giant suddenly released its grip and embraced the Hunyuan golden dragon. You have fallen for my ruse, third soul technique, Frost Ray. The frost giant unleashed a terrifying roar. A torrent of frigid air flowing forth, coalescing into a formidable blue beam under the influence of its soul power. At such close range, evasion was impossible. The power would be exponentially greater. Yang Jian smiled. Unfazed, with the clash of soul techniques evolving into close combat, he anticipated Wang Zi's treachery. Enhanced by tenfold dragon god power, he easily broke free from the frost giant's grasp. The Hunyuan golden dragon writhed, gradually extricating itself from the icy embrace. 9 sharp claws, akin to daggers, plunged into the frost giant's body, carving deep gashes from below. In agony, the frost giant relinquished its hold, and the Hunyuan golden dragon spiraled once more, delivering a tail strike to the back of the frost giant's head. The explosive force sent the formidable creature staggering forward. Almost simultaneously, the frost ray was fully charged and unleashed. The devastating power rained down upon the ground, causing the entire foaming mountain to tremble. The vibrations at the peak were especially pronounced, with dust and debris flying as if an earthquake had struck. The boulder capable of producing melodious sounds tumbled down from the summit. Wang Zi's expression darkened, her fury reaching a boiling point. She had never endured such humiliation in battle, particularly against a mere fourth-rank soul master. Yang Jian, continuously summoning 2 martial spirits and deploying numerous soul techniques, must surely be running low on soul power. Before the weakening domain completely diminishes my strength, I will assuredly eliminate you. Second soul technique, Frost Spear. Third soul technique, Frost Ray. Wang Zi desperately unleashed her soul techniques. The frost giant rose from the ground, roaring as it hurled ice spears, followed by a barrage of rays. If clever tactics cannot secure victory over Yang Jin, then brute force shall prevail. As a sixth-rank soul master, she possessed a more robust reservoir of soul power, holding an advantage in all aspects. Even if it came down to attrition, she could outlast Yang Jin. The dual martial spirits did indeed consume vast amounts of energy. Yet I possess infinite soul power. First soul technique, Dragon Spike. Yang Jin grinned widely, exuding confidence. Swish, 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 dozens of dragon spikes hurtled downward, piercing the frost giant's formidable form and closing in on Wang Zi. Her pupils dilated in horror as she turned to flee. Yet, the dragon spike's unique ability to guarantee 100% strike rate rendered escape futile. She was no match for their speed. With no choice left, Wang Zi gritted her teeth and poured all her remaining soul power into her yellow-grade armor. In an instant, the armor radiated with brilliance, enveloping her in a cloak of violet light. This was the superior yellow-grade purple demon armor, impervious even to the full force of a 9th-rank soul master's attack. To kill me? Such a foolish dream. Wang Zi proclaimed, her confidence soaring, convinced that Yang Jin's dragon spikes represented his final, desperate gambit. If she could withstand this blow, Yang Jin would be drained of power, leaving him as easy prey for her to dispatch. Is that so? Yang Jin flicked his finger. With a resounding bang, Wang Zi was sent flying like a broken kite, tumbling across the ground until she smashed into a boulder. Coughing up blood, Wang Zi looked down at her chest. Although the purple demon armor had blocked the dragon spike's assault, seemingly inflicting no damage, she could not comprehend why dozens of terrifying forces had penetrated the armor and struck her flesh. Su Kong had the aid of a support soul master to fortify his body, yet that had merely shattered his heart. In her case, her entire ribcage was shattered, her organs reduced to a pulpy mass within her. Behind her, dozens of crimson stains seeped from her wounds, staining the rocks beneath her. Why is this happening? Each word she uttered was accompanied by blood spewing from her lips. Since you are destined to perish, it matters not if I reveal the truth. My dragon spikes differ from those of other imperial descendants. In addition to guaranteeing 100% strike rate, they also bypass all defenses, Yang Jin whispered softly, leaning closer to her ear. Bypass defenses? Upon hearing those 4 words, the dying Wang Zi's eyes widened in shock. 100% strike rate had already established the Hunyuan Golden Dragon as the pinnacle of SSS-level martial spirits. Now, with the added ability to ignore defenses, it was almost unfathomable. Despair enveloped her heart. Only then did she comprehend the true terror of Yang Jin. Yet, she was unwilling to meet her end here. She sought to crush the teleportation talisman to escape, but suddenly remembered that they had long set up a formation to prevent Yang Jin's flight. In this moment, she finally understood the meaning behind Yang Jin's words about weaving oneself into a trap. An SS-level frost giant, such a valuable asset. Yang Jin leisurely approached the soul-settling monument, greedily eyeing the frost giant. With the mysterious power's suppression lifted, over 1,000 puppets sprang to life. As he activated his second soul technique, an endless stream of bones surged forth from the 10,000 souls banner, effortlessly drawn in for refinement. 1,000,000 points for me, and so many resources, plus a legacy-level soul weapon. How could I possibly refuse? Yang Jin, addressing the camera, feigned modesty as he unapologetically relieved everyone of their storage rings. Once he had gathered the spoils, he chuckled. Zhang Xiao, old man, I know you are surely watching me from behind the camera. I once vowed to reclaim what belongs to me from the Adventurers Association, and this soul-settling monument is merely the beginning. I intend to seize all 3 legacy-level soul weapons from your Adventurers Association. Chapter 72. The Arrival of the Summer Emperor. Damn it. Zhang Xiao seethed with rage, his eyes bulging. The pressure of a quasi-saint erupted forth, causing the 2 extraordinary figures from the Wang and Su families to blanch. Their bodies compelled to kneel before him. A formidable guardian of the Adventurers Association headquarters, a powerful figure at the quasi-saint level, has lost the soul tombstone. Moreover, he has been publicly challenged by a mere fledgling youth. This is utterly outrageous. Every cell within Zhang Xiao seems on the verge of exploding, yearning to rush into the examination hall and crush every bone of Yang Jin, ensuring he meets a painful demise in despair. Only then could his hatred be assuaged. Calm down, old Zhang, Pei Kai interjected, waving his hand to dissipate the oppressive aura and shield the experts from the Wang and Su families. The soul tombstone has been lost. How can I remain calm? Zhang Xiao retorted angrily. Pei Kai found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. The atmosphere within the villa plummeted to a freezing point, stifling and suffocating. The Su family experts stood in a corner, sneering. They had just lost a son and were urged to endure. Yet now, with the soul tombstone gone, they instantly understood the pain. It is all due to your erroneous intelligence that dozens of our examinees perished. You must take responsibility for this, the Wang family expert countered defiantly, showing no respect even to the quasi-saint. What do you mean by that? Are you blaming me? Guanfeng's anger flared instantly. Isn't it true? Had I known Yang Jian possessed a twin martial soul, I would not have allowed Wang Zi and the others to perish in vain. You must be held accountable, the Wang family's expert glared back. Unflinching, Wang, have I granted you face? Dare to repeat that? Guanfeng pointed an accusatory finger at the Wang family expert, the quasi-saint's aura surging, a confrontation imminent. In this critical moment, Pei Kai stepped in between the two. Hands pressed down in a gesture of reassurance. Everyone, let us remain calm. We are all in the same boat. Capsizing benefits no one. Moreover, not only have your families suffered losses, but our elite members dispatched have also perished at the hands of Yang Jian. Pei Kai's gaze shifted to Zhang Xiao. Old Zhang, did you not say earlier that even if Yang Jian left the examination hall alive, you had a way to ensure his death on Heidi Island? These surveillance recordings captured the entirety of Yang Jian's massacre of the examinees. With a bit of editing, we can release it to the media and then stir public opinion. How could Yang Jian possibly survive? Zhang Zhao's expression darkened, never having considered that eliminating a mere intermediate soul master would require such elaborate planning. This is an excellent idea. The director of the education division in the control room, Old Kuei, is my close friend. With his assistance for cover, even if Yang Jian jumped into the Yellow River, he could not wash away his sins. Pei Kai could pinpoint Yang Jian's location, access all surveillance footage, and infiltrate the examination hall, all thanks to Old Kuei's support. Only those who have wronged you truly understand the depths of your grievance. Yang Jian's special identity means that since assassination is impossible, we must resort to this more troublesome method to eliminate him. Once the video is released, he will undoubtedly incite public ire. Not even the Summer Emperor could save him. Most importantly, the Elder Council of the Imperial Clan does not favor Yang Jian and will likely provide silent assistance in this matter. First place. Yang Shun has taken first place. Ha ha ha, 167,000 points, an unprecedented lead. This year's National College Entrance Examination champion is none other than Yang Shun. The leaderboard displayed that despite Yang Jian being merely a third-tier intermediate soul master, how could he possibly surpass a multitude of 6th and 7th-tier soul masters? Is there a bug in the system? Otherwise, it is inexplicable. Stop viewing Yang Shun through the lens of the mundane. He is a deity, do you not understand? At the foot of Foaming Mountain, the discussions buzzed continuously, with the most exuberant being the examinees from Jiangnan City, particularly those from the 7th High School. Their joy so immense they could hardly contain it. Unbeknownst to others, those from other regions dared not provoke the examinees from Jiangnan City out of fear of Yang Jian. How intriguing! This fellow has actually defeated Wang Zi and Su Kong. Ascending to the top position, Zhang Kuang, do you not wish to meet this fellow? This lad has snatched away Yang Qian's first place. It seems we shall not have the opportunity to act. But witnessing the duel between the two Yangs is indeed a fortunate event. Hee, you think alike. Let us go. Xiao Yu and Zhang Kuang promptly gathered their entourage and made their way toward Foaming Mountain. Although Heidi Island is vast, the core area is relatively small. The fierce battle that had just erupted on Foaming Mountain had drawn all soul masters in the vicinity. Not only Xiao Yu and Zhang Kuang, but Yang Qian was also hastening toward this direction. Big brother, how did this fellow achieve this? As Yang Zhe traveled, observing the fluctuations in the leaderboard, he was momentarily bewildered. Twin martial souls, Yang Qian spoke solemnly. Are you saying that Yang Jian possesses twin martial souls? What is his second martial soul? Yang Zhe gasped in astonishment. Hunyuan Golden Dragon. Yang Qian furrowed his brow, gazing toward Foaming Mountain. Earlier, the distance was too great, and the mountaintop was shrouded in dark mist, making it impossible to see clearly, yet he sensed the aura of the Hunyuan golden dragon and its dragon's roar. All the imperial clan's offspring participating in the entrance examination were beside him. If anyone were to summon the Hunyuan golden dragon, it could only be Yang Jian. Only those with twin martial souls could possibly bridge the vast power disparity to defeat Wang Zi and Su Kong. He is merely a discarded waste of the imperial clan. How could he possibly possess twin martial souls? The second martial soul is even the Hunyuan golden dragon. Big brother, are you mistaken? Yang Zi's eyes widened in disbelief. The other imperial clan offspring also wore expressions of skepticism. Twin martial souls were exceedingly rare. Both types of twin martial souls are immensely powerful, making such occurrences even rarer. Once such a prodigy appears, they are destined to leave an indelible mark in history. Soon, the truth would be revealed. Yang Qian quickened his pace. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the man in the dragon robe and Huang Sanjian gazed at Yang Jian, who had suddenly surged to first place, their faces devoid of smiles, instead filled with ire. Such a spectacular battle has stirred such a commotion, drawing throngs of people to the foot of the mountain. There is no reason for the control room not to broadcast this battle's footage. Unless there is something amiss, old Huang, the man in the dragon robe, waved his long robe and descended from the dragon throne. Old servant understands. I shall arrange it immediately. Huang Sanjian nodded in comprehension. Shortly thereafter, a private jet took off from the imperial clan, heading toward Heidi Island. He was reluctant to appear at the examination venue, fearing it might attract trouble for Yang Jian and provoke the ire of other imperial clan disciples. Now, an inevitable confrontation between Yang Jian and the imperial clan was on the horizon. More importantly, someone on Heidi Island intended to lay a dark hand on Yang Jian, which he absolutely could not allow. Not long after the two departed, Yang Fu emerged from the shadows, instructing a nearby disciple. Gather the elders and prepare to head to Heidi Island. Understood. The disciple nodded and immediately set about making arrangements. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. A glimmer of determination shone in Yang Fu's weathered eyes. Chapter 73. Yang Zi, Big Brother. Allow me to handle this. At this moment, atop foaming mountain, Yang Jian pondered. Are these individuals not all promising talents cultivated by various factions? Why is each of them so impoverished? He opened over 250 storage rings, only to find the resources accumulated fell short of a mere tenth of what he had harvested in the Tiantong secret realm. Leaving him feeling disheartened, do they not refine their resources before the competition, striving for higher realms? Are they saving them for post-competition use? Old Xie remarked, speechless. That seems to make sense. Yang Jian nodded in sudden realization. With such a large collection of storage rings, totaling around 300 to 400, even selling them would yield a substantial sum. Subsequently, Yang Jian toyed with the cement-colored soul tombstone, feeling its weight in his hands. Its aura was profound and thick, reminiscent of an ancient artifact. Old Xie, why do I feel this item is somewhat lackluster now that I possess it? I yearned for it before, yet having obtained it, it seems rather ordinary. Yang Jian expressed his concern. A top-tier legacy soul artifact is lackluster? If I were at my peak, possessing this soul tombstone, I would demonstrate its might. The artifact's effect resembles that of your second soul skill. Unfortunately, only those above the extraordinary level can truly unleash its power. Just moments ago, that girl named Wang Zi couldn't even activate the soul tombstone, merely suppressing your puppet with a wisp of aura. Upon hearing old Xie's explanation, Yang Jian immediately regarded the artifact with newfound respect. It is indeed a good item, but alas, it cannot be utilized at present. However, I cannot part with it. Otherwise, it may become a weapon against me. Let us depart. Down the mountain. Yang Jian brushed off the dust from his clothing and strode down the mountain with confidence. Upon reaching the foot, he was met with a throng of people, stretching as far as the eye could see. The core area examinees had all been drawn to the commotion of the battle, and as time passed, the crowd grew larger. They say Yang Shun is coming down. A voice erupted from the crowd. In an instant, the onlookers surged forward, flocking toward Yang Jian. Startled, Yang Jian felt a shiver run down his spine as the Wanhun banner quietly resurfaced, with over 1,000 puppets stirring restlessly. This is the Yang Shun from the 7th High School in Jianan City. He is also this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. I attend the same school as him. I must inform you all that Yang Shun is single. Yang Shun is so handsome and so powerful. I wish to marry him. The most fervent were the female soul masters. What was supposed to be a national college entrance examination had transformed into a star-chasing event. At that moment, a furious voice resounded through the crowd. Have you all lost your minds? Dare to obstruct the path of the imperial clan? Clear the way. The crowded throng parted, creating a pathway as Yang Zhe and others emerged. As they appeared, the scene fell silent. Many gazes shifted from Yang Jian to Yang Qian. Isn't he the grand prince of the imperial clan, Yang Qian? It is said that he has already attained the rank of 7th-tier intermediate soul master at the tender age of 18. He is the first 7th-tier soul master to date. So impressive. I wonder who is stronger between him and Yang Jian. Yang Jian is merely a dark horse, while Yang Qian is undoubtedly a true prodigy. You are absolutely correct. Yang Qian has enjoyed the finest resources of the imperial clan from a young age, whereas Yang Jian possesses nothing and indeed pales in comparison to Yang Qian. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Yang Qian's gaze fixated on Yang Jian. He discerned at a glance that Yang Jian's aura was formidable, inquiring, "Surely, you are not merely at the 3rd rank?" "Indeed, I have reached the 4th rank," Yang Jian responded, scrutinizing Yang Qian in turn. Unlike any adversary he had previously encountered, Yang Qian exuded a calm and restrained demeanor, reminiscent of a mountain. His mere presence commanded respect without anger, showcasing the regal aura of the first prince. Although he had made no hostile moves and his gaze held no malice, Yang Jian still sensed a subtle pressure emanating from him. You are indeed powerful. Were our positions reversed, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. Yang Qian remarked with self-deprecation, as if, under any circumstances, you would not be my opponent. Yang Jian retorted with a smirk, his hands raised in a gesture of dismissal. Yang Qian's audience looked on. Brother, there is no need for you to intervene. I can handle him myself, Yang Zhe volunteered confidently. Do not underestimate him, Yang Qian, perceiving Yang Zhe's ulterior motives, his desire for the over 1 million points and the 1st rank, warned. Yet, Yang Zhe was certainly no match for Yang Jian. It was a perfect opportunity for him to make the first move and gauge Yang Jian's capabilities. Rest assured. How could I possibly lose to a discarded member of the imperial clan? Yang Zhe declared, a confident smile gracing his lips as he summoned his martial soul. With a roar, the Hunyuan golden dragon descended, its thunderous growl reverberating through the air. Its immense form loomed in the sky, instilling a sense of insignificance in all present. Today, they witnessed the power of the imperial clan firsthand. First soul skill, soul erosion. Yang Jian snapped his fingers, unleashing 1,000 puppets from the Wanhun banner, viciously charging towards the Hunyuan golden dragon. A mere parlor trick. This prince need not even deploy a soul skill. The physical strength of the Hunyuan golden dragon alone can obliterate these puppets. In front of the gathered crowd and multiple cameras, Yang Zhe struck a pose of invincibility. The Hunyuan golden dragon trembled, its roar echoing across the heavens. 9 sharp claws lunged forward, charging into the swarm of puppets with an unstoppable force. What was expected to be a tiger entering a flock of sheep quickly turned into sheep encircling a tiger, as 1,000 puppets surrounded it entirely. With a devastating howl, the Hunyuan golden dragon suffered grievously, golden scales shedding like leaves, revealing its flesh beneath. Golden blood streamed down its skin, pooling on the ground. It struggled to break free, to escape, but it was too late. Witnessing this, Yang Zhe was dumbfounded. This was not how he had envisioned it. Moreover, the puppets were not only assaulting the physical form of the Hunyuan golden dragon, but also tearing at its very soul. Once the soul was damaged, it would take a considerable time to recover. Second soul skill, Dragon Goddess Power. Third soul skill, Dragon S Domain. First soul skill, Dragon Spike. Yang Zhe exerted all his strength to unleash his soul skills, yet it proved futile. As he watched the Hunyuan golden dragon weaken under the relentless assault, Yang Zhe, forced to swallow his pride, shouted at Yang Qian, Brother, help me. Must we turn against our own kin? Stand down. Yang Qian stepped forward, adopting a lecturing tone as he positioned himself before Yang Jian. While it is true that we share blood, when did you ever consider me one of your kin? Yang Jian countered, showing no signs of relenting. Brother, why waste words on him? Attack? Yang Zhe was now in a state of panic. Yang Jian, cease your actions now, and I may grant you another chance. Yang Qian maintained his lofty, admonishing demeanor, tinged with an air of command. It was as though he were not the first prince of the imperial clan, but rather the crown prince, mediating the disputes of the brothers beneath him. Is that so? I have no need for it, Yang Jin declared, grasping the air, causing the Hunyuan golden dragon to explode into a cascade of golden light. Chapter 74. Yang Zhe, brother, avenge me. I will kill you. Yang Zhe's eyes turned bloodshot, consumed by rage. His martial soul shattered, he drew his sword and lunged at Yang Jin. Seeking death, Yang Jin's expression darkened as he retaliated with a swift slap, sending Yang Zhe sprawling several meters away, crashing against a tree, breaking several bones, and spitting blood. Gasp! The onlookers and the viewers behind the cameras were rendered speechless at the scene. He had brazenly humiliated the first prince, Yang Qian, and publicly crippled the eighth prince, Yang Zhe, with a mere slap. Such arrogance was beyond comprehension. Moreover, his confident demeanor suggested that he regarded even Yang Qian with disdain, exuding an air of defiance that implied that should Yang Qian dare to intervene, he would face the same fate. The atmosphere became eerily silent. The students from Jiangnan City shrank back into the crowd, cautiously stealing glances at Yang Qian's expression. It was as if, in an instant, they had become pariahs. He is your brother. Do you not comprehend? Yang Qian frowned and shook his head, feigning a heartbroken expression. I am the son of a sinister soul master, an outcast of the clan. How am I worthy to be called your brother? Yang Jin smiled self-deprecatingly. To turn against one's kin. It seems you have been deeply influenced by the sinister soul master. You show signs of falling into darkness, and I must eradicate you for the good of the world. Yang Qian assumed a righteous facade as his formidable seventh-rank aura surged forth. Caught unawares, the nearby spectators were knocked to the ground, scrambling backward in fear of being caught in the impending conflict. If you wish to kill me, simply say so. Do not cloak it in such hypocrisy. How disgusting! Yang Jin scoffed. Incurable. You have truly disappointed this prince. Yang Qian waved his hand, summoning the massive Hunyuan golden dragon from the clouds, as it loomed like a mountain in the sky. The overwhelming dragon might spread through the air, causing weaker soul masters to tremble at the sight of the Hunyuan golden dragon. Wishing to kneel in submission, Yang Qian's presence was undeniably powerful. Merely standing there evoked an impression of insurmountable strength. A top-tier SS-grade martial soul, a seventh-rank intermediate soul master. Was this the might of the first prince? So formidable. Despite their age being similar, it felt as though they belonged to entirely different realms. Just his aura sent shivers down their spines, and it was terrifying to imagine the extent of his power in battle. In comparison to the might of the first prince, Yang Jin appeared as a solitary leaf upon the vast ocean, easily crushed by even the smallest wave. The spectators were captivated by Yang Qian's strength, instantly swayed. The students from Jiangnan City huddled within the crowd, their mouths sealed shut. A fourth rank battling a seventh rank was an insurmountable impossibility. Zhang Kuang, who do you think will emerge victorious? Xiao Yu inquired with curiosity. 50-50, Zhang Kuang replied. 50-50? You have such confidence in Yang Jin, who is only at the fourth rank. Xiao Yu was taken aback, as he had anticipated a 1-to-9 ratio. Yang Qin 9, Yang Jin 1. Take a closer look at this fellow. He remains entirely unfazed in the face of Yang Qian's seventh rank, even displaying a hint of amusement in his eyes. This suggests one of two possibilities. Either he is a madman, with a mindset unlike that of a normal person, or he harbors some hidden means of turning the tables. Zhang Kuang responded earnestly. Had it been any other seventh-rank soul master, he might have rendered a 1-to-9 judgment. Declaring Yang Jin to be the 9, however, Yang Qian was simply too formidable. In addition to possessing a powerful martial soul and a high rank, he also wielded formidable techniques and soul artifacts. He was akin to an invincible hexagonal warrior, unparalleled among seventh-rank masters. Brother, you must help me seek vengeance. At that moment, Yang Zhe, with a broken spine, was carried before Yang Qian. Though not worry. I will avenge you. Yang Qian's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Let the imperial clan join forces. I would hate for anyone to claim I took advantage of numbers should we lose. Yang Jin provocatively beckoned with a finger. Such insolence. This fellow was far too arrogant. First prince, let us all attack together. Let us eliminate him. The imperial clan students were instantly incited to a furious rage. Given their status, they were accustomed to respect wherever they went. To be challenged in the examination hall was akin to a grandmother being carried in a bridal sedan. An unprecedented occurrence. There is no need. I alone am sufficient. Yang Qian waved his hand, halting the other participants, then turned his gaze towards the nearby cameras. This battle was not only under the scrutiny of the entire nation, but undoubtedly of the Emperor and the Elder Council as well. If he could defeat Yang Jin, he would become the undisputed champion of the national examination. At that point, the Elder Council would have no choice but to endorse him as the crown prince. And the Emperor would find no grounds to refuse. Thus, he must win with unequivocal integrity, leaving no room for flaws. Third soul skill, weakening domain. Fourth soul skill, soul enhancement. Yang Jin snapped his fingers, and over 1,000 puppets surged forth from the Wanhun banner. From the perspective of the cameras, the sky was cleaved in 2.1 half shone with golden light, exuding a solemn and profound aura. The other half was shrouded in black mist, emanating an eerie and oppressive presence. The top-tier SSS-grade Hunyuan Golden Dragon was indeed formidable, rumored to rival divine-level martial souls. However, rumors are but whispers. Without the emergence of a divine-level martial soul, there can be no existence that rivals it. In reality, the gap between SSS grade and divine level is vast, a chasm that cannot be bridged. Though they differed by 3 ranks, Yang Jin, bolstered by the might of the Wanhun banner, was not at all at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Third soul skill, Dragon S domain. Second soul skill, Dragon Goddess power. The golden domain unfurled, rapidly dissolving the black mist like snow in sunlight, consuming the weakening domain. Immune to all negative effects, truly a soul skill akin to a bug. Fortunately, I possess one as well. Yang Jin remained composed, eager to engage Yang Qian in earnest, to test the limits of his combat prowess. With the initial confrontation in his favor, Yang Qian did not grow complacent. Instead, he retrieved a golden sword from his storage ring. The sword measured over 7 feet in length and 3 fingers in width. Its blade gleamed with a cold light, remarkably sharp, and the body was adorned with intricate black lines. Adding an air of mystery to the hilt, the words Dragon Chant were inscribed in golden characters. Buzz! Yang Qian brandished his sword, and a resounding dragon's roar erupted from its blade, exuding a presence that was in no way inferior to that of the Hunyuan Golden Dragon soaring above. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by the sword, a rumbling sound echoed around them. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the surrounding trees had all been severed in half, leaving a stark, bare landscape. Wow, how sharp! Yang Jin's pupils constricted, secretly astonished. Brother, the Elder Pavilion has even bestowed upon you the legendary Dragon Roar sword. Yang Zhe, lying on the ground, gazed with envy. The mention of the Dragon Roar sword sent the crowd into a frenzy. What the heck? The Dragon Roar sword. This is the legendary Dragon Roar sword. What a visual feast. A mid-grade heritage soul artifact, capable of severing hair and slicing through iron. With the Dragon Roar sword in hand, the Crown Prince could contend even with an 8th-grade soul master. Defeating Yang Jin would be a mere one-sword affair. What more is there to fight for? The Crown Prince's victory is assured. The crowd buzzed with excitement, utterly stunned by the might of the Dragon Roar sword, a mid-grade heritage soul artifact. The vast majority of people might never have the chance to witness one in their lifetime. Chapter 75. Are you so sure? Just guessing. The scene erupted in chaos, and the audience behind the cameras was equally astir. The disparity in realms, soul artifacts, and status signified an utterly predictable battle, in a certain unknown underground gambling den. The odds for Yang Qian against Yang Jian were even raised to 1 to 100. Those old geezers. How dare they secretly use the Dragon Roar sword without my consent? The man in the dragon robe aboard the aircraft was intensely monitoring the live broadcast of the match. And upon seeing the Dragon Roar sword, he erupted in fury. How could he forget that he had covertly dispatched Huang Sanjian to protect Yang Jin, only for the Elder Pavilion to impose various difficulties, ultimately imprisoning Huang Sanjian in the fire cell for a month. To this day, the burns on Huang Sanjian's body had yet to fully heal. Is it the imperial family that decides, or the Elder Pavilion? I have remained dormant for too long, allowing these monkeys to become so audacious as to disregard me. I shall take this opportunity to cleanse this malfeasance. The man in the dragon robe's face darkened, and the aura of a peak 9th-grade quasi-saint radiated. dispersing the clouds in the sky, leaving only an expanse of brilliant blue in the examination hall. Su Shui and the crowd gazed at Yang Jin with a complex expression, murmuring to herself, "He has created so many miracles. This time, it should be no exception, right?" First soul skill, Dragon Spike. Whoosh! The Hunyuan golden dragon trembled, and dozens of dragon spikes shot forth. After unleashing his soul skill, Yang Qian held the dragon roar sword, advancing with unpredictable steps, thrusting with his blade. The sword's edge was sharp, and its power formidable. Most soul masters focused solely on the strength of their martial souls, neglecting their own cultivation. Yang Qian was different. From a young age, he had undergone extremely rigorous training from the Elder Pavilion, endowing him with remarkable physical combat abilities. First soul skill, soul erosion. Yang Jin sidestepped to evade, not daring to be careless. Simultaneously, over 1,000 puppets surged towards the Hunyuan golden dragon, with several hundred more targeting Yang Qian. After unleashing the soul enhancement, his overall strength surged 15-fold. In terms of combat power, he stood between the 6th and 7th grades. With Yang Jin's martial soul characteristics, defeating an ordinary 7th grade soul master was well within reach. However, after Yang Qian unleashed the power of the Dragon God and the Dragon Goddess domain, his overall strength increased by 70%, further widening the gap. Moreover, Yang Qian's inherent strength was already significant. A mere 0.7-fold enhancement magnified the difference several times for Yang Jin. Golden light protection. Yang Qian formed a hand seal, channeling soul power within him to create a protective golden light shell around his body. Bang, bang, bang. The puppets collided with the golden light, producing sizzling sounds akin to swatting mosquitoes. Besides the dragon roar sword, his brother had also mastered the imperial family's secret technique, golden light protection. Yang Zhe's pupils trembled in astonishment. Much like a shadow, golden light protection was a technique created by a holy soul master. Its effect was to refine the soul power within the body, forming a protective barrier akin to the extraordinary barriers of a king-level powerhouse, offering exceptional physical and spiritual defense. He had once attempted to cultivate it, but regrettably, he could not make any progress and ultimately gave up. Immediately afterward, Yang Qian swung his sword, the sharp sword light flashing, as all the puppets before him were cleaved in 2. Whoosh, before the sword's edge even reached him. Dozens of dragon spikes sliced through the air, striking Yang Jian's chest. With a resounding thud, Yang Jian was sent flying several meters, crashing into multiple trees. After a 15-fold enhancement of his body, he had become incredibly resilient. Coupled with the yellow-grade mid-tier armor pride from Yang Yao, he barely managed to withstand the blow. Nonetheless, a pain akin to shattered bones resonated in his chest. "Kid, your yellow-grade armor cannot withstand the heritage-level dragon roar sword. If you don't want to be sliced in half, hurry and dodge." Old Xie's anxious voice rang out. "What the heck? He's mercilessly kicking me when I'm down." Yang Jin dared not even lift his head at Old Xie's words. Hastily rolling to the side, boom! In the next moment, a sharp sword cleaved down from above, splitting the tree Yang Jin had just leaned against in two. The cut was smooth and even, with even the tree roots buried over 2 meters deep failing to escape unscathed. Indeed, no wonder he could defeat Wang Zi. Yang Qian flicked his fingers, observing the disheveled Yang Jin with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Our crown prince needs only to exert a slight effort. And that is already Yang Jin's limit. You were climbing quite quickly just now. What are you even doing challenging the crown prince? Perhaps you could spare your worthless life by surrendering and renouncing your martial soul." The imperial family's disciples jeered from the back, deriding Yang Jin as utterly worthless. At this moment, Yang Jin gazed at the cleaved tree, a chill rising within him. "All right, if this is how you want to play, then I, Tom, shall accompany you to the end. What other tricks do you have? Show them all," Yang Jin scoffed. "Hunyuan golden dragon, unleash!" Yang Jin bellowed, and another Hunyuan golden dragon appeared in the sky. The two dragons faced each other, the air thick with tension. Both roared and entered battle mode. Yang Qian's strength was indeed formidable, especially with golden light protection and dragon domain, completely countering the 2 soul skills of the 10,000 souls flag. However, the more powerful the soul skill, the greater the consumption of soul power. By summoning a second martial soul and activating dragon domain, Yang Jin would gain infinite soul power recovery, even if it became a war of attrition. He could outlast Yang Qian. Moreover, Yang Jian had a fourth soul skill as his trump card. True Dragon's Descent could unleash a full power strike at the highest level of the same realm. With its limited skill refreshing daily, dual martial souls. He actually possesses dual martial souls, and they are the rare Hunyuan Golden Dragon, dual martial souls against a single martial soul, with 3 additional skills. Was an absolute crushing advantage, instantly bridging the gap in realms. This became intriguing. Who would have thought that this young man had such hidden depths? He could even unveil a second martial soul? I have lived for 18 years, and aside from seeing it in history books, this is the first time I have witnessed dual martial souls with my own eyes. The scene erupted in uproar. More shocking than witnessing a heritage-level soul artifact. After all, although heritage-level soul artifacts were precious, various powerful factions could produce 1 or 2. Yet, dual martial souls were exceedingly rare, with only a handful among the billions of people in Daxia. And from those few, selecting dual S-grade or above, there would be no more than 3 AS for dual divine grade souls. There was no record of them in the annals of history. As expected, Yang Qian was not overly surprised. He merely wore a more solemn expression. Are you so sure? Just guessing. Second soul skill, Dragon God's Power. Third soul skill, Dragon Domain. First soul skill, Dragon Spike. Yang Jian, filled with murderous intent, unleashed his soul skills without reservation. This was his second time activating dual martial souls in battle, and he suddenly discovered some drawbacks. For instance, the soul enhancement from the 10,000 souls flag, with its 15-fold increase, could only apply to the puppets and his physical body. Meanwhile, the 100% strength enhancement from Dragon God's Power and the 1,000% increase in power attributes could only be applied to the Hunyuan Golden Dragon and his physical body. These 2 soul skills had a conflict point. The effects on the physical body would only take the stronger of the 2 and could not stack. However, the infinite recovery of soul power from Dragon Domain was undeniably comfortable. Once the domain activated, the vast soul power expended from the earlier use of the 10,000 souls flag was instantly replenished to a full state. First soul skill, Dragon Spike. Yang Qian remained unafraid. Once more thrusting his sword, the battle between both sides fell into a stalemate, with the 3 great martial souls engaged in a fierce struggle. Relying on his absolute strength, Yang Qian maintained a steady upper hand. Although Yang Jian found himself at a disadvantage, he was no longer as helpless as during their first encounter. Chapter 76, Yang Qian's Hidden Cards Arrogance. Is this what you call a desperate comeback? Xiao Yu scoffed, unimpressed. Should that be, right? Zhang Kuang was also uncertain. Dual martial souls were indeed powerful, but Yang Qian's golden light protection countered the 10,000 souls flag, and with a heritage-level soul artifact in hand, it was still a 9-to-1 odds. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow but quickly returned to normal. Given Yang Jian's strength, he had a great chance of winning against either of them. But unfortunately, his opponent was Yang Qian, the most favored contender for the championship in this national examination. At this moment, the man in the dragon robe aboard the aircraft displayed a look of elation upon witnessing the scene. Old Huang, why didn't you inform me earlier that this kid possesses dual martial souls? The man in the dragon robe exclaimed excitedly. I have secretly protected the young master for many years. I also did not know that the young master was a dual martial soul. Huang Sanjian replied, equally bewildered. During the awakening ceremony, he had clearly seen Yang Jian awaken an F-grade martial soul, the Black Cloud Flag. Then, inexplicably, it transformed into the divine grade martial soul, the 10,000 souls flag. At the time, everyone assumed it was a testing error and did not pay it any mind. If it were a dual martial soul, it should have been detectable that day. Could there even be a second awakening? Upon reaching this realization, Huang Sanjian's pupils constricted in shock, as he recalled that there had never been a precedent for a second awakening in the entire world. This young man had hidden himself away remarkably well, even eluding your notice. However, perhaps it is for the best. Placing excessive trust in others is not a virtue. The man in the dragon robe felt an unprecedented exhilaration wash over him. The only woman he had ever loved in his life was Lu Wanxian, and the child he cherished most, the one he wished to see crowned as the prince, was Yang Jian. Now that Yang Jian had revealed his second martial soul, the primal gold dragon, what reason could the elders of the council have to obstruct Yang Jian's return to the imperial family? The son of an evil soul master? Nonsense. Should anyone dare to use that phrase as an excuse to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap. Master, 20 kilometers away, there is another aircraft heading towards Hideout Island, and the individuals aboard possess formidable strength. Huang Sanjian's gaze sharpened. Humph. It is those old geezers from the Elder Council. The man in the dragon robe let out a cold snort, possessing the peak strength of a ninth-grade quasi-saint. He was even more perceptive than Huang Sanjian. Inside the other aircraft, Yang Fu was seething with anger. This young man is truly fortunate. Not only has he awakened the 10,000 Souls banner, but he has also awakened the primal gold dragon. The Summer Emperor was hastily making his way to Hideout Island. Seemingly intent on backing this young man, did he wish for Yang Jin to return to the imperial family? Yang Jin had lost not due to his own shortcomings, but because he had not received the imperial family's nurturing. If he were to return to the imperial family, with the immense resources at his disposal coupled with the power of his dual martial souls, Yang Qin would inevitably fall behind. The elders displayed expressions of urgency, their concerns mounting. Among the numerous princes, Yang Qin stood out as the most exceptional, followed closely by Yang Zhe. The Elder Council had expended tremendous resources to cultivate these two, pouring countless efforts into their development. Their successes or failures represented not only themselves but also the Elder Council and the families backing them. The current Summer Emperor was excessively ambitious, aiming to undermine the power of the Elder Council and seize control of the entire imperial family. Yet, the Elder Council would not willingly relinquish any of their power, thus they sought to support the Crown Prince, ideally grooming him to become the new emperor. Only then would the Elder Council's position remain unshakable. Great Elder, several of the esteemed elders are currently in slumber. Only you can oversee the situation. Please, make a decision. Yang Fu's gaze shifted to an elderly man with flowing white hair. Having lived for centuries, there was no need for them to panic. A mere mid-level soul master was nothing to fear. If he were to overstep his bounds and covet what did not belong to him, he could be dealt with swiftly. The great elder's voice was calm, barely raising an eyelid as he spoke. ASA peak, ninth-grade quasi-saint. He seldom left the imperial family. It was only due to the Summer Emperor's involvement that Yang Fu had summoned him. With the great elder's words, we can rest easy. Yang Fu finally exhaled in relief. Within the examination grounds of Hideout Island, Yang Jin and Yang Qian were engaged in a fierce battle, the conflict reaching a boiling point. Centered around the two, all surrounding flora and boulders were obliterated, forcing onlookers to retreat 1,000 meters away. This fellow named Yang Jin truly possessed formidable strength, managing to hold his ground against Yang Qian for such an extended period. Indeed, to make the Crown Prince exert himself so greatly, it was only fitting that he was a prodigy with dual martial souls. Alas, the disparity in realms was too vast. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict who would emerge as the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. The spectators buzzed with discussion, many captivated by Yang Jin's overwhelming prowess. To them, Yang Qian belonged to a lofty echelon. He had both the background and power, and his status was unparalleled. Ordinary soul masters had to risk their lives to compete for resources. As the Crown Prince, Yang Qian had access to inexhaustible resources from the moment of his birth. As the battle progressed, most ordinary soul masters found themselves empathizing with Yang Jin. However, such sentiments, when heard by Yang Qian, were nothing short of an affront to his strength. He had believed this was a battle he could conclude at any moment, only to discover that Yang Jin was as elusive as an eel, evading every strike. Not only that, but Yang Jin's primal gold dragon exhibited an unsettling peculiarity. The dragon stabs he unleashed seemed to bypass defenses and strike directly at the flesh. Even with Yang Qian's physical enhancement techniques, he could not withstand the bombardment of dragon stabs that came at him in quick succession. Yang Qian's expression darkened, his grip on the Longyin sword creaking under pressure. The continued use of soul techniques and methods, combined with wielding the Longyin sword and maintaining the dragon's domain, was draining his physical strength and depleting his soul power. Even with soul power supplements, they could not keep pace with the rate of consumption. However, if he was expending so much energy with a single martial soul, Yang Jin, with his dual martial souls, would surely be expending even more. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, declaring he would rid the world of evils. Now, he seemed to falter. The imperial family's crown prince was nothing remarkable after all. Yang Jin extended his middle finger in provocation. After a prolonged and exhausting battle, his physical stamina was waning, yet his soul power remained abundant. The only downside was the longing sword's sharpness, which forced him into a passive evasion. That crown prince is just as you wished. Yang Qian closed his eyes, transitioning from a one-handed grip on the sword to a two-handed grip. The last remnants of his soul power surged into the sword, causing it to resonate with a thunderous roar and radiate golden light. Immediately, the primal gold dragon in the sky seemed to respond to some mysterious call, letting out a roar before breaking away from the battlefield and heading directly towards the longing sword. Buzz! In a flash of light, the primal gold dragon rapidly shrank in a bizarre manner, transforming into a beam of light that merged with the longing sword. In that instant, the longing sword appeared to be imbued with life, coming alive in an astonishing manner. After the fusion, its aura surged exponentially. An overwhelming dragon majesty erupted violently, creating shockwaves that swept across the surroundings, affecting the spectators 1,000 meters away. Closer to the action, Yang Jian's brow furrowed, his expression more serious than ever. How could it have escalated to this point? The Crown Prince was not to be underestimated. Chapter 77. The True Dragon Descends. Dragon Transformation / How many secret techniques does my brother truly possess? Yang Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment, completely convinced. He had thought the gap between himself and Yang Qian was merely due to the Elder Council's preferential treatment, believing he had received less training. He had never expected that Yang Qian's talent was indeed far superior. Not only had he mastered the Golden Light Shield, but he had also grasped the Dragon Transformation / This was an advanced secret technique that allowed one to merge their martial soul with a soul weapon, unleashing a devastating strike that surpassed the pinnacle of power. With an SSS-grade martial soul combined with a legacy soul weapon, the might of this sword was unimaginable. With such formidable strength, immense talent, and the backing of the Elder Council, the position of Crown Prince was undoubtedly his. Besides Yang Zhe, 2 others in the crowd recognized this technique. Yang Qian is truly terrifying. At just 18, he has mastered the Dragon Transformation / In our age group, he could easily be deemed the #1 prodigy in the nation, couldn't he? Xiaoyu felt a tumultuous storm brewing within, gazing at Yang Qian with a hint of admiration. Zhang Kuang nodded earnestly. With the Dragon Transformation / unleashed, there would be no rival at the same level. However, the fact that Yang Jian could push Yang Qian to this extent meant that even in defeat, he held his head high. This was no falsehood. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Yang Jian, out of brotherly affection, this prince shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you willingly abandon your martial soul and withdraw from the competition, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, this sword will surely claim you. Yang Qian warned loudly, his arms trembling slightly as if he struggled to maintain grip on the longing sword. I was merely indulging you for a moment. You truly cannot believe I possess no further means. Yang Jian's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, the tension on his face dissipating entirely, replaced by ease. The reason he had engaged in such a prolonged battle with Yang Qian was solely to test his limits. Now, having reached this juncture, he had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. In the case of dual martial souls, defeating a 7th-grade soul master was well within his capabilities. Are you certain you wish to receive my strike? Yang Qian found it hard to believe. The destructive power contained within the longing sword was something he could barely control, as if it threatened to overflow, let alone a mere 4th-grade soul master. Even an 8th-grade soul master donning top-tier yellow-grade armor soul weapon would not withstand this blow. This sword was indeed powerful, yet my soul techniques are even stronger, Yang Jian replied with unwavering confidence. Ignorant arrogance, then perish. Some words are futile in attempting to dissuade a fool. Yang Qian expended his last vestige of soul power and struck down with conviction. Sizzle! An overwhelming surge of soul power erupted. Cleaving the sky in two, a golden dragon burst forth from the sword, transforming into a cascade of golden light as it charged toward Yang Jian with unyielding force, reducing everything in its path to dust and carving a deep chasm into the ground. The spectators, standing 1,000 meters behind Yang Jian, felt an unmistakable sense of death looming over them, even though this strike was not directed at them. 4th soul technique, True Dragon Descends. Yang Jian stood unfazed. Lightly gesturing with his finger, the primal gold dragon let out a roar, soaring into the heavens, disappearing into the clouds. Moments later, a thunderous roar, echoing through the universe, shattered the silence. A colossal golden dragon's head emerged from the clouds. Adorned with twin horns, eyes like stars, teeth like blades, and whiskers dancing in the wind, emanating an overwhelming aura that descended upon the earth. Following that, its massive body gradually emerged from the clouds, nearly obscuring the entire sky. Although it too was a primal gold dragon, the pressure released by this one far exceeded that of Yang Qian's martial soul. To be precise, it was not merely an exceedance, it was a crushing dominance. In terms of size, momentum, and aura, it overwhelmed all in every respect. It was as if this were the true primal gold dragon. The sheer vastness of its presence rendered all present breathless. Roar, a deafening roar sent the spectators reeling. Their faces pale as they collapsed in droves. They dared not meet the gaze of the primal gold dragon, nor even lift their heads. It exerted a soul-level dominance that was utterly suffocating. It felt like the sovereign of this realm. Today, even if deities descended, I shall cleave them without hesitation. Yang Qian held unwavering confidence in his sword strike. However, the primordial golden dragon in the sky merely extended a single dragon claw. Pinning down the radiant golden light, boom, bang. The collision of soul power sent shockwaves that toppled the onlookers, leaving none nearby unscathed. The golden light surged, seemingly intent on perforating the primordial golden dragon. Yet that claw was as indestructible as bronze and iron, exuding a terrifying force that suppressed Yang Qian to the point he could scarcely lift his sword. With a grimace contorted in rage, he gritted his teeth and resisted, veins bulging across his body. As the great prince of the imperial clan, he could not afford to lose. Even in defeat, it must not be at the hands of Yang Qian. This strike must cleave through all enemies. Die for me! Bloodshot eyes glinted with madness as Yang Qian bit through his tongue, blood spilling within his mouth. Secret technique, blood essence ignited. At the cost of his lifespan, he forcibly ignited his essence to transform it into soul power. Unleashing a surge of strength for a brief moment, this secret technique would allow him to momentarily step into the 8th rank. Coupled with the dragon transformation slash, he could contend even against 9th rank masters. Buzz, buzz! The golden light erupted, morphing into a robust beam. Within it, the primordial golden dragon let out a piercing roar, its momentum surging anew for another assault. Desperate? What a pity, I have an advantage. Yang Qian wore a mocking smile. Effortlessly gesturing, the massive primordial golden dragon swatted down, and with a thunderous explosion, the golden beam shattered. The smaller primordial golden dragon was sent crashing into the mud, barely clinging to life. Rumbling, rumbling, the impact reverberated through the ground as if an earthquake had struck, sending the onlookers sprawling in confusion. Spitting blood from the backlash of the blow, Yang Qian dropped his dragon-chanting sword, hurtling away, die in an instant. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the most formidable battle of this national examination. Yang Qian, at the 4th rank, had triumphed over the 7th rank imperial prince. It was simply inconceivable. The scene was so shocking that the bystanders remained in a stupor. The nationwide audience behind the cameras was equally dumbfounded. How could you, merely a 4th rank soul master, wield such formidable power? Lying on the ground, Yang Qian's grotesque face was filled with disbelief. I do wield it. And how does that make you feel? Yang Qian chuckled playfully, picking up the fallen dragon-chanting sword. The 4th soul technique he executed, the true dragon's descent, could unleash a full-powered strike equivalent to the highest level of the same rank. In other words, it was a full-force attack from a 9th rank Yang Qian. No one of the same rank could withstand it, let alone 7th rank Yang Qian. However, it was a limited technique, usable only once a day. Otherwise, it would directly pierce through a mid-level soul master. Cough. Yang Qian was left speechless, spitting another mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. This sword is remarkable. I shall keep it. Yang Qian wielded the dragon-chanting sword with satisfaction. No, this is an exclusive soul artifact of the imperial clan. If you dare to seize it, you will face the wrath of the imperial family. Yang Qian threatened with malice. Since I will incur the imperial family's wrath anyway, I might as well eliminate you altogether to prevent any future troubles. Yang Qian's gaze turned icy as he approached Yang Qian, sword in hand. Chapter 78. The teleportation token malfunctions. He intends to slay an imperial prince? Is he mad? To do so in front of so many people, broadcast nationwide. Who is this subordinate? What gives him such courage? The crowd was utterly bewildered. This could not merely be described as audacity. He was clearly unhinged. I am the imperial clan's grand prince. My father is the current Emperor Xia. My mother is a legitimate daughter of the Zhao family. The grand elder of the Elder Pavilion is my master. Who dares to kill me? Yang Qian stretched his neck, glaring fiercely at Yang Jian, convinced he would not dare to act. I dare to kill you. Yang Jian stepped closer, sword in hand. Gulp, Yang Qian swallowed hard. The confidence he had dissipating as Yang Jian approached. Instinctively, he retrieved the teleportation token, clutching it tightly. When faced with life and death, nothing was more important than survival. Planning to flee? Second soul technique, soul erosion. Yang Jian snapped his fingers, and the myriad souls banner surged forth, an endless tide of white bones like a swarm of locusts rushing toward Yang Qian. Yang Jian, I will remember you. Ultimately, Yang Qian cowered, shattering the teleportation token, vanishing with a whoosh. Upon witnessing this, Yang Zhe and the other imperial candidates hastily broke their teleportation tokens and left. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene once more. This time, no one cheered, nor did anyone dare to cheer. Yang Qian had dominated numerous prodigies, achieving his current status due to being groomed as the future prince. His position within the imperial family was unshakable. Offending him equated to offending the Zhao family and the Elder Pavilion. Yang Jian was merely a prince expelled from the imperial family, his identity unrecognized. Having made a great enemy of Yang Qian, his fate was all but sealed. Anyone daring to cheer for Yang Jian here today would be recorded by the imperial family's surveillance, and they would be dealt with one by one in the future. At this moment, Yang Jian's personal score exceeded 2 million, leading by a staggering margin over the second place. The combined scores of the top 9 candidates did not surpass Yang Jian's. With this battle concluded, this year's examination came to a close, and other candidates gradually shattered their teleportation tokens to leave the arena. Yang Jian, too, saw no reason to linger and waste time. Thus he took out his teleportation token and shattered it. A crack echoed, yet he remained standing still, unresponsive. What does this mean? Is the item broken? Yang Jian was perplexed. It was not that the teleportation token was faulty. It was that someone had deliberately tampered with it, rendering only your token ineffective. Old Xia's voice resonated. Who possesses such audacity to act so brazenly in front of so many people nationwide? The Wang family? The Su family? The 2 associations and 1 hall? Even if they had the guts, they would lack the power. Yang Jian inquired, puzzled. Think bigger, Old Xia advised. Are you implying the imperial family? Yang Jian suddenly came to a realization. More precisely, it is the Elder Pavilion of the imperial family. Old Xia's keen eyes pierced through the truth behind the scenes. Yang Jian's heart jolted, clarity dawning upon him. Yang Qian was the chosen prince cultivated with the Elder Pavilion's utmost efforts. Their hopes heavily invested in him. Now, having been defeated by Yang Jian in the competition, he had lost face. If they wished for him to smoothly ascend to the throne, they could not allow anyone stronger than him to emerge. Rumbling, rumbling. At that moment, the ground trembled, and stones erupted. The core area of Heidi Island was thrown into chaos as the exotic beasts went wild, charging towards the periphery. Some of these beasts were colossal, shattering the trees and foliage in their path. Thousands of mid-level soul beasts surged forth, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic flood. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! The exotic beasts of Heidi Island are rampaging for unknown reasons. All candidates must evacuate immediately. Repeat. The exotic beasts of Heidi Island are rampaging for unknown reasons. All candidates must evacuate immediately. The broadcast echoed through every camera on Heidi Island, ensuring every candidate in the examination heard the warning. These old bastards, they're coming for me. Yang Jian cursed furiously. The beasts could have erupted at any time, yet they chose to do so after Yang Qian's defeat. The examination grounds were protected by barriers. Those inside could not exit, and those outside could not enter. The teleportation tokens had malfunctioned. This meant Yang Jian was to face 1 billion exotic beasts alone. The good news was, the myriad souls banner could feast well. The bad news was, the true dragon's descent refreshed daily, and he had just used it. Unless he invoked Old Xia's power, he had no means to contend with the mid-level beasts of the 8th and 9th ranks in the core area. Ha ha ha! The Elder Pavilion has made its move. It seems we need not take further action. This truly brings joy. Once Yang Jian is dead, we shall rush into the examination hall and seize the storage rings. Blame it on this arrogant brat. The Elder Pavilion's scheme to incite the beast rampage is truly ingenious. Zhang Xiao and the others exhaled their pent-up resentment, their faces blooming with smiles. The national broadcast of the examination competition, with strong figures descending to slay Yang Jian, would undoubtedly invite criticism. Moreover, Emperor Xia was, after all, Yang Jian's biological father. To kill him would be impossible to explain to Emperor Xia. First, they sabotaged Yang Jian's teleportation token, then incited the beast rampage. With Emperor Xia far away, he could only fret helplessly. Old Jiang truly remains as sharp as ever. However, the primary factor is still the Elder Pavilion's extraordinary influence, able to directly command the control center. Unlike Pei Kai, who could only use connections to open a slight backdoor. Damn it, a bunch of old fools. Do they think my Lu family is without strength? Gather all strong members of the family. We shall head to Heidi Island. In the southern domain, Lu Tiannan was incensed upon witnessing this scene. With no one from the imperial family backing Yang Jian, the Lu family would provide support. Since the last battle against the evil soul masters, the Lu family had been relegated to the southern domain, lying low for 20 years without making a move. Just because they had not acted did not mean they lacked power. What of the Elder Pavilion? If they displeased him, wouldn't he hesitate to deliver a couple of slaps? Yes, family head. A Lu family expert nodded, immediately complying. These old bastards are simply too much. The man in the dragon robe on the plain glared with fury, an overwhelming rage erupting from his chest. Exotic beasts rampaging? This little trick might fool the ordinary viewers behind the cameras, but it cannot escape his keen eyes. It is clearly jealousy towards Yang Jian's potential. Wanting to eradicate him at the roots, twin divine-level martial souls, defeating the 7th-rank Yang Qian with 4th-rank power. The Elder Pavilion is afraid, fearing that the years of investment in Yang Qian will go to waste. We are too slow. Old Huang, come with me, the man in the dragon robe commanded angrily. Yes, master. Huang Sanjian followed closely behind the man in the dragon robe as they disembarked the plane. Just then, a withered old man with white hair blocked their path, leaning on a gnarled staff, appearing frail and near death. Yet the aura he exuded was countless times more formidable than Huang Sanjian's. Like an insurmountable mountain, imposing and majestic. Please, your majesty, stop. The Grand Elder's voice was calm but filled with an undeniable authority. Those who block my path shall perish. The man in the dragon robe had compromised for 2 decades. Being controlled by the Elder Pavilion for 20 long years, this time, he would no longer endure in silence. The formidable aura of a peak 9th-grade quasi-saint erupted, akin to a slumbering giant dragon awakening. Chapter 79. The Summer Emperor takes action. If your majesty insists on taking action, I shall have no choice but to accompany you to the end. The Grand Elder's tone was resolute, addressing him as your majesty without a trace of the respect that should accompany such a title. The man in the dragon robe, known as Lao Huang, shifted his gaze to Huang Sanjian, who nodded in understanding. The old servant comprehends. In truth, both were aware that Yang Jian still held an astonishing trump card. Yet, this card could not be easily played. Otherwise, they would plunge into an irretrievable abyss, entirely severing any chance of returning to the imperial lineage. As Huang Sanjian vanished from sight, the Grand Elder's expression remained impassive, for the other elders of the pavilion had also rushed over. Alone, Huang Sanjian could not change the tide of the situation. You old cur! The man in the dragon robe roared, striking first point. 2 peak 9th-grade quasi-saints clashed fiercely, transforming into 2 streaks of light, their movements too swift for anyone to discern. Each collision resonated with the force of a 10,000-ton explosion. Fortunately, they were in the high skies. Had this battle occurred on the ground, it would have resulted in catastrophic devastation. Meanwhile, in the control room of Heidi Island, the deputy commander of the Military Affairs Division wore a grave expression. Directing a sharp inquiry at the deputy director of the Education Division, Deputy Director Luo, what do you mean by this? Do you wish to see Yang Jian perish? Deputy Director Luo shook his head noncommittally. Advising, Commander, this matter involves extensive ramifications. Even the Elder Pavilion has intervened personally. I advise you not to meddle, lest you find yourself in a precarious position. What of the Elder Pavilion? Yang Jian is a talent the Military Affairs Division have recognized. He must survive today. The commander asserted firmly. You, a mere deputy commander, Only at the extraordinary realm dare to raise your voice before me? Out of consideration for past connections, I shall refrain from holding this against you this time. However, if you continue to be ungrateful, I shall not hesitate to teach you the ways of respect. Begone, Deputy Director Luo barked, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a quasi-saint. What can the Military Affairs Division do? Can it rival the Elder Pavilion? Do not think that just because you are a mere deputy commander, you can act with impunity. Wait for it. The commander gritted his teeth in frustration as he departed, swiftly contacting the Military Affairs Division. Before the commencement of the college entrance examination competition, the director of the Jiangnan City Military Affairs Division had called him, instructing him to pay special attention to a candidate named Yang Jian. Furthermore, Yang Jian had already been registered with the Military Affairs Division as a talent of significant concern. His martial soul, the 10,000 Souls banner, was a formidable weapon within the military. Now, having defeated a 7th-grade opponent with his 4th-grade prowess, his potential and value had once again doubled, warranting protection from the Military Affairs Division. At that moment, Yang Jian was wreaking havoc in the examination arena. Delightful, absolutely exhilarating. As the 10,000 Souls banner unfurled, over 1,500 puppets surged forth. Where they passed, they swept through like locusts. Beasts below the 5th grade could be effortlessly refined with a mere flick of a finger, encountering no resistance whatsoever. After employing soul enhancement, even 5th and 6th grade beasts were merely a tad more laborious to deal with. 7th grade beasts posed a bit more of a challenge, without a dozen puppets to entangle and exhaust them. They were indeed formidable. If faced with 8th or 9th grade beasts, there was no need to contemplate. One should simply flee. In just over an hour, the number of beasts that fell to Yang Jian's hands exceeded 500. These were not the low-level beasts on the periphery, but rather, they were all mid-tier beasts. After refining these beasts, they were transformed into puppets for combat, functioning like a perpetual motion machine. What was even more astonishing? Just moments ago, Yang Jian had engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Yang Qian, and under normal circumstances, he should have been utterly drained, his soul power nearly depleted. Yet, from the footage captured, aside from significant physical exhaustion, there were no signs of diminished soul power whatsoever. Infinite soul power? Does such a bug-like soul technique truly exist in this world? Not only were the viewers watching the live broadcast bewildered, but the various factions closely monitoring Yang Jian were equally astonished. If one were to summarize this in 4 words, it would undoubtedly be terrifying indeed. Is this game too much to handle? Why are there so many 8th and 9th grade beasts? As tens of thousands of high-tier beasts poured forth, Yang Jian felt a chill run down his spine, yet he remained unfazed. The minor mastery of the shadowy presence technique allowed even high-level soul masters to be deceived. As he activated his technique, tens of thousands of high-tier beasts instantly turned into headless flies. After losing their targets, the beasts behind crashed into those in front, resulting in utter chaos. Not only could the beasts not sense Yang Jian's presence, but the cameras also failed to capture him. In an instant, he seemed to evaporate from existence. However, upon witnessing this scene, the Lord of the Soul Pursuit Hall, Guan Feng, was filled with rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. When did this brat learn the shadowy presence technique? This technique is a closely guarded secret of the Soul Pursuit Hall. For an outsider to master, it is akin to delivering a slap to the face of the Soul Pursuit Hall. If it can deceive 9th grade beasts, this brat's mastery of the shadowy presence technique has likely reached an advanced level, suggesting he has practiced it for quite some time. Could it be that when Huang Sanjian killed the branch hall master of Jiangnan City, he stole this technique back then? It is certainly a possibility. The crowd murmured among themselves, each displaying a measure of astonishment. The techniques created by holy soul masters are not easily mastered. To reach advanced proficiency in just over a month is a talent that would stand out even in the Soul Pursuit Hall. The shadowy presence technique allows one to conceal their form and aura. It seems the Elder Pavilion's plan to eliminate Yang Jian with the beasts is destined to fail. Otherwise, we might as well take matters into our own hands. Guan Feng declared angrily. Even the Elder Pavilion dares not openly confront the Summer Emperor. Do you think you can? Pei Kai countered. Guan Feng was immediately left speechless. Indeed, the Elder Pavilion seeks to use the beasts. And should they kill Yang Jian, the pavilion will not shield them from the Summer Emperor's wrath. That is a 9th grade peak quasi-saint with combat prowess nearing that of a holy soul master. let alone their roles as protectors. Even the Grand Master or the Hall Master would not dare to offend the Summer Emperor. What shall we do now? Once the Summer Emperor arrives at Heidi Island, all our plans will be in vain. Guanfeng spoke anxiously. At this point, the situation has escalated beyond our control. Pei Kai sighed, shaking his head. Old Pei is correct. Yang Jian acts decisively, far exceeding my expectations. It is impossible to resolve this matter according to the original plan. However, if we expose the secrets of the Heavenly Passage Mystic Realm, Yang Jian is surely doomed. Zhang Zhao's expression darkened as he resolved to make a desperate decision. If this matter were to be leaked, the keys to the Enlightenment Stone and the desert world would be entirely out of our reach. Pei Kai retorted. But have you considered, once this child leaves Heidi Island and grows stronger, what it would mean for us? He possesses dual martial souls. He can defeat Yang Qian at the 7th grade with his 4th grade prowess. Within 10 years, he will surely reach the extraordinary realm. Within 50 years, he will undoubtedly attain the Saint Realm. Zhang Xiao recognized Yang Jian's potential. Even if they forsook the opportunity of the Heavenly Passage Mystic Realm, they absolutely could not allow Yang Jian to leave Heidi Island alive. Otherwise, should this child grow stronger, he will inevitably become a great threat in the future. As his words fell, the others fell silent, and no one opposed. Thus it was implicitly accepted. Chapter 80. Old Evil. I have an idea. It has appeared. Yang Jian reappeared on the screen. Does this fellow's martial soul possess an invisibility soul technique? How could he escape from under the noses of tens of thousands of high-tier beasts? It is likely not an invisibility soul technique, but rather the Soul Pursuit Hall's closely guarded secret. The shadowy presence. If that is the case, does it mean Yang Jian is affiliated with the Soul Pursuit Hall? The viewers in front of their screens erupted in excitement upon seeing Yang Jian emerge once more. A single person battling against a tide of high-tier beasts. This is far more exhilarating than watching a movie. At this moment, Yang Jian turned to glance behind him, his heart finally at ease. Toms, he had finally shaken them off. Kid, what is there to run from? Just unleash my power and wreak havoc upon them. Wouldn't that be delightful? The voice of Old Evil was filled with temptation. Run? I am merely executing a strategic retreat. Second soul technique, soul refinement. With a snap of his fingers, the 10,000 souls banner swelled 100-fold. 2,000 puppets and an endless sea of bones surged forth simultaneously, creating a terrifying and haunting scene as if hell itself had descended. As a mid-tier 4th grade soul master, in the realm of primarily low-tier beasts, he was a godlike presence. Unfortunately, the outer regions were too vast, and the number of beasts was sparse, leading to a slow replenishment of puppets. Watching Yang Jian push through the outer beasts, Old Evil was engulfed by turbulent waves of astonishment. He was not surprised by Yang Jian's strength, but rather by his soul power. From the battle at Fengming Mountain, through the duel with Yang Jian, to now slaughtering beasts, a normal soul master would have long since depleted their soul power. In contrast, when Yang Jian unleashed his dual martial souls, there was no sign of drained soul power whatsoever. Old Evil perceived an extraordinarily terrifying potential within Yang Jian. Having lived for 1,000 years as a 9th grade quasi-saint, he had encountered countless geniuses. Yet, in the past millennium, none could compare to Yang Jian. When he was in the desolate area, he had begrudgingly submitted to becoming a soul slave due to Huang Sanjian and Yang Jian's status. Subsequently, he hastily changed his address from master to kid, for he felt indignant. As a 9th grade quasi-saint, how could he bow down to a mere child? But now, he was convinced. Given time, Yang Jian would undoubtedly surpass him, becoming a super powerhouse that would resound throughout the universe. If he could revive the Evil God Alliance, that would be even better. After all, he too bore the bloodline of the Evil God King. In that sense, they were all family. Kid, are you interested in engaging in something grand? Old Evil coaxed enticingly. What do you mean? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, inquiring warily. A land capable of nurturing 1 billion beasts must be abundant in spiritual energy, rich in heavenly materials and treasures. But have you encountered any such treasures on your journey? None. The reason is that Heidi Island was originally a desolate land isolated in the sea, devoid of humanity, with scarcely any exotic beasts to be found. It was only later designated as an examination site for the college entrance examination that considerable resources were expended to develop Heidi Island. and the intricate web of interests involved is too convoluted to explain in a short time. You need only to grasp one point. At the heart of Heidi Island lies an enormous spiritual stone, which nourishes the myriad exotic beasts dwelling on the island and provides energy for the barrier. After listening to Loxi's explanation, Yang Jian felt a tremendous shock, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. During his last encounter in Jiangnan City, after securing first place in the ranking competition, he had the fortune, with the special permission of the director of the education department, to enter the geocentric pool for cultivation, where he encountered a small spiritual stone. In just 24 short hours, he ascended from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. Just imagine the magnitude of a spiritual stone capable of nourishing 1 billion exotic beasts. The benefits of refining it entirely are simply beyond imagination. What would happen if I were to refine the spiritual stone? Yang Jian inquired with curiosity. The spiritual energy would diminish, the exotic beast strength would stagnate, and simultaneously the barrier would collapse, unleashing a tidal wave of 1 billion exotic beasts, Loxi elucidated. Excellent. They intend to trap me on Heidi Island, do they? Then I shall obliterate the entire island. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened, a murderous aura enveloping him. His original plan was to venture to the outskirts to hunt exotic beasts and then return once his strength had increased. Although this method was somewhat slow, he absolutely refused to endure such indignity. However, the circumstances have changed. Loxi has provided him with a swifter means to enhance his strength and simultaneously inflict pain upon those lurking behind Heidi Island. A dual benefit, 4th soul skill, soul enhancement. Yang Jian pivoted, charging back into the fray. After a series of battles, the number of puppets surged to 3,000. Zila. The 3,000 puppets ignited with icy blue flames, their momentum surging 30-fold, drawing ever closer to the 8th rank, coupled with the ongoing weakening domain. They could even contend against 8th rank exotic beasts. Weakened domain. Activate. Yang Jian bellowed, as dark mist erupted violently, enveloping the area. Upon reaching the 4th rank, his domain extended 1,000 meters in all directions. For a soul master, this is an exceedingly vast range. High-ranking soul masters might not even possess such an expansive domain. Kill. Yang Jian, wielding the Longyin sword, felt the fierce wind whip through his garments, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Faced with tens of thousands of exotic beasts, he displayed no fear. With a single stroke, he cleaved an approaching beast in two, blood splattering into the air. The 3,000 puppets surged forward like a dark tide, the oppressive aura palpable even through the lens. The lower-tier exotic beasts at the forefront melted away like snow under the sun, not even lasting a single exchange. The higher-tier beasts roared in fury, crashing through their lesser counterparts, charging towards Yang Jian. Just as everyone anticipated an explosive melee, Yang Jian stepped forward and vanished from sight in an instant. He was brave, not foolish. To confront tens of thousands of high-tier exotic beasts alone was simply an impossible task. This is what one might call a strategic retreat, a tactical maneuver. Once I refine the spiritual stone, I can return without delay. Yang Jian brushed past countless exotic beasts, sprinting for what he believed to be the true core of Heidi Island. This area was home to pinnacle 9th rank exotic beasts, a forbidden zone for examinees, where no one dared to tread in years past. Following Yang Jian's gaze, he beheld a colossal lake at the center. However, the liquid flowing within was not water, but spiritual essence. Compared to the geocentric pool in Jiangnan City, this lake was akin to a small pond in comparison to a vast ocean. Yang Jian was exhilarated, unable to contain his eagerness as he leapt into the lake. The viscous spiritual essence enveloped him entirely. There was no need for deliberate absorption, as it naturally seeped through his skin. The intense spiritual energy invaded his nostrils, refreshing his spirit. The fatigue from relentless battles vanished in that instant. If I could seclude myself here for a year, I feel I could ascend directly to a high-ranking soul master. Yang Jian greedily absorbed the spiritual essence. Finding his body's absorption too slow, he began to gulp it down directly. This spiritual essence was merely a byproduct. The true treasure lay beneath the lake, the colossal spiritual stone. Surveillance was everywhere. Directly refining the spiritual stone here was impractical. I advise you to first store the stone into your storage ring. Loxi cautioned. Agreed. Yang Jian immediately submerged to the lake's bottom. What greeted his eyes was an immense golden stone occupying the entirety of the lake bed. Gently tapping it, a crisp sound resonated like that of metal. Yang Jian opened his bronze ring, attempting to stow the stone, but found it resisted his efforts, causing him to furrow his brow. What is going on? The capacity of the yellow-grade soul tool should suffice. Why can't it fit? Chapter 81. Luo Yin is anxious. It's not that it can't fit. Rather, a formation is binding this colossal spiritual stone to the lake bed. Loxi explained. Then what should I do? I can't leave empty-handed. Yang Jian felt exasperated. Kid, there are only two options now. Either you utilize my power to destroy the formation, or you collect this lake of spiritual essence and leave it at that. Loxi replied. Only a child would make a choice. I, Tom, want them all. Yang Jian acted decisively, immediately channeling Loxi's power. In the next moment, a dark mist poured from the Wanhun banner, merging with Yang Jian's being. His previously distinct black and white eyes transformed into pure black, his aura shifting to a bizarre and unfathomable depth. In that moment, Yang Jian seemed no longer an 18-year-old youth, but rather a terrifying creature that had lived for millennia. An intensely chilling atmosphere enveloped the lakebed, frosting it over. The ground beneath his feet froze solid. Yang Jian drew the Longyin sword, Loxi's soul power infusing it, Virum. The sword hummed, black light bursting forth. It was as if a dormant black dragon within the sword had awakened, releasing an eerie aura that spread, casting a pressure over a radius of dozens of kilometers. Within this vicinity, exotic beasts prostrated on the ground, lowering their heads in a gesture of submission. This is the true power of a legacy-grade soul tool. Just a single breath can terrify countless exotic beasts. Break. Yang Jian gripped the sword hilt tightly, thrusting it fiercely toward the spiritual stone beneath his feet. Bang boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the Longyin sword shattered the spiritual stone, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Had anyone been positioned in the sky, they would have witnessed this awe-inspiring spectacle. The center of the lakebed collapsed, spreading outwards at a remarkable speed like a cascading domino effect. Almost simultaneously, the ground quaked, fissures cracking open. Crisscrossing chasms spread like a spider's web, swallowing sand, stone, and trees alike. Within a 10-kilometer radius, everything sank due to this single strike point. 10 kilometers away, the shockwave leveled the ground. Those exotic beasts, once perceived as formidable 9th-rank mid-tier creatures by the examinees, were vaporized in the shockwave. Naturally, all nearby surveillance cameras were destroyed. And this was merely the result of Yang Jian harnessing a sliver of Loxi's soul power. If he were at his peak, even a 9th-rank quasi-saint could sink this island without a second thought. Kid, someone has surely noticed the commotion here. Hurry and act, Loxi urged. I've already begun. Yang Jian, eager to save time, collected the fragments of the spiritual stone along with the rubble and dirt, ensuring no spiritual essence was left behind. The bronze ring shimmered brightly, voraciously absorbing everything in its path, leaving only barren earth behind. How greedy! What a fine prospect for a dark soul master! Loxi laughed heartily. Clearly not wishing to leave even a trace behind, as the formation shattered, the spiritual stone was seized. With the energy source lost, the barrier crumbled in that instant. A billion exotic beasts surged forth like unleashed predators, racing towards territories they had never before dared to tread. In an instant, Heidi Island descended into chaos. Deputy Director Luo, Deputy Director Luo. A crisis has emerged. At that moment, a powerful figure from the education department burst into the control room. Panic etched across his face as he gazed at Luo Yin. Is it the Emperor of Summer who has come? Luo Yin inquired, frowning. No. The man gasped, shaking his head. Since the Emperor of Summer has not arrived, then the situation on Heidi Island is already determined. What could possibly warrant such alarm? Luo Yin secretly exhaled, his brow easing. I just felt an overwhelming tremor. I thought the Emperor of Summer had arrived. It's the barrier. The barrier has failed, and countless exotic beasts are pouring out, posing a severe threat to the examinee's safety. The man explained. The barrier has failed? Are you certain? Luo Yin narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. It's true. And the surveillance cameras within a radius of several miles around the central spiritual lake have all been destroyed, the man continued. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's heart plummeted, his expression darkening drastically. Theo construct Heidi Island. The imperial clan invested vast resources and acquired an invaluable colossal spiritual stone, combined with the earlier tremor and the barrier's failure. Along with the destruction of the cameras, it is clear that someone has sabotaged the formation and absconded with the spiritual stone. How could Yang Jin, merely a fourth-rank mid-tier soul master, possess such formidable means? However, Luo Yin had no time to ponder the intricacies of the situation. As the vice director of the education department, he was stationed in the control room, overseeing the entirety of Heidi Island. If the spiritual stone was stolen and the unleashed exotic beasts harmed the examinees, he would be left with no escape. With this thought, Luo Yin felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and he immediately issued orders. "What are you waiting for? Quickly notify the military department's officer. Have him assist in intercepting the exotic beasts. We must not allow any harm to come to the examinees." "Yes," the man nodded, promptly exiting the control room. Luo Yin dared not waste a single moment. His figure flickered as he soared towards the central spiritual lake of Heidi Island. Upon his arrival, he found the spiritual lake reduced to a desolate wasteland. An inferno of rage igniting within him, instantly consuming his reason. The pressure of a quasi-saint erupted violently, sweeping across a radius of several miles like a tempest. "Yang Jin, you seek death?" Luo Yan's face contorted with rage. Gritting his teeth, as the overall head of Heidi Island, recovering the stolen spiritual stone was his only chance of survival. Unable to retrieve it, even 10 lives would not suffice for the death. Luo Yin closed his eyes, maximizing his perception to scour the entire area. Within the examination hall, only Yang Jin remained as the sole soul master. Finding him was not a daunting task, as for the shadow-like presence of lesser realms. It could not elude a quasi-saint. After a considerable time, Luo Yin opened his eyes, a fierce killing intent radiating from him. "Kid, I've found you. Kid, you have caught the attention of a quasi-saint," Lao Xie warned. Upon hearing these words, an overwhelming chill crept down Yang Jin's spine, as if he were being hunted by a bloodthirsty beast. In the next moment, Luo Yin appeared before him, descending step by step from the heavens. He gazed down at Yang Jin from his lofty vantage, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "With your strength, even with the enhancement of the Longyin sword, you cannot possibly break the Spirit Lake Great Array. You have misused powers that do not belong to you. Allow me to take control of your body. I will help you slay this old cur, and then we shall flee from Heidi Island." Lao Xie's enticing voice echoed in his mind. Yang Jin disregarded him, unwaveringly locking his gaze onto Luo Yin. "What Spirit Lake Great Array? What are you talking about? Do not feign ignorance. You have destroyed the array. You excavated all the spirit stones. With such heinous crimes, I could justly execute you on the spot." Luo Yin pressed forward, his instincts telling him that within Yang Jin lay a power capable of threatening him. It was indeed this power that had shattered the Spirit Lake Great Array. "Director Luo, do you require our assistance?" Just then, Zhang Xiao and others arrived upon hearing the commotion. The tremors within the examination hall and the vanishing barrier had drawn their immediate attention. Seeing Luo Yin flying towards them, they surmised it must pertain to Yang Jin. They rushed over, eager to uncover the secrets surrounding him. Chapter 82. The arrival of the quasi-saints, initially taken aback. Luo Yin soon revealed a sinister smile. "Esteemed ones, this lad has destroyed the Spirit Lake Great Array and stolen all the spiritual liquid and spirit stones. How should we handle this? Need it even be said? Naturally, he should be executed on the spot." Zhang Xiao, astutely perceptive, discerned the underlying implications of Luo Yan's words. Given Yang Jin's unique identity, killing him would undoubtedly lead to endless complications. Among the multitude present, none dared to slay Yang Jin, yet the combined forces of the Education Department, the Adventurers Association, the Soul Master Association, the Pursuit Hall, the Wang family, and the Su family, especially considering the Elder Pavilion's desire to eliminate Yang Jin. As long as the body is disposed of cleanly, leaving no traces behind, even the tyrannical Summer Emperor could not possibly punish 6 major factions without evidence. Very well. Let us join forces. Slay Yang Jin in accordance with the law of the land. Luo Yin incited. Agreed. Agreed. The expressions of Zhang Xiao and the others brightened, unhesitatingly acquiescing. Luo Yin harbored his own ulterior motives, seeking to curry favor with the Elder Pavilion by eliminating Yang Jin, thus mitigating the blame for the destruction of the Spirit Lake Great Array. Meanwhile, they sought the Insight Stones and the Desert World Key from Yang Jin's spatial ring. Both parties quickly aligned, encircling Yang Jin and pressing in relentlessly. "Kid, only I can save you now, a group of low-tier quasi-saints. I could dispatch them with a mere slap," Lao Xie declared confidently. Yang Jin furrowed his brow, slowly realizing that this had been Lao Xie's trap from the very beginning. He had deliberately lured him to the Spirit Lake to destroy the array and excavate the Spirit Stones. Now surrounded by quasi-saints, it was all part of his calculations. Damn that old cur. The Master is connected to you, and you dare to play mind games with the Master. Once this wave passes, I shall exact revenge. Yang Jin, die. For quasi-saints and two extraordinary beings struck simultaneously. Who dares harm my young master? Just as the situation reached a critical point, 3 blood cry swords sliced through the air, enveloped in boundless killing intent. All 6 assumed the others would vow to slay Yang Jin, and thus retreated to evade the sword's lethal edge. However, in that moment of simultaneous retreat, they exchanged bewildered glances. Rendered speechless, clang! The 3 blood cry swords descended alongside the extraordinary barrier, enveloping Yang Jin within. Old Huang. Upon seeing the blood cry swords, a familiar sense of safety surged within Yang Jin. Young master, it is my fault for arriving late. Huang Sanjian landed steadily before Yang Jin. Huang Sanjian, to kill Yang Jin was the Elder Pavilion's directive. Do you wish to oppose the Elder Pavilion? Luo Yin threatened. What is the Elder Pavilion to me? Today, should anyone dare to harm even a hair on my young master, let them beware my blood cry swords. Huang Sanjian retorted, raising his finger, causing the blood cry swords to slowly levitate. The sword's body was enveloped in crimson blood energy, the blade gleaming coldly, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. You are merely a first-tier quasi-saint. Can you truly protect him? Zhang Xiao scoffed. I may not be able to protect him, but before I die, taking a few of you with me is certainly within my means. Huang Sanjian's voice remained flat, so devoid of emotion that it sent chills down spines. He hailed from the pursuit hall. And at his peak, he was a 6th-tier quasi-saint. Having survived a joint pursuit by 7 guardians, his strength was evident. Unfortunately, he had been gravely injured in that battle, his realm reduced to the 1st tier. And he had made no progress since. Nonetheless, none present dared to doubt the veracity of Huang Sanjian's words. If he truly fought for his life, he could at least drag down a quasi-saint with him. Guanfeng, as a guardian of the pursuit hall, was most acutely aware of Huang Sanjian's prowess, and thus furrowed his brow, retreating behind the crowd. Dare not to retreat. Huang Sanjian commanded imperiously. Huang Sanjian, you, a mere servant. How dare you speak so boldly? Just then, Yang Fu and several quasi-saint elders arrived, appearing in the sky. Out of respect, I shall address you as Elder Yang. Without such respect, what are you? Huang Sanjian remained unabated, his words dripping with disdain. Previously, he had to feign subservience toward the Elder Pavilion, deliberately lowering his stance to allow them to vent their frustrations. Now that the Summer Emperor and the Grand Elder had clashed, the facade was shattered. Therefore, he saw no reason to endure any longer. At worst, we shall fight. You wretched creature. A pitiful dog wagging its tail in submission dares to bark fiercely before its master. Yang Fu pointed angrily at Huang Sanjian. Old cur Yang Fu, come over for a battle. Huang Sanjian pointed, the blood cry sword rushing straight for Yang Fu's forehead. Yang Fu was taken aback, astonished that Huang Sanjian would dare to make a move against him. This was utterly defying the heavens. Not only Yang Fu, but all present were left dumbfounded. This was clearly the prelude to a confrontation with the Elder Pavilion. Yang Fu swatted away the blood cry sword. Fuming, what are you waiting for? Everyone, attack. Slay this pitiful dog and Yang Jin. Young master, lend me the Longyin sword and the soul suppression tablet. Huang Sanjian declared resolutely. Following this, Yang Jin cast forth these 2 items. Huang Sanjian grasped the soul suppression tablet in his left hand and the Longyin sword in his right, 3 blood cry swords swirling behind him, shrouded in blood energy. In an instant, his aura surged. Resembling a vengeful specter of death, though he appeared as but one man, He exuded an aura that felt as though it could withstand the onslaught of thousands. Witnessing this, Zhang Xiao and the others were momentarily stunned, their expressions hardening as they took a step back in his bare state. Huang Sanjian had already instilled trepidation within them. Now, bolstered by the Longyin sword and the soul suppression tablet, to confront him head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. After all, among the four of them, the highest realm was merely third-tier quasi-saint, while the other three were first and second-tier. How can you claim to be quasi-saints with such a lack of courage? Yang Fu sneered, stepping forward, preparing to take action himself. The three quasi-saint elders behind him also advanced in unison. The 8 quasi-saints surrounded Huang Sanjian. Why make this so troublesome? Let me out. I could slay them all with a single slap. Lao Xie grumbled. Yang Jin's expression darkened as he resolved to employ Lao Xie's power. Compared to the exposure of the evil soul master being hunted, he cared far more for Huang Sanjian's life. Both sides stood poised for battle, a confrontation at the quasi-saint level imminent. You wretched old fools, who dares to harm a hair on my nephew? I shall rip off their crown. Just then, a streak of light sliced through the sky. As everyone focused, the newcomer was the Southern Domain King, Lu Tiannan, a 6th-tier quasi-saint. No sooner had his words left his mouth than streams of light rushed from the distance, revealing 8 more quasi-saints. Alongside them were over 100 extraordinary beings. A terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the area, rendering Zhang Xiao and the others stiff, frozen in place. The entire Lu family had mobilized. What were they intending to do? Rebel? Lu Tiannan, what do you mean by this? Yang Fu's face darkened, resembling one who had just ingested something foul. Old cur, are you blind? Can't you see that I am here to support my nephew? Lu Tiannan proclaimed, brimming with arrogance, his 6th-tier quasi-saint aura pressing Yang Fu down. Have you considered the consequences of opposing the imperial clan? Yang Fu threatened coldly. Having already been exiled from the capital, what worse fate could await us? Are you planning to strip us of our Lu family's nationality? Furthermore, what are you even worth? Just an old dog of the Elder Pavilion. Lu Tiannan scoffed, utterly unconcerned. Chapter 83. Purchasing the shadow-like presents for 1 coin. Uncle, you have arrived at the most opportune moment. Yang Jin offered a polite smile. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that stirred a sense of familiarity within him as he watched Lu Tiannan approach, further intensified by the imposing manner of his entrance, which left an indelible impression on Yang Jin's mind. Excellent. Just for this address of uncle, if the heavens were to collapse, I shall support you. Lu Tiannan waved his hand grandly, and a crimson banner appeared seemingly out of thin air. Its momentum was as fierce and overwhelming as the blazing sun in the sky. This was the Lu family's inherited martial soul. The SSS grade 10,000 Beasts banner. This martial soul had the ability to refine exotic beasts for one's own use, allowing a single individual to rival thousands of troops. As a 6th grade quasi-saint, Lu Tiannan had also refined several quasi-monarch level beasts within this banner, equivalent to a human quasi-saint. Whoosh! The other powerful members of the Lu family, upon receiving the command, unleashed their martial souls, a formidable aura, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, intertwined and enveloped the surrounding area for 100 miles. The exotic beasts within this radius cowered on the ground, too fearful to move. Zhang Xiao and the others were equally stunned by this scene, their faces paling in terror. The Lu family's martial soul was overwhelmingly powerful, with many strong members, having once been the mightiest family in the Great Xia, second only to the imperial clan. 20 years ago, in a catastrophic battle, the Lu family suffered immense losses and has yet to recover. Nonetheless, their strength still ranked among the top 3 in the Xia kingdom. We must find a way to stall for time. Yang Fu transmitted to Guanfeng. Guanfeng, steeling himself, took a couple of steps forward and feigned firmness. Lu Patriarch, we do not intend to make things difficult for Yang Jian. Rather, he has illicitly learned the secret of the Soul Pursuit Temple. And I merely seek an explanation. Lu Tiannan pondered for a moment, his expression serious. I, Lu, have always been a reasonable person. Indeed, my nephew has erred in this matter, and I shall take responsibility for him. What does the Lu Patriarch propose in terms of responsibility? Guanfeng inquired. The cultivation technique has already been practiced. To waste it would be a pity. How about this? I will offer some money to purchase shadow following. Lu Tiannan stated earnestly. Purchase? Upon hearing this word, Guanfeng could not help but laugh in anger. This matter was not merely about money. It was about face. Everyone knew that shadow following was a closely guarded secret of the Soul Pursuit Temple. Yet it had been learned by an outsider who remained unscathed. Wasn't this a slap in the face to the Soul Pursuit Temple? Moreover, does the Soul Pursuit Temple lack money? Continue negotiating with him, dragging out the discussion over the price until other quasi-saints arrive. Yang Fu reminded. Reluctantly suppressing his anger, Guanfeng forced a smile. How much does the Lu Patriarch intend to offer? 1 coin. Lu Tianan extended a finger. 1 coin. What does that mean? 1 coin of spirit stone? Guanfeng asked, bewildered. 1 coin. Lu Tianan retrieved a steel coin from his storage ring and casually tossed it to Guanfeng. Yang Jian, Huang Sanjian, Zhang Xiao, and the others. Creak! Guanfeng clenched his fist, crushing the coin into a deformed shape, veins bulging on his forehead, his fury reaching a boiling point. When he heard 1 coin, he envisioned countless possibilities, but never did he expect it to be merely 1 coin. This was not a purchase but rather an affront, as if they had stolen the Soul Pursuit Temple's secret and were brazenly flaunting it. This was intolerable. Guanfeng summoned his martial soul, and an overwhelming pressure of a 6th-grade quasi-saint suddenly descended upon him, causing his fervent spirit to chill in that moment. He could neither fight nor resist. It was better to endure. I have stated before that I, Lu, am a reasonable person. Now that the transaction is settled, should the Soul Pursuit Temple dare to trouble my nephew again, I shall raise every branch in the southern domain. Lu Tianan threatened imperiously. Lu Patriarch, I have not agreed to this, Guanfeng retorted. If you cannot comprehend human speech, I am not devoid of martial prowess. Lu Tianan's gaze sharpened, and 5 quasi-monarch-level beasts bared their fangs and lunged at Guanfeng. Quasi-monarch-level beasts were equivalent to human soul masters at the quasi-saint level. The key was that they were attacking all at once. This was not merely a lesson but an attempt to kill him. Guanfeng was rendered speechless, hastily summoning his martial soul in defense. However, as a 2nd-grade quasi-saint, how could he withstand the onslaught of 5 quasi-monarch-level beasts? With a despondent face, he turned to Yang Fu for help. Elder Yang, save me. Yang Fu's expression was as dark as water, seemingly oblivious. The life or death of the Soul Pursuit Temple's guardian was of no concern to him. If Guanfeng were to perish, it would only serve to buy time until other quasi-saints arrived, hence making his death worthwhile. Zhang brother, Pei brother, Luo brother, save me. Guanfeng soon sustained injuries, and to save his life, he lowered his voice and humbly pleaded for help from Zhang Xiao and the others. However, all 3 stood unmoved, rooted in place. It was not wise to confront a 6th-grade quasi-saint for the sake of a friend. Thud. A quasi-monarch-level beast broke through his martial soul, its claw striking Guanfeng's back. With a resounding thud, Guanfeng crashed to the ground like a cannonball, disoriented and in disarray. Several bones in his back were shattered, exposing his protective armor beneath. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen. Fortunately, he wore soul armor. Otherwise, that claw could have cost him his life. In that moment, Guanfeng was truly frightened, his heart racing wildly. Among these allies, not one was trustworthy. Agreeing to Lu Tianan's terms would cost him only his dignity and a reprimand from the temple master. But refusing would cost him his life. He clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Thud. Thus, Guanfeng rose from the ground, kneeling obediently and conceded. Lu Patriarch, please spare me. Whatever you say goes. I agree to sell Shadow Following to Yang Jian for 1 coin and guarantee that the Soul Pursuit Temple will not trouble him in the future. Lu Tianan nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand to retract the 5 quasi-monarch-level beasts. You wretched creature. You won't learn your lesson until I give you a couple of slaps. Yes, yes, I will be obedient. Please spare me. Guanfeng forced a smile, finally letting out a breath of relief. Nephew, since Uncle has arrived, what trouble have you caused? Speak it all out. Uncle will help you resolve it today. Lu Tianan declared protectively. Can everything really be resolved? Yang Jian asked earnestly. Good nephew, even if you were to poke a hole in the heavens, Uncle can patch it up for you. Speak boldly, Lu Tianan assured, thumping his chest. Chapter 84. Have you turned the heavens into a hornet's nest? This soul-stabilizing monument was acquired by me after slaying Wang Zi and Su Kong. This dragon cry sword was seized after I defeated Yang Qian. I initially intended to eradicate him, but regrettably, he fled too swiftly as Yang Jian's words fell. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Killing Wang Zi and Su Kong was one thing, but expressing regret over not slaying Yang Qian was something else entirely. That was the imperial clan's grand prince, backed by the Xia Emperor and the Elder Pavilion, as well as the Zhao family. To say seize sounds harsh. This is merely a matter of spoils of war. Lu Tianen winked at Yang Jian, signaling him. Indeed, it is spoils of war I obtained from the battlefield. Yang Jian straightened his posture, fully understanding. To say seized implies something illicit. Spoils of war, however, carries an entirely different connotation. The old fox is indeed crafty. Yang Fu and Zhang Xiao silently cursed in unison. From this moment forth, these two soul artifacts belong to my nephew. Should anyone attempt to act insidiously behind the scenes, I shall raise their ancestral tombs. Do you believe me? And you two families, should you bear resentment and seek vengeance, I shall unearth your ancestral graves. Do you believe me? Lu Tianen asserted dominantly, showing no inclination to engage in further discussion. Today, I have come to accomplish one task, that is to assist Yang Jian in resolving his troubles. Upon hearing this, the warriors of the Wang and Su families dared not voice their anger. They possessed extraordinary strength, yet in this assembly of quasi-saints, they lacked even the qualification to interject. Yang Fu remained silent, a cold smile on his face, for he had the entire Elder Pavilion backing him and would eventually reclaim the Dragon Cry sword. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhao's expression turned as dark as storm clouds. The soul-stabilizing monument was one of the 3 sacred artifacts of the Adventurers Association, and its loss would have severe repercussions. He had initially planned to quietly eliminate Yang Jian and retrieve it without anyone being the wiser. Little did he expect this matter to come to light. He could neither reclaim it nor afford to lose it, and Zhang Xiao's head felt ready to explode. Nephew, I almost forgot to tell you. I have something else here. Yang Jian suddenly recalled something of great significance. Something else? Lu Tianan was taken aback, pondering whom else his nephew had killed. Well, I also gathered some spirit liquid and spirit stones from the center of the island. Yang Jian rummaged through his storage ring. Upon seeing the abundant spirit liquid and shattered spirit stones within, Lu Tianan's pupils widened in shock, his heart surging with tumultuous waves as he exclaimed, "Did you empty the entire spirit lake?" "Not emptied, but collected." Yang Jian deliberately emphasized the word collected. Luo Yin, Yang Fu to the others. The colossal spirit stone beneath the spirit lake's formation was inadvertently discovered by the education department in the monarch-level desolate zone. They then collaborated with the imperial clan's elder pavilion, sacrificing a quasi-saint to painstakingly retrieve it from several powerful quasi-monarch-level beasts. Collected? Who could possibly collect such a large piece? This statement nearly caused Yang Fu and Luo Yin to have a stroke. Almost spewing blood, Liu Tianan was equally astonished, looking at Yang Jian with incredulity. Good lad. Truly a remarkable lad. They say nephews resemble their uncles. The madness in your bones truly matches that of the former evil god king. Such a large piece of spirit stone, sustaining 1 billion exotic beasts, while simultaneously providing a continuous energy source for the examination barrier. Back then, the education department and the imperial clan's elder pavilion even sacrificed a quasi-saint for this. And now, you collected it all. Just as everyone was astounded by Yang Jian's astonishing revelation, only Huang Sanjian narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. Upon entering the examination area, Yang Jian could not possibly know about the spirit lake formation at the center of the island. Nor did he possess the strength to destroy the formation. He must have had assistance. That assistance could only be from the soul slave Lao Xie. He intentionally lured Yang Jian into making a grave mistake. And when Yang Jian was surrounded by quasi-saints, he would naturally rely on his power to escape. The more power he borrowed, the faster he could seize the 10,000 souls banner. Initially, capturing Lao Xie to become a soul slave was meant to serve as a safeguard for his life. This was a double-edged sword, but now it seemed the disadvantages outweighed the benefits of him. Since it was collected, naturally, it belongs to whoever collected it. Lu Tianan coughed awkwardly twice, feeling a bit embarrassed at that moment. The value of such a large spirit stone far surpassed that of the combined worth of the soul-settling monument and the longing sword. Not to mention, it came with a lake full of spiritual liquid. With so many treasures hidden on his person, if he wasn't protected by at least 10 or 8 quasi-saints, Escaping from Heidi Island would indeed be a daunting task. There shouldn't be anything else. Right? Lu Tianan inquired cautiously. There is also something that happened over a month ago. Yang Jian glanced at Zhang Xiao and the others, hesitating for a moment before deciding to speak. The matter of the Tiantong secret realm was no longer a secret. Rather than burying this bombshell and waiting for it to explode at an unpredictable time, it would be better to bring it up today. Is it more significant than collecting spirit stones? Lu Tianan silently prayed, hoping Yang Jian wouldn't truly make a hole in the sky that it should be more significant than the matter of gathering spoils of war, right? Yang Jian spoke with an inquisitive tone. Thump, thump. Lu Tianan's heart raced, a rare hint of tension showing on his face, but he still patted Yang Jian on the shoulder, indulgently saying, "It's all right, speak boldly. If the sky falls, your uncle will hold it up for you. Over a month ago, I was besieged in the Tiantong secret realm and had no choice but to kill Yang Yao and the others." Yang Jian recounted. Hiss, Lu Tianan's eyes widened in shock, and he took deep breaths to calm his inner turmoil, but he could not find peace. Offending the Wang family, the Su family, the Adventurers Association, the Soul Pursuit Hall, and the Education Department was something the Lu family could withstand. Adding the Soul Master Association in front of him, the Lu family could still endure. But you went ahead and killed Yang Yao. She is the 9th princess of the imperial clan. Her father is the Summer Emperor. Her mother hails from the Shidu Luo family. Her master is Yang Fu, an elder of the imperial clan. My goodness, Tom, can only exclaim in awe. More than half of the superpowers in the Summer Kingdom have been offended by you. You haven't just made a hole in the sky. You've turned it into a hornet's nest. It's truly a miracle that you can leave Heidi Island alive. Huang Sanjian remained silent, merely inching closer to Yang Jian. This kid, Zhang Xiao and the others exchanged glances, all seeing the shock on each other's faces. First, they intended to leverage this incident against Yang Jian, but never anticipated that Yang Jian would be so bold as to expose it right in front of the Elder Pavilion. It is known that Yang Fu is Yang Yao's master, and he has been tirelessly investigating this matter for some time. So it was you? Yang Fu gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging with rage. A fierce murderous intent brewing within him, resembling a frenzied beast, fixated on Yang Jian. If we are to kill, then let us do so. Your uncle will protect you. Old rascal Yang Fu, if you seek revenge. Come for me. Lu Tianan waved his hand, conjuring another extraordinary barrier to protect Yang Jian, lest some old fool disregard the rules of engagement. With the situation escalating to this extent, it was impossible to rely solely on the pressure of a 6th-grade quasi-saint to subdue these individuals and then take Yang Jian away. Today, a battle was inevitable. Thank you, uncle. Yang Jian felt warmth in his heart. Despite it being their first meeting, Lu Tianan was willing to offend so many powers for his sake. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Should the Lu family encounter misfortune in the future, he would repay this favor. Chapter 85. Lu Tianan challenges 4. Very well, today, I shall have a word with you. 6th-grade quasi-saint. Yang Fu stomped his foot, and the Hunyuan golden dragon materialized, unleashing the aura of a 5th-grade quasi-saint. An ant shaking a tree. Lu Tianan pointed, and countless exotic beasts surged forth from the beast banner. The leading 5 were quasi-exotic beasts. The strongest being of 5th grade, equivalent to a human 5th grade quasi-saint. The remaining 4 were all 3rd and 4th grade. Although the remaining beasts were numerous, their levels were too low to be of significant use in a battle of this caliber. As the two stood there, Lu Tianan completely overshadowed them in terms of aura. Boom, boom, boom. Heidi Island was already ruined. Both participants fought without restraint. Each clash resonated like detonations, terrifying shockwaves sweeping through and leveling everything in their path. Fortunately, Yang Jian was shielded by 2 extraordinary barriers. Otherwise, even the slightest residual force from the battle could have crushed him. The experts from the Wang and Su families were not so fortunate, as they were severely injured by the shockwave, spitting blood continuously as they hastily retreated from the epicenter of the conflict. The ferocity of the battle drew the attention of all exotic beasts and soul masters on Heidi Island. The destructive energy seemed capable of tearing the island apart. Old Huang, who do you think will win? Yang Jian asked curiously. Lu Tianan's realm was superior, while Yang Fu's martial soul was formidable. But overall, the former had a greater chance of victory. Huang Sanjian analyzed earnestly. By the way, why are you the only one who came this time? What about my cheap old man? Yang Jian inquired in surprise. The master was stopped by the Grand Elder of the Elder Pavilion upon arrival. He should have determined the outcome by now. Huang Sanjian turned to gaze at the sky. Who will win? Yang Jian asked again. Huang Sanjian smiled confidently, asserting, the master's strength is unparalleled against any soul master above the saint level, and he is invincible against those below it. Surely there won't be any soul masters intervening today, right? Yang Jin questioned once more. Fear not, young master. Unless it comes to a life-and-death situation, soul masters will not easily intervene, Huang Sanjian reassured. That is good. Yang Jian's anxious heart finally settled. It must be said. Having powerful allies is a delightful experience. It is somewhat regrettable, however, that there are no soul masters among these powerful figures. Otherwise, he could be even more audacious. Just then, Yang Fu was struck in the chest by a quasi-monarch-grade exotic beast, spitting blood as he was sent flying. Observing this, the other three imperial clan elders immediately activated their martial souls and rushed forward to assist. The esteemed elder pavilion of the imperial clan. Even the summer emperor must heed their wishes. This was the first time they had suffered such a significant loss in public. Yang Fu steadied himself, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. His gaze venomous as he longed to shred Lu Tianan into pieces. Shall we join forces? I am not afraid. Lu Tianan declared proudly from the air, the myriad beasts roaring behind him. Why aren't you coming yet? Yang Fu turned his gaze toward the distance, calculating that the quasi-saint experts from the major powers should have arrived by now. Tear them apart for me. Lu Tianan waved his hand, and the myriad beasts roared, their terrifying voices sending chills down spines. It's time to fight. Martial soul true body. Yang Fu gritted his teeth, transforming into golden light that merged with the Hunyuan golden dragon. In an instant, the Hunyuan golden dragon swelled several dozen times, its size immense enough to block out the sky. The dragon clan stands at the pinnacle of all beasts. The overwhelming dragon might instantly suppress the beast banner. This time, even Zhang Xiao and the others felt a hint of the immense pressure. Once a quasi-saint unleashes their martial soul true body, it signifies that they are playing for keeps. The evolution of this battle far exceeded everyone's expectations. Martial soul true body. The other three elders simultaneously activated their martial soul true bodies to assist in the sky. For Hunyuan golden dragons coiled, and the suffocating pressure enveloped them, rendering the atmosphere incredibly oppressive and heavy. Do you think my Lu family is without defenders? United in purpose, the 8 quasi-saints of the Lu family roared in unison, preparing to strike. Yu Dunan waved his hand, signaling them to halt, declaring, I alone am enough. You protect my nephew, conceited and arrogant. Yang Fu's furious voice echoed. Immediately afterward, the 4 Hunyuan golden dragons charged toward Lu Tianan simultaneously. Their sharp dragon fangs and claws seemed capable of tearing through anything. As their massive bodies descended, the sense of oppression reached an unprecedented peak. Third soul technique, beast blood boiling. Lu Tianan formed seals with both hands, unleashing a torrent of soul power from within. After activating beast blood boiling, his soul power would burn at an extraordinarily rapid pace. Simultaneously, every exotic beast's strength would receive a 50% enhancement. Should he choose to burn his lifespan, their strength would double. To deal with these old dogs, burning soul power would suffice. The beast banner soared in the wind, 10,000 exotic beasts roaring to the heavens, their bodies engulfed in red flames, their momentum surging dramatically. For quasi-saints, each realm is akin to a chasm. Every 1% enhancement is like crossing a vast divide. A 50% enhancement is an insurmountable chasm for them. Rumbling, the myriad beasts roared, colliding head-on with the 4 Hunyuan golden dragons. The terrifying force shook the heavens and earth, a powerful shockwave flattening everything within 100 miles. The ground cracked open, revealing a deep ravine in the center. As both sides intensified their opposing forces, the chasm grew deeper and deeper. Rumbling, the golden light exploded. And the 4 golden dragons were pushed back. Lu Tianan was also forced to retreat a step, a mouthful of fresh blood surging to his throat, which he swallowed with great effort. He had underestimated the power of the Hunyuan golden dragon. Despite both being SSS-grade martial souls, the Hunyuan Golden Dragon possessed a suppressive effect over the Beast Banner, not to mention its robust physique and numerical superiority. This strike was a result of his carelessness. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by the battle, a sudden tremor was felt beneath their feet. Looking down, everyone's pupils constricted in shock. The deep chasm was rapidly extending toward both ends, directly splitting Heidi Island in half. The surging sea water rushed into the chasm, instantly transforming it into two small islands, quasi-saints. How terrifying! Yang Jin witnessed the entire process, gasping in horror. Why are they still not here? Yang Fu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The difference between 5th grade and 6th grade was monumental. Even with the martial soul true body activated, it could not bridge the gap. Not only was Yang Fu anxious, but Zhang Xiao and the others were also worried. If Yang Fu were to be defeated, and Lu Tianan took Yang Jin away, none of them would dare to stop him. Logically speaking, by this time, the quasi-saint experts from the major powers should have already arrived. Martial soul true body. Lu Tianan's booming voice rang out, instantly bringing Yang Fu and the others back to reality. The 6th grade quasi-saint activating the martial soul true body indicated that things were about to get serious. A hint of panic crossed Yang Fu's heart. He wished to concede but could not utter the words. The beast banner surged once more, swelling several times over, as 10,000 exotic beasts became as invigorated as if they had received an adrenaline shot, their fervor increasing exponentially. Even under the suppression of the Hunyuan Golden Dragon's might, the beast banner remained imposing, as if it ruled this realm. Charge! With a commanding shout from Lu Tianan, a chorus of beastly roars erupted as countless creatures surged toward the 4 mixed-element golden dragons. How audacious! At that moment, an angry bellow resonated from the horizon. Immediately thereafter, an unparalleled force descended from the heavens, enveloping the myriad of exotic beasts. It felt as though countless mountains were crashing down, compelling all the beasts to kneel upon the ground, their movements stifled beneath the weight of this overwhelming pressure. Chapter 86. The killing of Yang Fu. Theo suppress a 6th grade quasi-saint with mere aura? How formidable! Who could it possibly be? In an instant, all present turned toward the source of the voice. A golden light materialized at the edge of the sky, racing toward them at an astonishing speed. As it drew closer, a towering figure became discernible, clad in a robe of gold embroidered with dragons. His square face bore a resolute countenance, radiating an innate authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. He exuded an overwhelming pressure, not merely from his realm, but from an ingrained confidence born of long-held power. His mere gaze could dominate the world. Upon his arrival, the aura of every individual present was compressed to an almost suffocating extent. The elders of the council and the Lu family were merely astonished, while Zhang Xiao and his companions trembled in place, their heads bowed in fear of making eye contact, too terrified to even breathe. They dreaded that any inadvertent gesture might draw the man's attention. This individual was none other than the emperor of the Great Xia, peak 9th grade quasi-saint, Yang Xiao, though they too were 9th grade quasi-saints. How could the Grand Elder not stop him? He must have employed some secret technique to circumvent the Grand Elder and arrive here. The Grand Elder would surely be on his way. We must not lose our composure. Yang Fu and his companions murmured quietly, their gazes toward Yang Xiao lacking any reverence for the emperor, instead tinged with disdain. Their loyalty lay with the Elder Council. Not the Emperor of Xia, my lord. Huang Sanjian bowed respectfully, retracting his martial soul, for the situation no longer required his intervention. Yang Xiao nodded slightly, unable to suppress a glance at Yang Jin, his eyes filled with complexity as he contemplated how to begin speaking. Yet found no words. Thus, his gaze shifted, and with a regal sweep, he surveyed the assembled crowd, admonishing, "Why do you not kneel before me?" His voice thundered like a mighty bell, resonating deep within the souls of those present. Zhang Xiao and the others quivered in fear, pallor washing over their faces as they knelt, stammering, We pay our respects, your majesty. Spare me your theatrics, Tom. The Lu family shall not kneel." Lu Tianan's tone was resolute. And with a single declaration, the knees of his kin, which had bent in submission, rose once more. 20 years prior, during the upheaval of the evil god, the only one capable of saving and possessing the power to rescue Lu Wanxian was none other than Yang Xiao. The crown prince of the imperial clan, a ninth-grade quasi-saint. He could devise any means necessary to ensure Lu Wanqian's survival. Yet, for the sake of his claim to the throne, he had obeyed the commands of the Elder Council, declaring a severance of ties with Lu Wanqian, even banishing her unborn child from the imperial family. Yang Xiao regarded Lu Tiannan, aware of his thoughts, yet certain matters could not be broached at present. He thus stated, for the sake of the Duke of protecting the nation, this formality is waived. Humph. Lu Tiannan maintained a stern expression, dismissively scoffing. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he would have relished delivering a couple of slaps to Yang Xiao to vent his frustration. What of the emperor? In his eyes, he was merely a scoundrel who abandoned his wife and children. Yang Xiao's gaze shifted to Yang Fu and his companions. The latter reluctantly bent slightly, offering a perfunctory. We pay our respects, Your Majesty. You dare not kneel before me? Such audacity. Yang Xiao's face darkened, and the pressure of a peak ninth-grade quasi-saint erupted suddenly. Before Yang Fu and his companions could comprehend, their bodies plummeted under this oppressive force. A resounding thud echoed as their calves and knees endured excruciating pain akin to shattering bones. Their heads and spines were forcibly pressed down, a clear act of deliberate humiliation. Yang Fu was acutely aware of this, yet he relied on the Elder Council's backing, defiantly retorting, "The Grand Elder has stated that those of quasi-saint rank and above need not kneel before the Emperor." "Is that so? Have him come before me and utter those words," Yang Xiao commanded, intensifying his pressure until Yang Fu's head nearly touched the ground. The Grand Elder was on his way, but alas, he had retreated to recuperate, and it would take 3 to 5 months for him to recover. What? Yang Fu's pupils constricted, a tempest of disbelief stirring within him, leaving him in turmoil. The Grand Elder was also a ninth-grade quasi-saint, and possessed an SSS-grade martial soul, the mixed-element golden dragon. How could he possibly have been defeated by Yang Xiao? Even if he had been bested, it should have resulted in a mutually destructive encounter. Yet, upon scrutinizing Yang Xiao from head to toe, he appeared entirely unscathed, his dragon robe as pristine as ever. This indicated that he had triumphed over the Grand Elder with overwhelming dominance. To suggest that a soul master could crush a ninth-grade quasi-saint was one thing, but to do so within the same realm was simply unfathomable. Besides Yang Fu, the others present began to glean the implications of their exchange. Huang Sanjian was the most loyal servant of the Xia Emperor. Upon his arrival at Heidi Island, it was only logical that the Emperor would follow. Surely, on his way, he had been intercepted by the Grand Elder of the Elder Council. A conflict ensued, resulting in the Grand Elder suffering severe injuries and fleeing. Truly, he was worthy of the title of the strongest beneath the Soul Masters, living up to his reputation. Having risen to prominence during the upheaval of 20 years prior, he was now demonstrating his might once more. Contemplating Yang Xiao's formidable strength, Zhang Xiao and his companions felt an even greater sense of dread, especially since they had previously plotted to eliminate Yang Jian. "Old Huang, what transpired just now? Share with me." Yang Xiao inquired curiously. The young master, Huang Sanjian, recounted the events in detail. Initially, Yang Xiao merely raised an eyebrow. However, upon learning of the ninth princess's demise, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Both were his offspring. To claim he felt no attachment would be a lie. Yet, if one were to discern who was most important, it would undoubtedly be Yang Jian. The only woman he had ever truly loved was Lu Wanqian. The others were merely political alliances, devoid of any emotional foundation. "Your Majesty, Yang Jian has slain Yang Yao and crippled Yang Zhe's martial soul. If we do not receive an explanation regarding this matter, neither the Elder Council nor the Shidu Luo family will let it rest." Yang Fu invoked the Shidu Luo family as leverage. A piercing gaze shot forth from Yang Xiao, severing Yang Fu's right arm with an overwhelming force. His murderous intent palpable. "You dare threaten me, you wretched servant?" I would not dare." Yang Fu's face turned ashen with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Enveloped in the aura of death, he could not even register the pain from his injury. His self-reference shifted to that of a lowly servant, a position of extreme subservience. "What did you mean by your earlier statement?" Yang Xiao pressed on, his voice sharp and accusatory. Yang Fu swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading down his face as he trembled on the ground, prostrating himself. "I was wrong. I was indeed in the wrong. Please, Your Majesty, forgive me." having severely injured the Grand Elder and severed his arm. Yang Fu had no doubt that this emperor, in a fit of rage, would take his life. I detest being threatened above all else, especially by a lowly servant. Yang Xiao advanced step by step, towering over him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Jian had committed an unforgivable transgression. To preserve his life, a demonstration of authority through bloodshed was imperative. Yang Fu had unwittingly placed himself in the line of fire, and by virtue of his insubordination, his death would serve as a necessary example. The Elder Council would have no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Please spare me, Your Majesty. I acknowledge my faults, and I swear I shall never dare again. I vow to serve only you from this day forth. Yang Fu was truly terrified, kneeling and repeatedly banging his head against the ground until it bled. Not daring to cease. It is too late. Yang Zhao's palm descended. Bang! With a tremendous force, Yang Fu's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 87. 30 Quasi-Saints. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent, not a sound to be heard. The remaining 3 elders trembled in fear, kneeling stiffly upon the ground, frozen in dread. Zhang Xiao and his companions were equally terrified, their hearts racing, palms and soles slick with sweat. They understood all too well that Yang Fu had been slain by Yang Xiao due to his intent to kill Yang Jian. How could they expect to fare any better? Throughout the competition, they had plotted more than once to eliminate Yang Jian, even resorting to using one of the 3 sacred artifacts of the Adventurers Association. The soul-subduing tablet, with Yang Zhao's terrifying prowess, dispatching them would be as effortless as slaughtering chickens. As Yang Zhao's gaze swept over them, they trembled even more intensely. A dignified quasi-saint had never anticipated feeling like a guilty child, anxious and apprehensive. Since Lu Tianan has resolved the other matters, I shall no longer pursue this, Yang Xiao declared. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao and his companions felt a weight lift from their hearts, secretly exhaling in relief. However, you have repeatedly troubled Yang Jian. This matter shall not be easily overlooked. Yang Zhao's tone shifted, causing their hearts to plummet once again. Upon reflection, it was clear. Having executed Yang Fu, how could he possibly let them off the hook? I can apologize. I can make amends to Yang Jian. Pei Kai, having witnessed Yang Jian's fate firsthand, immediately panicked. I too am willing to apologize. I am as well, I am. The others hastily expressed their willingness. However, Yang Zhao's gaze shifted to Yang Jian, inquiring, how do you wish to deal with them? Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Yang Jian declared solemnly. The 3 elders Huang Sanjian, the members of the Lu family. Those extraordinary individuals from Jiangnan City would be easily disposed of, causing no significant upheaval. Yet, these individuals were all quasi-saints, each supported by formidable forces. To slay them for a fleeting moment of satisfaction would be anything but wise. I was wrong. I was wrong. To demonstrate my sincerity in apologizing, I am willing to sever my own arm. Pei Kai, fearing Yang Zhao's wrath, quickly declared, biting the bullet and resolutely tearing off his left arm in public view. The sound of flesh tearing, bones shattering, and blood gushing forth was horrifying. The excruciating pain surged through him. Yet Pei Kai gritted his teeth to endure, large beads of sweat forming on his brow. I too shall sever my own arm. I will too. Wang Jia and Su Jia's experts promptly followed suit, wielding their hands like blades to sever an arm. Among them, only the 2 of them possessed the weakest strength, making them the most likely to be used as an example to intimidate others. They had to express their allegiance without delay. At this moment, only Zhang Xiao, Guanfeng, and Luo Yin remained on the scene. The trio, in unison, cast their gazes upon the still-warm corpse of Yang Fu, their hearts seemingly reaching a silent consensus. With swift and decisive actions, 3 arms fell to the ground simultaneously. All emotions were swallowed in silence, not daring to reveal even a hint of their pain. The group gasped in agony, their faces as pale as parchment. It was only Yang Xiao who had the might to compel so many quasi-saints into self-mutilation, showing a modicum of mercy this time. He decided to spare them. Should there be a next time, he would certainly be unforgiving. With a mere gesture, Yang Xiao turned the severed limbs into ashes. Thank you, Your Majesty. The group knelt, their hearts still trembling with fear. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, feeling quite displeased. Compared to the support he received from Huang Sanjin back in Jianan City, Yang Xiao had demonstrated a lackluster performance. Given his peak 9th grade quasi-saint strength, dispatching this group should have been child's play. He was overly cautious and excessively considerate. At that moment, Yang Xiao withdrew his gaze from them and shouted to the heavens, "Those of you who have been watching this grand performance for so long, it's time to reveal yourselves, ha 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 ha. Indeed, one cannot hide from your majesty's keen insight. You have seen through us." The voices echoed, as numerous quasi-saint experts emerged from the shadows. With a sweeping glance, 30 individuals were counted. Hailing from the Adventurers Association, Spirit Master Association, Soul Pursuit Hall, Wang Family, Su Family, Education Department, and Military Affairs Department. Each quasi-saint exuded a powerful aura, none weaker than 3rd grade. The strongest among them reached 6th grade, rivaling Lu Tianan. This formidable assembly could easily sweep away a host of smaller nations. Even during the previous turmoil caused by the evil god, such an impressive display had not been witnessed. In truth, they had arrived long ago but chose to remain concealed. Sensing Yang Xiao's overwhelming presence, Yang Xiao was aware of this, which was why he chose to show leniency towards Zhang Xiao and the others. After all, he had already severed ties with the Elder Pavilion, and those great families supporting it would undoubtedly unite against him. If he were to forge further enmity with these factions, the road ahead would only become more treacherous. He possessed the strength of a peak 9th grade quasi-saint and was not particularly concerned. However, Yang Jin was still quite young, merely a mid-level 4th grade spirit master, making him vulnerable to covert attacks. It would be wiser to take advantage of the current situation to temporarily defuse the crisis. Zhang Xiao, how could you be so foolish as to serve as a defender for the Adventurers Association? Come with me at once to accept punishment. Pei Kai, what were you thinking getting involved in such matters? Guanfeng, your actions have greatly disappointed the Grand Master. Your Majesty, if there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. We will undoubtedly face strict reprimands upon our return and will not cause any further trouble for you and young Master Yang Jin. The quasi-saint experts chided one another, giving Yang Xiao due respect. Begone, Yang Xiao waved his hand impatiently. Thank you, Your Majesty. The group felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly departed. Before long, only Yang Jin, Huang Sanjian, Yang Xiao, members of the Lu family, and a few strong individuals from the Military Affairs Department remained. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why are you all still here? Your Majesty, please do not misunderstand. We received a call from the commander stationed on Haiti Island and came to rescue people. The leading military officer replied honestly. Then you may take your leave. Yang Xiao stated flatly, Hee, I would like to shamelessly discuss something with young Master Yang Jin. The officer's gaze shifted, grinning as he looked at Yang Jin. What is it? Yang Jin inquired. Young Master Yang Jin possesses extraordinary strength. Having defeated the 7th grade Yang Qian at the 4th grade level, therefore, I would like to represent the Southern Military District of the Military Affairs Department and invite young Master Yang Jin to participate in the Genius Exchange Competition in the Foot Basin country. The officer explained, Is there no one left in your 4 military districts? Yang Xiao asked. Such international events are held several times each year. While it is not an issue for the Xia country to host, the people of the Foot Basin country are incredibly petty. If young Master Yang Jin were to win too decisively on their territory, they would resort to underhanded tactics. Although they are not lacking in numbers, the key point is that young Master Yang Jin's martial soul happens to counter the Foot Basin country's adversaries, and moreover, his ruthless nature aligns perfectly with our requirements. The officer replied, Is that a compliment? Yang Jin felt utterly speechless. What do you mean by that? Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Quite literally, we 4 military districts have discussed and decided to eliminate all the competing geniuses from the Foot Basin country this year. Yang Xiao, Huang Sanjian.Lu family. Rest assured, Your Majesty, for this exchange competition, the leaders of our 4 military districts and 32 quasi-saint officers will accompany you, so there is absolutely no need to worry about safety. The officer assured confidently. What exactly are you planning? Yang Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. The imperial family is indeed the ruler of the Great Xia, that much is true. However, the Education Department, Military Affairs Department, and various associations operate independently. It is this coalition of powers that has formed the current Great Xia Empire. The imperial family is simply the strongest faction among them, provoking the Foot Basin country. If they dare to retaliate, They would use it as an excuse to launch a massive invasion and annihilate the Foot Basin country. The officer responded earnestly, "Good heavens, you have got to be kidding. Going to their territory to compete, then eliminating their participants during the competition. And if they seek revenge, you would seize the opportunity to wipe out their nation. Is the Foot Basin a particularly weak country? Though their territory may be small, they still have 5 Saint Spirit Masters stationed there. You are clearly aiming for national annihilation," Lu Tianin remarked in disbelief. "Indeed, that is our intention. I assumed you all understood this." The officer replied without missing a beat. "What are the chances of success?" Yang Xiao inquired. "If the Foot Basin country dares to act, we are confident of a complete victory. However, if they swallow their pride, our benevolent army of Great Xia would not engage in warfare without justification," the officer concluded, turning to Yang Jian. "For this exchange competition, the Foot Basin country has presented a top-tier legacy soul armor known as the Heavenly God Armor." Heavenly God Armor. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes lit up. Epic-level soul armors are exceedingly rare, with the foundational treasures of major factions typically being legacy soul armors. Among them, defensive soul armors are even scarcer. A complete set of top-tier legacy soul armor is virtually unheard of. The Longing Sword and the Town Soul Monument combined do not hold a candle to the Heavenly God Armor in terms of value. In the global ranking of soul armor, the Heavenly God Armor ranks among the top 3 legacy soul armors. The fact that the Foot Basin country is willing to offer such a treasure as a prize indicates their immense confidence in this exchange competition. To be honest, I have little interest in the Heavenly God Armor. My primary goal is to bring honor to my country, Yang Jian stated. Hee, I knew you were a patriotic soul. It's settled then. When the time comes, report to the Southern Military District and mention my name, Qin Tao. And by the way, I will spread the word in advance once I return. If those who lack vision dare to make a move against you, there will be no need for the imperial family to intervene. The Southern Military District can handle them, Qin Tao declared, pleased with himself as he took his leave. Watching the strong figures of the Military Affairs Department depart, Lu Tianan expressed his concerns. "My dear nephew, are you truly considering traveling to the Foot Basin country for the exchange competition? The journey is long, to say nothing of the fact that the Great Xia and Foot Basin are sworn enemies. The 4 military districts may not be able to guarantee your safety 100%. Yang Xiao interjected, "Indeed, if your sole motivation is the Heavenly God Armor, while the imperial family may not be able to provide an identical piece of armor, securing a regular legacy armor should pose no problem. When the red flags wave across the land, and horses trample the Foot Basin to enjoy cherry blossoms. Surely you all do not believe that my only aim is the Heavenly God Armor? My primary motivation is to bring honor to my country," Yang Jian proclaimed earnestly, his spirit ablaze, as if he were preparing to bid farewell to his family and charge into battle without hesitation. "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall personally accompany you," Lu Tianan interrupted, showing no regard for Yang Zhao's attempts to speak. "Thank you, uncle." Yang Jian felt warmth in his heart. Yang Zhao's lips moved as if to explain something, but he ultimately swallowed his words and shifted the topic, asking, Did you obtain a golden key during your time in the Tiantong secret realm?" After so many years, upon seeing Yang Jian once more, his emotions were complex, filled with guilt and concern. He feared that Yang Jian might harbor resentment. If so, he could only blame himself for his own misdeeds. Yang Jian carefully recalled and retrieved the golden key from his storage ring. Is this it? The key from the desert world truly had been unearthed. Yang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, words failing him in his exhilaration. Now that all 5 keys had emerged, the time had come to unlock the treasures of the former Qin. This would be his opportunity to advance toward becoming a Saint Spirit Master. If he succeeded, the benefits would be immense. "My dear nephew, you truly have it in your possession?" Lu Tianan exclaimed, astonished. He suddenly understood why so many quasi-saints sought to eliminate Yang Jian. They were all after the key to the desert world in his hands. Whoever possesses the key holds the right to negotiate with the imperial family and can partake in the treasures of the former Qin. Fortunately, the matter was not disclosed earlier. Otherwise, the numerous quasi-saints might not willingly depart. Is this the key to the desert world? One of the crucial elements for unlocking the treasures of the former Qin? Yang Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. When he initially acquired this key, he pondered its purpose. He never anticipated it would lead to such fortune. Indeed, the imperial clan possesses 3 keys, one held by the Lu family. And now with this addition, The former Qin treasure can be accessed. Yang Zhao's gaze brimmed with anticipation and exhilaration. The 3 keys of the imperial clan reside with the Elder Pavilion. Why are you so excited? Lu Tianan rolled his eyes in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's thoughts stirred in his view. Although Yang Xiao was the emperor of the Great Xia, wielding immense power and strength, he was not the de facto ruler of the imperial clan. In many respects, he was constrained by the Elder Pavilion, even rendered ineffective. Truly, it must be a suffocating existence. If it were Yang Jin, he would have decisively eliminated the opposition. Good nephew, I advise you not to reveal the key, lest you unwittingly provide the Elder Pavilion with a significant advantage. Lu Tianan cautioned, no. Keeping the key serves no purpose for me. If the Elder Pavilion can afford it, I wouldn't mind selling it. Yang Jin replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. It indeed is of no use in my possession, but the imperial clan holding onto 3 keys is also futile. Let us see who becomes more uncomfortable. Lu Tianan shrugged nonchalantly. Uncle, only high-level soul masters can enter the Tian Tong's secret realm. If I advance 2 more realms, I could rampage within. Can the Elder Pavilion's members contend with me then? I will seize the former Qin treasure and not let the Elder Pavilion benefit, Yang Jin asserted with unwavering confidence. With the Enlightenment Stone and a substantial Spirit Stone in his possession, breaking through 2 realms, or even 3, would pose no challenge. At that time, he would reign as the sole sovereign of the Tian Tong's secret realm. What a clever lad. You intend to exploit the Elder Pavilion while making them suffer in the secret realm? Lu Tianan exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, my current strength is insufficient to confront the Elder Pavilion's old dogs, so I shall first deal with the smaller ones. Yang Jin replied with a smirk. That's a fine plan. But your father is in cahoots with the Elder Pavilion. He may not support us, Lu Tianan remarked, shaking his head in skepticism. Chapter 89. What to do? Shall I weep? Swish, swish, swish. Alongside Huang Sanjian, 3 pairs of eyes turned simultaneously towards Yang Xiao. Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded, proclaiming, I shall cooperate with you. Humph. How can we trust whether your cooperation is genuine or feigned? Lu Tianan scoffed, unable to resist a retort upon hearing Yang Xiao's words. A sovereign speaks no empty words, Yang Xiao vowed earnestly. All right, I believe you, Yang Jin replied, nodding in agreement. Hearing this, Yang Xiao displayed a benevolent smile. Then let us depart. The mess on Heidi Island shall be managed by the Military Weapons Department and the Education Department. You all may return. I shall visit the capital. Lu Tianan dismissed the numerous strong members of the Lu family. Soon, they arrived at a nearby airport and boarded a private jet bound for the imperial clan in the capital. Since the day he awakened his martial soul, Yang Jin had longed to return to the imperial clan. Now, having achieved first place in the National College Entrance Examination competition, he could finally fulfill his wish. Upon disembarking from the plane, many would surely come to welcome him, right? The position of the imperial prince seemed to be no one more fitting than himself. Seated by the window, he gazed down at the divided Heidi Island, a swell of ambition rising within him. His emotions at this moment were a mix of excitement, anticipation, and a hint of nervousness. He subtly turned his head, glancing at Yang Xiao beside him. Though it was their first meeting, the sense of familiarity he exuded was markedly stronger than that of Lu Tianan. Their appearances bore a striking resemblance, and Yang Jin felt a deep admiration for the imposing aura that emanated from Yang Xiao. One of commanding presence and authority. Yet, reflecting on his years spent in an orphanage, a bittersweet feeling arose within him. At that moment, Yang Xiao occasionally cast glances towards Yang Jin, a torrent of unspoken words swirling within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to begin. For the sake of a grand plan spanning a millennium, certain burdens, pressures, and sorrows had to be swallowed alone. What a conundrum! Huang Sanjian, unable to endure the tension, stepped forth to explain. Young master, 20 years ago during the chaos of the evil god, the lady sustained grave injuries while being pursued by numerous powerful foes. It was the master who covertly shielded her, allowing her to escape to Jiangnan City, where she soon gave birth to the young master. Unfortunately, due to her injuries, she passed away shortly thereafter. Moreover, while the world knows the master as the emperor of the Great Xia, they remain unaware that the imperial clan is, in essence, under the control of the Elder Pavilion. Yang Zhao's expression darkened as he rebuked, Old Huang. Enough. Master, I must reveal everything today. Huang Sanjian pressed on. Due to the young master's sensitive identity, he was not accepted by the elder pavilion, prompting the master to conceal him in Jiangnan City, where he was raised under the watchful eye of this old servant. The master originally intended to ascend to the rank of Sacred Soul Master, regain control over the imperial clan, and then confront the elder pavilion, welcoming the young master back. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, leading the elder pavilion to conspire against the young master on Heidi Island, forcing the master to engage in battle prematurely. Fearful that Huang Sanjian might divulge sensitive information, Yang Xiao unleashed a transcendent barrier to confine him. The barrier isolated all, including sight and sound. TCH. Sounds better than it is, who knows what is true? Lu Tianan scoffed, his impression of Yang Xiao as a heartless man only deepening, refusing to be swayed by a few words from Huang Sanjian. Yang Jian sat awkwardly, feeling as if he could scrape together an entire apartment's worth of discomfort. Why this sudden display of sentimentality? Should I shed a couple of tears? Then rush forward to embrace Yang Xiao, burying my head on his shoulder while exclaiming, Father, I misjudged you. The mere thought sent shivers down Yang Jian's spine, rendering him profoundly uneasy. Nevertheless, his attitude towards Yang Xiao shifted slightly. In truth, during their time on Heidi Island, the attitudes displayed by Yang Fu and others indicated that the elder pavilion did not hold Yang Xiao in particularly high regard. There seemed to be an ongoing power struggle, which explained why Yang Xiao had to eliminate Yang Fu as a warning to others. Sigh, how could the illustrious emperor of Xia, a peak 9th grade quasi-saint, live in such frustration, even less fortunate than I? Yang Jian couldn't help but lament inwardly, good nephew, thankfully you inherited your mother's fine genes. Otherwise, if you resembled him, your life would be doomed. Lu Tianan seized the opportunity to mock. Yang Xiao pursed his lips, swallowing his words entirely. Huang Sanjian continued his fervent discourse within the barrier, his face flushed with emotion. However, the three outside the barrier heard nothing. Meanwhile, the National College entrance examination competition reached a conclusion. Yet the final rankings from the Education Department remained undisclosed. Nonetheless, Yang Jian's first-place victory was as certain as the sun rising in the east. The audience had witnessed his battle against the imperial prince Yang Qian clearly. It was nothing short of remarkable. The greatest excitement surged from the people of Jiangnan City, who felt immense pride in sharing their home with Yang Jian. The principals of various schools lamented that they should have knelt and begged to have Yang Jian enroll at their institutions. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. While Jiangnan City buzzed with excitement, the 7th high school, which had nurtured Yang Jian, remained eerily silent. The Adventurers Association, Soul Master Association, Wang family, Su family, and other powerful factions faced severe reprimands. With Lu Tianan and Yang Xiao personally stepping in, anyone daring to target Yang Jian would be courting disaster. As for those who suffered losses and the soul artifacts lost, they could only count their misfortunes. At the headquarters of the Pursuit Hall, Guan Feng donned a black robe, glaring at the empty sleeve on his left side, his expression twisted with murderous intent. A dignified quasi-saint had been forced to sever an arm in atonement. Returning, he faced the Hall Master's wrath and severe penalties. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Unable to kill Yang Xiao, was he incapable of dealing with a 4th-grade intermediate soul master? The days ahead were long. He would surely find another opportunity. Guardian Guan, the master of the Jiangnan branch, requests an audience, a subordinate reported as he entered. Let him in, Guan Feng replied, returning to his seat. His eyes glinting with a cold light. Guardian Guan, you must save me this time. Otherwise, I am doomed. With permission granted, the branch master tumbled into the room, kneeling before Guan Feng. The sky is not falling. Why are you in such a panic? Guan Feng scolded, maintaining a composed demeanor. The sky has fallen. Did you not see the match? Yang Jian defeated the imperial prince Yang Qian and secured first place. He left Heidi Island alive. With his temperament, he will certainly seek vengeance against the 7th high school. Guardian Guan, you are my only hope, the branch master begged frantically, knocking his head against the floor. Previously, Guan Feng had assured him that the coalition of powerful factions would ensure Yang Jian would not escape Heidi Island. It was precisely why he dared to annihilate the 7th high school. Yet, Yang Jian not only survived but triumphed. The deaths of the former Pursuit Hall Master, the president of the Adventurers Association, and Steward Huang remained vivid in his mind. This fellow was a madman. Chapter 90. Yang Xiao, have you not eaten? He is merely a fourth-grade intermediate soul master, and you are a top-tier transcendent. What is there to fear? What are you afraid of? Guardian Guan. Yang Jian is certainly not to be underestimated. However, he has the Lu family behind him. He has Huang Sanjian and the Emperor of Xia. Observing the terrified expression of the man before him, Guan Feng's face revealed impatience. You are presented with only two options. First, pack your belongings and leave Jiangnan City, but you will incur endless pursuit from the pursuit hall. When Yang Jian returned to Jiangnan City, he stealthily eliminated him, ensuring that as long as the scene was meticulously cleaned up, the Lu family and the imperial clan would find no evidence and thus could do nothing to you. The expression of the branch hall master turned ashen. When the previous branch hall master was slain by Huang Sanjian, there was no evidence then either. Both paths lead to certain doom. Get lost? You cowardly wretch! Do not trouble me further. Guan Feng struck out with the palm, the forceful energy propelling the branch hall master away. Immediately after, the great door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Gazing at the closed door, resentment flickered in the depths of the branch hall master's eyes. Over the years, he had been subservient to Guan Feng, engaging in many unsavory deeds. Now that trouble had arisen, he was unceremoniously cast aside. Very well. If you play the initial card, I shall play the 15th. We shall both perish together. Aware that there was no escape for him, the branch hall master resolved to drag Guan Feng down with him. In the imperial clan, the elders' hall, the grand elder lay pale and gasping on the bed. Though he bore no external injuries, the meridians within him had been severely disrupted. Even with the consumption of various rare herbs, recovery would take at least half a year. Beside him stood several elderly men with white hair, all elders of the imperial clan. Has His Majesty truly attained such strength? He has managed to injure you to this extent. It must have been a mutual destruction, right? For the sake of a son of an evil soul master. Is he truly willing to sever ties with the Elderess Hall? The elders murmured among themselves. At this moment, the grand elder struggled to speak, coughing up a mouthful of congealed blood, and bitterly stated, His Majesty is no longer the man he once was. He has now touched the threshold of the Saint Soul Master, likely reaching the half-step Saint Soul realm. Upon hearing this, all present were astonished. Within the weathered and murky depths of their eyes, bursts of brilliance erupted. Between the 9th-grade quasi-saint and the Saint Soul Master lies an insurmountable barrier point. One must either possess extraordinary talent or encounter a remarkable opportunity. Otherwise, it is impossible to break through this threshold. The Grand Elder himself had been trapped at the pinnacle of the 9th grade for over 500 years without any progress. If Yang Xiao has broken through this barrier to step into the half-step Saint Soul realm, then his ascension to the Saint Soul Master is a foregone conclusion. The critical point is that he is only in his 40s. At this rate of cultivation, could the imperial clan be on the verge of producing another saintly king? It is evident that His Majesty is resolutely intent on reinstating Yang Jian within the imperial clan, even wishing to cultivate him as the crown prince. We, the Elders' Hall, have plotted for many years, investing so much effort into Yang Qian. We cannot allow it to come to naught. If there are truly no alternatives, I shall send the second elder to our ancestral land to seek the support of our forebears. The Grand Elder urged gravely. 2 decades ago, during the turmoil of the evil god, the imperial clan suffered severe injuries. It was the Elder-S Hall that sought alliances with major powers through marriages, stabilizing the situation. After years of development, the interests of the imperial clan and various factions have intertwined, becoming inseparable. Cultivating Yang Qian as the crown prince was a decision jointly promoted by all factions supporting the Elders' Hall. They have